051 The Cat Princess. Several hours after our unscheduled emergency stop, and several denials from the young wolf about my warning not applying to her because I already owned her, we left the Wolfric Pack's territory and approached the Cat Women's town. To my surprise, they became anxious instead of relieved. I asked what was wrong and they wouldn't answer. It wasn't until our cart approached the town that my favorite let out a warning growl. "Do not speak, Savior," she hissed under her breath. "No matter what you see or hear. Promise me." "No," I said, and the other cat women let out meows of surprise. "If they do or say anything that I think is insulting to you or the others, I will speak, assuming I don't just kill them all. Please, don't do that," she said, her voice pleading. "Some of them are my family. They will be upset that I have been gone for so long, stolen by the Fangtooth clan to become their property." Then my tail was removed and left behind as proof. "I was wondering why they did that," I said. "It was a daring raid and you know now what they had to cross to get here from there," one of the other cat women said. "They were smart and bypassed the wolf lands both times." "So, you've been gone for quite some time, then," I said, and they all nodded. "They won't recognize you in the new leather outfit, hooded cloak, and face covering." "Yes, they will," my favorite said as we came to a stop near the two large guards. "What is it with making the beast men 8 feet tall or taller?" I asked myself. "They make me feel downright tiny by comparison." My favorite stood up in the back of the cart and put her hands on my shoulders to balance herself. "Let me use your armor's loudness," she said to me, and I nodded. "Mrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr activated my map. Whatever she said, it definitely caused a stir. All of the red dots were moving around frantically, then a small group left one of the larger buildings and quickly approached the edge of the town. I saw with my eyes as a very large humanoid, 3 smaller humanoids, and one half their size approached. They all wore thick cloth and had their faces covered, but I could still easily make out the males from the females. The sexy body shapes gave the women away. They came to a stop just behind the 2 large guards. "Daughter," the large figure said. "Father." His daughter, my favorite, said. "Forgive me for bringing shame upon the clan. It is I that has caused the clan shame." The figure said. "I should have left more guards." My favorite let out a short laugh. "The leader of the Fangtooth clan himself came to get me, father. More guards would have ended up just as dead as the 2 you left." The figure sighed. "If you are here, then he has done what he claimed he would do. You are with his child and our clans must join together, much as I loathe to do so." "No, father," my favorite said. "I was rescued before he could violate me against my permission." The slightly taller one of the 2 females let out a hiss of surprise. "Daughter, that, how could this man here?" My favorite said, and all of their heads moved to look at me. "Thanks to him, not only has he rescued all 4 of us, the Fangtooth clan is no more. They have all been slaughtered." Everyone in front of the cart let out hisses of surprise, even the 2 guards. "How could that be?" the large figure asked. "They have been a bane of our clan for decades. They could not stand against someone more powerful than them." My favorite said. I wasn't sure why she wasn't telling them that I was a godling. Maybe it means something different to the cat people. I thought and waited. The wolves seemed okay with me being around, for the most part. The large being stood there for about 15 seconds before speaking. "Even though you are my daughter and the princess of this clan, I must sequester you and the others to keep you away from the rest of the clan." "Father, you can't just..." "Silence. You will listen and you will obey," the large figure said in a normal voice, and I felt a strong pressure to submit. "I cannot let the Fangtooth's property roam through my clan." "That sounds a lot like you are putting her in prison," I said and stood up. My armored form easily blocked my favorite from sight. "This has nothing to do with you, stranger. It has everything to do with me," I said. She offered herself to me and I took her. Startled meows came from both women beside the large figure. "You would lower yourself to take someone else's property?" the large figure asked, angrily. "No, I killed the clan leader first," I said, and they jerked slightly, even the large figure. "Then I took everything they had." "Savior, you are not helping," my favorite said from behind me. "If you enjoy taking other people's possessions like those damn coons, then you can keep." "No. The slightly taller female yelled and elbowed the large figure in the gut. Oof. The large figure grunted and then growled. It's time for a more level head to speak. She said. Wife, this is a man's matter. The large figure said and rubbed his belly. No, this is a family matter. She said and turned to us. Can you not see our daughter's tail? I see it every time we enter the living room. He responded. No, you fool. That one right there. She said and pointed. The man froze still as he caught sight of his daughter's tail that was wrapped slightly around my leg. No, how can it be? We have your tail in the display. My savior gave it back to me. She said with a purr. As well as this strong leather armor and expensive clothing. Us as well. The other 3 cat women said and stood up with their tails swishing behind them. You are all restored. The large figure asked with a soft voice. He accepted our offerings, too. One of them said. As you can see, we are equipped just like the princess, so we can continue to do our jobs. The large figure nodded. I had not expected the Fangtooth clan to take my daughter and all 3 of her decoys. He wanted to make sure that he actually got me, or so he claimed. My favorite said. I think he just wanted more women to expand his clan. The large figure sighed. I don't know what to do with you. I do. The slightly taller woman said. We will put everyone up in the closest home that's big enough to hold them all, then we will sit down with the savior and our daughter to listen to their story. Not in the same home. The large figure said, a little disgruntled. Of course not. We will go to our home with the interested parties and talk there. The large figure's head moved, I assumed because he was looking at everyone in the cart, and sighed. I won't argue. Good. She said and looked at the guards. One of you stay, the other come with us. They nodded and one stepped forward to take the reins of the horse to guide it. The large figure, the 2 women, the other figure that I assumed was a personal guard, and the one that was half the size that I assumed was a child, walked ahead of us. We were led into the town to one of the larger buildings. A short discussion happened between the woman and the man at the door. He nodded and stepped aside as he waved inside. Your horse and cart will be taken care of. The man said as we all climbed down. The badgers picked up bedrolls from the cart and went inside the large home right away. They were directed where to go and went there without comment. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. I said to the man and handed him several gold coins. I want to go with you. The young wolf said, excitedly. I think you will have more fun waiting here. I said and handed her several blankets from inventory. If you find a nice spot, I'll help scratch your itch some more when I come back. Okay. She yelled and ran into the house without waiting for directions. I will go with you. The Free Martin said. I leaned in close to whisper in her ear. I don't really need a guard, but having you there will help more than your absence would. Thank you. The Free Martin nodded slightly and we followed the large figure and what I assumed was my favorite's family. The second guard stayed near us and we all went to the very large building in the center of town. I thought that was a little cliché, then realized it wasn't a cliché at all. The richest people, and usually the most important, always had the largest homes. It was to show off their riches or to increase their prominence. Either way, it was the truth. The second guard stayed outside as we entered, which meant it was for our protection and not to protect others from us. We were led into a spacious room with a large table and a dozen chairs around it. The large figure sat down at the head of the table and the 2 women sat on his left side with the short being sitting beside them. The other male that I had guessed was a guard, stood behind and to the side of the large figure, which confirmed my assumption. My favorite sat at the other end of the table and the other 3 sat to her left, I assumed because they were precious to her. She pointed to the right of her and I sat down, while the Free Martin stood behind me. Without a word, they all started to take off their face coverings. Just like the wolves, the males had distinct animal faces and the women all had pretty much human faces, except for the black nose tips, the fur on the sides of their faces, and hair mixed into the fur on their heads. I went to take off my helm and my favorite stopped me. The Free Martin left her face covering on, too. Daughter. The large figure that had revealed his face to be that of a white Siberian tiger said. Tell us your story. She did. She told him everything that happened, from her perspective, and even everything she heard. The best part was that she said everything, even my arrival and what happened with the rats. The other 3 cat women confirmed this with their versions, Then my favorite continued with her story about leaving there and me killing the whole village of coons. That surprised them a lot. Then she continued about the badgers and then going into the sheep settlement, the encounters there, and moving on to the wolves. When she described what I did to the pack leader, in pretty specific detail, all of their eyes went to me. She told them about everything that happened inside the pack and about us leaving the wolf lands. Her story ended with our cart arriving here. Is it true that you can heal any injury? The slightly taller woman, who looked remarkably like my favorite, asked. Any physical injury? I corrected. It's one of the limitations to both healing and regeneration. It can only affect the body. It also hurts if done too quickly when growing new parts back. It didn't hurt getting my tail back. My favorite said. Well, I was, distracting you. I said and she let out a purr. It was a great distraction. She said and her purr increased. Her mother's eyes went to the other 3 cat women as they started purring. Their faces turned slightly red as they remembered what I did, but they didn't avert their gazes from hers. He is not one of us. The Siberian tiger said. No, my favorite said. He cannot be a part of the clan. He said with a bit of a growl. I did not ask and he would not join if I did. She responded. He also did not ask for a reward, ask for my hand, or ask me to degrade myself or beg, despite being his property by right of ownership. That got all of their attention. Then why did he bring you back if not for a reward? The Siberian tiger asked, confused. Because he could. She said and let that settle into their minds. I looked at her and she smiled at me. I guess she picked up a bit more about my personality than I thought she did. I've also seen his face while we mated. You, the Siberian tiger stood up, clearly angry. That is reserved for those you intend to keep. Oh? Does that mean you have found a suitable mate for me? I did, just before you were taken. He said and the woman next to him touched his arm to make him sit down. Now, however, even with my tail restored, he won't want me. My favorite said. I will talk to him. The Siberian tiger said. Once he hears your story. I doubt he will want me, even if he knew. She said and then smiled. I also doubt that he will be able to satisfy me as a mate. They all had white eyes, even the child, who was a white Siberian tiger just like his father. You would be best to give him to my sister. He was promised to be with the first princess. Her mother said. Once I was taken, we all knew that he wouldn't want to sully his family name with me. My favorite said. I was shamed and became property. You all know what that means. The Siberian tiger sighed. What would you have me do, daughter? Make my sister first princess and let her merge the families together. My favorite said. No. The 3 cat women on her left said. She turned to them. You have all been great friends and have served me well all these years. And we will continue to do so. The 3 of them said as one. The clan will need to appoint new decoys, since we are the same as you, princess. One of them said. We are not worthy of keeping the job we were born for, yet we are beholden and devoted to uphold the values in our hearts despite that. I agree. The second one said. We have gone through too much together. We have been together all our lives and I will never leave your side. The third one said. My favorite reached out and touched each one's hand briefly. Thank you. What will you do if I do this? The Siberian tiger asked. I don't know. She said and looked at me. Ask for my savior to take me along? Stay here and be a pariah of my people? Go off on my own and start over? Why not do all 3? I asked and everyone looked at me. Stay here for a day and see how people treat you. If you don't like it, then ask me to come along. At any time you want to stop off somewhere and leave to do your own thing, I'm fine with that. So you don't want her, either? Her mother said, sadly. That's not what I said. Yes, you did. Her sister said. Where I come from, a woman's decision to do whatever she wants with her life is her own. People can give her advice and warnings, then tell her what she should do. It's her choice to make and no one else has to choose for her. What if I want to stay with you for as long as you'll have me? She asked me. You know why I'm here? I said. I could be gone a week from now or a year from now. She nodded and looked at her father. If our clan cannot accept me as I am tomorrow, I will leave with my savior. When his task is done, I will return to the clan as a new and different person. Her mother and sister let out hisses and her father let out a low growl, then he nodded once. With that done, the meeting was over and the 4 cat women went with us back to the home we were staying in. 052 an odd lunch. At least they didn't try to kill us for defying them. One of the cat women whispered when we were back in the assigned room at the large house. I wouldn't have allowed that, I said and looked at the young wolf on the bed. She was curled up into a ball, completely naked, and her tail was wrapped around to keep herself warm. I went over and put a blanket over her. Thank you for what you said to my parents, my favorite said. Even though I wasn't supposed to speak, I asked, teasingly. She let out a chuckle and hugged me briefly. You were right to not listen to my request. There was no way I was going to let you be arrested and I heard them hiss slightly at the English word. I guess arrested doesn't translate, I thought. I mean, held against your will and separate from your people. Yes, it is a horrible fate for. She stopped talking with a gasp. Savior. You must help them. Help? Oh, damn. I didn't think. I looked at my armor. I'll have to reveal my hands to cast the spell. We can swear them to secrecy or just hold them facing the other way to make sure they don't see. One of the others said. Princess, can we get in there, somehow? I don't know. My favorite said. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Then let's go there, wherever it is, I said, and they turned to look at me. Unless you want to talk to the clan leader again and ask for permission. They all let out low hisses and shook their heads. Let's go, my favorite said, and we left the room. It took us nearly 20 minutes to run through the town, out the south side, and to the place where the others were being kept. When we got there, I saw that it was pretty close to being like a prison on my world. It had 20-foot tall walls with barbs and spikes on the top instead of barbed wire, guards patrolling around, and a compound inside. To my surprise, every single person inside was female. There were also nearly 200 of them. How in the world are they feeding themselves? I asked. Farms on the other side, my favorite said. I've toured it many times and offered support to increase the yield. Unfortunately, there is only so much land inside. They should be breaking for lunch soon, so they should all be back in the main compound. One of the others said. Is it a heavy labor camp? I asked as we walked over to the main entrance. They work for their food, make their own clothes, tend animals, and cook, my favorite said. It's everything they could have done in the clan normally, it's just, the level of their lives is. I understand, I said, and 2 guards at the gate came to attention. You do not have permission to be here, one of them said. Am I not the first princess? My favorite asked. You heard my declaration earlier. You were captured and he started to say, and then both guards stiffened at the sight of her tail as it swished angrily behind her. You will open this gate and admit us, my favorite ordered in her best command voice. It worked. The guard gave her a weird salute that looked like he was pretending to claw at his forehead, then he turned around and opened the gate. Behind it was a long walkway with iron bars on both sides. My favorite led the way, with her 3 decoys behind her, and I and the Free Martin walked behind them. As we walked, the cat women on the other sides of the bars saw us. The cat women with me were still dressed in their leather armor and expensive cloaks and face coverings. That's when I noticed the difference. It wasn't the expensive clothing compared to homemade. No. It was because none of the prisoners wore face coverings. All of their faces were exposed, and that alone would beat down their spirit, since leaving their faces exposed in public was such a taboo. None of them had tails, either. An old-fashioned metal bell rang as a bunch of people returned from working in the fields. Then to my surprise, one of the buildings on the side opened its doors and I found out that nearly 50 of the 200 dots inside were children of various ages. A good portion ran over to the opening to the fields and the women bent down or knelt to pick them up. The rest of the children split up and waited at various other buildings. Those doors opened and even more women came out to greet their children. They all gathered together, sharing conversations and the children they had, and walked to the same building we were heading to in the middle of the compound. The funny thing was, none of them noticed us, except for a single child, and all she did was wave. We entered the main building and stopped at the guard sitting behind a table. His face was covered and he didn't have anything at all on the table. No papers, no food, no anything. It actually made me question why he bothered to sit behind it if it served no purpose. State your business and get out. The guard said. That's a little harsh. I said. You shouldn't have gotten by the guards out front. The guard said. They will be punished. I am the first princess and once you pass through those doors, you are what I say you are. The guard said and slowly stood. He was nearly 9 feet tall and looked like a hulking brute. I now knew the purpose of the table. It was to hide that a huge giant cat sat behind it. At least let me. And I say you have no business here. The guard said with a growl. How much will it cost to go inside? I asked and he turned his head to look at me. Your little finger. The guard said and chuckled. I'll pay it, if you can wait until we go inside first and I can take my armored gauntlets off. Everyone froze at my words. What? It's just a finger. I said. I can grow it back. Is he serious? The guard asked the princess. Are you? She asked back. The guard stood there and didn't say anything for a minute. 10 gold koi. He stopped talking when they magically appeared on the table in front of him. He took a step back and looked at us. How did you do that? It's a magic trick. I said and he let out a low growl. I'm serious. I do it to amuse children. I said and slapped my hand on the table and made the coins disappear, then spread them out, then made a stack. Everyone was deathly silent, I assumed because they hadn't seen anything like that before. I had done different magic tricks for the wolf cubs. You may enter. The guard said. Thanks, big guy. I said and made the stack of coins disappear. The guard let out a growl and I laughed. Check your pockets. I said and opened the door to let the others through as the guard quickly dug all 10 coins out of different pockets. There was a smaller room beyond the door and a guard there handed us badges to wear to show that we weren't prisoners, as if we needed them. What's to stop us from giving the badges to someone else? I asked and hung it around my neck. If you want to trade places with a prisoner, that's your choice. The guard said with a shrug. You can't leave without the badge. There were lots of ways I could leave without a badge, but I kept my mouth shut and went with the cat women and the free martin through the door at the other side. We stopped walking, because in front of us were 2 lines of cat women walking by. Some with children in their arms and others walking beside them. They were also completely silent and all I could hear was breathing and shuffling feet. Keep moving. A guard at the right side of the room said, quite unnecessarily, since the prisoners were moving at a steady pace as the guard on the other end of the room quickly checked them for some reason. I had to assume for contraband of some kind or weapons, which made me smile. Their hands and feet were natural weapons. We waited for the last of them to pass and joined the line at the end. The one child that had seen us before turned around in her mother's arm and waved at us again. I waved back this time and the child giggled. The mother hissed and the child winced and ducked her head. It's all right. I said. Quiet. The guard behind us yelled and everyone hissed at me, even the cat women with me. I opened my mouth to apologize and decided that speaking again might not be the best decision. I didn't get any flashes of divine sight, either. That meant one of 2 things. Either nothing I did here was going to cause any change in the circumstances of these people, or their fates were so defined that even if I destroyed the prison to free them, it wouldn't change how they lived their lives. Once we were at the checking guard, he gave us surprised looks and didn't bother checking us. He waved us through and we were on the other side of the iron bars and walked with everyone towards where the food was being served. Their conversation started up again and the child that had been chastised a moment ago was kissed and apologized to. I'm sorry too, Mama. The little girl said and pointed at me. The metal man waved back. The what? The cat woman turned and she let out a little startled meow. Where did you come from? It's a long story. I said and every single cat woman stopped walking and turned to face me. It was a little unnerving, until I realized that it might be because of my helm that hid my face or that I was completely armored. Would you all mind it if I joined you for lunch? They all stared at me and didn't say anything. I can share some meat, I started to say and every single one of them started to purr and drool, even the children. I guess I don't need to come up with a good way to introduce you. My favorite said and waved me forward. Everyone, this is Dayman. He apparently has enough meat to share with you. It might take a while to prepare, because it depends on how much you want it cooked. I said as I walked forward and they parted for me. Cooked? You cook meat? One of them asked. Shocked. Medium rare it is. I said with a chuckle, remembering that was how the cat women with me preferred it. The food building was only something like a cafeteria with no indoor eating area. Their food and vegetable storage was in the same room, with no special precautions or even a cool dark place to keep them. Do you really have meat? One of the women asked me as I entered the already opened large double doors. I need to borrow a large cooking area and some frying pans. Some what? She asked. I looked around and found something that looked like a skillet. 3 more of these if you have them. She let out a hiss and a short meow, and the other 2 workers quickly found 3 more of them for me. I stored them and paid the silver to clean them, since they looked like they hadn't been used in a long time, and she pointed me to a large cooking area. I used fire to light the stove-like thing and the top warmed up right away. I put all 4 skillets on and let them warm up a bit, then took out some oil and put a bit in each pan. After that, I took out a large wrapped bundle of meat and opened it. The 3 cat women let out hisses of surprise, then they mewed with pleasure as I put 2 steaks into each of the skillets, and the smell of them cooking filled the cafeteria. I looked at their vegetables and found something that looked like an onion. I cut into it and nodded, then I grabbed a bunch and quickly chopped them up and added them to the skillets. I flipped the meat over and the smell spread out into the area outside, and nearly all of the cat women mewed in pleasure, too. Don't mind me. Keep making what you were making, I said to the 3 cat women that stood there and stared at me. Not on your life. One of them said. I'm trying that as soon as it's done, to make sure the meat is good enough to serve. I chuckled and nodded at the stacks of wooden plates that were at the side of the room. The 3 of them grabbed a stack each and brought them over to me. I stored them and made them disappear, which surprised them. Then I put a plate down and added a steak and some onions to it. I did that 8 times across the counter and then put 8 more steaks on and added chopped onions. By the moon's silver light, one of them said as she bit into the steak and blood ran down her chin. That's so good, she said, and her purr was pretty loud, as were the purrs of the other 2 cat women. It really is, I said and waved to outside. First 5, come and get it. The next 8 in 2 minutes, I said and flipped the next set of steaks over. The first 5 women came in and looked at the plates and then at me. Please eat it with my compliments, I said and pointed to the cooks. They've approved it. No further coaxing was needed as all 5 of them grabbed the plates and walked away. A moment later, they let out loud purrs as well. For the next hour, I worked hard and served everyone the most delicious meat they had ever tasted. I served my little group and myself last, and we walked out to the middle of everyone that sat on the ground to eat. We enjoyed the meal as much as they did. I think this was the best icebreaker I could have had, I thought as all of the cat people's eyes looked at me, especially the mothers. I was pretty sure that was because I had given the kids the same sized steaks as the adults. They had given me a lot of approving looks. It wasn't until one of the guards approached us that their eyes changed from me to him. He really felt the scrutiny and looked uncomfortable, even with his face covered, until he spoke. The other guards and I would like to request a serving of meat, he said, and his head turned to look at the cat women around him. Please. Sure, I said and stood. Give me a couple of minutes. He stayed there and didn't try to follow me as the cat women stared at him. I came back over with the plates stacked on top of each other and handed them to him. There you go. Thank you, he said and made a hasty and very careful retreat. That was delicious, one of the prisoners said from nearby. Thanks, I said. That's not what she meant, my favorite said. That guard was scared of us, another prisoner said with a feral smile. We scared him. A ripple of very hushed and amused laughter went through them. Yep, definitely a great icebreaker, I thought and softly laughed, too. 053 Dinner and a Show. After a quick discussion with my favorite and her 3 decoys, we decided that it would be best if the princess discreetly discussed healing the prisoners' tails. She would do so behind closed doors later that evening, which meant that we were staying for a while to visit with them. The essential work was done for the day and we were on the side where they lived and relaxed. The children played and were taught by their parents and anyone else that had something to teach them. There was even a small building used as a school in the mornings, which was on the other side and where the children had been earlier. That explains that odd scene of kids flooding out of that building, I thought. They were in school. The kids were ranged in ages from 3 to 15, which I thought must have been hard to teach properly. The more I listened, the more I learned that they were their own little community. The only difference was that they didn't have any men involved in their lives. I asked about the guards and nearly everyone laughed. They can't even look at us properly. One of the prisoners said. Our shame is too prevalent. It's not your fault. I said, and she gave me a grim look. It's not. He is not a male of our people and doesn't understand. My favorite said, and it was weird to see an entire group of people nod at the same time. I'm tempted to ask you to explain, except that even if I did know it all, I'm pretty sure there's nothing I can do to change it. I said. I waited for a second and I still didn't get a flash of divine sight, even after that loaded statement. Change it? Why would you want to change it? One of them asked. Her question surprised me enough that I couldn't come up with a good answer before my favorite spoke again. It's the same answer, she said with a hissing chuckle. He comes from a place where women get to choose their own fate. Hisses, gasps, a few purrs, and a lot of whispers started up after that. That makes me sound like I'm the weird one. I whispered to her and she leaned her head against my helm. Savior, you are the weird one. My favorite said in a normal voice and laughed, which quickly spread to everyone and they laughed, too. Even the kids got into it and laughed, even though they didn't know what they were laughing at. Kids were funny like that. All right, fine. I said and stood. Who wants to see some magic tricks? A lot of them had confused looks and I knew then that I had to put on a good show for them and held up my armored hands. Look. Nothing in my armored hands, except my hands. I said, and a few of them chuckled as they got the joke. I clapped my hands together and made a gold coin appear. Oh? Where did this come from? I asked and a few of the kids stared in awe. I closed my hand and opened it to hold the coin between 2 fingers, then did it again and added a coin, then again and had one between each of my fingers. I did it for my other hand as well, then made fists and clapped my hands together and stored the coins. Oh. I think I lost them. I looked at my hands, front and back, and a few people chuckled. Oh, dear me. Where could they have gone? I asked and looked at the closest girl. Hey. I think I see one. The girl looked around and then pointed at herself. Yeah, you. It's right there. I said and stepped close and pointed. You've got it in your pocket. She slowly reached in and jerked as she found it, then pulled it out. There it is. Thanks. I said and took the coin. I stepped back and stopped. Oh. It's gone again. I said and showed her my empty hand. You need to check your pocket again. The girl hissed when she checked and found it, then she pulled the coin out and showed me. I think it likes you. I said with a chuckle. I guess you better keep it. Both her mouth and her mother's dropped open in shock. Now, I know I had more coins around here somewhere. I said and pat different parts of my armor to make the metal clang and a little girl giggled. Oh ho. I think I see another one. I said and walked over to her. She giggled again as I pointed to her pocket. She reached in and took out a gold coin. Me. A girl that looked about 15 exclaimed and raised her hand. Are you sure? You're a bit old for it, aren't you? I'm only 15 turns. She said, a little defensively. I walked over to her and sat down. The woman next to her looked like her mother, so I whispered to her. Please tell me your daughter grew up in here and wasn't, well. The cat woman let out a low sigh and touched my armor. Would you think less of her if she was? No, it's not her fault and it's not yours, either. I said and put my hand on hers. It would just ease my heart to know that she didn't have to suffer like you did. Her eyes showed me that she was grateful about me caring. She hasn't been touched. Thank goodness. I whispered as I reached up and scratched the side of her chin. She let out a purr and closed her eyes to enjoy it even more. It's none of your fault and I'm sorry you all had to go through this. I said and pet her chin to smooth the fur I had messed up by scratching it, then I reached over and took the teenager's hand. I think a couple of coins liked you. She let out a startled hiss and searched through her pockets, then pulled out 2 gold coins. She stared at them like she had never seen one before. Me. I want one. Several children said at the same time as they waved at me and some even stood up. I walked around and did a few other small magic tricks to give each child a gold coin. That was a lot more than the handful you started with and lost. A cat woman commented when I went back to the middle of the group. I have some to spare. I said with a smile, then remembered she couldn't see it with my helm on. I chuckled and held my hands up. Look, nothing in my armored hands. Except your hands. A bunch of the kids said loudly in response and I laughed, as did a lot of the women. This might get a little dangerous, so I'll move YAAI over here to be safe. I said and took one step to the right and made the kids laugh and giggle. I clapped my hands together and pulled them apart to make a short sword appear. Oh. The kids said. I tucked the sword between my legs and did it twice more. I now had 3 short swords and picked them up, then tossed one into the air. All of their eyes followed its trajectory and I caught it. They were cat people, so I guessed right that they would want to see shiny things be tossed around. I tossed one sword up and then another, then caught both. I had their complete attention now and tossed one, then the second, then the third into the air. They held their breath as they tried to watch all 3 at the same time and then I started to juggle them. I had to hold in my laughter as their heads jerked up and down to try and watch the flow of shiny moving things that I was pretty much teasing them with. When I thought I had juggled enough, I tossed them high into the air. Oops. I lost them. I said and looked at the ground. Up. They're up there. The kids yelled and pointed. Where? I asked as the first came down and I stepped to the right slightly and looked up. The blade slipped past my shoulder and thunked into the ground as it stuck. Oh. Here's one. I said and turned back around to pick it up. Another one. They yelled and pointed. I put my arms on my hips. I looked the last time and it was on the ground. I said and the blade just missed my back and thunked into the ground. See? There's another one. Look you up. They said and pointed up as they jumped in excitement. All right, I'll try looking up again. I said and tilted my armored head back. I'm sure there's nothing. The short sword was flipping end over end and the hilt just so happened to be on the bottom and the sound of metal on metal clanged as the sword hit the top of my helm. I shook comically and dropped to the ground. Everyone laughed. Ow. I said loudly as I sat up and rubbed my helm. Why didn't you warn me? Everyone kept laughing. Someone remind me to not do that again. I said and picked up the swords as I stood. Hey, I just remembered that I know a neat trick with swords. Don't do it. All of the kids yelled, even the older ones, and the adults laughed. I guess I'll try something different, since swords might be a bit dangerous. I said and stored them, then I proceeded to do a whole magic show for them. Even the guards were enraptured by the spectacle I provided. I kept them entertained for quite some time and when the show was over, it was time for supper. The meal the cooks had started to prepare for lunch was ready and it was served to the prisoners. They even gave us plates of food, too. It was quite the change from the delicious meat we had for supper, so I snuck off to the kitchen and seared up a bunch of meat strips. They took almost no time at all, so I quickly divided them up among everyone. Each and every cat woman purred as I did so and a few of them thanked me verbally. Once again, the mothers were especially thankful when I gave their children the same portions as them. Apparently, being a good provider made them like you that much more. After dinner, I was led off to one of the barrack-like buildings and then sequestered into a curtained-off area with the free Martin. She stood beside the bed and didn't try to lay down on it. The bed was fairly small and I was sure that I could possibly get myself and her on it, if we wanted to get very close to each other. I was fine with that and turned to her to ask if she was, when the curtain opened. My favorite came in and she had her arm over another cat woman's shoulder. Savior, I have told them of our story and your miraculous healing ability. Now they require proof. Sure. I said and looked at the cat woman's face. It was slightly red and her brown fur rippled slightly, then she pulled on her clothing that was slightly different than what she had worn before. It dropped down as if it had been designed to, and I realized that it had been. She was completely naked and her particular odor reached my nostrils. What are you? The woman stepped forward and climbed onto the bed on all fours and stuck her ass up for me. Please heal me as you have the princess. She begged and she dripped onto the bed. Her mangled stub of a tail moved from side to side as if the tail was still attached. I turned to look at my favorite and she nodded. You can't expect me to. You need to distract her from the pain. My favorite said, matter-of-factly. But, what about? I told them how you made me feel like a woman. She said. As did the others. Oh, damn. I whispered. I can't. Will you let her suffer this indignity? Will you make her keep her shame? She asked me. I can't just, she will see that. She has been sworn to secrecy, on her life, that she won't tell anyone what you look like. Just her, right? I asked and stored my armor to leave myself in just my underwear. As proof, yes. My favorite said. For some reason, I knew that was both the truth and a lie. I stored my underwear and the Catwoman on the bed looked at my erection. She didn't react at the sight, so I equipped the nipped condom. She let out a hiss and then a very loud purr. Please, be my savior. She begged and she gushed a little between her legs. I am going to regret this. I thought, even though I didn't get a flash of divine sight. I used my fingers to check her and work her up a little, then I mounted her. Mrove. She yelled in pleasure as the nibs rubbed all of her insides at once. Her hands and feet dug into the bed and held on as I did her roughly, as they all seemed to really like. Just as I felt her body start to buck from having an orgasm, I touched her stub of a tail and cast major healing on her. I kept moving in and out of her as her tail regrew, and when it was fully restored, I gave her another orgasm. She collapsed on the bed and laid there as I pulled out of her. She looked to be half asleep and very satisfied, if the loud purr and huge smile were any indication. She didn't even notice her own tail as it swished lazily on the bed. Thank you. Savior. She whispered and drifted off to sleep. 054 Healing Fun. I stood there, a little surprised at myself, for doing what I just did. I wasn't really someone that did casual sex with a stranger, despite that being how I had met Diane. This thing about inheriting part of a sex drive could become very complicated, if I didn't get a handle on it soon. The 3 decoy cat women came in and picked up the sleeping woman and left with her before I could ask what they were going to do with her. It was then that I noticed that they weren't wearing their face coverings or had the hoods of their cloaks up. Barely 10 seconds later, there was a loud outcry of surprise, shouts, meows, and hisses. Oh. I guess that's what they are doing with her. I thought. They said she was proof and now they are showing her off. I checked my map and saw the large group of green dots around 4 central dots, then suddenly a group of about 50 of them split off and were taken to the building next door. I wasn't sure what was going on, until I remembered there were about 50 kids. My eyes went back to the ones still in this building and saw them form a line. No, I said and turned to look at the doorway as a very thin cat woman stood there next to my favorite. She was also completely naked. I can't do this. SS Savior. The cat woman said, her voice shaky and weak. Her eyes dropped to my still erect and nib-covered penis and her purr was loud in the small room. A moment later, her scent hit me like a slap in the face. She really wanted me and my eyes dropped to the space between her legs. Liquid was running down her thighs and she shook in anticipation. I looked at my favorite, the former first princess of this cat clan that I didn't know the name of. You can't expect me to. She hasn't been touched in 10 turns. My favorite said. Her need is greater than some and less than others. I looked at the cat woman's face. Is she the oldest? No. She is next. My favorite said and stepped back and a much older cat woman was there. She hasn't had a mate in over 25 turns. To my eyes, there wasn't much difference between the two. Both of them were thin and their fur was thin and looked well maintained. If the second didn't have slight graying fur on the sides of her chin, they would look like sisters. Of course, the second one's eyes dropped to my manhood and her purr was just as loud as the first one. My nose picked up her scent and I wasn't surprised when I grew harder. Why am I not getting any divine sight flashes? I asked myself. Something like this can't be normal, can it? Something is wrong, right? It has to be. I can't just, a stream of women, one after another. My erection felt like it was going to burst the condom and I looked down at myself. It was throbbing, as if it was anticipating the feast it was about to partake in. I knew it was a mistake to give them proof. I thought and reached a hand out to the first woman. She took it like it was something delicate and I chuckled. She gave me an odd look, so I turned her around and pressed myself to her butt. I let out a guttural growl and her purr increased and made my chest vibrate. I slid down a little and put myself between her thighs and she let out a cute mewl as the nubs rubbed her opening. I humped her for a few seconds like that, then I moved her to the bed. She assumed the position and then I mounted her properly. She meowed her pleasure and purred as I wrecked her. Or I tried to. She took everything I could do to her and she loved it. I made her finish twice before I cast major healing on her to regrow her tail. When I pulled out, she turned around and hissed at me. I want your kittens. She exclaimed and lunged at me. I assumed that she was going to tackle me and try to ride me to get me to finish. I easily caught her and turned her around to face away from me before she could try to dig at me or my erection with her extended claws. I'm sorry. That's not what I'm here to do. I whispered in her ear and held her tightly. Please. She said with a pleading meow. They took my son. I want you to give me another. I froze at her words and my eyes went to my favorite. Tell me that's not true. I said, even though I knew it wasn't a lie, and she turned her head away. That's why there are only females here. They took all the males. Yes. My favorite said. Have any males been born here? I asked. Yes. The older cat woman said. Nearly all of us came here pregnant. The cat woman I had in my arms started to cry. I eased my hold on her and just cradled her next to my body and let her cry. There's only around 50 girls, which means, I prompted. There were a lot more boys. The older cat woman finished. I'm sorry. I whispered to the one I held and kissed her cheek. Even if I did give you another son, they would take him, too. I know. She said and turned her head to rub her cheek on mine. We stood there for several minutes and no one said anything, then the one I held sighed and pat my arms that held her. Thank you. She said and I let her go. She turned and looked at my face as if to memorize it. I lack too much fur to have proper kittens with anyway. I said with a smile. She smiled back and leaned forward and licked my cheek. She left the room with both her tail and her hips swinging behind her. Please don't be as rough with me. The older cat lady said. I'm not as young as I used to be. I smiled and took her hand, then cast minor healing on her. I wouldn't be too sure of that. She took in a hissing breath and stared at me, then I put her on the bed and treated her as roughly as I had the last one. Not only did she take it with the loudest purr I had ever heard, she came a lot more, too. I think I had her at 6 before I finally remembered that I was supposed to cast major healing on her to restore her tail. We didn't stop, though. The healing had given her back her figure and it felt very nice. I was too close to finishing myself to pause and wait for the next cat woman, anyway. I'm close. I whispered. I'm too old for kittens. She panted as I rammed myself into her. Drink, instead. I said and she nodded. I pulled out and she turned around. I stored the condom to reveal my slick penis and she stared at it, then I started to go. Her tongue flicked and darted around to catch it all and her purr was just as loud as I sprayed out a lot of it. She lapped it all up and then she laid back on the bed. I definitely would have been impregnated from so much inside me. She said and gave me a satisfied meow and a purr. You need to be careful who you do this with. Now you tell me. I asked and she let out a hissing purr. She sat up and gave my penis several more licks, then she stood up. I meant giving me your milk. I raised my eyebrows at her. I could have mounted you again as soon as you started shooting it out. Oh. Yeah, I guess I was a bit distracted. She purred and leaned close to lick my cheek. Thank you, savior. She said and left. Before the next one came in, I paid to clean the condom and equipped it again. When the next cat woman saw my nip-covered penis, she purred and immediately became wet for me. She climbed onto the bed and presented herself to me and I used my fingers to prep her a little and mounted her. Her meows of pleasure were fairly loud and she came right away. I kept going and gave her another orgasm before I healed her. Apparently, it took a lot less work for the younger cat women to get them off than it did for the older cat women. It balanced out, though. The younger ones were quicker while the older ones took longer and were more fun. Of course, by this point, I was well and truly corrupted by the notion of having sex with so many women in a row. They came in a straight line and left in wobbly one. I was doing my job well and no one complained. Luckily, no one else reacted as strongly as that first one. A lot of them pleaded with me, though. I gave them the same warning, that if they did have males, they couldn't keep them. They understood and accepted it much easier than the first one had. I worked all through the evening and halfway through the night before the last cat woman appeared. She had heard every other woman have pleasure beyond what they had ever had and her eyes bulged when they saw my nip-covered erection. No wonder. She whispered and unlike all of the others, she laid down on her back on the bed. What are you doing? I asked, curious. Remembering your face. She said, her own face turning slightly red as she blushed. She lifted her legs and grabbed them with her pawed hands, then pulled them to her shoulders. It turned her hips up and let her tail stub wag freely and also raised her opening for easier access. "Who taught you how to do that?" I asked, even though I pretty much knew what she was going to say. "A hero. 5 years ago," she said. "He had bright blonde hair and he only had a smooth baby maker." "How did you end up here?" I asked and stepped close to the bed. "He rescued me and set me free. I arrived back here 2 years ago, once I made enough money serving food inside inns to buy passage back to these lands," she said, and her eyes kept looking at my erection. "I've never seen one so prominent." She licked her lips. "Please, bless me with pleasure. Do you always do it like this?" I asked and rubbed the tip against her opening. She shivered and came just from that. "Oh, no. Only with him and now with you," she said. "Only heroes like it like this." I slipped the tip inside and she mewled. I pulled out and she mewled again. It was pretty cute, actually. I teased her more and made her squirm, then pushed myself all the way in. She purred loudly and let her legs go. The backs of her knees rested on my shoulders, so I leaned down close and started pumping in and out of her. She pawed at the bed and not me, then she came again and meowed out her pleasure. It was quite the turn on, I had to admit. I became enthusiastic in my movements and she became more enthusiastic in her responses. I would slow down and tease her and she would lick my face and bite my cheek. She never kissed me, not even after I had healed her and regrew her tail. I had fun with her, a different kind of fun than I had with the others, and she had fun with me. Her juices never stopped flowing and I approached the brink myself. "I don't want your kittens, you filthy brute," she whispered into my ear, as if she knew I was about to blow. "Pull out, or I will gut you." I felt defiance built inside me at being told that I couldn't do what I wanted. It was an odd feeling, especially since I didn't want to give her kittens. The feelings and emotions inside me fought over the psychology, or perhaps the reverse psychology she had used, because now I wanted to fill her up so much that she would beg me to stop. I had a simple solution for this dilemma. To her surprise, I pulled out and turned towards my favorite as I stored the condom and stood. The first princess understood immediately and turned around, pulled her leather pants down and exposed herself. I slid right inside of her with no resistance, because she was more than ready for me, and I blew my huge load into her. My favorite let out a loud meow of satisfaction as I filled her and my conflicting emotions evaporated. She was my favorite and giving her my all was the way it was supposed to be. It felt right, for the both of us. When I was done, I eased out of her and wiped myself off. She stood and pulled her pants back up and turned to face me. "Thank you, my savior," she said and kissed me for the very first time. 055 Cat and Mouse Games. The last Catwoman became a valuable source of information, even though she was a little miffed that I hadn't finished inside of her. She had spent a bit of time with the hero after her rescue, and when he believed that he had failed in his mission by losing a member of his party, he killed himself to allow another hero to be summoned. Her story reminded me of what the goddess Jasandaya had told me. 8 heroes had been summoned and 4 had perished. 2 had been killed normally and 2 had killed themselves to allow replacements. That meant there were 4 heroes left, not counting myself and the other 3 new ones. Of course, I hadn't asked about the circumstances or even knew if those 4 were still around, considering I was pressed for time, so finding someone else who had known one of them was either a stroke of luck or divine intervention. That got me to thinking about my divine sight. Would it work if a divine being was manipulating events? Could it show me what was supposed to happen, if there was no way it could happen any other way? Was that why I wasn't getting any flashes lately? "You are thinking too hard," my favorite said and poked my forehead. I turned and looked at her. We were sitting on the bed, after I cleaned it of course, and I had my arm draped over her shoulders and was playing with her tail with that hand. The decoy sat on the floor around the other Catwoman that knew the hero. "You were very quiet and your eyes were blank," she said. "I was just thinking about something that was bothering me about coming here," I said and looked at the Catwoman prisoner on the floor. "Getting your tails back won't make any difference here, will it?" "No. Just as with the first princess, or just princess, or will you lose that as well?" she asked and my favorite shrugged. Anyway, we had still been captured and our tails removed. Getting our tails back does not give us our freedom, nor does it remove the fact that we were taken, both physically from our homes and by men that were not our mates. I let out a sigh. At least your lives will improve some with your full capabilities back. The 5 cat women let out purring laughs. It's not getting our tails that will do that. An older cat's woman's voice said from the doorway, and her scent assaulted my nostrils. Elder. The cat woman prisoner said and ducked her head. I'm sorry that I haven't gone to bed yet. It's all right. You are entertaining the savior, she said and entered the small room. I only came with a small request. It doesn't smell like it, I said before I could stop myself. She let out a loud purr and her tail swished playfully behind her. A few of us have need of you again. I haven't been with my favorite and her friends yet, I said. I had been too busy getting information from the news source to distract myself like that. It's all right, my favorite said and stood up. The 3 decoys stood as well and they stepped out of the little room. The Catwoman prisoner also stood and looked at me. I can tell you more of his adventures, but they are his tellings and not what actually happened. I understand, I said and stood. I gave her a brief hug and whispered an apology in her ear for not giving her kittens and thanked her for everything she did for me. That I did for you? She asked, surprised. My favorite laughed. He thinks we are doing him a favor by allowing him access to us, she said and waved the Catwoman out of the room. You are a very strange hero, the Catwoman prisoner said and left. I love strange, the older Catwoman said and climbed onto the bed. I barely touched her and she gushed out onto the bed. Are you sure you need me for this? I asked and put on the condom as I stored my clothes. Her purr started up again and she dug at the bed. Her tail raised up and showed me she was dripping and throbbing for me. Yes, we tried to lick each other, but we can't stop it. My favorite leaned close to whisper in my ear. She is in a false mating season. Oh, damn, I whispered back. How long does it last? A day, perhaps 2. My favorite responded. Please. The older Catwoman begged. I reached for her tail and scratched just in front of it. Her tail stood straight up and puffed out, then she meowed loudly and came again. Just the hint of touching her near there made her go. All right. This is technically my fault, so I'll do my best to help you, I said to her and tried to mount her. She was very tight, which was surprising, until I thought about her body trying to get as much stimulation as possible. I dug my fingers into the fur of her hips and she purred for a moment, then I shoved myself into her hard without prepping her first. Brow, she yelled, and then I did my best to make her come as much as possible. I used every trick I knew. I played with her breasts and nipples, I scratched her back, pulled her tail, rubbed her head and tugged on her ears, and I even held onto the scruff of her neck. She loved every single second of it. I wasn't surprised when I felt my favorite press her bare breasts into my back and licked my neck. I was sure that she could tell I was nearing the brink and was waiting for me to give it to her. Are you still too old for kittens? I asked the older Catwoman below me between thrusts. I don't know, she yelled, and that was enough to get me to go. I pulled out and turned to my favorite and stored the condom, paid to clean it, then equipped it again. I shoved myself into her to make her meow loudly, then stored the condom and filled her up again. Her vibrating purr shook me all over. It was that strong. If we keep doing this, even though I'm not one of your people, you're going to get pregnant, I whispered to her as I pulled out and she turned around to hug me. I sincerely hope so, my favorite whispered back as she looked deep into my eyes. You don't know how rare it is for a mate to do other females and yet saves themselves for their favorite. I call you that in my head because I can't say your name, I said and kissed her. My favorite. Her purr intensified and her clawed hands dug into my long black hair. You need a bath. I don't have any place to put the water, I said. Allow me. She purred and knelt beside the bed to lick me off and cleaned me up. Thank you, savior, the older Catwoman said as the 3 decoys helped her out of the room. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The next Catwoman came in and she was in a similar state. I let her smell fill my nostrils and got back to work. It ended up that 19 of the females had entered a false heat cycle, which I learned later was apparently low, considering how well I did them all when I healed them. They had been the ones that had gone the longest between mates, too. With my job done, I settled into that small room, just so I wouldn't be assaulted. After all the cat women and the sex therapy and everything, my favorite and her 3 decoys stayed in the next room instead of with me. Without a word, I held my hand out to the free Martin that had stood in the corner of the room the entire time. She took my hand and stepped close, so I slowly stripped her down and felt her cottony softness all over. Thank you for her standing guard. I whispered to her. You are my tup. She whispered back. I am going to make love to you all night. I whispered and kissed her black lips. You need rest. She whispered and kissed me back. What I need is to feel all of you all over me. I pulled her down onto the bed. All day and half the night, it's just been rough sex, and more rough sex. You enjoyed it? She said, then bleated a little as I slid between her legs and slowly entered her without the condom on. I did. I kissed her again. I'm also going to enjoy this. I did. So did she. She claimed that she wasn't sure why I was doing it with her when I had more cat women than any maid had the right to, and I told her that sometimes, softness and gentleness were its own reward. I pretty much drove her crazy for the rest of the night. She didn't even complain when my favorite would enter the room quietly and took the load when it was necessary. We stayed for another day and I made sure to keep the ones in false heat satisfied, which stopped them from going insane from their desire to mate. Thankfully, none of the other women entered a false heat and I had a lot of free time. Time that I had used to try and heal the children while the women worked at their jobs. I had asked the 2 cat women running the school if I could play games with the kids. They weren't going to agree until I said I was going to heal them and give them their tails back. They both purred and agreed immediately. I stood at the front of the room with the youngest children, that ranged in ages from 5 to 10, and explained the first game I wanted to play. The game I want you all to play is called Cat and Mouse. Nearly all the kids giggled at the name and I explained the rules. One of them, usually the fastest, was picked to be the mouse and everyone had to try and catch them. Not surprisingly, they all perked up at a hunting game and I had all of their attention. Now, who's the fastest runner? I asked and nearly half of the class raised their hands. An argument started and then stopped again when I laughed. Great. We'll have lots of you to take turns. I said and no one argued over how fast they were. All right, we'll start with this little cutie right here. I walked over to her and knelt. Hi, there. Can you be the first little mouse that has to escape the cats? She smiled and nodded. Thank you. I said and scratched her ear, then I picked her up. We have our first mouse. I said and raised her hand to show her off a little. Each round is only 5 meows or until someone can capture this little darling. We'll do it in 2. One of the others said loudly. If you can. I said as a challenge. Then we can pick another mouse and keep going. I looked at the little girl in my arms. Then after a short rest, you can be the cat and do your best to catch the next mouse, okay? She nodded again. I've already set up the boundaries outside, so let's go out there and have some fun. Yay. The kids yelled and we all went outside. The kids aged 11 to 15 from the other room came out to watch as well. I was fine with that, because they would be next to play when I had given all the young kids their tails back. I had obstacles set up for them to jump over, run through, climb on, shimmy under, and dodge around. I also had an outer boundary that if you crossed it, you were out of bounds and out of the game. I had the cats start on one side of the arena and walk 20 feet away and knelt. Do your best and show them what a fast little mouse can do. I said to the little girl. She giggled and nodded. On your marks, I said and heard several low growls. Get set, I said and felt the coiled tension in the girl I held. Go. I yelled and let her go. She took off as her paw feet dug into the dirt. A second later, 20 cats ran by me after her. I quickly ran off to the side to watch with the 2 cat women and I had to admit that the game I had come up with was absolutely perfect for them. The little girl laughed and laughed as she deftly avoided being grabbed several times and dodged both obstacles and the other children like a professional athlete. Her time was soon going to run out, though. I saw her slow slightly as she got tired, then one of the other kids lunged at the perfect time. Ah! The girl yelled as she was tackled to the ground. I was there instantly, which shocked the hell out of everyone on the sidelines, and I caught both children before they seriously hurt themselves. They only had a few bumps and several scrapes, which was a relief. Good job. I said to the both of them. Let me just heal you up and we can keep playing. I cast major healing on the both of them. It's all right if it stings a little. That just tells you it's working. After a few seconds, both children were fine. They're all better, I said and helped them stand up. There was a collective gasp when the others saw the two kids had their tails back. Who wants to be the mouse next? Not only did all of the young kids put up their hands, the older kids on the sidelines put their hands up, too. Don't worry. You'll all get your chance to be the mouse, I said and they all purred. 056 meowing goodbye. All of the kids had a great day. Not only did they enjoy their fun new game, they all got their tails back. When their mothers came back from work, they were all shocked and surprised. They had no idea that their kids would have their tails restored as well. My status as their savior was raised even higher, even though there was nothing I could do about their living arrangements. It made them laugh when I said as much to them. We've accepted our position in life, savior. The older cat woman said. I haven't accepted it, I said and everyone laughed again. You really are a strange hero, she said and everyone nodded, which was still an odd sight to see them all move their heads at the same time. I can't help wanting you free of this place, I said. This place is safe for us, she said. We can work and eat and raise our children. All things we might not have had if we hadn't been brought here. She glanced at the cat woman that had met the other hero. You have heard her story. I let out a sigh and nodded. All right. I can't let you all go through what she did, so I won't crush this place to the ground and let you go free. That's where your thinking is at fault, savior. The older cat woman said. We are as free here as we always have been. The only difference is that we don't have to deal with mates. So the guards won't bother you? I asked. No. They are still constrained by the rules. If they give us trouble, they will be removed and replaced. That's both a relief and a little sad. How are you going to find another mate? I asked. She hissed a laugh and waved at everyone. What do we say to that? You are our mate, all of the cat women I had slept with said. I stared at them and didn't know what to say. It doesn't matter that you can't stay and need to leave. You claimed us, even knowing what happened to us, the older cat woman said with a low purr. You even made me want your kittens, and I haven't wanted anyone's kittens in over 20 turns. I knew what to say to that statement. I stood up and took her hand. I'm not leaving until morning. Her purr got loud and a ripple of both surprise, chittering, and purrs flowed over everyone else. I led her from the gathering and took her to the small room. My favorite didn't complain when I didn't need her to take the shot. I didn't get any flashes of divine sight as I filled the older cat lady up. Either she wasn't going to get pregnant or I wasn't allowed to see the result, if any. I spent the next few hours with every single one of the cat women and shocked them by filling them up, too. I surprised myself with my ability to produce so much, then remembered my massive recovery and regeneration abilities. My body had no problems producing so much sperm. They all left the little room with a thank you and promised they would pray to their goddess for it to work, because they all wanted my kittens. Once again, the very last one was the cat woman who knew the other hero. I told her that she didn't need to do what she did before and I took her like her people normally took their mates. She meowed loudly as I did, because she hadn't done it like that in years. I finished inside her and her purr rumbled as much as the others. She thanked me for the gift and left the room both satisfied and happy. It's finally our time, my favorite said. She and the other 3 cat women piled on top of me and pretty much did what they wanted. I didn't object in the least. When they were done and sated, I easily extracted myself from the bed and took out a blanket for myself and the free Martin to use. We bedded down on the floor and I made love to her. She kept whispering something and I had to smile when she kept thanking me for saving her for last. She also didn't mind that I finished inside of her, since we didn't have my favorite available to take it for her. Just like the cat women, she thanked me for the gift, too. The next morning, we left the prison. Not surprisingly, there were no tearful goodbyes. That was not how things normally happened. I was hugged, petted, licked, kissed, and tickled as I walked by the procession into the main building. When I reached the 3 cooks, I whispered that I had left a few things for them in the kitchen. Their tails swished happily and they let out purrs, knowing that I meant I had left some of the tasty meat. The cat women covered their faces and I equipped my full armor set before we entered the building. We went to the guard that handed out the badges and handed ours in. I could have easily duplicated them, but the cat women were right. Rescuing them from being rescued was less than pointless. They were happy, they were together, and they liked their lives. They were as free as they were ever going to be and they were satisfied with that. Even the Catwoman that knew the hero had said that she traveled all this way to be here and she wasn't going to leave to try and be on her own again. She had made her choice and chose this life. There was no other life for her. We walked through the doors and saw the guard waiting for us. The huge guard stood as he gave us stern glares and we stopped in front of him. Do not speak of what you saw here to anyone. Our clan's shame cannot be known. Don't worry, I said from inside my armor. I understand the importance now. Good, he said and lost the stern glare. Now get out. I chuckled. I have a question, if it's not too much trouble. The huge guard sighed, so I took that as permission. Can you hire people to go hunting for meat for the prisoners? I asked and the Catwomen with me let out low hisses. I'm sure they'll share. We can't spare people to hunt meat for 200 prisoners. The guard said. We would depopulate the area and no one would have meat. I opened my mouth to say that with the dragon dead, there would be more game available, then wasn't sure if that was true, not this far away. Thanks for telling me and for answering the question, I said. By the way, the women and children inside are going to want to buy a few things, now that they have money. The guard didn't say anything, so I stepped by him. I'm just warning you to be careful and to not try taking it from them, I said with a smile, even though he couldn't see it. They are my mates. The guard let out a surprised hiss at my words and I left the prison in a much better mood than I thought was possible. I thought that saving people was what I was supposed to do, because I was a summoned hero. I was starting to learn that wasn't the whole truth. I could only save the people that wanted to be saved. I also couldn't put my own morality up as steadfast rule, since what I thought was proper was not necessarily the same thing as what was actually proper. The different societies had their own way of dealing with things. Even if I didn't agree with them, that was how it was done, and I had to accept that. What was actually funny was that it was the prisoners that asked me to leave them alone and not the guards or the rulers of the clan. That was definitely a new experience for me. We went back to the house we had been assigned and I had barely opened the door when there was a clang of metal and a young wolf woman was plastered to my chest. You're alive. She yelled and licked my lips and my face as she wagged her tail. I didn't even try to stop her and let her get it out of her system. She calmed down after a few minutes and then I explained what had happened at the prison. The Free Martin confirmed it and the Catwomen agreed as well, so the wolf woman relaxed and let me go. She took my armored hand and led me inside the house to the bed she had claimed and climbed on. I didn't need any more prompting, since I was supposed to have come back 2 days ago to do this for her. I helped her scratch her itchy crotch with my penis several times, fairly quickly, then I bundled the now sleeping wolf up and gathered the badgers. We piled into the cart and the Free Martin drove us through the town. When we approached the center near the main building, the clan leader, his wife, his other daughter who was now the first princess, and their son were there. You are really leaving? The clan leader said, clearly disappointed. I checked it out and liked the area a lot. My favorite said. It's progressed well and it's only going to get better. You wouldn't have to. His voice trailed off before he could say that she wouldn't have to stay there with the others. It was too blatant of a lie to speak out loud, even for him. I will be back. My favorite said. I won't be the same person. She's not the same person right now, I said, and they all looked at me. Would the old first princess have willingly spent 3 days inside the prison? No, she and her family said as one, then they all chuckled. I'll do my best to finish my mission as soon as possible and then she will come back. I promised. Keep her safe. The clan leader ordered. She can keep herself safe, I responded. I'll step in when it's necessary. Both my favorite and her mother purred. Good journey, daughter, her mother said. Mother, she said and gave me a look. You don't need my permission to go hug them, I said, and she leapt from the cart and ran over to them. She hugged her mother first, then her sister, then her little brother. She saved her father for last and gave him a hug. He put his arms around her and held her for only a moment, then he let her go. Goodbye, she said to them and ran over to the cart and jumped into the back. The Free Martin flicked the reins and the horse trotted by them. We continued on out of the town and traveled for some distance in a long time before one of the badgers spoke. Make right here, he said and pointed. There wasn't a road there and he insisted that there was. The Free Martin shrugged and turned the cart that way and the horse walked right towards the rough ground, only to have it part and show a smooth road. We were still going westward, so I didn't object that it was too big of a detour. We drove on for another few hours, then we stopped to rest and eat. The badgers wouldn't tell us anything of what to expect, except that we would arrive there after dark. My search spell only gave me topographical information, so I would have to wait until we were near wherever we were going to find out what it was going to be like. Just like everywhere else I've gone so far on this world, I thought with a smile. 057 Melody. We approached the town and I wasn't surprised that there were several large beings out front. My auto-identifier told me they were a type of oxen, as if the long horns sticking out a foot on each side of their heads wasn't enough of a giveaway. The thing was, even though they weren't wearing revealing clothing, they were definitely female. It was the first time that I had seen females of any species that were over a foot taller than me. They had always been equal size or smaller. We came to a stop near them and the lead badger quickly hopped out of the cart and ran over to talk to them. They must have talked in code names, because I didn't understand a single thing. It was quite the ingenious way to get around the language skill that was granted by the goddess, since proper names didn't get translated. Two of the oxen women came over to the cart and they sniffed at me. One let out a huff and almost choked. I haven't had a chance to take a bath in a while, I said, and her head turned to me. Her face was covered and I still knew she was sneering at me. You've laid with them, she said and waved at the cat women. The men, about 150 others. I bragged and she let out another startled huff. Is it true you carry the Melody's property? The other oxen woman asked. That's what I'm here to discuss with her, I said. How do you know she is a her? She asked. It was just a guess, I said. I have yet to find one of you to be in charge, so it was about time. She huffed and stepped around to look in the cart. The wolfling and the cats need to stay out. I don't suppose asking why will make you tell me, will it? I asked and she shook her head. I'll leave the free marten here as well. She is exempt, as per the treaty signed by the top of her settlement, the oxen woman said and waved at the cat women and the young wolf woman. Their clan and pack leaders have not agreed to freedom of passage for business. That's because we know what that business is, my favorite said. Not your business to know, the oxen woman said and looked at the free marten. The choice to stay or come is yours. My new tup will want me along, the free marten said. The oxen woman looked at me, shrugged, and stepped back. I'm hoping this won't be long, I said as I stepped off of the cart. The free marten pulled it off the road and tied the reins to a tree. I don't know what's going to happen inside, so be prepared to wait for a while. I gave each of them a scratch and a hug and the free marten walked beside me as the 12 badgers led us past the guards. One of the oxen women came with us, too. I used search and updated my map with everything in the area, including all of the red dots of the oxen and badgers inside the town. I looked around with my eyes and saw that the place was a lot more modern than everywhere else. That was surprising, considering we were on a world that was set in medieval times. The male oxen, not surprisingly, were about 2 feet taller than the women and overly muscular. I tried to not stare at the muscles on muscles they had and it was difficult. They looked like those professional bodybuilders that overdid the workouts and steroids. The females, on the other hand, looked like the fitness women that were training to compete professionally. They had well-defined muscles and were very close to having it be a little too much. Our group approached a very nice building, an actual modern building with 5 floors and windows, and the 2 male oxen there nodded to the female and let her pass. The doors were sized for them, so I felt like a kid as she led us through the huge things. In fact, everything inside was sized for the largest oxen. There were 15-foot-high ceilings, extra high counters and desks with chairs to match, and even the stairs to go up were spaced for their longer legs and wider strides. I really did feel like a kid having to take 2 steps on each stair to take the next one. Are all the buildings like this? I asked, not really expecting an answer. Only the main ones, the female oxen said as she slowed her pace to let me keep up. I didn't complain, because it gave me a very nice view of her ass as it swayed and her tail didn't obstruct the view at all. I felt my erection grow and tried to avert my gaze. Whoa, down boy, I thought and tried to look at just her back. I immediately realized that it would be the same sight I would see if I was mounting her from behind and I grew hard. God damn it. There was a deep intake of breath through the female oxen's nose and then she huffed in surprise. Double god damn it, I thought. She can smell it when I'm horny. To my surprise, She didn't say anything and kept walking up the stairs. I gave up trying to fight it, since she already knew about me being excited by the sight, and I stared at her ass the entire time. We went all the way up to the 5th floor and I enjoyed every moment. The female oxen came to a stop in front of a set of large double doors with 2 male oxen guards. The 2 guards opened the doors for us and the female oxen led us inside. It was the most opulent space I had ever seen. Gold was everywhere. Expensive silks and cloth adorned the walls, tables, and even the floor in some spots. Velvet-covered pedestals with expensive vases and ornaments on them were scattered almost haphazardly all over the open area. There were even statues of different beast people near the walls. At the far side of the room was another set of double doors, only without guards. The female oxen led us over to the doors and opened them, then she knelt on one knee and spoke. "Great Melindy, I have brought the coon retrieval party." "So soon?" a melodious woman's voice asked. I looked around for her and couldn't see anything. Her dot wasn't showing up on my map, so I cast search again to try and find her. "That won't work on me," the woman's voice said with a laugh, and then something stood up across the room. She had been sitting right there in front of us in a chair. In plain sight. She hadn't been hiding somewhere or projecting her voice like I had first thought. Would it be unfair of me if I asked what that skill was? I asked and she laughed. "Unfair? All I am is unfair," she said and waved for the oxen woman to stand and move out of the way. "Your identify spell won't work on me, either. It's an auto-identifier, actually. I don't have to consciously cast it." "Very nice," she said and looked at my armor with an appraising eye. "That was not made here." "No," I said. "I brought it with me when I was summoned." Her smile widened and she walked over to us. So, she finally decided to give up on the rest of us. I'm sure she had a good reason. I said and pointed with a thumb over my shoulder at all of the stuff in the other room. "You must have given up on the mission a long time ago to gather that much loot. It was a pointless quest. No one has ever found the source of all this madness." She responded. "How long did you look?" I asked, curious. 2 years. She said. "Is that all?" I asked and she frowned. "Don't you want to go home?" Her frown was replaced by a scowl. "I can't go home." I looked at her human face and understood. "You're a carrier." She made her hands into fists and let out a growl. Her visage of humanity disappeared with her anger and I saw what she really looked like. A badger. A honey badger to be exact. One of the most vicious animals to exist on Earth, and since the beast virus made you become a reflection of your inherent traits, she must have been a real piece of work after being summoned. "You killed my people and have my property," she said and took a step forward. "Hand it all over. Now." "Actually, I killed all the coons that had gathered all that loot, which means I own it, not you," I said. She let out a loud growl and the badgers around me and the free marten growled, too. The female oxen stepped close and looked ready to fight as well. The tension ratcheted up for several seconds as we all stood there, then I held up my hands in surrender and burst out laughing. Everyone seemed to relax and Melindy lost her angry look and the growl. "I'm not here to cause trouble," I said. "I even had one of the badgers come around with me and keep track of the loot he claimed was yours." "You did?" She looked at the head badger, who nodded. "I don't mind handing most of it over," I started to say and she growled. "Minus a carrying fee for bringing it all this way." She looked at the badgers and back at me. "You killed my gatherers. No fee." "That was kind of an accident," I said and chuckled. I had just woken up from sleeping with the cat princess and the guards said they were fighting off intruders that were trying to steal my loot. She looked at the lead badger. "You didn't declare why you were there." "No one guarded first hut. We gather and then we attacked." I said. "Why we there?" "They kill rest." "I stopped the fight as soon as I arrived," I said. "I even brought their bodies back in case you wanted them, or their families wanted them." She gave me a weird look, as if trying to determine if I was lying or not. I put a blanket down and took out the bodies of the dead badgers. I didn't even loot them. Melindy looked at them and nodded. "All right. I will believe you for now." "You? That's a relief," I said. "So, do you have a room where I can drop off all this stuff? It's a pain in the ass carrying it all." She gave me that same look. "I can't do anything with it. I can't sell it or give it away," so it's just taking up a ton of space. I said and tapped the side of my helm. I want to dump it as soon as possible. We need to discuss the fee. She said. We can do that on the way. I looked at the female oxen. Lead the way, please. You want to stare at my ass again? She asked and took in a sniff. You are still hard for me. It's really not fair that you can tell. I said. You do realize that the males have penis bones that are over 2 feet long. Melindy said. That just means I can't go deep enough to get her pregnant. I said as a joke. The free marten let out a bleat of laughter, the badgers let out surprised squeaks, and the female oxen let out a huff of surprise. Would you really try to have sex with her, even knowing the danger? Melindy asked. I'm pretty sure she can't crush me, I started to say, and the female oxen laughed. That's not what I meant. Melindy said. Look at what happened to me, just from casual touching and a little nick of a claw when shaking hands. Or paws. I call them pod hands in my head. I said and waved the female oxen forward. I have a mate. She said as she walked past. He won't mind me admiring you, will he? No. He will see it as a sign of respect and pride. Then give him my compliments on finding such a fine mate. The female oxen nodded and walked ahead of us. She swayed her hips a little more and her tail whipped from side to side. You're just showing off now because you know I can't get any harder or do anything with it. I commented and she laughed, which echoed in the large room we passed through. The badgers followed us and were bewildered at the conversation going on. We went down a floor and entered another room. This one had piles of things that looked unsorted. About your fee. Melindy said. 20%. I said. Outrageous. She growled. 5%. The mental strain alone is worth that. I smiled. 18. She made fists with her pawed hands. I'll rip you out of that tin can if you keep insulting me. I chuckled and walked over to the corner that didn't have much stuff in it. The badgers quickly cleared the other things out of the way and I dropped the first load of stolen goods. 15. I asked as her eyes darted over all the new and shiny things. She let out a growl and I dropped the next load. 12? I asked and dropped the next load. How much did the coons have? Melindy asked, surprised at the amount. If my guess is right, they've been hoarding a lot more than they've been telling you they've been finding for you. I said. If you hadn't noticed, I'm not asking you for their fee, either. Melindy looked at the piles of loot. 10, and it's limited to coinage and not things. Easily done. I said and waved my hand around and filled the corner with stuff, right up to the ceiling. The female oxen let out several huffs of surprise and the badgers staggered back, because they hadn't realized how much loot there had been in all the coon huts. Why? Melindy asked as she stared at me. I already told you. This stuff was just sitting in my inventory and I couldn't do anything with it. I said. No. Why aren't you trying to keep any of it? She asked. For what? I don't live here and can't use it. I also doubt that any of the people I've met so far could afford to buy any of this, and the people who could afford it already have it. I looked at the piles of gold items and laughed. Or used to have it. Coons are almost as sneaky as you, apparently. Melindy gave me a look and then let out a laugh herself. You must dine with me tonight. I have people waiting for me outside the town. I said. That wasn't a request. The female oxen said. I can't leave them out there and they aren't allowed inside, so I'll go out there and wait, then come back. Alone. Melindy said. You know, you can just be honest with me. I looked into her beady badger eyes. You're going to try and seduce me, aren't you? Melindy hesitated for a moment, then she spoke. Yes. You know I'm going to leave, even if that somehow worked. I said. No, you'll become like me and you can stay. I chuckled. You know it doesn't work like that. It has before. Melindy said and her claws grew out. It depends on the method of delivery and how many times it happens. I held up my hands to stop her. Look, I don't want any part of whatever this is. You came here to drop off your property. That's it. I said. That you're a summoned person doesn't change what I've set out to do. Will you still want to do the mission when you're infected? Melindy asked. Especially then. I said and she gave me a growl. No, I'm not questioning your choices. I don't have that right, until you try to take my own choices away. Melody withdrew her claws and then her human visage covered her again. It seems that I'm not very hungry after all. I nodded and walked over to her, stored my gauntlet and quickly scratched her chin with my bare fingers. She was so startled by it that she couldn't react before I equipped my gauntlet again. I might be back to have that dinner in the future, I said and walked over to the Free Martin, took her hand, and left the room. We were halfway down the stairs to the ground floor before the female oxen reached us. She escorted us back through the town to where the cart and the cat women and the wolf woman waited for us. When you return, my sister would like to meet you. Let me guess. She's shorter than you, I said with a chuckle. She's a runt, the female oxen said and laughed. It's a date, I said and climbed onto the cart next to the Free Martin. We backtracked several hours to make it back to the main road and then continued on our journey to the West Wall. 058, the West Wall. The cart was surprisingly lighter without the 12 badgers. The things were only tiny and would take 3 of them to make up one person, and yet they must have weighted a lot more than they looked. In any case, the horse made remarkable time to the next village. This one was filled with pigs. The squeals of fright from them was both funny and sad. They were also the only humanist species that were too fat to walk on their hind legs alone. They still stood up to do things, but, to go anywhere, they dropped to all fours and waddled to where they needed to go. It was really weird to ride through the village and pass through a street, have everyone on the street squeal bloody murder and drop to all fours, then very slowly try to run away. The funniest part was that they had an inn. An actual inn. We had to stop for the night and the place was immediately and very slowly deserted. Luckily, they left notes everywhere for how much rooms were, the food if we wanted it was in troughs in the back, and checkout time was noon the next day. I left the money on the counter, positive that when we left the main room, someone would be back to collect it. We all settled in the same room, one of the largest, and actually slept. None of us had done that in quite some time, so it was a relief to relax in the knowledge that the locals were too scared to bother us. In fact, we had such a great time that I promised to come back and stay for a while. It was just too relaxing of a spot to not take advantage of it. It actually took us 2 more weeks of traveling to get to the wall, even with the faster horse. The downside to that was there was a reason most of the area was called countryside. There were no other towns or villages on the road we were using. I had thought it was main road, since it looked to be used a lot. Then we arrived at the massive half-city that had grown out of the infection research station and I saw what a main road really was. They were huge and went all over the place. The road we were on was more like an old country road in comparison. It made me realize why some of the inhabitants were afraid of newcomers, because they were so rare. That wasn't the biggest revelation I had, though. No, it was the wall. The West Wall was huge. We had seen it from miles away and as we approached, the scale was massive. Absolutely massive. When they wanted to cut off a country with magic, they did it with style. It was 1,000 feet high and went on for as far as the eye could see. It didn't vary in height at all, no matter what terrain was in front of it, which was none. Everything within a mile of the thing had been completely stripped. Hills, valleys, forests, and even part of a mountain were just gone, as if nothing had been there before. It was both scary because of the scale, and impressive because of what amount of magic it would take to accomplish such a thing. Fortunately, they didn't let that mile of emptiness go to waste. What farmer wouldn't want perfectly flat ground to grow crops in? As we approached the outer edge of the city, which also had a short wall 100 feet tall around it, I saw all different kinds of beast people working in the fields and none of them had their faces covered, which was a surprise. Apparently, the taboo of keeping the beast strain you had a secret wasn't in effect here. My first glimpse of an equity humanist was a strong horseman walking half bent over as he pulled a huge plow tied behind him and a human sat on it. The 10-foot-tall horseman noticed us as well, because his head jerked up and he let out a neighing shout. I was shocked when our horse returned it and saw the tail flick back and forth and the head nod. Oh. What is it? The Free Martin asked. Pull over, quick, I said and she did so. I hopped down and quickly unhooked the horse from the cart. Steve. What are you doing? The man on the plow yelled as the horseman tore his harness into pieces and took off running across the field towards us. Steve didn't answer because he was drooling too much. I just barely managed to get the horse turned in time as the horseman leapt over the 6-foot-high fence and landed with skidding hooves right behind the mare. His pants had proven inadequate because his 3-foot erection had already escaped, so he tore his pants open and his huge penis angled down to the perfect position. We all watched in fascination as he neighed softly to our horse and caressed her hips. She lifted her tail for him and he eased himself into her. All of himself. Jesus. I whispered and held the horse steady as the horseman had his way with her. They both made pleasure noises and they both enjoyed it as it went on for quite some time. The man on the plow had plenty of time to walk all the way across the field to us. "Steve, what are you doing to that poor mare?" the man asked. "Steve's not home right now. Please try again later," I joked and the man looked at me. I doubt he can speak his own name right now. The man climbed over the fence and walked around Steve and the mare to stand beside me. "Hey. Look at that," he said and shook his head at the blank expression on Steve's face. "I haven't seen him act like this before." "Me, either," I said and the man looked at me with raised eyebrows. "Yeah, no time for jokes." He nodded and we all stood there and waited for their mating to end. It took a while. Steve the horseman finally let out a neighing yell and started shaking, then the mare did, too. It took him several minutes to finish, which also shocked me, then he extracted himself from the mare. He caressed her hips again and then walked around to the front of the horse. He spoke to her in a whisper and even though I was standing right there, I couldn't make out what he said. "Steve, you can't," the man said and Steve didn't stop talking, or whatever it was he was doing. Steve lifted the mare's head and they played their lips over each other, flicked their tongues, and nipped at each other playfully. "By the sun's grace, you can't," the man exclaimed. Steve finally stopped and turned his head to look at the man, anger clear in his eyes. "Don't you dare tell me that I can't love my life mate." "Steve. She not even an approved mare," the man said. "I don't care," Steve said and pet the mare's head. "She will have my colts and she will be loved and taken care of for the rest of her life," he said as he turned to her, his voice soft and full of love. "You will be brushed every day, fed whenever you want to be fed, and our colts will be the prize of all equity." The mare let out a happy neigh and rubbed her muzzle on his. "I'm so sorry," the man said to me. "Steve here doesn't understand all of the things he's doing wrong right now. Love can never be wrong," Steve said. For some reason, I immediately thought of my sister. If it's not the right kind of love, then yes, it can. "Strange armored man," Steve said and looked at me. "What do I need to do for you to allow me to be with my life mate?" "Steve, you can't just offer yourself up like that," the man said with a sigh. I looked at the very happy horse and then at Steve's face. I reached a hand out. "Shake my hand." Steve gave me an odd look and put his partially hoofed hand in mine. It only had 2 large fingers and a thumb, which was a first for me, so it was an odd feeling shaking it. "It was nice doing business with you," I said and let his hand go to pat the mare's head. "You did a great job bringing us all the way here," I said to her, then looked at the cart. "I guess we need to buy another horse. And supplies," the free Martin said. "And a nice bed," the young wolf woman said. "Doing it with you on just a blanket isn't as fun anymore." The man stared at me and Steve let out a neighing laugh. "You need to come to the stable with me. I will pull my mate's burden for her until then," Steve said. "We have to finish the field," the man said. "I will work tonight to make it up." The man knew when he was defeated and shook his head. "No, that's all right. I'll let you off of work for the rest of today," he said and then smiled. "You owe me a jug of brew." Steve neighed agreement and nodded. We hooked up the cart to Steve's hips and he took the mare's reins to walk her beside us. Both the man and I climbed onto the cart and Steve took us into town. Needless to say, we gained a lot of attention because of it. Even I had to admit that a 10-foot-tall horseman, pulling a cart and walking his mate, that he constantly talked to and muttered sweet nothings to, was definitely a sight to see. We came to a stop near the very outer edge of the city and we discovered that the stable was actually a mansion that was made into a stable. Horse people were everywhere, as were horses. Both males and females of people and horses roamed freely. Young horses and children, or I guess they would all be called colts, be they humanist or horse, ran around and played, too. It was both weird and nice to see. "This is as far as I go," the man said and Steve came to a stop. "See you tomorrow, Steve." Steve nodded and continued on into the main part of the stable. "You can leave your cart here. We have storage areas for things like them." No one will steal it. I would store it if I thought someone would steal it, I said and helped unhook him. In fact, maybe I'll do just that, I said as the others climbed out of the cart. I stored it and Steve just stared at me. Who do I talk to about buying a horse? The manager, of course, Steve said and unhooked the straps around the mare's waist. He passed them to me and I stored them. He left the face harness and reins on her and started walking. She will want to meet my life mate and to make our pairing official. Do you need her approval? I asked. No, it is just a formality. She strives for the best pairings and helps when she can, Steve said. She has helped many of my people breed strong colts. Well, you didn't need her help today, I said and he let out a neighing laugh. She assigned me to that field by the road a week ago, because I can break the fresh ground better than the others. I had to laugh at his reasoning, because she actually did help him find a mate. We followed him through the stable to a large office and he knocked on the door. It opened and a horsewoman was there. Like most of the females of the other species, she had an almost human face and humanoid-shaped body, except that her legs were strong and muscular. She only had on a thin top and shorts, so it showed off a lot of her body. Hello, Marie. Is Paula in? Steve asked. Marie looked at the mare he held the reins of and I could tell that she didn't recognize her. You didn't? Steve nodded. I met my life mate on the road by my field. Marie looked at my armored form and frowned. I don't recognize the armor. It's not from here, I said. I'm visiting from very far away. The cat women hissed a laugh and the free marten let out a single bleat of amusement. The young wolf woman stood there and didn't react. Wait here and I'll see if she's free, Marie said and shut the door. She didn't even invite us in to sit down to wait, I said and everyone looked at me. She could be gone for a while and I would rather sit down. Then we will sit, the free marten said and waved at the floor. I shrugged and sat down next to the wall across from the door and the cats piled around me. I wasn't sure how the wolf woman managed to get herself mixed in there, too. I don't like this armor, the young wolf woman said as she leaned against my crotch. I can't feel you through it. You know I get excited when you do, I said and she let out a playful growl and her tail wagged. The free marten stood beside us with her hand on the hilt of her sword. None of us removed our face coverings as we waited for however long the stable manager named Paula was going to make us wait. I knew she was going to make us stay there for a while, because that was always something that a person in power always does. They want to prove that they have the power and they make you wait until they are ready to see you, or so they say. They usually just waste time as they waited for us to wait. I held in my chuckle at that, because I had taken my old foreman's business meetings to heart. When someone requested a meeting, it happened right away, and not later or when it was more convenient and less busy. I think that was why the business went so well, I thought. Then I started thinking about what other businesses I could start when I went back. I let my mind drift over all of the possibilities and absently stroked the cat women in my arms. 059 A fair mare exchange. It took me a while to come up with the idea of a mining operation. Maybe an international mining operation. It wouldn't take much to lay claims in different countries around the world and then hire office workers to take care of the paperwork. They wouldn't even have to be actually mined. I had several hundred tons of pure ore in my inventory for everything. I would just need to find the proper places on my earth where the majority of those metals can be found and then open a mine there. If I did that, I could also invest into an ore refinery. It would be a bit superfluous, since the ore is practically pure, but it would let me funnel my gold coinage into it and I could legally convert a lot of it into spendable cash. The best part about it would be if I became a recognizable international organization, because I could store my gold in the United States Federal Reserve and I wouldn't have to worry about trying to sell it off as coins anymore. I was just getting into a little fantasy where I was appointing my government worker Mr. Graham to be in charge of my gold and stocks reserves when the door to the office opened and Marie stepped out. Miss Paula will see you now, Marie said with a smile. None of us said finally, like I was sure we were all thinking, and we all stood up and went into the office. Like everywhere else, it was huge and sized for 10-foot-tall horses. We were led through the smaller outer office and into a much larger inner office and I was once again surprised to see a horsewoman. Paula was just like the other horsewomen I had seen, with extended body, muscular bottom legs with hooves for feet, and an ample chest with a long neck and a mostly normal human female face, except that she was completely white. Her skin, fur, hair, hands, nose, hooves, and eyes were so white that if it had been snowing, you wouldn't have seen her. The only slightly different color was the rim around the pupil of her eye that was a light winter blue. She sat in an oversized chair with her powerful legs crossed, her tail lightly swaying to the side, and her odd hands clacking the partial hooves together as she waited for us all to enter her office. Her odd eyes observed us all and then she looked directly at Steve. "What have I told you about looking for a mate outside of the approved list?" Paula asked. "I wasn't looking and I haven't been looking for the last 2 days," Steve said. Then suddenly, this absolute beauty appeared on the road near where I was plowing. Paula raised a hand to stop him. "I don't need the details," she said and turned her head to look at me. "I assume you can speak to her heritage and her breeding stock." "Actually, my free Martin can do that," I said and waved to the woman next to me. "She lives in the settlement where the Tup gave us the horse and cart." The free Martin nodded. "It's true. We are a small settlement and keep strict breeding rules in place. Only the strongest may mate to ensure the best stock and we keep them pure until such time as they are chosen by a stallion." Paula nodded her head and let out a soft neigh. "That's very good." She stood up and she was 11 feet tall, even taller than Steve. Although, if her neck wasn't so long, she would probably only be about 9 feet or so. She stalked over to us with an odd gait, as if she had hurt her leg or ankle a long time ago and it had healed badly. Steve stood proudly as Paula inspected his life mate, even her teeth, and then she stood up and nodded. "You have chosen well, Steve. She really is a prime female," Paula said, her voice full of approval and her face full of amusement. Steve and the mare let out neighs of happiness. "You will be moved to an appropriate stall that will be necessary for your needs." "Thank you, stable master," Steve said and looked like he could barely contain his enthusiasm. "I assume you are going to start breeding as soon as possible?" Paula asked. "I already have," Steve said and puffed his chest out. I could not resist this beauty for even a second. The mare let out a neigh and both Paula and Marie let out matching neighs as if laughing. "Give her a bit of a rest as you both settle in," Paula said and pet the mare. "Welcome to the stable, undecipherable horse sounds, ... The mare let out a neigh of thanks and Steve turned her around. "Thank you, strange armored man," Steve said with a nod and led the mare out of the office. Both he and the mare waved their tails happily as they left. "Strange metal man," Paula said with a neighing chuckle. "He didn't even ask your name." "He was a bit besotted with the mare to bother with things like that," I said. "Why are you not angry about losing your means of transport?" Paula asked. "I assumed that I could buy another one," I said and the secretary chomped her teeth. "I guess that's a bad thing to assume. Horses are treated differently here," Paula said. "They are not things to be owned and burdened, unless they choose to be." I had to think about that. "Is there anyone around that I could, say, hire to carry our burden?" Paula waved my question away. "We owe you for bringing such a fine mare into our community," she said and walked over to her desk. "I have several people that need to redeem themselves for our society, and having them be a beast of burden for you should punish them enough to regret their crimes. I don't want criminals pulling my cart or around my people," I said and the cat women purred, the wolf woman growled, and the free marten softly bleated. "Our definitions of crimes might differ," Paula said as she turned and sat on the edge of her desk. "Mating with another mate's mate. Cold calling. Urinating in or taking a neighbor's food. Loosely translated into adultery, murder, or disciplining, mischief and stealing." I thought. Can I see these people and maybe hear their crimes before choosing one to suffer the indignation that pulling a cart will give them? "I don't see why not," Paula said. "I will warn you that we have both males and females that have committed those crimes. I'm an equal opportunity reformer," I said with a smile, even though she couldn't see it. "I would normally let Marie handle this part," Paula said and walked back over to us. "However, I think I want to learn more about you, strange armored man." I chuckled and the reminder of not introducing myself. "My name is Damon." "Dayman is an odd name," Paula said and waved at the door behind us. "Where are you from?" "To be honest, I started my journey a far way away to the east at a bovine village and I've been slowly making my way here to the west wall. I sincerely hope that you are not going to try crossing it," Paula said as we walked down the hallway towards a different part of the stable. "All passage up the wall is strictly forbidden. I'm tempted to try, just to see if I could." I said, and they all let out sounds of surprise. I'm going to just send a message, though. I need to find the main research station and see what's going on first. Our people can lead you there. Paula said, confidently. Our destination is over there. We left the main building and walked a good distance away to a smaller structure. Inside were caged stalls. Most of them were empty, except for a few. 4 had people in them, 1 each, and 3 were males and 1 was a female. Who would like to have their sentence of confinement commuted to service as a beast of burden for an unknown amount of time? Paula asked. Me. The female yelled immediately and pressed her face to the bars and gripped the bars tightly. I'll do anything to get out of here. Anything. She said and looked at us. I'll even wear a saddle like a common mare and let the armored man ride on my back. The other 3 prisoners let out neighs of shock and backed away from the bars of their cells. Paula closed her eyes for a moment, let out a neighing sigh, and looked at the female. You poor deluded woman. She said and shook her head. Are you so desperate to leave? Yes. She said. It's not my fault that stallions like me. It's not. It's not the stallions that worry me, it's your decision to not bother choosing just one. Paula said. How many fights over mating with you have you caused so far? The female sighed. I've lost count. As have I. Paula said in a sad tone. I am tempted to refuse, just because you are going to come back and cause more trouble. It could be a week, I started to say and then laughed, since I had been there for a month so far. It could be another month or heaven forbid, years before my mission is over. I'm out. One of the males said. As am I. It's not worth leaving the stable, even for freedom. I refuse to leave. The third male said. I'll still go. The female said, her voice clearly desperate. I will bind you to the armored stranger and you cannot run free. Paula said. What if he dies? The female asked and everyone around me made growling noises. I didn't say I would kill him. The binding can be cancelled, either by choice or by force. Paula said, for both my information and the female horse. Whichever you want will be up to you. The female horsewoman nodded. I agree. Dayman, your hand, please. Paula said and I held my armored hand out. Your actual hand. I stored the gauntlet and every horse person let out neighs of surprise. You are very brave, Dayman. Paula said and carefully took my hand, as if it would break or damage easily, and slid it through the bars to place it on the horsewoman's head. Man and beast, shared as one. Be they bound together eternally. I felt a pulse of magic flow through her hand, through mine, and into the forehead of the horsewoman. Underscore 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 underscore. Binding spell, conjunction compulsion. Marks intended targets with joining emblems. Targets share bond of mutual benefits. Spell alteration spell, conjunction corruption. Sharing changed to one-way benefits between owner and owned. Underscore 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 underscore. Your mastery of magic has allowed you to learn 2 new spells. Conjunction compulsion and conjunction corruption. No incantations needed. Underscore 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 underscore. Okay, that was awesome. I thought with surprise. I wonder if I need to touch the caster when they cast a spell or just be near when a spell is cast to learn it. You are now bound to do his bidding. Paula said and stepped back as she pulled my hand away from the horsewoman's head. There was a half circle with a weird-looking emblem there and the other half circle was on my palm and the rest of the emblem was there. The cage door was opened and the horsewoman stepped out. She wore short shorts that barely covered her ass and a top that was just a strip of cloth that held her large breasts in place. She stood up to her full height and stretched her arms up as she took in a huge breath. Ah, freedom. She said and put her arms down to her sides. Where is your cart and saddle? She asked me. I want to get out of here right away. You can wait until we leave the stable to enjoy your reprieve. Paula said. Not on your life. The horsewoman said and then looked at me. My name is Sugar Lick. I stopped my laugh before it escaped and equipped my gauntlet to shake her hand. I'm Damon. Welcome to my little group. I'm your beast of burden, not your friend. Sugar Lick said as I let her hand go. Where's the saddle? I only have the straps to secure you to a cart. I said and she nodded. All right, I guess I do have to wait until we're outside before I can assume my duties. Sugar Lick said. I need to go to the main research station. I said as we all walked out of the holding stable. That's easy to find. It's built right in the middle of the city against the wall. Sugarlick said. If your card is a good one, we can be there in half an hour, assuming the guards let you in looking like that. I guess I need to take off the helm. I said, and she nodded. They need to visually identify you and record your appearance for the records. Sugarlick said. They do it for everyone, even if they are born here. Paula took us out to the edge of the stable's grounds and stopped. You are to behave yourself, Sugarlick. I don't want to see you back here for a long time, even if you are freed. She looked at me. By any means. I understand. Sugarlick said, and then neighed in surprise when I took the card out of inventory. You have a hero's power? Paula asked, shocked. I do, since I'm a hero. I said, and Sugarlick let out a very loud and happy neigh. It seems I've gotten out of this even better than I thought I did. Sugarlick said and lifted her arms. Hook me up, master. Hook me up. Paula neighed a sigh. Good luck with her, Dayman. She said and walked away. I took out the straps and carefully wrapped them around Sugarlick's abdomen and adjusted them to fit, then secured her to the cart. You did that really well. Sugarlick said and checked them herself. I'm a little disappointed that you didn't rub my ass or grab my breasts. I had to laugh at that. You can keep living with the disappointment. I said, and everyone climbed onto the cart. We're pretty light, so you won't have to drop to all fours to travel. I do if we want to go fast. Sugarlick said. Save it for when we leave the city. I said and waved at the wall. Please take us to the nearest guard station to get into the city. Right away. Sugarlick said and leaned forward slightly to get us going, then she walked for a few seconds and sped up to a trot. 060 The research department. We came to a stop at the guard station and I wasn't surprised that they were checking everyone for weapons. They wrote everything down and a mage stood nearby. When called, he stepped forward and held a hand out. He then told the guard the person's name, class, and job. I almost laughed at the detection spell and easily concealed my true devourer class behind hero. I had learned to hide it on the last world I had been on, just so people wouldn't freak out about it after I had finally unlocked it. We arrived at the gates and we were asked to step down from the cart. They checked Sugarlick first, not that it was necessary. She barely wore anything and was clearly not concealing anything. The Free Martin was next, and when she took off her face covering, the human guards were surprised by her appearance. You're very far from your settlement. One of them said and waved the mage forward. My settlement is right there. The Free Martin said and pointed to me. The guard didn't comment and wrote it down, as well as her physical description. No name. Class is Free Martin. Job is Enforcer. The mage said and stepped back. They did the Catwomen next and it was the same information as what my identify spell got from them. They couldn't pronounce the Catwomen's normal names either. I pointed to my favorite and spoke. My favorite. I pointed to one of the decoys. Putty. I pointed to the next. Fluffy. I pointed to the last one. Pause. All four of them started to purr. Name me, too. The young wolf woman said, excitedly. I had to think about that. She was a wolf, so it had to be a name that was moon-related. Loon and Luna were just too obvious, so what about moon in a different language? French would be Lol Yoon. No, a little too corny. I stood there and thought about it. Huh. I got it. I said and looked at her as I reached out to scratch behind her ear. Selene, the mythical Greek goddess of the moon. I'm named after a goddess. Selene yelled and jumped on me. Store your metal head, Dayman. Store it. I laughed and stored all of my armor as I equipped a normal set of medieval clothing, then she proceeded to kiss and lick my mouth for several minutes. The Catwomen and the Free Martin laughed as the guards and the mage stared at us. The blatant and quite messy fluid transfer that was happening right in front of them had shocked them. All right. Easy, now. Calm down. I said and Selene gave me one long final sloppy kiss. I'm trying that sucking mouth thing on you tonight that the cats and the sheep do to your baby machine. Selene said and her tail wagged happily. Surprised sounds came from the other people in the line waiting to get in through the gates. The two guards on the other hand had kind of disgusted looks on their faces. You could have told me that in private. I said. Why? Selene asked and tilted her head to the side in confusion and flicked her ears. Never mind. I said and scratched her ear again to distract her. And next? The guard said, and I stepped forward. He wrote down my facial features, including my long black hair and human, right now, appearance. He also wrote down the wolf licking my face, and everything else Selene said. The mage stepped forward and held a hand out towards me. He jerked when I felt the magic flow over me. It took him a couple of seconds to speak. Name is Dayman, classes hero. A ripple of surprise and low mutters spread out from us. Job is pawn. The mage said and looked surprised. Wait, is that right? Yeah. I said. Underscore. Your identify spell has been upgraded to detailed identify spell. Stats can now be seen as well as generic info. Auto identifier spell has been updated. Underscore. The full stat info for the two guards, the mage, and the gate popped up in front of me and blocked my vision completely. I mentally swiped them out of my way. Damn it, that means the mage knows my stats. I thought and looked at the man. He looked very nervous and sweat beaded up on the sides of his forehead. He's probably never seen anyone with stats so high. You're cleared to go through. One of the guards said when the other checked the cart and waved us through. The mage jumped back and gave me some kind of salute. I knew it wasn't military, so it must have been a mage thing. I was tempted to ask him about it, then changed my mind and repeated it back to him. He let out a sigh of relief and nodded as we walked by. I need to ask someone about that. I thought, and once we were through the checkpoint, we climbed back into the cart. To my surprise, no one batted an eye as Sugarlick pulled us through the city. In fact, no one looked at us twice, even with the happy horsewoman telling us all the sights of the city as we passed them and an apparently a rare black-faced sheep sitting beside me. The very large building we approached almost looked like a modern-day hospital. It surprised me, even when the name, date of construction, workers, and capacity percentage appeared in my vision. Underscore. Building name, Last Refuge Medical Facility. Built, local time, 263 AFD, Anophilius DEI, Year of the Son of God, 5 AD, after disease. Researchers, 15. Laborers, 35. Livestock, 20. Leisure, 5. Cooks, 5. Cleaners, 10. Building capacity, 85% of 100%. Underscore. Last Refuge Medical Facility? I asked myself and shook my head. That's a bit dramatic. I'll stay out here with the cart and guard it. Sugarlick said with a bit of an excited tilt to her voice when we came to a stop near the front door. I turned my head to look where she was looking and there was a small stable there. She let out a little neigh, as if testing them, and 3 of the 5 horses there lifted their heads. One was a horseman and he neighed back. I'm pretty sure I shouldn't leave you out here, I said as we all climbed off of the cart. Don't worry about me, Sugarlick said and licked her lips. You're going to be busy for a while. I left her hooked up to the cart and walked over to the horseman. Do you have a mate? The horseman neighed a sigh. Yes. She wouldn't be happy with you, I said and looked at the horses. Nod your head if you have a mate. Both neighed sadly and nodded. I walked back over to Sugarlick. It looks like you're out of luck for now. She frowned at me. You have no right. I held up my hand to show my half of the emblem. You are mine and I won't have you commit crimes against your people. Sugarlick huffed and crossed her arms. I thought I was getting a great deal by coming with you. Not inside the same city you've already caused a bunch of problems in, I said, and she neighed sadly. I unhooked the cart from her and stored it. Depending on how long this takes, we'll be leaving the city. I know, Sugarlick said. You don't realize that once we are outside the city, you will no longer be bound by the stable's rules. Sugarlick jerked as if I had slapped her butt. You mean? You never know what random horse you might meet out on the open road, I said with a smile and waved to the facility's unguarded front doors. I mean, Steve met his life mate that way. Steve? That stuck up, arrogant, Sugarlick stopped talking when she realized what I said. He found a life mate. All approved by Paula and everything, I said, and Sugarlick fell silent. A new stall to live, a better grazing area, the whole deal. I kind of made that last bit up, since I only knew about the stall. We went through the doors, also oversized, and it looked modern inside, too. I was going to have to compliment the builder when I met them, if that was possible. Actually, now that I had a date of reference, thanks to the building's information, I could now ask what the actual date was. What year is it? I asked as we approached the main counter that had a tall and fairly beautiful gazelle woman behind it. Her athletic form was lithe and sensuous, even under the blouse and skirt she wore. Her long blonde hair was the same color as her fur and both flowed around her to hint at bare areas where they would be the most tantalizing. Yes, there is definitely something switched around in my brain if I'm thinking that. It's 318 AFD. Sugarlick said, completely ignorant of my current thoughts. The gazelle woman took in a deep sniff through her nose, as if she sensed me getting an erection for her. She lifted her head from the papers she was working on to look at me with wide eyes. I'm sorry for the intrusion, I said, and her eyes dropped to my erection. Not that kind of intrusion. Her eyes lifted and went back to looking into mine. Of course, I smelled her grow wet for me and did my best to ignore it. I did. I really did. My name is Damon. I'm a hero that's been sent here to help. I'm looking for the researchers so I can get up to speed about the work they are doing. The gazelle stared at me for nearly 10 seconds before she reached out to touch the side of my face. I want you so much right now. I know. I can smell it. I said. We don't have time for that right now. I'm not mated. She said and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her top to show a lot of cleavage, which was impressive, considering she only had small breasts. I'm too busy with work to even look for a good male, let alone one that I want to stay with. I'm not staying for long, I said, haltingly. It will be long enough, she said, and made some kind of noise with her throat that I didn't understand, and it still made me hornier. As will you be. Bang. Sugarlick's hand slammed into the top of the desk and it startled everyone. If I can't mate with someone I just met, you aren't either. Right, I said. Right you are. Thank you, Sugarlick, I said as I managed to barely push my mind back onto the task at hand. The researchers, please. The gazelle woman shook herself and nodded. She bent down and shuffled a few papers, picked up something that looked like a room list. I'm assigning you to the North Wing. She wrote several things down and nodded again. Executive privileges will be granted after a short private meeting with the head of the department. That sounds fine, I said. There is a large waiting room there and a private office. I'll lead you up there myself, to make sure you can find the way, and to make sure none of you wander off, she said, and came out from behind the desk. Another woman that kind of looked like a koala bear walked over and sat down in the chair behind the desk. The gazelle woman led us over to a door that had a desk and 2 guards, that was surprisingly similar to what the cat people had in the prison. One of them handed out badges that we hung over our necks, the same as at the prison. Then we were ushered through the doors. We were led through the facility and saw all different things going on inside. It almost looked like a professional gym in spots, an obstacle course in another, and then labs. Lots and lots of labs. It really is like a modern hospital, I thought as we went up the stairs to the North Wing. There are guest rooms all along here, the gazelle said, and tapped the room doors as we passed them. It's so the head of department can be sure that no one is going through the facility without permission or an escort. We are dealing with a highly virulent plague here and strict guidelines must be followed at all times. We all agreed that would be a smart thing. Here we are, she said, and opened the door to a large waiting area. The viewing windows are there, the outside windows are there. She pointed to them unnecessarily. Please wait here for a few minutes. We all knew what that meant, so we dispersed and looked at everything out the windows. She was going to be a while and I tried to see as much as I could from the high vantage point. The city sprawled out and was a sight to see. The wonder of having a practically modern city on a medieval world was a surprise all on its own. Dayman? The head of the department will see you now, the gazelle said, and we all turned to look at her. Just the hero, please. It's a small office. Sugarlick made a laugh and sat down. I didn't want to listen to a bunch of research or whatever anyway. The cat women meowed agreement and went back to the window to stare out at all of the interesting moving things. Selene plopped down onto one of the large rugs and rolled around on it, then slid the side of her face on it. Mine, she said, and rolled over and marked a different spot. Selene, I started to say. It's all right, the gazelle said with a laugh. There's always at least one territory claimer that comes through here once a month or so. I nodded and entered the office as she waved me through. She shut the door behind her and I looked at the oversized desk, and no one was there. I thought you said the head of the department was ready to see me. I asked and turned around to look at the gazelle. She was completely naked and she was dripping all over the floor. My earlier assumption about tantalizing nude areas was spot on the money as my eyes saw all of her. I am the head of the department, she said in a sexy voice and locked the door. Then she strutted over to me with one hoof in front of the other in a straight line. It was damn sexy the way her hips moved. But, you were. I stared at her like a deer caught in headlights. I was checking on the paperwork of some recently infected that had been admitted, she said and smiled at me. You saw the normal desk attendant return to her duties. I opened my mouth to tell her that I needed to leave, that we both needed for me to leave, and instead, she jumped on top of me. I stored my clothing automatically and caught her. She moaned loudly as I very easily entered her and her arms and legs wrapped around me. Too loud, I whispered and started pumping my hips into her and she moved to help. Sound proof, she whispered back and kissed me. 061 A few truths. After half an hour of vigorous and entertaining lovemaking, the head of the research department and I were cuddled up on the floor behind her desk. Without warning, tears came to her eyes and she started crying. I'm so sorry, the gazelle said as she sobbed. So very, very sorry. For what? That was great, I said and tried to wipe at her tears. I couldn't control myself. You smelled so good and I've never done anything like this before, the gazelle said and started to ease her crying. I've doomed you to the same fate as all the others that have suffered from this disease. Oh, is that what's upset you? I asked and she nodded. Then you don't have to worry. I've been blessed by the goddess Jasandaya and I'm immune. The gazelle froze still and stared into my eyes. You're immune? Thanks to a blessing from a goddess, yes, I said. I can't catch, carry, or spread it around. The gazelle didn't move and her eyes searched me for any signs that I was either lying or that the infection was taking hold. We need to do tests on you to confirm that. Magic spells? I asked and she nodded. Is it like extracting blood and other things? Some take small amounts. We have healers to repair any damage done, including taking body samples. How big of a sample? I asked, a little concerned. Half the size of a harken, she said and took out their version of a gold coin from a desk drawer to show me. We usually take it from near the most affected areas after the beast conversion. I looked down at her naked only in spots body. So, back, thigh, and abdomen. She nodded. We don't know why certain areas remain normal and without fur, even though the skin color changes to match everywhere else. It's easier to keep clean and more fun to play with, I asked, teasingly. She looked down at where my hand rested on her small breast and chuckled. It's as good of a reason as any, I suppose. If I was going to submit an actual idea and not a joke, I would have to say that it stays bare to show it off and be easily seen, I said and she looked at me with wide eyes. When you stripped off and I turned to look at you, the first thing I saw was the bare spot between your legs and then your breasts. She took in a sharp breath. It's visual stimulus to encourage attraction and mating. It sure worked that way, I said. Instead of saying that I needed to leave, I stood still and caught you when you jumped. The gazelle let out a laugh. Imagine if you had dodged. I would have folded over my desk and flopped to the floor. I laughed, too. That would have been a sight to see. She was quiet for a few moments and then looked at me. I'm glad that you didn't dodge, she said and her hand touched my chest. You know I'm not staying, I said and she nodded. You want to go again, don't you? Can you handle it? She asked, a little concerned. Look down, I said and she looked down at my erection. You tell me. I think you and I are going to work well together, she said and climbed on top of me. Asterisk. So, do you think they're still mating? Fluffy asked Paws as they stared out the large windows. No doubt, Paws said. Favorite? What do you think? Like with the others in the prison, he will do his duty. My favorite said. We won't be staying long and she won't be coming with us. That's a relief, Fuddy said. We don't get enough playtime with him as it is. My favorite hissed a laugh. Only because we have been traveling non-stop for a month. The other 3 cats tore their gazes from all of the interesting moving things and looked at her. Will we get more time now? Paws asked. He will be busy, we all know that. My favorite said. He won't be able to learn it all at once. He needs time and we will be here with him. The other 3 cat women purred. We can't wait. They said as one. Asterisk. The gazelle's name was Bonica, pronounced Bonica. After we had another satisfying romp on the floor, we spent the next 2 hours getting myself a general overview of the research she and the others were doing. It was amazing stuff, especially considering the science level of the world. There were hundreds of different strains and certain people were more affected by them than others. Males, for instance, gained a much more pronounced transformation in order to continue the spread. They were larger, stronger, and ensured the virus and the modified genetics were passed down to any children that were produced. The most interesting aspect was that it did not cross species. The viruses didn't fight each other. They didn't compete to see who would take a host or try to convert an already converted host. They had proven this when a lot of married couples had become 2 different beasts, even when sharing the same infection source. Also, it didn't cross into the animal population. That meant that there weren't normal animals out there giving birth to modified humanoids and the modified humanoids were not giving birth to normal animals. That was a bit of a surprise for me, since I would have expected something like the canines to have a litter of pups and actually have 1 or 2 actual pups and several humanoids, not solely humanoids. That would be weird to see in either direction. I thought, then imagine someone's dog giving birth to a litter of pups and have some be humanoid and with human faces. I shivered mentally. Yep, it would definitely be weird to see that. It's time to eat. Bonica said at the end of the 2 hours and stood up. She was still naked, despite me trying to urge her to get dressed, then her juices started to flow and my nose flared as I grew hard. Without another word, she walked around the desk, knelt in front of my chair, and started sucking on my penis. I didn't ask where she learned it from and just assumed someone had told her, somehow, about the encounter at the gate when we entered the city. It didn't take me long to get to the brink, thanks mostly to her tongue, and I warned her that I was going to finish. She stood up and climbed on top of me and I shot my load into her. Bonica let out a moan as I did and then she kissed me for several minutes. Thank you for the donation. Donation? I asked and she climbed off. I'm going to do my best to have a fun from this encounter. Bonica said. I looked at her opening and nothing was dripping out. Neither her fluids nor mine. What if I don't want kids? I asked. It's not your choice, since you won't be raising them, anyway. Bonica said with a laugh and bent over to kiss me again. Once it's in me, it's mine. I frowned, smiled, raised my eyebrows, smirked, frowned again, then went back to smiling. All right. Thank you for your reluctant approval. Bonica said and pet my hair. I wonder what color we will produce. It depends on the dominant genes. Dark hair versus light. Fur versus skin. Male versus female. I said and she nodded as she walked away. Damn, that's a sexy walk. Bonica laughed and turned to look at me. She saw that I was still hard, shrugged, and walked back over to me. I will just have to wait and see what I give birth to. How long do you have to wait? I asked as she sat down on top of me again. If I'm pregnant? 6 months. Bonica said and kissed me, then started moving and rolling her hips. Wow, really? I asked and she nodded. Well, that's an improvement from 8 to 10 months. It really is a good benefit to have a shorter pregnancy. Bonica said between pants and moans. Less downtime, more production, more population to continue the species. I nodded and started suckling on her breasts. So cute and tasty. Bonica moaned and came, then she tilted my head back and looked into my eyes. You shouldn't feel this good, she said and moaned as I hit a good spot for her. You're just a human with a dragon-enhanced sex drive, I said and her eyes widened. I rolled her over and she couldn't talk anymore as I did my best to make her come as much as possible. An hour later, we were cleaned up and dressed and left the office. She put us into the guest rooms just outside of her office and told us to relax. Food would be brought up for us in a few minutes and that we could take a tour of the facility in the morning. She left us there and we didn't see her again until the next morning for breakfast. The food was good and it had everything for all of us, even cooked how we liked it. We took a tour of the facility and we met with some of the test subjects while they were being examined by the other researchers. When they learned I was a hero and that I was here to help look for the source of the infection and possibly the cure, they had mixed reactions. Some were ecstatic, some were apathetic, and others were adamant that I didn't need to look for something that wasn't necessary. I definitely didn't expect that reaction, considering they were here to be tested on. I took all of their opinions as the truth and assumed that a lot of the infected might not want to stay that way, especially the recently infected ones. A lot of the ones that were born to it probably didn't want things to change. That was understandable, since change was scary sometimes. I just had to figure out that if I had the cure, would I just automatically give it to everyone or let them make the choice? What if they changed their minds? Would the cure still work or could they get infected again? Would they become a different beast if they did? What would the ramifications be if that was true? What if they were born as a beast and became human and didn't know how to live any other way? I chuckled at the errant thoughts that I wouldn't need to think about until I did somehow find the source. I could worry about the existential rights of beast people and their existence later. For now, I had cats to please. Apparently, I had been lax in my playtime with them, or so they told me. I had to fix that and make sure to not ignore them in the future. Sugarlick went to her room. I had the Free Martin and Selene the wolf woman stay in the next room, and I entered the last room with the cats. I made them purr and meow all night, to their delight. 062 Fundamentals of Research. Summoned again? By Bokyboy. I finally started the long days of research, searching through records, and sending messages up the wall to see if they knew anything more. It took almost 3 weeks for me to work through everything that the researchers had. Witness reports, areas of higher infections, and every other statistic that they had concerning the beast strains. I had spent my time under Bonica's tender care as a specimen as well. I gained quite a few diagnostic spells and surprisingly enough, sample gathering and dissection spells. The dissection ones weren't on me, thankfully. One of their patients died of natural causes, namely of old age, and the old goat's last request was to do whatever they wanted to his body to try and find the source of the disease. It was both noble and sad, since he had no family remaining. The researchers learned a lot from him, as did I. Most of his organs were the same shape as if he were human, just larger and enhanced to support the larger body and animal functions. His skull was thicker and his brain was smaller, and yet, still distinctly human. That night, I made the Free Martin laugh when I claimed it was solid proof that the rams she competed against had much smaller brains than her. She felt bad right after, then I told her that the old goat would have loved to know that he made her laugh. She smiled at me and gave me a kiss, which quickly devolved into us making love for half of the night. She really got off when I suckled on all 6 of her nipples, so I always made it a point to do that whenever I had the chance. Plus, who wouldn't want to enjoy playing with 6 breasts on a woman? I know I sure did. I pretty much wallowed in them and she loved it. Once I had collated all of the reports and they gave me a huge map and showed me the different places that the reports came from, it gave me the direction I needed to go in. Unfortunately, I couldn't pinpoint the initial contact point where the very first incident happened over 100 years ago. I wasn't sure why, since everyone seemed to know the story, they just didn't know where it came from or where it happened. I would have laughed at them for never asking those questions, except that made them look stupid. I did not want to piss off people that have made this their life's work. When I finally had the map done, I used my map spell again and it added all the grayed out areas that I hadn't explored yet. I assumed they were gray and would stay that way until I went there and confirmed the data. Now that I had that done, I wrote out a copy of where I was going and why, had it disinfected and put into a magic sealed flat container. I thought that was a little excessive, until the messenger held a hand out towards the thing and it turned clear to show me the perfectly preserved note. I also gained the see-through spell. I immediately wanted to try it myself. I'm sorry, you're not allowed to touch it. The messenger said and left the room. Hey. You didn't have to touch it. I said after him and Bonica laughed. He meant with your magic. Bonica said. In case magic has a transferable component to the virus. I suppose you haven't been able to prove or disprove that. I said. No, especially with the multiple infected from the same source and they become different beasts. Magic must be involved in some capacity for it to determine what the person should turn into. Bonica said. That's only a hypothesis, since there isn't a way to quantify it. Even if we had 2 identical people, they would need to be exposed to the same number of viruses in the same environment, sterilized of course, and then allowed to become infected while we cast the diagnostic spells on them. Which you would never do, because intentionally spreading it to new people is against the whole point of the facility. I said, and she nodded. Will you be staying to see if there is a response to your copied message to the other heroes? Bonica asked me. By rights, I should have sent a message as soon as I got here if I wanted a response. It has to travel all the way to the capital of the Kingdom of Man, get to the heroes after several security checks, have them read it and discuss it, then they have to write a response and send it back. I shook my head. The thing is, I needed all the information you have graciously provided in order to compose the proper message to send. Graciously? Bonica asked and unbuttoned her top. I've been milking you every time we're alone in this lab. We're not alone in this lab, I said and looked over her shoulder at the two researchers. One was a gray bunny woman with ears so long that they were folded down the back of her head and were almost hidden in her hair. Her cute little puff tail poked out through her skirt. The other one was a spotted deer. She only had tiny little antlers on her forehead and dark brown skin with white spots scattered all over. Do you mind providing evidence of not becoming infected from direct fluid transfer? One of them asked, and the two of them moved off to the sides with their clipboards ready to write down everything we did. I looked at Bonica, who had become completely naked when I looked away. Are you sure you don't have storage? You're very quick with getting out of your clothes. Bonica laughed and tapped my bulged crotch through my pants. It's a skill I developed. I just streamline my body and they slide right off when I hop. That's a very specialized skill, I said and stored my clothes. Her hand wrapped around my erection and she pulled on it several times. It's to let me escape predators when I'm about to be captured. She whispered and gave me a kiss. Does it work? I asked. Are you a predator? She asked sexily and pushed me back to sit down on a chair. No, I said as she climbed on top of me. That's good. Bonica moaned as she guided me inside. Because it didn't let me escape you. I heard scratching paper as the two researchers watched from surprisingly close and took notes. I think I was getting to like having someone watch, which was really odd, since I was a pretty private person normally. I barely dated, and even then, sex was always behind closed doors and well secured from prying eyes. After spending all this time with the cats, the Free Martin, and Selene the wolf woman, who had no problems watching and learning, I assumed that having more than one person around was normal. Ah, screw it. Let's give them a good show. I whispered to her and stood up. Bonica let out a startled sound and then she moaned continuously as I pumped into her and used her own weight to help me ram into her. Before I knew it, the two researchers were kneeling right underneath her and observing so closely that I could swear that they were fighting to not join in. Asterisk author warning, you do not want to read the next section unless you want to read about descriptive sex. Spoiler button may not work, so skip to the next star asterisk. Spoiler. End of author warning section. I finished making love to Bonica in front of the other two researchers and they stared at us, surprised that I could do so much in front of them. That was amazing. The dear woman said. I knew you were the right one to choose. I sighed and tried to tell the dear woman that I was leaving and she said that she didn't care. She would spend the rest of her life working to find the cure, in honor and devotion to me and to the goddess. There was a flash of light and the dear woman felt a weight appear on her chest. She looked at it and it was a necklace with a medallion on it. It had an emblem that made her gasp when she realized what it was. A divine item. The dear woman exclaimed. The goddess has deemed me worthy. Congratulations. Bonica said and pet the dear woman's hair. I will have the appropriate garb brought to your room. Thank you. The dear woman said and hugged her, then looked at me. Thank you. She said and looked up at the ceiling as she hugged the medallion. Thank you, goddess. That surprising event brought an end to both the day and my long stay at the research facility. I would head out on my quest the next day and would try to find the elusive source of the infection, if it still existed and was intact. I was sure that the goddess wouldn't send me out looking for something that no longer existed. Well, I was pretty sure. 063 The other heroes. Jesus Christ, would you two stop that? Natalie Nat Sampson spat at the other two heroes. Are you kidding? Angela Marie Angel Davidson asked as she rode the only male that could keep up with her current strength and stamina. We have disease immunity, can't get pregnant unless we choose to, she said between moans. It's like a dream come true. Yes, okay. That is great. Nat said and tried to not glare at the other woman. You don't have to do it right in front of me. Angel laughed and stood up to her full 6'6" height, completely naked. She had been the very beautiful woman with long blonde hair that Damon has seen when they had been summoned. She looked like a supermodel, even while naked and her hair a complete mess. With 2 swipes of her hands through her hair, it was perfect again and she snapped her fingers. The man sitting on the bed raised a hand and she was instantly cleaned from head to foot. There. Are you happy now? I didn't even get off this time. Angel said and equipped her clothes, and on her hips were 2 basic swords that she was allowed to carry in the castle. You had multiple orgasms. Lionel said and stood up as he cast the same cleaning spell on himself. Being a cleric and a mage was an awesome class combination that gave him so many spell choices, even at low levels, that he was sometimes overwhelmed with what to cast first when doing battle training. Lionel had short black hair and a clean-cut look, slightly chubby cheeks, and was only 5'8". He was pretty slim and could run like the wind, especially with the spell options he had. He equipped what he called a battle robe over a set of very expensive shirt and pants. The robe was both armor and protection from spells and was the best equipment that the kingdom of man could offer. SHH. She couldn't tell. Angel said with a smirk. You are hopeless. Nat said and crossed her arms. I'm not some ignorant schoolgirl, you know. No, you're just uptight and can't stand that no one else around here is gay. Angel said as she walked over to her. It's okay, though. I'm more than willing to let you try to get me off. Nat glared at her. That's not funny. Angel touched her shoulder and gave the much shorter woman a little shake. Look, we are on another world. The goddess herself told us that our own social views are not going to work here. Things are different, because the people are different. She lightly brushed Nat's short brown hair with her fingers. I sincerely believe that even if you found someone that was gay, they probably won't have any clue what that means. Nat wanted to argue, to say that it wasn't fair, and to get the beautiful woman that she was very jealous of to stop playing with her hair. Instead, she closed her eyes and let the woman groom her with that odd personal affectation spell that let her adjust her appearance for whatever fighting style she wanted. When Angel was done, Nat's hair looked professionally styled and was slightly wavy. You look pretty. Angel whispered in a soft voice. I am still not going to go down on you, just because you are curious about what it feels like. Nat said. I could have any of the women here do that. Angel smiled. They wouldn't appreciate it like you would. Nat opened her mouth to deny it, even though it was quite a nice one and she had seen it more times than she was comfortable with over the last 2 months. The problem she had was that there was usually a penis in it and that turned her right off. She saw Angel's teasing smile and huffed instead. If you ever change your mind. Angel said with that bright photogenic smile she had. I can't believe that you really are a supermodel. Nat said with a shake of her head. I can. Lionel said. I jerk off to her all the time. Don't you mean used to? Nat asked, slightly confused. If I meant that, I'd say that. Lionel said and looked at Angel. I hope you're not offended. What? That even though we have sex as much as I want, you still think I'm so hot that you jerk off when you can't fuck me? Angel asked and he nodded. I think that's the best compliment anyone has ever given me. Jesus Christ. Nat said and rubbed her face. I am so glad that it's almost time for our daily training session. We were training. Angel said. Strength, recovery, resilience, reflexes, agility. Nat stared at her and wasn't sure what to say. You can have fun while training, you know. Lionel said with a smile. There was a knock on the door and Angel went over to open it. The king requests your austere presences in the throne room. The court page said as he half bowed. Whenever it is convenient for you. Angel gave him that photogenic smile and the page looked stunned. We were just heading out for training, so now is perfect. Thank you. The page said. I'll run ahead and let the king know. He stammered and then stumbled as he tried to run and his feet didn't work right. He kept looking back at her and she waved at him. He hit the edge of the wall and bounced off, turned around in a circle, then looked surprised. He stared at her for a moment, then his feet decided right then to work right and he took off. You really should turn down the charisma when dealing with pages. Lionel advised as the 3 of them left the room. But it's so much fun. Angel said. Who could have guessed that my skills as a supermodel would translate over so well? I can literally stun people if I'm not careful. That's what Lionel was warning you about. Nat said. I didn't knock him senseless. Angel said, and Nat glared at her. Not completely. Lionel had to laugh at her. I'm very glad you are on our side. Who told you that? Angel said sternly, then she couldn't hold the expression and burst out laughing. I couldn't keep a straight face. I couldn't. You're a supermodel. Shouldn't you know how to lie? Nat asked. My family are very honest people. Angel said. They fell silent when they approached the throne room. They were announced and ushered inside, to see that instead of just the king and his advisors like normal, there was a huge contingent of people gathered together. High-ranked officials, lords, ladies, research people, and more assistants and scribes than any of them had ever seen before. Thank you for coming on such short notice, Goddess Jacindia's chosen heroes. The king said. We received this missive this morning and it only just cleared through security. The three heroes walked over and the group spread apart to reveal a small table, and on it was a transcribed message. The three of them were surprised when they saw that it was addressed to them. What is it? Angela asked, rather than trying to read the small print. It's a long and quite complicated note from the fourth chosen hero. One of the researchers said. I'm actually a little amazed that he even bothered to check in with the research station, to be honest. Why is that? Nat asked. You've told us what happened to him and how the goddess tossed him into the restricted area before even warning him about the dangers. The man said. I'm surprised he survived without her protection. He might be changed as well. One of the others said. His original note was treated as any others we've received from the other side of the wall. Wow, really? Nat asked. I wonder what he became if he's infected. It could literally be anything, especially since you are not from this world. The head researcher said. I can only imagine the horrors that your people encounter on a world like yours. The three heroes stayed silent and didn't enlighten them to the truth. What does the note say? Angel asked and hoped that saying it differently would get her the answer she wanted. It's a detailed list of the research he's done, the infection spread rates he's going to track over the countryside, and the route he plans to take to try and look for the fabled source of the infection. We need to send a message to him right away. Lionel said. We have to tell him to wait for us. I agree. Nat said. We've been training for 2 months already. We've almost tapped out the people here and their knowledge. We need to leave as soon as possible. Angel said. He can't have gotten too far. There's no need to be hasty. The king said. We don't want to waste time, Your Highness. Lionel said and looked at the other two heroes. We need to gather our things and supplies for the journey. We might be able to catch him if we hurry. This message took a week to get here. The king said, and he saw the surprise on their faces. I know you are used to quicker traveling than that, but it takes a fast horse a week to get to the wall. With rests, food, and watering along the way. One of the researchers said. You can't run a horse into exhaustion. Nat let out a sigh. That means if we left right now, he'll have a 2-week head start on us. Which is why I said there was no need to be hasty. The king said. Prepare properly and gather supplies for an extended stay in the Forbidden Lands. He cautioned them you should also be prepared to never come back here. Unless we have the cure. We know. Lionel said. Going over the wall has always been a one-way journey. The head researcher said. Divine protection or not, you will not be allowed back. The same with everything you own and carry. Nothing from that side is allowed on this side. The danger of infection is much too great. Even with the cure? Lionel asked, surprised. The head researcher laughed. What would we do with the cure on this side of the wall? Stare at it. Lionel's mouth dropped open in surprise and Nat reached over and closed it for him. We didn't think of that. Nat said. Regardless, all will be provided. See the steward and he will coordinate with the supervisor of the supplies. We will give you everything you need to complete this mission. The king said. If I don't see you again before you leave, please have a safe and prosperous journey, and may the goddess light shine on you all. Thank you, Your Highness. Angel, Nat, and Lionel said as one and gave him bows. The gathering broke up and the heroes were each given copies of the note for their own use, if they wanted to read it, and they left the throne room. We're still leaving as soon as possible, right? Nat asked and the other two nodded. My point still stands. Lionel said. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can catch up to him. Let's head over to the steward right now. Angel said and gave them pointed looks. Have you been expanding your capacity as much as possible? I have a headache nearly every night. Nat said. I asked about storage, not sex. Angel joked and Nat blushed. You're really cute, you know. No matter how many times you compliment me, I'm still not going down on you. Nat said. Angel laughed softly and the three of them made their way through the castle to where the steward's office was. They needed to get a lot of supplies to survive in the wilderness, not counting the week's journey to the wall. That they could store on the horses they were going to borrow. The three of them had become fast friends over the last 2 months, even with all the training. They felt a little odd, though. They knew they were missing someone and in the backs of their minds, they were missing something important and couldn't quite place what it was. Goddess Jasandaya didn't tell them that it was synergy. They needed all 4 of them together to unlock their true potentials. Their level progression and skill gains would be exponential with their 4th member present and working together as a group, since they were summoned together and their group was designed for it. There was no point telling them, though. They were separated at the moment and the knowledge didn't help them. When they finally reunited and felt the connection with their last member, they would discover by sheer instinct what the truth was. There was always a reason that heroes were summoned in sets of 4 and always in pairs of 2 men and 2 women. It was by divine law. 064, over the wall. It took a week for the 3 heroes to reach the east wall. It was their first time seeing it and it was amazing. Can you imagine how much magic it took to raise that thing? Lionel asked with wonder in his voice. Or how long? Nat said. They even built a 100-foot tall wall around the city underneath it. There's no stairs, ladders, or anything. Angel said as she stared at the huge thing. Will we be okay going up that thing? Lionel chuckled. You could use your transport magic and carry us. And damage my pretty wings? I don't think so. Angel said. Those are for battle only. Also for when you want to play with them in the mirror. Nat teased. Hey, they're beautiful. Angel said in her defense. I can also feel them when they manifest. What do they feel like? Lionel asked. Like an arm I don't have. Angel admitted. When they exist, I know how to use and work them. When they don't exist, I miss them. That's a little sad, actually. Nat whispered. The 3 of them fell silent and continued on to the walled city at the base of the wall. They were amazed that there was a mile of flat ground all the way up to the wall. When they looked from side to side, they were stunned when it was the same for as far as they could see. It was completely barren, though. I think we know where they got the earth from. Lionel said. They even cleared out the mountains in the distance. That's amazing, and scary. Nat said. Why didn't they just, kill them all? Lionel asked and Nat nodded. They tried, according to the research Damon sent us. What? Angel turned on her horse to stare at him angrily. They didn't. Of course they didn't succeed. Lionel said, intentionally misinterpreting her shout. Everyone they sent became like the ones they were trying to exterminate. Angel remained angry and turned back to face front. Is that everyone's response around here? Kill it and don't worry about it anymore. Pretty much. Nat said. Look at how hard they pushed us to train to gain as many levels as possible. Angel let out an unhappy sigh. At least it worked. I'm at level 67 already and I have all of my main skills unlocked and maxed. I'd call you a cheater, except I'm at level 71 from battling against you. Nat said with a smile. That is not fair. Angel pouted, which looked super cute on her supermodel face. You don't even use real weapons. Nat laughed. I have them in my inventory. That's still not fair. Angel said. Lionel, tell her it's not fair. I'm at level 65, thanks to the both of you needing my healing skills and magic assistance. I didn't really need to fight at all. Lionel said. Okay, now that's really not fair. Angel pouted and her 2 friends laughed. They arrived at the city gate and dismounted from their horses, submitted to inspection, and had their names, classes, and jobs recorded. They went through and were told that they wouldn't be able to ride their horses on some of the more popular streets, which just happened to be the ones going to where they needed to go. It took them an hour to get to the wall to meet the representatives from the capital. They took charge of the horses, informed them that horses could be acquired on the other side, and loaded onto a platform. So, do you think this is going to lift us up to the top? Or, Nat started to ask, and then the people in the room changed. What the hell? I didn't even feel that. Lionel said, surprised. Either my magic detection isn't good enough or they're masking it with something too powerful to register. Please follow me. A man said and waved them forward. I assume you know that we don't have any restrictions on what you can take into the Forbidden Zone? He asked, and they nodded. Then we can bypass the second security check when things are sent up. The three heroes looked into the room where they did that and shivered a little at the treatment of the people inside. They were bombarded with fire spells and healing spells to get rid of the skin that might have been in contact with a contaminated item. The thing was, they did it willingly. They were also paid extremely well for their suffering an important job. The three heroes entered another room with a similar platform and stepped onto it. It was very nice meeting divine sent beings again. The man said. Good luck, and I hope to never see you again. W.H. Watt. Nat gasped, and then the man was gone and a woman stood near the platform in his place, only she wasn't quite a woman. Her face and main body shape was definitely human-like and was quite sexy, but her deep black fur with one distinct white strip from her nose, over her head and down her back to her very large fluffy tail, marked her distinctly as a beast infected. At least she was wearing pants and a shirt. Don't be startled by my appearance. I had my genital scent glands removed years ago. The skunk woman said with a huge smile. Please, come with me. The three heroes stared at her as she turned around, and her large fluffy tail was half stuck up and was folded over, almost like a squirrel's. She swayed her hips exaggeratedly as she left the room. She stopped at the door and turned back to look at them. Is everything all right? She asked, concern on her face. Yes. Nat said, the first one to recover from meeting an anthropomorphic animal, then quickly made up a believable excuse to cover their shock. I was just staring at your ass and forgot to follow you. The skunk woman laughed, and it was a pleasant sound. Thank you for the compliment. She said. I'm already mated, and he will be pleased that I have attracted a hero's attention. Is he, like you, too? Nat asked. She was going to say a skunk like you, but she was unsure if the name skunk was even a thing on this world. Yes, he is a fine male specimen. She responded with a tender voice. I've already had 2 kids by him, and if he can get a bit of time off from work, we are planning for another. Nat only nodded and grabbed her friends by their hands and dragged them from the room. They went to a security station, where they were once again checked of everything. Their names, classes, jobs, and descriptions were recorded. Then they were let out of the area and into another. This is the research station. Nat said as she looked around. Yes, we would never allow such a strictly guarded place like the Ascendants to be anywhere except where it could be monitored constantly by professionals. The Ascendants? Nat asked. She was apparently the spokesperson, because the other 2 were still staring at the skunk woman, as if waiting for her to spray them, or heaven forbid, become rabid and attack them. The platform to transfer to the top of the wall. The skunk woman said. What else would it be called if it ascends such heights? Nat didn't say anything in response, and the skunk woman led them to another part of the facility. They were brought into a nice waiting room, and the skunk woman knocked on the door to a small office. The heroes have arrived. The skunk woman said to the closed door. The door opened a few seconds later, and a very tall gazelle woman came out. It is very nice to meet the other divine beings sent with Dayman. She said. My name is Bonica, and I am the head of this research station. Nat reached out to shake hands and then realized what she was doing. Oh. I'm sorry. She said and took her hand back. You are almost as brave as Dayman. Bonica said. He didn't stop or hesitate when he touched me. We aren't as experienced as him. Nat said. He started here in this land. We've been in the kingdom of man this whole time. Bonica laughed, and it kind of startled the other 2 out of their stunned silence. We've seen paintings. Angel said and looked at the gazelle that was taller than her, which was a bit intimidating for the supermodel who was used to being the tallest person in the room. It didn't capture your, height. Bonica smiled at her, knowing she was uncomfortable with her appearance and not just her height. Some people cannot adjust easily, that's true. She said and made sure to not approach too closely. Unlike with Dayman, she had no urges or compulsions towards these uninfected people. It gave credence to Dayman's theory that certain strains look for certain hosts after he read all of the reports she had given him. It had been 2 weeks since he had left and she missed him terribly. It wasn't just the sex. His company itself was pleasant and he was completely comfortable with her. He never flinched like every other normal human she met, and that alone had endeared her to him. He asked me to explain anything that you might have questions about. Bonica said, instead of what she was thinking, which was that she wished he was there instead of the people in front of her. No, we don't have any questions about the research. It looked like he did a lot of work before he left. Nat said. He did, even more than I thought he would. Bonica said, cryptically. Is there anything of a more general manner you wish to ask? What's it like being an animal? Lionel asked before he could stop himself. Bonica lowered her head towards him and let out a growl. Why don't you tell me? Lionel's face flushed a little red from embarrassment. I'm sorry. I didn't mean. Unlike you, I conduct myself in a civilized manner when meeting new people. Bonica said and raised her head. If there is nothing else, I will have Leona show you out. Lionel opened his mouth to apologize again and Nat elbowed him in the gut. Oof. It was nice meeting you. Nat said and she took the arms of her friends and dragged them out of the office behind the skunk woman. How could you be that stupid? She asked him angrily when the door shut behind them. I was curious, Lionel started to say. You could have worded it much better than that. Nat said as the skunk woman took them down the stairs towards the entrance. We're supposed to be Goddess Jacindia's representatives on this world. I said I was sorry. Lionel said in his defense. I would have apologized again if you hadn't elbowed me. You would have put your foot in your mouth again, too. Nat accused and shook her head. From now on, keep your mouth shut like Angel. She's smart enough to do it, so she doesn't embarrass herself. Lionel didn't say anything and Leona led them to the front door. I hope you are successful in your endeavor. Leona the skunk woman said, her voice flat. Nat pushed the other two out the door and turned to the skunk woman. Please, don't think less of them. People like you don't exist where we come from and it's quite a shock to see you in person. Leona let out a sigh. I guess expecting you to be as nice and accepting as Dayman was too much to hope for. Give us time. Nat said and reached out to take her hand. She didn't flinch as she cupped it with both of hers and held it. I really did look at your ass. Leona let out a squeak of a laugh. The pants are new. You can stare at my ass as I leave, if you want. Nat said with a smile. Are you kidding? You look naked without a tail. Leona joked and they both laughed briefly. Nat let her hand go and went to the door as she shook her ass as much as she could. Oh. I almost forgot. Where can we get horses? She asked with the door open. The stable is just outside the city walls. Leona said. Be careful and respectful. Horses are not just horses. Nat widened her eyes slightly and nodded in understanding. Thank you. Good luck. Leona said with enthusiasm and Nat waved and left the building. Are you two done staring? Nat asked the two practically stiff people in front of her. Nat. Look. Angel said and grabbed her friend's shoulders and turned her to look. Oh, my God. Nat said as she looked at the entire plaza in front of them with roads going all over the place and animal people were everywhere. They had arrived at one of the busiest times of the day and the roads were packed with them. We need to leave the city. She said. There's a stable just outside the city. With them. Lionel asked and pointed to a 10-foot-tall horseman as he walked by. Oh, sweet Jesus. Nat whispered and couldn't help but stare at the very tall man and his extremely muscular form. That wasn't what shocked her, though. He walked over to a horsewoman that had strong muscular legs and a firm body that had her mouth watering a little. She looked at the horsewoman's almost human face and saw her staring right back at her. We need to go. Angel said and broke her own rule as she activated her battle skill armed flight. Her armor formed around her and she grabbed her friends under their arms as her very large angel wings formed behind her. She beat them once, twice, and lots of people nearby yelled and hollered about the gusts of wind. Then the three heroes launched into the air a couple 100 feet. Every single being stopped what they were doing and looked up at the flying woman with giant white wings. Fly faster. Lionel said and did his best to hold on. I'm slipping. I can only hold it for 30 seconds, anyway. Angel said and beat her wings to pick up speed. Nat. You have to catch us. I'm on it. Nat said and found what she was looking for in her inventory. Ready. 6, 5, 4, Angel said, her voice strained, as she angled them towards what she hoped was a completely clear field. Just as they dipped past the 100-foot wall around the city, Nat instantly cast the spell that her class used and a 50-foot tall couch cushion appeared in front of them on the ground. Angel's wings gave out, her armor faded as they flipped over, and they plummeted down 50 feet and slammed into the cushion. No. Angel cried out as she took the brunt of the impact and her two friends landed mostly on top her. Even on a soft surface, dropping fast and hard onto it, really hurt if you weren't careful. There was no time to be careful. A group of armored guards ran over to them and stared at the giant cushion. You up there. Come down this instant. Just a minute. Nat said and rolled off of her friend. Angel, why didn't you let us go? BB bounce. Angel said. You would have bounced off. Nat gasped and looked at the cushion. Thank you. She said. I need to find something else. No, just less height and speed. Angel said. Lionel. I'm diagnosing the damage. Lionel said. All right, I got it. He said and cast major healing on her. Ah, thanks. Angel said and sat up. It's too bad that doesn't work on my wings. Can you deploy them again? Lionel asked. No, the option is grayed out. Angel said. We better get down from here. Nat said and stood up. Two more smaller cushions, coming up. A 30-foot high cushion and a 10-foot one appeared nearby. The trio took Angel's warning to heart and were careful jumping down to the next one as the big one faded. They jumped to the next and the previous one faded, then they jumped to the ground and the last one faded. We're sorry about that. Nat said and waved at the wall. It was too dangerous to try and land on the inside. The guards stared at them and didn't say anything. We'll go right over to pass through the checkpoint properly. Nat said, took her friends by the arm and led them over to it. The guards followed them and they went through the checkpoint twice. Once to go in and once to come back out. Once again, we're sorry for the mistake. Nat said with a huge smile. Thanks for not being too angry over it. She gave them a wave and dragged her friends away from the city entrance and towards where the guards said the stable was. She saw the mansion that had been turned into a stable and Nat whispered under her breath. Stop staring at the pretty female horses, Nat, stop it. Several of the horses turned to look at her and her face flushed red. She hadn't expected them to hear her whispers. As they approached the mansion's main doors, a brown-furred and black-haired horsewoman came over to them. Hello, travelers. She said in a pleasant voice. What can the stable do for you today? We need doof. Lionel said when Nat elbowed him again. Stop doing that. Be quiet. Nat said sternly to him and looked at the female horse with a smile. We need to hire, borrow, or catch a ride with anyone going along this route. She said and showed the horsewoman. Our friend went this way and we need to catch up to him quickly. The horsewoman looked at the route and smiled. Paula has been expecting you. Paula? Nat asked, a little surprised. She's the stable manager. The horsewoman said. Please, follow me and I'll take you to her. The trio of heroes followed the horsewoman and their eyes took in everything. Horsemen walking normal horses, horsewomen, and men doing chores, and stable stalls were everywhere. They arrived at the main office and the horsewoman knocked. Yes. Another horsewoman said when the door opened. Hi, Maria. The divine beings that Paula has been waiting for are here. Oh. Wonderful. Maria said and opened the door. Come right in. Nat led the other two inside the small office and the door shut behind them. They were led through another door and it was a large plush inner office. That wasn't what had her attention, though. Oh, no. It was the completely white and very beautiful horsewoman that sat behind the desk. She was gorgeous and Nat couldn't stop the drool from leaving her mouth. She became wet right away and Paula's nose took a huge sniff. Ooh. Paula slowly stood. She walked over to the three heroes with a normal walk. This is what Dayman warned me about. She said and knelt on the floor to put her face at Nat's height. He said you were cute, but I never expected that you would be delicious, too. Delicious? Nat asked, barely able to speak. You are wet for me and I am very flattered by that. Paula said and licked her lips. For some reason, After Dayman came back and diagnosed my old injury and then healed it, he told me to tell the tiny hero that I just couldn't find a proper male to mate with. She said. I've never mated with a male, horse or otherwise. Nat took in a sharp breath. I love you. She exclaimed and wrapped her arms around Paula's neck and kissed her passionately. 065 The stable rules. I've always, had a thing, for horses. Nat said and kissed Paula for all she was worth. Nat. Control yourself. Lionel exclaimed. No. Nat said. For me to find, the most beautiful, horse and woman I've ever imagined, kiss. Angel stood there, frozen in shock, as her friend did exactly what they had been warned not to do by the researchers, immunity or not. Even on their own world, bare fluid transfer was almost as bad as not wearing protection when you had sex. You were inviting disaster if you weren't careful. Her eyes went to Lionel, someone she had unprotected sex with quite a lot over the last 2 months, and he looked as disgusted at the sight as she felt. Paula? Are you all right? Maria asked. I'm, fine. Paula said. I need, some privacy. Yes, manager. Maria said and stepped in front of Lionel and Angel. We need to wait in the outer office. Lionel opened his mouth to yell at Nat to stop when Nat decided right that moment to store her clothing. The horsewoman named Paula let out a happy neigh and a quite long tongue came out and licked Nat's breasts. Her pink nipples popped out instantly and Nat growled at her to keep going. Lionel closed his mouth, took Angel's hand, and left through the door. As Maria closed it, the last thing they saw was Nat on the floor and that long tongue slipping between her legs. Oh, Nat yelled through the closed door. Maria touched the door and the sound was immediately cut off. We should have left a few seconds earlier. She said, a little embarrassed. I haven't seen Paula react like that to anyone before. It's the same with Nat. Lionel said. She's always been the level-headed one. I think we teased her too much about sex. Angel said, finally getting over the shock. I knew it bothered her when she walked in on us the first time, so I tried to make it like it was the most natural thing to happen when we kept doing it. Lionel nodded. When she was upset, I thought she was just pretending. He said and then sighed. We have to apologize to her. He walked over to the door and Maria stepped in front of him. The stable manager needs privacy. Maria said. She's my friend A&D. Lionel started to say and Maria touched him and cast the same spell. His mouth kept moving and nothing came out. He stepped back and touched his throat. No, I didn't steal the sound. I put up a barrier to block sound from passing through it. Maria said. Lionel reached a hand out towards her and Maria's hand swatted his aside and one of her powerful legs lifted up instantly and a hoof slammed into his chest. Lionel didn't make a sound as all the air left his lungs and he flew across the room and hit the wall. It was made from reinforced wooden beams a foot thick, so he hit, bounced off, and crumbled to the floor, unconscious. You. Angel yelled and armor started to form around her as she equipped a sword. Maria's hoof shot out and kicked Angel's hand to knock the sword away, then she stepped forward and covered Angel's face with her much larger hand. Another step later, Angel was flat on her back, inside a slight depression in the floor, with a snarling horsewoman above her. I am the co-ruler for this stable. Maria said and placed a hoof on Angel's chest to hold her down. I have trained all my life to be the strongest co-ruler to ever exist, even stronger than my father. She said and pressed down a little to make Angel wheeze her breath. Have you identified me yet? Angel didn't have the air to speak, so she shook her head. Do it. Maria said and after a second, Angel's eyes went wide. I am level 90. She stepped off of Angel, who took in a huge breath of air and then coughed. The only one here that's stronger than I am, is Paula. Angel's eyes widened and then looked at the closed door. We are waiting for as long as Paula wants privacy and no one enters that office without her say so. Angel looked back at Maria and nodded. Maria retreated to her desk and sat on the front of it, fully prepared to keep them away from the door. Angel sat up and rubbed her chest, sure that there was a hoof print on her breastbone. She shakily got up, the impact on the floor had taken a significant amount of her health away, and she walked over to Lionel. No. Angel said when she saw the pool of blood and knelt to check on him. He's not dead. Maria said and pointed to her ears. He's going to be sore when he wakes up. Angel used to identify on him and he only had a quarter of his health left. You almost killed him. He tried to cast an offensive spell against me. Maria said. I reacted. Angel opened his shirt up to inspect the damage and saw a huge horseshoe imprint. No wonder it hurt so much. She thought and placed her hand on it. She chanted and cast Battle Medic on him. She breathed a sigh of relief when Lionel's health went up to half, the internal bleeding stopped, and his condition stabilized. I was well within my rights to kill him. Maria warned her. Anyone attacking any member of the stable are to be dealt with appropriately. Angel didn't respond as she sat down on the floor beside the wall and pulled Lionel into her lap to wait for him to wake up. Thanks to this little incident, she realized that if anything happened to their main healer, they were pretty much screwed. She also knew that even though they had been training like mad for 2 months straight with the best the kingdom of man could offer, it was not enough. Asterisk. An hour later, Nat lay on the floor of Paula's office, thoroughly satisfied and out of breath. She absently stroked the hair and mane of the gorgeous horsewoman that had made her feel more wonderful than anyone else in the history of time itself, or so her pleasure-overloaded brain told her. That was something. Paula said and let out a satisfied neigh. I've never mated with a woman before, either. Nat moved her hand down to stroke Paula's face. I don't think I've ever finished so many times in my life. She said and propped herself up on an elbow to look down at Paula and gave her a kiss. For never doing it before, you did a fantastic job. I could tell. Paula said with a smile. You did well yourself. Nat looked at the huge puddle that the rug they were on hadn't been able to soak up. I hope you enjoyed it. She said, slightly worried. I know that, well. That horsemen have enormous penises. Paula finished for her and Nat nodded. If all I wanted was someone to ram me, I have several large riding crops and whips that can do the job just as well as a skin-covered bone. Nat looked a bit excited and opened her mouth to speak. Paula let out an amused neigh and interrupted her. We don't have time, my cute little hero. She said and sat up. You need to travel fast to catch up to Sugar Lick. Sugar Lick? Nat asked. She is Dayman's horse guide and possible annoyance, especially if they meet any male horses along the way, either normal or men. Nat took in a sharp breath. Maybe she'll delay him for us. Paula laughed and stood up, then helped her to stand. Yes, keep looking at the bright side. She said and picked up her outfit. She started to get dressed and Nat equipped her clothing. I am envious of your storage. She said and fastened her skirt and then put on her blouse. Nat helped her button it up and then reached up for her neck. Paula bent down and they kissed for several seconds, then Paula broke the kiss and let out a happy neigh. Nat smiled at her and took her hand, then the two of them walked over to the door of the office. When it opened, they both took in sharp breaths at the scene before them. Maria. Paula said loudly as Nat ran over to her two friends. Explain this. Maria did. It didn't take long and Paula let out a long and drawn-out sigh. You two are idiots. Nat spat at them as she knelt by them. Didn't you identify them? She asked, then shook her own head when they shook theirs. What were you thinking? Just, Lionel said, barely above a breath. How long until you can heal yourself? Nat asked, angrily. Another 20 minutes. Lionel said. Regeneration should get me to a good spot by then. Nat stood up and walked over to Paula. My love, please forgive their mistake. Paula smiled at her, because she couldn't be angry at someone so cute. Don't worry, love. I promise to help you and you will be helped. Nat took her hand and held it to her chest as she hugged it. Thank you. Think nothing of it. Paula said. I have a volunteer that would like to meet Dayman and he even has his own car to carry you. Nat gave her a very happy smile. That's very kind of you, and him. I think he wants the bragging rights. Maria said with a laugh. He gets to haul 3 heroes across the ravaged lands to reunite them with the 4th hero. That would be a good story to tell. Nat agreed. When can we leave? As soon as your friends can travel without hurting themselves. Paula said and looked over at them. I hope you learned this lesson well. Angel nodded and whispered into Lionel's ear. He nodded as well. Half an hour later, the 3 of them were fully healed, refreshed, and piled into the back of a cart. Nat had created a sofa cushion in the back for them to rest on and they left the stable with a wave and a slightly teary goodbye between Nat and Paula. I swear I'll be back. Nat promised and waved from the cart as the horseman pulled away down the road. I love you. I love you, too. Paula said and waved enthusiastically. I eagerly await your return, Natalie. Bye. Nat yelled as the cart picked up speed. The horseman bent down and really got to digging his hooves into the dirt, and then she couldn't see the stable anymore. You really fell hard for her. Angel commented. Like from a mountain onto jagged spikes. Nat joked and sat down in the cart. I never thought I'd meet anyone like her. What? Part horse? Lionel asked and received an elbow in the gut. Oof. Stop that. Then stop spouting nonsense, you idiot. Nat said. She's smart, resourceful, A&D. You only had sex with her. Angel interrupted. Where is all this other stuff coming from? We talked, of course. Nat said with a huff. We weren't going at it for the whole time we were together. Why not? Lionel asked and blocked the elbow before it hit. I'm not being insensitive. Because, just like Paula said, if all I wanted was someone to have sex with, I would have gone down on Angel the very first day. Nat said. Huh. I knew you liked my vagina. Angel said, her voice full of satisfaction. It's pretty, isn't it? When it doesn't have a penis in it, yet. Nat admitted. What about my breasts? You like them too, right? Angel asked and cupped them. Well, actually, Nat started to say that her nipples were too dark. You better tell me that you like them. Angel said as she let her chest go and shook her fist at Nat say it. Nat clamped her mouth shut and smiled instead. I said say it. Angel tackled her and they rolled around on the soft cushion as Angel did her best to tickle her. Nat laughed and laughed as the assault continued and she didn't say it. Lionel looked on as his friends made up after his and Angel's potentially disastrous mistake of insulting the stable manager. To their surprise, even with stops for food, water, and rests for the horseman, it only took them a week to catch up to Damon. The horseman was apparently a very fast runner and he ran all out for the entire time that they traveled. He was just as eager to meet the fourth hero as they were. 066 heroes reunited. It's about time you arrived. I said to the horseman that skidded to a stop in the middle of the town square with the cart behind him. I was worried I would have to let this farce keep going. The cat women in the large cage with me let out purring laughs, Selene the wolf woman barked a happy yip, and the free marten let out an amused bleat. Sugarlick trotted over to the cage to speak and just drooled at the horseman instead. I ran as hard as I could. The horseman said. Hello, Sugarlick. Hello. George. Sugarlick said with a rumbling neigh. She strutted over to him and her hand touched the large bulge in his pants. I haven't had a proper man in weeks. I do not have time to, George started to say, then his pants were down to his hooves. Sugarlick jerked on him as she knelt. Let me show you something day man lets his women do. She said and opened her mouth wide. George neighed loudly as Sugarlick took him into her mouth. He had never felt anything like it before and he was hard instantly. Sugarlick moaned and took as much of him into her mouth and throat as she could. Everyone watched as she worked on the poor horseman that was completely at her mercy. George let out a quick neigh and pulled off the straps holding him to the cart, yanked Sugarlick up to stand and whipped her around, then he tore off her little shorts and shoved his literal boner into her. Sugarlick moaned loudly as George rode her, just how she liked it, rough and powerful, so that she could feel everything. No one said anything, as if they all knew it was going to happen, and they all waited for it to be over. Did you know that was going to happen? The free marten asked me. I didn't need a flash of divine sight to know Sugarlick was going to jump on anything even resembling a proper man. I responded and she let out a soft bleat of amusement. I can't believe this is happening. Lionel said and couldn't look away from the scene that was right in front of him. He never imagined that any woman could take nearly all of that huge erection, no matter how tall she was. How is she not screaming in pain? Angel asked. He's not being gentle at all. Nat laughed and hopped down out of the cart. Some people like that kind of stuff. She said and walked around the cart, passed by the moaning horse coupling, and walked over to the cage. Hi, there. I'm Nat. I chuckled and held a hand out through the bars of the cage. It's nice to finally meet you officially. I'm Damon. I'm glad you're not like some giant ape or something. Nat said with a big smile.
I was luckily enough to have my armor on for most of my time here. I said and stored it to replace it with normal clothes. Nat nodded understanding. I really need to thank you for what you said to Paula. It's the least I could do for leaving you guys and going ahead. I said and her big smile returned. I can't believe you kissed her. Nat said, referring to the goddess. She dropped me from a few hundred feet up. I said and she laughed. That was a bit of overkill. How come you aren't freaking out about this? Lionel asked and waved at the horseman and woman going at it like gangbusters. They weren't being quiet about it, either. The same reason you aren't. I've seen people having sex before. I said. Hi, Angel. You're still human. Angel asked and I nodded. That's a relief. I really should ask why you're in a cage in the middle of town. Nat said. Oh, the locals took offense when I kissed the Free Martin openly. I said. Why? Nat asked. She's pretty. If you haven't noticed, none of us have our faces covered. I said and the three heroes stared at me in confusion. You're supposed to keep your face covered in some parts, because they believe it's taboo to reveal the strain of the virus that you've been exposed to. What? Why? Lionel asked. Back at the main city by the wall, everyone there was completely uncovered. There were several loud chitters and a few squeaks from the buildings nearby. Jesus, Lionel. Think before you speak. Nat said. At least you didn't elbow me this time. I'm too far away and you would see it coming. Nat smiled. It wasn't just the kiss. It was that he's normal and I'm me. The Free Martin said. Intentionally trying to infect someone is very bad in these lands. Angel and Lionel exchanged knowing looks and then looked right at Nat. Yes, I did the same thing. Geez. Nat rolled her eyes. Get over it. I chuckled. We've been segregated from the normal population for my blatant disregard of social protocol. I quoted the words of the elder of the village. This was one of the main hubs of infection you've been tracking. Nat said and took out the route I had left. I nodded. I was partway through the interviews with the oldest residents when the incident happened. We were in our room at the inn and one of the workers saw us. The Free Martin said. I tried to tell Dayman that they were overreacting and that he didn't have to play along. I shrugged. It gave them something to do. The cat women let out hissing laughs. We've been occasionally licking his face, just to give them a little thrill. They won't believe us that we've been together for months. Selene the wolf woman said. Dayman won't ease my itch while we're in the cage, either. Ease your itch? Nat asked. Like this. Selene said and pulled her skirt up, sat down and spread her legs, then she bent in half and started licking herself. Fuck. Lionel said and turned away. Give a guy some warning, please. Nat's mouth opened in surprise as Selene's long tongue licked her own vagina all over, even inside, and she fought hard to not be jealous over that. Very, very hard. No matter how much I lick, it keeps itching. Selene said and kept going for several minutes. She eventually stopped and sighed. I need his baby machine to stop it. How long are you being held for? Lionel asked. Sugar Lick neighed and moaned as George finally finished inside of her. He neighed happily and nipped at her shoulder playfully. She reached up and stroked his nose lovingly, so he moved from her shoulder to her mouth and kissed and licked it. I'd say until right about now. I joked and everyone in the cage with me laughed. Lionel had to turn away from them when George pulled himself out of the horsewoman and Angel's mouth dropped open when his semi-hard penis flopped out and a lot of extra fluids came out as well. Angel's face burned red and she turned away, too. Are you happy now? I asked Sugar Lick and she let out a happy neigh and nodded. That's good enough for me. I said and turned towards the main town hall. Elder. I have reflected on my misdeeds and I am prepared to make reparations, now that I've seen the error of my ways.
Almost immediately, the entire town was out and had gathered around. One of the figures stepped forward and her head turned to look at the new arrivals. Will you command them to cover their faces? An old woman's raspy voice asked. As soon as I am free and make it up to you and your people, we will all cover our faces and will leave your humble presence with both humility and gratefulness. I said and gave her a regal bow. There were a lot of approval sounds from the others. Your words move me, Dayman. She said and waved at the one beside her. The figure darted over to the cage, quick as a flash. There was a clink of metal and the figure was back beside her. The cage door opened and I stepped out. "You three, stay quiet," I said to Nat, Angel, and Lionel. "Especially you," I said to Lionel. He looked affronted until Nat elbowed him in the gut to make him grunt. "Thanks," I said to her and then walked over to the elder and knelt on one knee. "Please accept an offering that comes from another world." She nodded her head and I clapped my hands lightly, so it wouldn't startle anyone, and opened my hands to reveal a bottle of soda pop. "What is it?" she asked, genuinely curious. "It's a beverage that my people consume," I said and opened the bottle. The telltale wish of air made some of them jump. "It's chilled to perfection as well, so please enjoy," I said and held it out to her. She put her face near it and jerked. "It attacks." All of the figures around us had swords, bows, and arrows, maces, and a few had glowing hands pointed at me. It had happened instantly, too. I laughed and held a hand up. "Dear lady, the bubbles are the telltale sign that it is still fresh," I said. "If I may, I will drink first to show you." She nodded her head and I took a drink to show her how to do it. I said and held it out again. "You can keep it like this or pour it into a cup. The fizz dies down quickly if you do." She gently took it and put it to her face again. "It kind of tickles," she said and took a sniff. "The drink of a godling," she whispered and used her free hand to pull off her face covering, which surprised the others. The old and still pretty fox lady put the bottle to her lips and took a drink. "Ah!" she yelped and almost dropped it as she covered her mouth with her free hand. I quickly grabbed her hand with the bottle in it and held her steady. "Try again, elder," I said in a soothing voice. "No one on this world has tasted this before, so it might take some getting used to." A collective hush fell over everyone and she nodded. She tried again and only took a little sip. She only jerked a little, then she smiled. She took another and didn't react, except to let out a happy chittering sound. "I did it," she said as she held the bottle up and a cheer came from everyone. We spent the next few minutes discussing the drink, then I made the full offering. I gave her a whole case of pop, all 24 bottles of it, and she offered me her granddaughter in return. I very politely declined, stating that our coupling would be short-lived, especially if I found the source as quickly as I hoped we would. "You are right. It would waste her potential if she was tied to you for the rest of her life and you wouldn't be here for her," the old fox lady said. "Daughter? Would you try to have his pups in your daughter's stead? I would be honored to be seated by a godling of his prominence, mother," the figure beside her said, and her smell hit my nose like a slap in the face. Everyone looking could see my erection, since I was only wearing normal clothes and not my armor. "I see you approve," the old fox lady said with a smile. "Do not worry, Dayman. She has a mate no longer and no others have stepped forward to claim her." I tried to stop my drool and had to wipe my mouth off with my hand. "I need a room." The crowd parted and the last person there opened the door to the town hall. "Good enough," I said and used my full speed to pick up the fox woman and then ran by them all instantly. Asterisk. A startled shout came from everyone, and they all looked at the old fox lady. "We need to observe that they properly mate," the old fox lady said, covered her face, then the entire gathering ran inside the town hall to watch. "Did that just happen?" Angel asked and looked around to see that her group and Damon's group were the only ones left in the town square. "He's not really." A long high-pitched howl, that almost sounded like a scream, cut through the deserted square. It was soon followed by a long series of happy little barks. "I'd say that's a definite yes," Nat said and did her best to not laugh at Lionel's disgusted face. 067 Their first time together. I spent an hour with their chosen representative and gave her 2 seatings, much to the elder fox's satisfaction. I did my best to ignore everyone else in the town that had piled into the town hall to watch. I really am perfectly fine with having others watch now, I thought and held in my sigh. I tried to not think about what my relationships were going to be like when I went back home, especially if it gets into my head that I need to have an audience to perform. I'll face that dragon when the time comes. "Face coverings, everyone," I said as I walked out of the town hall and equipped my full armor set. The other heroes took in sharp breaths at the thing, because they hadn't really noticed it when I had it on in the cage. I handed out coverings to the 3 new people and George the horseman, whispering that it was only until we left the fox territory to respect their wishes, and the others all put theirs on. We went to our carts, hooked up the 2 horse people, and everyone except me climbed aboard. I turned and waited for the old fox woman to come out. "Day man," she said and held a gloved hand out to me. I took it in my armored hand and bent down to tap it to my helm. "Elder. Safe journey," the old fox woman said. "Try not to drink my offering at once," I said with a chuckle. "You know I haven't shared it with anyone, not even my group. We will dole it out on special occasions only," she said. "It's good for another 4 months, then the fizz will die out on its own. It's still drinkable after that, it just won't be as tasty. We have mages that can cast stasis," she said. "Really? Can I talk to one of them or have them perform the spell for me?" She waved her hand and another figure appeared beside her. Their speed was remarkable, since they all put their extra points into the proper stats and skills. In fact, I had to use up some of my spare points to put my running and movement skills to max, just so I could keep up with them. "I will need something to cast the spell on," a male voice said. "You sly old fox." I complimented the old fox woman and she let out a happy little bark and chittered a little. I took out another bottle of pop and opened it. The man's gloved hand glowed and then he cast the spell on the bottle. The bubbles froze in the liquid and I nodded. Underscore. You have gained the spell stasis. When cast on an object, it will remain in its current state until the spell wears off or is cancelled. A more powerful magic user can make this condition permanent, meaning it won't fade over time, and it can only be dispelled. Underscore. Then my caution for it becoming unusable for you was unwarranted, I said and put the cork back on the bottle and handed it to her. "Thank you for your hospitality, Elder." She nodded her head to me and I went to Shugalik's cart. Both horse people started to trot at the same time and kept pace with each other as we left the fox settlement. When we were far enough away from their territory, Sugarlick let out a huffing neigh. We went another half an hour, just to make sure we were far enough away from the foxes, and pulled off the road. "All right, we're stopping for the night," I declared and hopped off the cart as I stored my armor. "Who made you the boss?" Lionel asked and stored his face covering, as did Nat and Angel. "You just did," I said with a laugh and Nat joined me. "He really has no social skills," Nat said as she came over to me. "My elbow's getting sore." "Ha ha ha." I laughed and waved at the cat women to stay by the cart when they took off their face coverings. "It's really too bad that you cheer for the other team." "Oh? And why is that?" Nat asked with squinted eyes. I laughed again. "Please don't take that wrong. I'm not confessing that I want to convert you or anything," I said and took out a huge tent that I bought when we picked up more supplies at the wall. "I just have a feeling that we're going to be great friends. I have no problem being friends with someone after I sleep with them." Nat blinked her eyes at me for several seconds, then she smiled. "You make sex friends." I laughed again. "Not like that. When I hit it off with someone, we usually end up in bed together. It doesn't wreck our friendship when it does, though." I explained and unrolled the huge canvas tent in a good spot. "It doesn't always happen, since we still need chemistry, you know." Nat thought back to meeting the albino horsewoman named Paula and nodded. They definitely had a lot of chemistry. "You're damn cute and nice and your sense of humor is pretty close to that of an ex of mine." "An ex? Hi." Nat chuckled. "Are you regretting losing her?" "Not at all. She's happily married with kids on the way," I said and Nat looked a little surprised. At the time, my life was a mess and I couldn't give her the time and love that she needed. We both knew that, so she moved on and found someone that she's going to spend the rest of her life with. "That's, wow," Nat said and helped me pull the tent out to the right size and we drove the spikes and support holders in place. "Where did you get this?" "A circus." I laughed again. "Clothes. It was an elephant man, actually." "Oh, my god," Nat said. "Was he huge?" "He had to be huge, right? This tent is enormous." "He was nearly 20 feet tall," I said and spread my arms. "His feet were this big around." "Jesus." Nat cursed my favorite curse. "One more question," I said and gave her a serious look. "Are you sure you don't like penises? Mine's only slightly overused." Nat burst out laughing and shook her head. "No, you ass. Stop teasing." I walked over to her. I'm glad you know that's what I'm doing, I said and put a hand on her shoulder. I won't ever question your personal choices or what you choose to do with who you choose to do it with. Nat looked into my eyes and there was a little jolt of something between us. It wasn't chemistry, though. Neither of us had the urge to kiss the other, but we felt a lot closer than strangers normally would. Without speaking, I stepped close and pulled her into a hug. She didn't tense up or try to pull away. Instead, she put her arms around my waist and hugged me back. Hey, what's with the touchy-feely thing going on? Lionel asked. Damn it, he's too far away for an elbow to the gut, Nat said and I chuckled as I let her go. I was just greeting a new old friend, I said and Nat grinned at me as I turned to look at Lionel. I don't think that's going to happen with you. Damn right, Lionel said. There's only one of us that I want to. Angel walked by him and came over to me. Damon, can I try? I slowly reached out to touch her shoulder and something hit my hand and knocked it away. _______. You have gained the spell Focus Push. You can cast a small barrier to hit any part of something that you can see, to push it in any direction you choose. _______. Lionel. Nat spat, recognizing the spell. That was uncalled for. I don't want him touching Angel, Lionel said. He just came out of that town after. He waved his hand and I suddenly felt clean, even though I hadn't taken a bath for 2 days. Even the sex stickiness that I couldn't quite get completely cleaned up was gone. _______. You have gained the spell Cleaning Hands. When cast, anything targeted will be scrubbed clean as if many hands had given it a proper bath. Works on both animate and inanimate objects. _______. Angel gasped as part of the spell hit her. Lionel. You're supposed to wait for people to ask to be cleaned. But, he was. Angel sighed. No, I shouldn't snap at you. You're right. He was just touching, had touched. She looked at me. You were touching that fox woman, weren't you? Intimately. I can freely admit that my fingering technique was used occasionally, I said and her face flushed only a little red. I did wash up with a towel and soap, so I wouldn't have it inside my armored gauntlets. That's a relief, Angel said. The researchers warned us about direct and indirect fluid transfers. Yes, and isn't that an interesting disease? I said and they gave me surprised looks. Nat, you read my report, didn't you? Yes. Then tell me, why hasn't it gone airborne or migrated to the animals? I asked and Nat gasped. Decades of breathing and eating, moisture from saliva, wastes, and contaminating the water sources by both swimming and cleaning, and yet, it hasn't made the transition to spread by any other means. The only thing people are worried about is direct fluid transfer from one to another. That's it. No, that, Lionel started to say, and stopped. Did you know there are still normal humans living here? I asked and all three of them were shocked. It's why a lot of the population is so stringent about contamination. Anyone that catches it is sent right to the wall in the research facility, so they can study it. When they finish, they send them to be with their people, since intermixing species outside of the city is frowned upon and letting them go back to the human settlements to infect their families is a huge no-no. I can't believe, after 100 years, Nat whispered. Right. It shouldn't be possible. It should have converted everyone already and it hasn't, I said. I also haven't met anyone that's been alive since it started. Yet, anyway. That's what you're looking for, Nat said and I nodded. I'm hoping, beyond hope, that I can get 1 or 2 beings that might have been here since then, or at least know the stories of that time. You didn't have any luck with the foxes? Angel asked. Not even a little. The oldest is almost 60 and you met her. The elder, Nat said and I nodded. Most of the towns and villages I've visited so far have mostly born residents and almost no infected and converted, except for recent ones, and they can't help it all in this quest. So, you haven't been goofing off all this time and screwing everything that moves. That's good to know, Lionel said. Angel, please, I said and she tapped Lionel's gut with her knuckle to make him grunt. Thanks. We need to work on finding who we need, so we can track down where all of this could have started from. Tomorrow. Nat smiled. First, we need to set up this tent and get some sleep. It has compartments inside, Like huge rooms. I said, and we all started working together to get it set up. Luckily, they took direction well and we had everything set up about 15 minutes later. Nat looked up at the 40-foot tall central post. Jesus, that's a huge pole. That what the fox woman said. I joked and took out the large bed I had in inventory. Nat looked startled for a second, then she laughed and Angel joined in. Lionel looked a little perturbed. Did you guys get bedding? I asked. Just bedrolls. Nat said. We've got our storage spaces packed with other supplies. I'll loan you some. I said and went to their rooms and dropped off things that looked like actual beds. They were already made up and even had pillows on them. How big is your storage? Nat asked, surprised. I'm not sure it can be measured, since the things inside all have different sizes. I said. After I stored a mountain full of metal ores and passed out from mental strain, I stopped worrying about what I could carry. The three of them stared at me and I laughed. Ask me about it tomorrow. I said and waved at Sugarlick and George as they ducked into their own room. I walked over to my own room and closed the flap. I hope you don't mind sharing a bed tonight. I said to the already naked women. Purrs, a bark, and a bleat of agreement responded. Selene first, like usual. Yes. Selene yipped and hopped onto the bed and the others laughed. One scratched itch, coming right up. I stored my clothing and climbed onto the bed. 068 breakfast with friends. The next morning, we all sat in the center of the tent and ate breakfast. The other three heroes and I chatted back and forth about a few things, like our experiences in this world, and the animal people listened intently and didn't speak. The new people had been surprised at my cooking skills, especially with such primitive items to work with, and I joked and said that it wasn't the equipment, it was how you used it. Nearly everyone laughed, even Sugarlick, who only had eyes for George the horseman. He had apparently made her feel better than any other male she had mated with. That was a surprise, considering I hadn't really seen any real deviation from what Steve had done to the mare we used to have and what George had done to Sugarlick. I was surprised to learn that George was actually Steve's brother and that he had volunteered to bring the others out to me, all because he wanted to thank me on his brother's behalf for finding him a very valuable and suitable mate. I gave him an extra helping of porridge and he sucked it up like it was the best thing in the world. Apparently, horses of all types liked oats, no matter how they were prepared. The sliced and chunked apples made it that much tastier, too. I had eggs of all kinds ready as well, toast made with actual bread and not the local variety, and even several boxes of cereal. The cat women absolutely loved milk, even though it didn't agree with them, and Selene the wolf woman gnawed on the sausages I had fried up. The Free Martin enjoyed the fresh salad I had made just for her and she snuck a kiss on me when she thought no one was looking. Did you rob a grocery store? Lionel asked me between bites of his sunny side-up eggs. Nat was too far away to elbow him, so she kicked him under the table instead. Ow. Lionel hissed and rubbed the spot. What did we say about staying quiet in mixed company? Nat asked. I laughed. It's all right. I figured he'd say something like that. I looked at him. I pretty much bought out the back storage room of a grocery store. Bought out? How? Angel asked. With money. I said and the three of them stared at me. What? How the hell did you buy out the stock of an entire store? Nat asked. I mean, can someone even do that? I could with the stock manager's permission. She walked me around personally, too. I said and kept eating. I really like fluffy scrambled eggs and actual meat. We like the meat, too. The cat women and Selene said loudly, which made me promise them a nice steak dinner later. What else do you have stored? Angel asked. We've been eating local stuff for months. Tons of dry and canned goods. I said. What about a can opener? Nat asked with a smile and I chuckled. I have to use a dagger or my sword, which is a pain. When I make stew or something similar, I open the whole case, heat it up and eat what I want, then store the rest. Always a hot ready meal. Nat said and I nodded. I picked up a lot of general stuff at the city by the wall that I just didn't have the forethought to grab before getting summoned. Like beds, cookware, tents, kegs of beer, a motorcycle. Nat started rhyming off more and more ridiculous things and I progressed from chuckles to full laughs. Stop. Stop. I cannot store an aircraft carrier. I exclaimed and interrupted her. You didn't even try. Nat said, and we both laughed at the ridiculousness. You two really are new old friends. Angel said. I nodded and started to take a drink of orange juice. I didn't even have to let him ravage me. Nat said pointedly, and I almost choked. No fair. I said and coughed, then cleared my throat. You waited until I took a drink. Of course I did. Nat said with a huge smile. Who in their right mind tells someone they just met that they want to sleep with them? I said you were damn cute and nice, too. I said and defended myself. You propositioned her and you already knew she was gay. Angel asked and had to laugh. You brave, stupid idiot. I wanted to tell her that if she was ever curious, I'd be glad to help. I smiled. Not unlike you, HMM. Angel smiled back. Touché, Dayman. She said, intentionally mispronouncing my name like the locals did. Oh, smart comeback. I said and finished off my eggs and gave the last sausage to Selene. Woo. That was good. I said as I sat back and rubbed my belly. The others finished up eating shortly after, and then we got down to discussing the plan. The next settlement is only a couple of hours away. I don't know what creature we'll find, if any, so please, don't overreact and start killing everything you see. I said and looked right at Lionel. What's with the look? Lionel asked. Out of all of us, you have the worst social skills. Nat said. I didn't ask what you did in our world, and I honestly don't want to know. Is that why you've never said what you did? Angel asked. You think we don't want to know? I'm saying that it doesn't matter. We are not those people right now. Nat said. That's true. I said. I had my own construction business and those skills are pretty useless here. You owned a business? Angel asked. Used to. I sold it just before being summoned. For how much? Angel asked with a big smile. Easy, girl. Nat said and pat her hand. What did I just say about us not being those people? I was a supermodel there and here I'm a supermodel. Angel said proudly, then she took a quick breath. Damon, are you a crafter? I shook my head. You've seen my class, haven't you? No. Angel said and looked at me for a second. It says hero. Your class is hero. Lionel asked, surprised. Why didn't your skills transfer over properly? Do not question him. The Free Martin said in a stern voice. My skills let me become a combined cleric and mage, Angel's let her become a sword warrior, and Nat's let her become an illusionist that can create anything she has in storage. Lionel said. Why didn't his skills let him become a builder or something? The Free Martin's sword was out and laid across his neck before he could blink. Do not make me repeat myself. Lionel moved his hand slightly and she angled her blade down and slightly off to the side of his neck as it pressed into his jugular. Use your push trick and you lose your life. The Free Martin said. Damon, tell her to back off. Angel said. No, I said. Lionel didn't mean anything by it. Angel said, her eyes slightly worried. If he can't keep himself from asking questions that someone told him not to ask while around people he considers safe, what will he do when he's in a place that's not going to be safe? I asked. Angel looked at Lionel and saw his red face. Don't, Lionel. Remember what Maria did after silencing you. Lionel lowered his hand slightly and the Free Martin safely extracted her blade. He reached up and touched the spot to heal it. ________. You have learned the spell Focused Healing Touch. This concentrated spell costs much less mana than minor healing because it only affects a very small area. Can target internal injuries as well as external. _______. That could be handy to have. I thought and made sure to keep that near the top of my spell list. I hope you don't think that means the Free Martin hates you or holds a grudge against you. I said, and Lionel looked at me. I know you don't understand how certain social structures work around here, and I will admit that I don't know them until I'm exposed to them. Then why? Lionel started to say. I held up a hand to stop him. Basic decorum calls for someone to be polite. Just being polite can take you very far in having others be nice to you. Disregarding warnings that are intended for your own safety is not a good idea. Lionel, you have to stop speaking without asking yourself if it's a good idea to ask. Nat said. It's not fair that you are taking his side. Lionel said. I'm not taking a side. I've been trying to do what Damon is doing. Nat said. I don't want you being killed, probably by accident, because you don't take a minute to be polite about what you are asking. Lionel, please. Angel said. Even if you stopped to just whisper in my ear. I'm sorry, Angel. That won't work. I said, and she looked at me with exasperation, because she was trying to help me and I stopped her. My favorite, how far away can you hear? 80 strides, if my ears are pointed that way. The cat woman said. That includes whispers, too. Those are long cat strides, by the way. Not our normal ones. I clarified. The other 3 heroes looked genuinely surprised. Haven't you noticed that no one seemed surprised by you talking in a strange accent or by your appearance? I asked and then chuckled. It's because they heard you long before they saw you. Well, damn. Nat said, and that made me laugh. There are a few other things you need to know, just in case. I said, and I had their attention. Don't attack first. If you give them a reason, even though they can be peaceful, they will attack in force and overwhelm you. What if they attack first? Angel asked. If they start off hostile, then go all out. Don't give them a chance to breathe or to recover. Kill them and kill them all. I said, and the 3 of them looked shocked. Now, I will give you the best advice you will ever have. What's that? Nat asked. Red dots on your search and map spells are not hostiles. Angel gasped. Lionel looked angry, and Nat looked a little sick. Ah. I see. I said and sat back. Angel, since you seem to be the least bothered by it, why don't you tell me about what kind of incursions that the kingdom of man gave you to clean up? I really shouldn't say. Angel said, a little sadly. I killed an entire village of cat people and then an entire village of coon people. Raccoon, actually. I clarified for them. They stared at me and I shrugged. I'll tell you the specifics later. You first. Angel sighed and looked at the other 2, who nodded. All right. There was a town that was having a problem. 069 a bit of explaining. It took Angel an hour to give me all of the specifics. The advisors said that the town residents were in rebellion of the kingdom and wanted to bring infected into their village. They didn't believe the lies about the infection and were planning to assault the wall. It couldn't be allowed. After they were offered to leave the kingdom and cross the wall voluntarily and declined, something had to be done. You found the evidence that they really were going to cross the wall. I said, and she nodded. Maps, plans of buildings, times of guard changes, the whole thing. Angel said. They were also all read on our search spell. I nodded and she told me about their infiltration, thanks to Nat's illusions as both distractions and assault weapons. The heroes and their abilities were amazing to the poor people inside and they were quickly and easily dispatched. The 3 of them didn't even bother looking for individual people and just targeted the red dots on their search spells. The insurgent hideout only had a single level, so the top-down view of the spell didn't hinder their hunt and kill mission at all. It wasn't until they were done and started looting the bodies that they started to look at the people they had killed. It was kind of hard to not see their faces as they took their weapons, valuable items, and money. Nat covered her mouth when Angel came to that part in the story. It wasn't the killing she had a problem with, since that was her job. It was the kids that made her sick. They had killed children. Some wore the same uniforms as the adults and had weapons, while others were just kids. They couldn't tell if they were playing dress-up or if they were actual members. At that point, the reasons didn't matter. The 3 of them felt like they had been used to commit an atrocity and complained when they returned to the castle. The representative for the king had laughed at them. You were sent here to save this world. The man said between laughs. Would you want a plague released into the population? On purpose? No, but Nat started to say that there might have been a better way. Did you know that some of the people you've identified are the leaders of that town? That their children and grandchildren believed the same insanity about the virus being a hoax? That they were desperately trying to recruit anyone that they could to further their cause. The 3 heroes had fallen silent at his proclamation. You are here to do a job. Nothing more, nothing less. Whatever you believe is right is irrelevant, since you are not from this world and can't make those kinds of judgments. The man said in a normal voice. Please, let the professionals that live here handle the details and we will worry about what happens to our own country. He said and nodded to them. Thank you for your service. The 3 heroes went back to their rooms and that was the end of that. And that's how it went. Angel said as she finished the story. How many times? I asked. 3 after that one. Angel said. We checked for children those times. We learned our lesson. I looked at Nat and reached a hand out to her. Unfortunately, only you did. Why yes. Nat said and looked at me as she took my hand. They went in and finished the job. I said and she nodded as she did her best to not cry. That's why you were surprised by my advice to kill them all and don't hesitate. I don't know how anyone can do that. Angel said. Some of them were kids and they barely reached my knee. You're really tall. I said and she smiled for a second, then she frowned. You didn't have a choice and if they went in after you, correct? Yes. Angel said. Then you only need to feel guilty about the first time. Damon. Nat said a little loudly and I smiled. What? I didn't say that I didn't feel guilty about killing everyone I have here on this world. I said. Some people can handle it better than others. I looked at Angel and Lionel. I think that's a requirement to being summoned, actually. We aren't baby killers. Lionel said. Did you check any of the women there? Were they pregnant? Were they going to be? I asked and he didn't answer. Right. You didn't know. Neither did I the first time. I didn't even check to see if there were any women before I killed them all. The 3 of them looked at me expectantly and it was my turn to tell the tale of my first deadly encounter with the cat people. When I was done, Nat had moved her chair closer and she gripped my hand hard. I really want to store that armor. Nat said in a sexy voice and wagged her eyebrows at me. I burst out laughing and she cracked up and laughed, too. I promise, if we find someone here that can make anything good, I said between laughs. Deal. Nat said and pat my arm. I guess there wasn't anyone in the city by the wall. I shook my head. I couldn't even find an enchanter, let alone someone that could copy a magic-imbued item. Nat nodded. The kingdom of man seemed to lack any means of enchanting, too. Nearly everything they have are relics and family heirlooms. Angel said. They revere them and they are pretty much garbage. Lionel said. Lionel. Nat and Angel yelled. It's the truth. Geez. Lionel said. Who needs a sword that lights up a room? A spear that shoots a copy of the tip if you have enough mana to charge it. He shook his head. They're useless. Maybe for you. I said and he gave me a dismissive look. A sword that lights up a room? The whole room? Not like shadows or anything. How big of a room? Will it light up magical darkness? Lionel's face lost the dismissive look. A spear that can shoot copies of itself would be perfect in a long-distance engagement and give a foot soldier a ranged attack when anyone would only expect short-range combat. I said. Also, if their mana regeneration is significant, they can keep shooting the thing every time it's charged. Nat and Angel exchanged looks and looked back at me. What about a shield that doubles itself to cover more area? Nat asked. What are the specifics? On impact, the user's command, mana-based, or what? I think command and possibly mana. Nat said. Easy. You can make it appear in any direction. Above, below, side to side. If it's mana-based, either charging or absorption, then you can add your own mana to it and perhaps double the double, if it's not limited by the amount of metal it contains. What do you mean? Angel asked. It might have its thickness to cover twice as much. If you make it too big, it could end up useless. I said. I would have to actually see it and maybe use it to find out. Nat took a shield out of her inventory and placed it on the table. One of the noble families gave me this when they saw that I was using bucklers and tower shields to defend myself. Oh, nice. I said when my auto-identifier told me it was a Gemini shield. It didn't make a double of itself, it brought another shield into existence near it. Can I try it? Sure. Just be careful. It doubles in weight, too. Nat cautioned me. I chuckled. That's because it brings another shield into existence and you are lifting 2 shields and not just one. I stepped back from the table and slipped it onto my arm. I charged it up and in my head I could see and feel the different possibilities. Nat, you're using an illusion copy and not the original, aren't you? Nat nodded. Then you're not using it to its full potential. I said and made a shield appear on my right side and one on my left. They're not attached. Nat yelled and stood up. They don't have to be. It doesn't double like you thought. It makes another shield appear. I moved the original and the copies moved with it. Oh, my god. Angel whispered. That's so versatile, it's not funny. It's only limited by mana. I said and made one appear above my head and one behind me. It really restricts your movement when it's fully deployed, though. I can barely move now. It's great for a final defense. Angel said and walked around it. Can you pull them in tighter? It took me a minute to reduce the space between them. You can still get a sword in if it's angled right. Angel said. Not bad, though. I let the copies fade and gave the shield back to Nat. Can you duplicate it better, now that you know? Watch. Nat said and stored the original, then she was surrounded by twice as many as I had made. Damn. I said and laughed. You barely used any mana. Nat made them disappear. I ignored everything else and maxed my main skills for my class. She said with satisfaction. You're right, though. I couldn't move with them all around me. Staggering them was a good compensation for the size, Nat. Angel said. I didn't see a way to get a sword in. It gave me a bit more space inside, too. Nat responded. I don't know what the heat absorption will be for it, though. I suggest not looking to test that and assume that metal gets hot over time when exposed to heat. I said and she nodded. Did anyone take the sword or spear? They gave me the sword. Angel said and handed it to me. Its normal stats are not that great. You don't need to wield it to get the light up a room bonus. I said and took it from her. If the description is right, you can hang it on your hip and any room that you enter will be completely illuminated. Really? Angel asked and looked at it. I'm not getting much past the basic description. I used to just get that, too. I said. Then I met the mage scanning people in the city and gained a more detailed identify spell. There are different versions. Lionel asked, surprised. I nodded. I think nearly all spells have a more powerful equivalent, even though it's technically the same spell, they do things a little differently. Like Firebolt and Fireball. Both are projectiles of fire, but Bolt is smaller and more specific targeting and Ball has a wider area of effect. Lionel said. You got it. I said. Minor and major healing, too. I'm sure there's degrees of them as well. Lionel nodded, because he already had the focus healing touch spell. I guess you didn't take the spear. I said and he shook his head. I'm a cleric mage. I tried using it and I do not have the component stats to make it an effective weapon like it was designed to be. I'm tempted to say not yet, but I don't know what we're going to encounter when we get out there. I waved to the outside of the tent. We could have a completely clear path and not have any conflicts whatsoever. Nat smacked my arm and laughed. You're such a kidder. I grinned at her and gave Angel the sword back. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Angel immediately tied the sword to her hip and smiled at me. Now that we're together, we're going to kick ass and get this quest done. That's the spirit. I said and looked at Lionel. How about you? Are you ready to help us finish up this thing? The sooner I get back home the better. Lionel said. This place is just a bit too crazy for me. Nat smiled. You think it would be me freaking out about seeing a horseman's 3-foot-long penis? Angel laughed and I shook my head. I didn't see anything. Lionel said and turned his head away, only to see that George was right there standing beside him. After a short awkward silence, George made a loud laugh and slapped Lionel's shoulder. I will keep my pants on in front of you from now on, hero. George said. Lionel closed his eyes and sighed. Let's just pack up and go. I nodded and we stored our things, removed the support spikes holding the tent up, and I stored the central pole and then the tent before it fell. How the hell did you do that? Nat asked. I have a 30-foot storage range. I said. Son of a, Nat shook her head. You have got to tell me everything you can do. I smiled and didn't agree as I waved to the cart she would be using. She gave me a searching look as she climbed into George's cart and I climbed into Sugarlick's. Let's go, Sugarlick. I said and she neighed, kicked her hooves, then took off running. George and the others were right behind us. 070 the next meeting. We traveled for several hours until we reached the outskirts of the settlement. Sugarlick came to a stop as soon as she heard something and George pulled over beside us. I think we need to walk from here. I said as I hopped out of the cart and helped unhook it from Sugarlick. I'm not getting a read on anything, But that usually happens when out here in the wilderness. Even when I'm in the thick of it, it's hard to predict what's going to happen. That makes it sound like you know what's going to happen most of the time. Nat said as she and everyone else climbed out of the carts. I chuckled and stored the cart, then helped George. A lot of times it's easy to predict. Close encounters, battles from the start, passive resistance, silent defiance, completely ignore us, or total acceptance. The only difference here is that with the various beast strains, all of them could happen when you meet a new one, even if they are the same species as you've met before. Jesus. Nat said as I stored their cart. How can you assume all of that is going to happen? How can you not? I asked back and she shook her head. Trust me. After a while, you'll notice the signs. Usually a very large sign as it charges at you. The Free Martin said and pointed. Like that. We all turned to look and off in the distance was a large something. It looks like it's just outside the search spell. I said and cast it again. Okay, I got it on my map. Wow, it's really moving. I reached out and rubbed the Free Martin's neck. Thank you for spotting it. The Free Martin let out a soft bleat of pleasure. Do we armor up? Angel asked. It might not help. I said and walked out into the middle of the road to stand in front of whatever was coming. It won't hurt to cover our faces, though. I said and equipped my armor. Everyone covered their faces as whatever it was came closer. George took in a huge sniff through his nose. It's Ursity. Oh, boy. I said and activated my armor's enchantments. OWWW. Lionel yelled and grabbed his head with both hands as he turned away from me. That fucking hurt. Stop trying to read me, then. I said without looking. The giant brown bear was coming at me like a freight train. I really hope this is a female bear. A bear? Nat asked. Why don't you make yourself bigger, yell, or run? Did you see any bears in the city? I asked. No, but you'll see why in a minute. I said. Here it comes. Armor. The bear yelled in a distinctly male voice. Damn it. I said and equipped my sword. I didn't want to kill him. Then don't. Angel said. He has no choice. George said. Dominance fights are usually first blood and end friendly. Enemy fights are always to the death. That's stupid. Nat said. Why can't we just? The giant bear, that was 10 feet high while running on all fours, zoomed past me as we exchanged blows. I was lucky and had dodged at the last second and swung my sword. It happened in the blink of an eye and Lionel hadn't seen it at all. I landed on my feet from the dodge and slid 10 feet away. The headless body of the bear stumbled and flipped over dozens of times before skidding to a stop 100 feet away. Nat and Angel stared at me and my bloody sword. God damn, that hurt. I said and dropped to a knee. The bear's massive paw and 8-inch claws that could rip through steel had hooked my chest plate and left deep furrows and an indent in the shape of the paw. I don't suppose anyone has the armor repair skill. Nat ran over to me. Jesus. She said and looked at the caved-in area of my chest. Store it and let Lionel heal you. I stored my armor and took in a deep breath. No, that's okay. I said and she helped me stand. Just give me a minute. Nat put her hand on my chest and let me rest my arm over her shoulders. Your regeneration must be maxed for you to recover so fast. I nodded. I really need to try and teach you the better identify spell. I said as my breath came back. I really like that armor. It didn't do much. Angel observed. It saved my life. I said and stood up straight as my health refilled. He tried to punch through me. Why? Nat asked. Because he can. George said. It's why bears are not welcome in populated areas. They are usually solitary and confrontational to any threat. The females only have 1 or 2 cubs and they are both vicious and deadly. Why did you say you wanted it to be a female? Angel asked me. She only protects her cubs. I would pledge to leave them alone, protect them while in her territory, and offer food to help her. She would accept it gratefully. George said. A male. Just wants a good fight, no matter who it is. I said and looked at Nat under my arm. Thanks for helping me. Hey, I'm the perfect height for this. Nat joked and pat my arm. I chuckled and nodded, gave her a one-arm hug, then let her go and walked over to the bear. George, what do you think? 22 feet if he was standing. George made agreement. He's a normal-sized one. I nodded and stored both the body and the head without looting it. I wonder if they have a leader. He won't be hard to find if you keep the head out. I took the head out and some rope. After a few minutes of making knots and loops, I had a good macrame bag and put the head into it. You are not going to wear that, are you? Lionel asked. I have to. I said and hung it over my shoulder. We'll keep getting attacked, otherwise. Lionel shook his head and Angel looked conflicted. Until I can hammer out my chest plate, I won't be wearing my full set of armor for a while. I said. You didn't get a hammer and anvil at the city by the wall? Nat asked with a teasing note in her voice. I chuckled and waved for everyone to start walking. I didn't think I would find a level 88 bear with all of his stat points in strength and movement skills. If there is a head bear, he will be stronger. George warned. I hope we can just talk to him. I said. Bears can live a long time, can't they? George pointedly looked at the thing over my shoulder and huffed. Ah, never mind. I said and he and the other beast-infected laughed. We walked on and it took a while, nearly a mile, before we saw another bear. He let out a growl and stood up on his hind legs to his fully 20 feet of height. He didn't move towards us or say anything. None of us said anything to him and kept walking. How big is the bear territory if they live so far apart? Nat asked, curious. It depends on the size of this gathering. George said. If they agree to stay within the main bear's influence. Perhaps hundreds of miles. We are so fucked. Lionel cursed under his breath. Asterisk. Bernard. Bernard. A black bear yelled as he ran across the buffer area between bear grazing areas and stopped a respectable 50 feet away and ducked his head to the 25-foot-tall panda bear that was their leader. An intruder has killed a scout. Bernard gave the black bear a disbelieving look for a moment, then grunted. Has anyone else been attacked? No, and the intruder doesn't look damaged. The black bear said. So, he either killed first or survived the probing attack and then killed. Bernard said. Ursula. Yes, my husband. Another panda bear asked as she stood up from their hiding spot. Bring the cubs. Bernard said. They will see what happens to intruders if this does not go well. Ursula trembled a little, then she bent down and picked up her tiny cubs. I do not agree with this. They are just cubs. I will allow one sneak attack on me if they are in danger. Ursula let a growl out and her eyes went to her husband's face. Her last sneak attack had left large scars on his face and everyone that saw them knew that she had made them. She nodded agreement and the two of them moved away from their chosen living area and made their way to the road. The black bear took off running to let everyone know that Bernard would be handling it personally. Asterisk. Is it just me, or are there a few more bears than the word solitary would account for? Angel asked as she saw several bears that kept pace with them in the forest nearby. I think we're nearing the middle of their settlement. I said and did my best to keep the bear's head clearly visible. The last thing I wanted was to have them think we hadn't earned the right to be there. We walked on for several more miles, then we all saw the gathering of bears around a large clearing. The road we were on passed right through the middle of it and it looked like the remains of a well-used battle arena. I stayed calm, even when Lionel cursed under his breath. He knew the old and dried blood stains were not a good sign. My search spell told me that there were just over 50 bears, with 4 of them off to the right in the tall grass. I came to a stop in the very middle of the clearing and held a hand up to stop the others behind me. I offer no ill will. I said and took the head of the bear off of my shoulder and held it up. This bear ran at me and didn't speak, except to roar. I made my chest plate appear and held it up as well. Proof that we exchanged blows fairly. One of the bears in the tall grass stood up and I winced when Angel let out a half shout and half squeal of delight. Of course she would adore panda bears. I thought and didn't sigh. It didn't bother me that I didn't get a flash of divine sight, since I knew that whatever happened here, it didn't change the course of anything. That didn't mean it wasn't extremely dangerous, though. My death might not change what happens, so I had to be careful. When I didn't immediately attack, the other bear stood up and Angel made the same sound. SHHH. Nat said and covered Angel's mouth. Panda cubs. I thought in surprise at the two beings in the female's arms. They brought panda cubs to meet us. The first panda walked over to me and I saw that he was about 25 feet tall, which towered over me at quadruple my modest 6 feet of height. I offer his body, if your people desire it, I said and made it appear. It's not looted. The bear let out a bit of a grumble. Not the head. I need that to pass through your lands safely. If you want it when we leave, have someone accompany us until then. You would hand it over. The female asked, surprised. Like I said, no ill will. I repeated. I would like to know the age of your oldest resident, if that's possible. Why? The big panda bear asked me. To talk about things that happened decades ago. I said, truthfully. I've been looking all over for elders to talk to. The bear motioned to my chest plate and I handed it over. He sniffed it, darted his tongue out and licked it, then grunted. It's genuine. You really did fight and didn't fake it. I'm glad you can tell. I said, relief in my voice as he handed my chest plate back. You wouldn't have an armorer or blacksmith, do you? The panda bear grunted, turned to the bears and grumbled something. One of them, a big black bear, dropped to all fours and ran over to us. He grabbed the body and stood up, flung it over his shoulder, and walked away in another direction. The panda grunted something else and another bear, this one a honey color, dropped to all fours and ran over to us. When he stood up to 18 feet, I saw saddle armor plates scattered over him. His family are not fighters. He will show you what you want. The panda bear said. Thank you. I said and bowed without taking my eyes off of him. You may stay a day for work and another for talk. The panda said. If you do not leave then, you will never leave. I nodded my head in understanding. The big panda bear turned away and walked towards the female. Excuse me. Angel said and the big bear turned back. Angel. Nat tried to cover her mouth again and wasn't successful. Please, sir. May I see the babies? Maybe hug them and play with them. Angel asked in various forms of groans, neighs, meowed hisses, a short bleat, and my own sigh answered her. Angel. Nat said and shook the crazy woman. They are bears. I don't care. Look at them. They're so cute and cuddly. Angel said loudly. I saw the female panda bear smile and her two cubs wiggled a little to try and get down. You take your life in your hands. The male panda said. If they are harmed, you will die right after. I promise to protect them with everything I have, for as long as I am near them. Angel pledged. So, she was listening to what I said earlier. I thought. The male panda waved at the female and she bent down and let the cubs go. Angel was laughing at the bottom of a panda cub pile a second later. 071 The old bear. Everyone relaxed and we all removed our face coverings, since the bears didn't have their faces covered and we didn't want to insult them. Surprisingly, none of them reacted to seeing 4 uninfected humans among our group. Sure that they would be safe, I left the others with Angel in the clearing, to make sure she was okay and that the cubs weren't hurt. The slightly armored honey-colored bear led me away from the impromptu gathering of his people. It took us a while to get back to his area and I was surprised when we reached what looked like a giant hut. Above ground cave. The bear said. It keeps the heat in better than working outside. I nodded my head and we entered the very large structure. I wasn't surprised to find a forge that was gigantic, a smelter that was nearly as big, and tools that I could never wield. How long have you been doing this? I asked, genuinely curious. Half my life, or about 20 growls. The bear said with a grunt. Do we need to heat your plate? I'm not a blacksmith, so you tell me. I said and took it out again and handed it to him. Very nice. What kind of metal is this? Mithril. I said and the bear jerked a little. Sorry. It's a metal that's pretty rare where I come from. I can't tell what it is, so perhaps just hammering it out will work. The bear said. I'll need an anvil and probably your smallest hammer. I said and showed him my hands. The bear let out a growling laugh. You can use the cub's hammer. He said and pointed to the rack of tools. I walked over to them and saw the size of the hammer. Thankfully, cubs were about my size, so the hammer wasn't too big to use. I still had to hold the handle with 2 hands to keep it stable, because the top of the hammer was about the size of my head. How big is your cub? I asked as I lifted the huge hammer and made the bear laugh again. You poor thing. The bear laughed. You would have trouble suckling a woman's breasts. Ha. I laughed as well and he showed me an anvil that was the size of a compact car. This is the smallest one. Mine is over there. The bear said and I saw one that was the size of a railroad boxcar. Nothing is small around here. I said and the bear put my chest piece on the anvil. He held it and told me to try striking the metal. I turned the hammer slightly, hoping I would get it to swing properly, then brought it down onto the inside of the dent. Clang. Nothing happened. Harder. Do not hold back. The bear said and I nodded. I dug my fingers into the wooden handle of the hammer and used about half of my full strength. Clang clang. The dent moved down a little and the bear nodded. I kept going and increased my strength a bit more each time I swung the hammer. The dent moved lower and lower and I worked it out from the edges and towards the center, like the bear instructed. It had to be flipped over and moved to the side of the anvil to start properly returning it to the right shape. The bear never offered to take over or grumbled when I made a mistake. It took nearly an hour to get it to a point that it was close to where it was supposed to be. Unfortunately, I couldn't do anything with the deep furrows into the metal. Why would you want to remove them? The bear asked. You fought a battle and lived. Wear the mark with pride. I nodded and equipped it to check it. It was pretty close to where it should be and I told the bear the differences. It took us another hour of hammering very lightly and only in specific spots to get it to sit properly. Thanks a lot for your help. I said and stored it. I don't suppose you know how to enchant anything. What is enchant? The bear asked. It's what certain skilled craftsmen can do to metal to imbue it with magical properties. I said. My armor had a lot of complementary enchantments that were essential to my survival when I first came to these lands. Are they gone? The bear asked. The main component that had the most work done was the chest. I was a bit surprised that the self-repair and reinforcement enchantments were the first to fail. The bear chuckled and took off one of his small armor plates on his belly. It was 3 inches thick and half the size of my chest plate. Watch. He said and put the plate on the ground. He then placed one of his claws on it and pushed. His claw sunk into the metal an inch and then he flicked his pawed finger. The sound of tearing metal was loud in the nearly silent hut. Jesus. I whispered as the plate had a huge gouge taken out of it. That was a rending skill. You were very lucky that you were hit squarely and not just by the claws. The bear said. You wouldn't have had much of a chest plate left, or much of a chest. I rubbed my chest where the chest plate had only crushed my sternum. Yes, I agree. I was very lucky. I said and stopped rubbing my chest. Even though I was healed, I was going to remember that feeling for a while. What can I do to thank you? The big bear laughed. You can't wield a cub's hammer properly with such small hands, not without damaging the handle. I'm sorry about that. I said. I can easily replace it. The bear said. My point is that I doubt you could help me forge anything. I looked around and everything I saw was much too big for me to use. I don't see any ore around. I commented at the large empty space where I suspected it should have been. I am wearing all I could scrounge from the river. The bear said and picked up the damaged armor plate. I wear this as penance for not wanting to fight. He said and grabbed a large hammer and went to his anvil and with 3 strikes, had the dent and tear beat out flat. He didn't bother trying to fix it and just hung it up on the wall. I will look for more ore later and smelt it again. What kind do you want? I asked and he looked at me with concern. You won't be allowed to return if you go looking for ore. Ha. No, I have a pile on me. I said. I've got gold, silver, iron, copper, nickel, lead, aluminum, zinc, platinum, and tin. The bear stared at me with his mouth slightly open. A big glob of drool slid out and plopped onto the ground. I had to jump back to avoid the splash. I guess you like that, hey? You would hand some over? The bear asked, in the same disbelieving tone as the female had when asking about the bear's head. I can't give much, since I need some for when I go back home. I said and pointed to the spot I thought the ores went and the bear nodded. How about 1%? I asked and as I walked along the empty space, I dropped several tons of ores into piles. The iron one was the biggest, since I had the most of that one. A large puddle of drool was on the floor when I was done. You must meet my family. The bear said, scooped me up as if I was a cub and held me to his chest, then dropped to all 4s and ran on 3 legs. We moved really fast and the wind whipped my hair around my face. After a couple of minutes, we were at a huge cave that was inside a little hill. Well, it was a little hill to them. To me, it was a huge mound of dirt and rock. The bear let out a short growling bark when he stopped at the entrance. He stood up and put me down without moving inside the cave or saying anything else. I heard claws on stone and turned to look into the dark cave as a very beautiful bear woman walked into the light. She was 15 feet tall and covered in fur. Her face looked young and untouched by age, even though her breasts were several feet wide each. I grew hard, just from looking at her, even knowing she would probably eat me whole if given the chance. Mother. The bear growled in greeting. Mother. I exclaimed. The blacksmith said he was about 40 years old, which means she was 20 years older than him or more. I thought with surprise as the woman looked down at me. Please forgive my outburst, I said and bowed slightly. Her nose twitched and a smile appeared on her face. You are presumptuous, she said, and then her womanly smell hit me in the face. Oh, fuck, I whispered as my erection became quite pronounced. I didn't even try to hide it as I looked up at her face. Please tell me you are not thinking what I think you are thinking. You mean the same as you, she said in a low growl. I can't stay and I have to leave tomorrow night, I said. I also have to meet an elder. Then you are in luck, little one, she said and picked me up. That's me. I opened my mouth to say that she couldn't be the oldest bear in the settlement and her huge tongue was suddenly in my mouth as she kissed me. Mother. He is a guest, the blacksmith exclaimed, and the female bear growled while still kissing me. It went right through me and made my whole body vibrate, even more than the cat woman's purse did, and I felt like I needed to do her right away. I grabbed the fur on the sides of her chin and pulled her face away to break the kiss. We need a bed, she growled again, dropped to all fours as she held me tightly to her chest, and ran into the dark cave on 3 legs. Moth air, the blacksmith yelled after us. He was not stupid enough to enter her cave without permission and stood there with a forlorn look on his face. 072 The Old Bear's Stories. Summoned again? By Bokyboy. 2 hours later, I was laying down on my back on top of the female bear's body. Since she was 15 feet tall and I was only 6 feet tall, I easily fit. My head rested between her bare breasts, thanks to the fur she had that acted like a curtain to cover them, and her arms held me tightly. I have to stop letting this happen, I said, and the female bear rumbled a laugh. I don't think either of us had a choice, you tasty little man, she said with a growl, and my erection returned. You see? Even just hearing my pleased growl makes you want me. I don't want to know why you are pleased with me, do I? I asked, and she laughed. You are of comparable size, even though you do not have a bone for penetration, she said, and reached down and lightly stroked me. Although, that did not seem to hamper you, little one. I reached over and rubbed her nipple that I had surprisingly gotten into my mouth. Barely. I can't believe that bears 3 and 4 times my size have small penises in comparison to their body size. I can have my cub show you. No, I exclaimed, and she laughed. Thanks for the offer, but I don't need that visual. I must admit that none of them have this little knob on the end, she said, and her pawed finger rubbed around the tip. It is supposed to be more pointed and slimmer. Slimmer? I asked, and then I understood. Well, damn. I'm sorry that you haven't been getting off from sex for all these years. As am I, little one. She rumbled a growl, and I shivered a good shiver. She liked that reaction and moved me up and licked my face, my chest, my member, then she was surprised when I started thrusting into her mouth. She went along with it, and it didn't take me long to finish. I moved off of her and saw her licking her lips and swallowing. I have never done that before, she admitted. It's not something people do here, apparently, I said, and moved down to between her legs. Why are you doing that again? She almost yelped as I played with her. I'm thanking you, I said, and then didn't say anything for another 10 minutes. I had felt her tense up several times and she came quite a lot. Then she suddenly picked me up, positioned me inside of her, and used me to get off by moving me in and out as fast as she could. I had to admit, that was a first for me. When she was done using me like she was alone and using a sex toy, nearly half an hour later, she said that she felt satisfied and let me go. You know, I had to stand still and let my regeneration handle all the bruises I had from her gripping my body so hard. I could have done that. No time to ask, she growled. It's too bad you are not a bear yet. I chuckled. I won't become a bear, I said and laid back down on top of her on my back with my head between her breasts. I'm a chosen hero of the goddess Jasindaya. Oh? What will you become after drinking so much of me? She asked, curious. Hornier. I joked and she laughed. Now that I am sated and you need time to recover, I will tell you the tales you desire. Oh, right. I said and tried to cover myself. Just, ignore my erection. She rumbled a laugh and hugged me tightly. Now I am sad that you won't become a bear for me. Despite the tripled size and probably massive power up it would give me, I would be really disappointed that my baby machine wouldn't get any bigger. I said. Really, really disappointed. You poor thing. She said and licked the side of my face. I will stop wishing for it, then. Hey, you said mine was big enough. I said loudly and she laughed again. Just for that, I hope you are not too old to have a cub. You do realize that you would have to. She stopped talking when I moved back down between her legs. Right now? She asked, surprised. You're going to beg me to stop when you're full. I said, determination in my voice. That will take a while. She said and started to tell me the stories that her mother had told her as a cub. I did my best to get off inside of her as many times as I could while she talked. I picked up a lot of essential information between her pants, moans and growls, and added them mentally to the map I had. Geographical details, descriptions, and anything else that I thought was valuable. We were at it for several more hours and by the time she spoke the last sentence of her mother's stories, she was exhausted, overly sated, and so full that her belly had a little bump in it. She hadn't begged me to stop, though. I have, never had, anyone. I'm sorry that I went a little overboard. I said and stroked the side of her face. You never told me to stop. Why would I? She asked and I had to laugh. Sleep now. I said and kissed her. She closed her eyes. Please, stay. You know I can't. I said and equipped my clothing. Goodbye, little man. She said in a whisper and fell asleep. I crept out of the darkened cave and to my surprise, the honey-furred blacksmith was still there. You're alive. The blacksmith said in a hushed whisper. Hurry, before she chases after you. I tried not to laugh as he picked me up and took off as fast as he could. I kept casting search spells as we moved and filled in all the information on the map. I didn't see any of the details that his mother had described, which meant I needed to pass the info along and then have everyone search. We only had a day to look for the clues and I didn't want to waste any of the time we had. The blacksmith stopped at his hut and put me down, then he dropped to his butt and let out a long sigh. I am so glad that she didn't eat you. I was a bit worried about that as well, so I made sure to exhaust her before trying to leave. Exhaust her? The bear asked and then he let out a kind of anguished howl. You need to leave before she wakes. He said and stood up. Hurry. If she realizes you left and she hasn't marked you. Marked me? I asked, confused. Strong females will always try to mark the strongest male that has earned her attention. The blacksmith said and started to jog towards the clearing. I had to run to keep up with him. That sounds kind of bad. You saw the leader. The blacksmith said and I had to think back to what he looked like. Oh, damn. The marks on his face are from his mate. I said and the bear let out a growling laugh. He endangered her cubs once. Yeah, we need to go. I said and ran. We made it back to the clearing and saw that Angel sat beside two panda cubs that were cuddled in their mother's lap. I have information about where to go. I said as we slowed down. The blacksmith whispered this was close enough and we stopped 20 feet away. You need to leave as soon as possible. The blacksmith bear said. Why? Angel and the panda cub's mother asked at the same time. Dayman mated with my mother. The blacksmith said. What were you thinking? Lionel exclaimed. I wasn't, not really. I said. It just kind of happened and. Now we have to run. Nad said. Take out the carts and let's go. I took out the carts and told everyone the details I had gleaned from the old bear's story. You are looking for No Crop Cliff. The mother of the panda cubs said and pointed. 30 miles that way. Start there and work your way east. Thank you. I said. I only help my friend, Angel. She said. She cares for my cubs as if they were her own. Ah. Thank you. Angel said and carefully hugged the large bear woman's arm. Thank you for sharing them with me, even for such a short time. Thank you for the supplies. The panda bear woman said. It's the least I can do for such cute babies. Angel said. Take care. The bear woman nodded and we all loaded up into the carts. I will come with you. The blacksmith said. Take out the head and tie it to the cart. I did so and he said I would need to give it to him to bring back. I agreed and we left the clearing at George and Shugalik's best speed, with the blacksmith running alongside. We made it to No Crop Cliff in record time and I repeated the details. We followed them to each landmark until we came to what used to be a small lake. It was now only a pond and it took us a bit of time using search spells to find the old collapsed cave. The blacksmith bear made short work of digging out the thing, thanks to his skills and powerful digging claws. Not surprisingly, only the bear and Nat wanted to come into the old cave with me. I took out an oil lamp and lit it as we ventured inside and it took a few minutes to get to the part of the old bear's story that I was searching for. Inside the cave on the back wall were drawings. Drawings of how it all began. Nat, tell me you can draw better than I can. I whispered. I can draw better than you can. Nat responded. I handed her a stack of perfect white paper and a pack of colored pencils. What the heck is this? Nat asked with a chuckle. Something I forgot that I still had an inventory from playing with Crystal. I said and took out a table for her and another lamp. Ah. Nat said and put them down on the table and started drawing. I'd like to meet her. Give me your address and contact info. I tapped one of the pages. I'll send you a plane ticket to come and visit. Nat quickly wrote it all out and handed it to me. You promise? Assuming we make it out of this, I will not only send you a ticket, I will deliver it personally. Nat laughed and started drawing. I looked at her for a moment and then looked at the first drawing. It was significant, because even though it was fairly crude and the artist wasn't really an artist, I recognized the distinct look of a shifting portal. Just like the one that I had been sent through on the first world I had been on. 073 Following the Breadcrumbs Part 1. Nat didn't take long drawing out the different stages of events. Like I had thought when I first saw them, they were both crude and accurate drawings. Whoever had done them had plenty of time, apparently. I didn't want to say how appropriate it was that we were given a record of what happened, when that was what we were looking for. I did my best to not bring any thoughts of divine beings into my mind, because now I had a very good idea as to why my divine sight wasn't working. It was being intentionally interfered with and I couldn't rely exclusively on it. Not that I was, anyway. The brief flashes I had been getting were only for things that didn't interfere with the mission. I looked back at Nat as she put some finishing touches on the last drawing. Case in point, getting the information to help make Nat happy. It had no bearing on the mission to find the source of all this madness and I had a flash of what she needed to hear to accept where she was. I didn't get anything about the other two or about anything that happened when they crossed the wall and met with Bonica. Everything they told me was completely new information for me. I was really glad that I had the foresight, my normal one and not divine sight, when I told her to be very forgiving in their cases. That could have gone very bad for them and they had no clue the things they could do to people that pissed them off. There was a reason the means to get up the wall was inside the research facility. Some of the strongest people were there to protect it. All right, I think I got it. Nat said and went through the pictures and held them up to each of the ones on the cave wall. Yep, that's it. Great. I said and looked at the blacksmith bear. Wreck that. I said and pointed. What? Nat and the bear yelled at the same time. Unless you have some explosives tucked into your inventory to blow the place up. I asked Nat and she shook her head as she stored the pictures and gave me back the paper and colored pencils. This information is only useful to the heroes that have been summoned here. But, my mother's stories, the blacksmith bear whispered. No one would have found this cave anyway. I said and put my hand on his large pawed hand. I'll have Nat make a copy of the last image for her if you want, just so she has proof that the tales were true and we actually found it. The bear looked at me and saw my face was pleading, so he nodded and took 2 steps forward and activated his rending skill as he swiped his large claws across the rock face. Nat and I were silent as the bear proved to us that he chose not to fight, not that he couldn't. After only a minute, the entire rock face was rebel on the ground. Let's go. I said and stored the table and one of the lamps, then we left the cave and met up with the others. The bear quickly filled in where he had dug it up for me. I asked Nat to store one of the larger rocks that were nearby and had her create the illusion 10 times the size, then drop it from about 50 feet up. I never thought. Nat stared at the huge boulder that had just packed down tons of dirt in a second. How's the headache? I asked with a smile. Nat chuckled and the illusion faded, then she dropped the large rock back where she got it. I can use a smaller one, thanks. I smiled. I didn't want you to strain yourself by making an illusion a couple 100 times the size. Okay, that's a good point. Nat smiled back and nodded her thanks. So, what's the deal? Lionel asked. Did you find it, whatever it was? No, it's a complete bust and we need to go back to the bears and become their slaves. I joked and his face lost all its color. Damon. Nat smacked my arm. Don't tease him like that. I just grinned at her and she shook her head. Yes, we found it. Nat said and made a poster-sized version of the images around us, about 10 feet away. That's the first one and they progressed to that one. She said and pointed to the one with the shifting portal and then swept her arm around in a circle to the one beside it. Why don't you make them in a line? Lionel asked. Do you want to walk about 50 feet to look at them all or just turn around in a circle? Nat asked. Lionel looked at the pictures and then shrugged. Great argument. I said and pointed to the portal. If the three of you don't know what this is. It's a portal. Angel said. It looks wrong. Yet, because it hurts like a son of a bitch to go through it. I said and the three of them looked at me. It's a shifting portal. It's not like a door you step through, like the ones we took to get here. It sucks you in like quicksand and swallows you, then it shoves you where you need to go. How do you know that? Lionel asked. I don't want to let that secret out, in case someone is listening. I said and the three of them stared at me. What? You don't think someone can hear us? I asked. What did I tell you about my favorites hearing? Is there someone else around? Lionel asked and ducked under the images floating around us to look. I should tell you to use your search spell, but sometimes they have skills that stop them from registering, just like some have skills to not be identified. How long have they been listening, whoever they are? Angel asked. If I knew that, I would know if they were actually listening. I said with a laugh. It's just easier to assume that someone is listening and act accordingly. That's very paranoid of you. Lionel said and stood up to glare at me for making him look for someone that might not be there. Are you paranoid if someone really is after you? I asked. What do we do now? Angel asked. I waved at the pictures. We follow the trail. I said and pointed at the very last picture. Is that a half-pointed mountain or two trees? Mountain. Nat said. One with a nice chunk out of it to give it a jagged edge. No it's a volcano. Lionel whispered and the bear jumped slightly at the English word. Oh, damn. Nat said. How the hell do we find a volcano that's 100 years old? The same way we found everything else. We ask. I said and looked at the blacksmith bear. How far do we need to go to leave the leader's lands? 50 miles that way. The bear said and pointed. You have until tonight to search for that. He pointed to the picture. That's not a lot of time. I said. Have you heard of or seen a mountain that rumbles and shakes? You mean Bear Laugh Mountain? The bear asked. It doesn't look like that picture. Can you take us there anyway? I asked. It's on the way to leaving, so yes. The bear said. Everyone, study the pictures for a few minutes. If you think you recognize anything from them as we're traveling, speak up. Even if you are not sure, we need to check it. I cautioned them. Everyone nodded and we all studied the backgrounds of the pictures. All right, let's go. I said and Nat dismissed the illusions. We loaded up into the carts and took off at our best speed over the rough terrain. No one complained about the harsh ride, not even Lionel, even though we all knew he was thinking it. Maybe that was why he didn't say anything. No one saw anything along the way, until we traveled a good 30 miles and Nat gasped. I think that's it. Nat said and pointed off to the right as the carts stopped. The top's not as jagged, though. That's Bear Laugh Mountain. The bear said. We must go around the dead area to reach it. Why? I asked. It's poisoned. The bear said. I exchanged looks with the other three heroes. We can send the others around and travel through. No. The cat women, the free martin, Selene the young wolf woman, Sugarlick, George, and the blacksmith bear all said as one. I don't have enough mana to cast healing that many times. Lionel said and looked at everyone. Even maxed magic and my skills boosting it, I can't handle 13 people every time the poison starts making people sick. We go around. My favorite said with a cute growl. I was tempted to say I could handle some of the healing, then the free martin's soft hand rubbed the back of my neck. I turned to look at her and she gave me a quick kiss. All right, we go around. I said. You know, you can't be making decisions with your dick all the time. Lionel said. Says the guy that won't let any other male touch Angel, friendly or otherwise. Nat responded. That's a matter of the heart, not sex. Lionel said. I care about her having unwanted touching. I am standing right here. Angel said, which was oddly reminiscent of what Lisa said at her wedding reception when I was talking to her husband. I'd like to say majority rules, but Lionel's right. We can't handle healing everyone for the time it would take to get there and everyone else is right that we shouldn't split up. I said. Let's follow the bear that's been here and stay safe. The others agreed and we took extra time traveling around the poisoned area, where we suspected it was sulfur gas or something else that was toxic coming out of the volcano. There was a light rumbling sound and we all looked over to Bear Laugh Mountain and saw several plumes of smoke. Correction. The active volcano. I thought. Yeah, this was going to be fun. We had to slow down when the ground became rough and heavily overgrown. The soil was super rich around a volcano, once it settled down, and crops could be grown if you were crazy enough to chance it. I wonder if this will count as going into battle and will give me bonus experience for risking my life? I asked myself as we finally passed around the very large toxic area and approached the still slightly rumbling volcano. I guess I'll be finding out soon enough. I had been tempted to skip this part and just try to find the third to last picture, except the picture between it and the volcano was clearly a dark tunnel entrance, which meant only one thing. We would have to go inside the volcano to find it. 074 Following the Breadcrumbs Part 2. You can't be serious. Lionel said when we reached the base of the volcano and I told him where we needed to go. How are we supposed to get inside the thing? We don't have to do anything. I said. I'll be going down to look for the entrance with the search spell. How far down is the tunnel if you have to go inside to find it? Nat asked. Hopefully, it won't be below the lava level. I said. If it is. You are not going for a swim in lava. Nat yelled. Your armor is busted. It won't last a second without the enchantments. I chuckled. I was going to say that we can dig down after I find out what direction it goes. Oh. Okay. That's fine. Nat said in agreement. You can't really be thinking of going down there. Angel said. That's just insane. I'm not sure what to tell you. I said. I can at least fly out of there if there's trouble. What are you going to do if something goes wrong? Climb for my life. I asked, jokingly. This isn't a class trip, Damon. Angel said with a frown and crossed her arms. You could easily slip and die going down into that thing. If that does happen, I just have to hope that the goddess Jessendia sends me back home. That is a horrible plan, but, for some reason, I trust you. Nat said with a smile. You can trust me with my own life? Thanks a lot. I said and she laughed. Can we tie a rope or something to you? Angel asked. It would catch fire, even if he doesn't get down to the lava level. Nat said to her and looked at me. We are going to come up most of the slope to the lower edge with you. As long as you don't follow. I said and looked at the others. You can't get too close to the edge, especially those of you with so much exposed fur. We will be careful. My favorite said. We will also risk it all to save you. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. I said. I have you here waiting for me. You're stalling. Lionel said. I just want to take a moment to reassure the people with me that I'll be back as soon as I can. I said and stepped close to my favorite. I gave her a kiss, then the other cat women, Selene was next, and the last was the free martin. Out of all of them, she was the most human looking and I liked kissing her. After that, we all walked up the slope. It was gradual and quite rough for a while, which meant that it had been the most recent of the lava flows. It wasn't until we were almost at the partially collapsed mouth of the volcano that it became steeper, That's far enough. I have to climb from here, I said, a bit unnecessarily. Good luck, Dayman. The Free Martin said and gave me a hug. Thanks, I said and stepped back, equipped my armor, and started to climb. I was as strong as I was ever going to be, so I used that strength and dug my armored fingers into the side of the volcano and ascended quickly. I didn't rush, because I didn't want to make a mistake. When I reached the top a couple of minutes later, I stopped and waved down at them. I wasn't surprised that Lionel didn't wave back. I was pretty sure he was jealous of me, considering I was level 99 and he suspected that Angel liked me. Or was turned on by me, at least. I was pretty sure that both of their reasoning was because of my long black hair and my tan. Oh, and that I didn't show a lick of interest in Angel. He probably thought I was in denial and she probably thought I was playing hard to get. I chuckled at those thoughts and started to climb down inside the mouth of the volcano. What they didn't know was that Angel was a tall and blonde supermodel and was gorgeous, and that she just wasn't my type. At all. I didn't get even a little excited from her intentional down-the-top glimpses that she would occasionally give me when she could. It was endearing that she was trying so hard. Nat, on the other hand, was short, had dark hair, and had a great personality. That pushed quite a few of my buttons and explained why I had told her so much about myself and what life was like back on Earth. I really did consider her a great friend and I was even tempted to tell her, in confidence, that this wasn't my first otherworld adventure. That was kind of dangerous information, though. The less she knew at the moment, the better. I cast search and didn't get anything on this side of the very steep slope. I did sense the bottom, however. I paused my climbing and carefully looked down. To my surprise, there was still a dried rock cap over the lava that was supposed to be there. That was both good and bad. Good that I should have a nice stable thing to cross and use search on. Bad that it was currently rumbling and the smoke was increasing. I was tempted to let go and drop down to get to the bottom, but I didn't want to take the chance that I would miss the entrance on the way down as I fell. Plus, I would then have to climb back up to get to it if I did pass it. I was kind of in a rush, but not that big of a rush that I would risk missing it by being too quick to get to the bottom. I hastened my descent and when I came to the next spot where I could cast search again, I stopped and waited for the information to populate the map. I really needed to figure out how to read the information that I wasn't getting, namely the distance up and down of the things the spell revealed. This time it wasn't as bad, because I was moving down in a single direction and any information that might appear would be below me. 20 minutes later, I reached the bottom of the inside of the volcano and I wasn't surprised that there were no ledges, crevasses, outcroppings, cliffs, or anything else anywhere on the sides. It was all completely smooth with grooves from where I stood and all the way up to the top, almost like rifling of a gun barrel. Jesus, I whispered. It must shoot lava out like a cannon. My eyes looked down at what I was standing on. And I'm standing on the cannonball. I shook my head and kept casting search as I walked around the circumference of the huge volcano. The damn thing must be very powerful to blow parts of the mountain off every time it erupted and I was currently inside of it. If it went off now, I would probably be pulverized from the outgassing and the pressure release. I wouldn't even have to worry about burning up in the lava. I chuckled at my morbid thoughts and quickened my pace. I made it all around the circumference and I didn't find any cave or tunnel entrance. My thoughts went to the possibility that it would have been covered or filled in during an eruption, so that meant I needed to climb up a short way and then cast search into the walls. It took me another 2 hours to finally find the tunnel. I was right and it had been partially filled with lava and sealed off, several hundred feet up from the volcano's floor. Luckily, it was almost directly across from where I had come down and went off in a 30-degree angle and upwards towards the surface. I climbed back down, jogged across the volcano, then climbed up the other side. I could go a little faster, now that I knew where I was going and didn't have to be as careful. 10 minutes later, I was up and over the lip of the volcano. No one was looking up, so I thought about playing a bit of a prank on them for not keeping watch. Look out below! I yelled as I jumped. Angel let out a short startled scream and everyone looked up at me as I fell towards them. She immediately deployed her wings and flew up to catch me. I stored my armor and opened my arms to make it easier for her to grab me. She banked in her flight at the last second to change her momentum to more of a sideways direction and just before she grabbed me, I activated Featherfall. The surprised look on her face as she easily caught me, without hurting herself or me, was worth $1 million. I hugged her close as she flew around in a slow circle to bring us in for a safe landing. I finally got to hug you without interference. I whispered and I felt that instant connection to her. It wasn't the same as Nat's, though. I felt friendship and understanding, but no instant attraction or a deep long-lasting friendship that I knew Nat's was going to be. We wouldn't be exchanging contact information. Angel landed with me in her arms and stood me on my feet as her wings faded. How did you do that? It wasn't me. I said and didn't let her go. Thanks for the save. You didn't need it. Angel whispered. You're wrong. I said with a smile. We both needed it. Hey. Let her go. Lionel exclaimed. He didn't try casting any spells, since I assumed I was much too close to Angel for him to trust himself to not hurt her. Relax. I said. I could kiss her and you still wouldn't have to worry. No. Lionel said loudly and came over to us, clearly angry. I said to relax. I eased my hold on Angel and then let her go. She knows we can only be friends. Sex friends. Nat asked and then laughed at Lionel's disgusted face, because only she knew what the answer was going to be. No, Angel and I said together. You know, hers is really pretty. Nat teased and that made me laugh. Hey, if I'm not going to see yours, it's not fair to ask to see hers. Who said you wouldn't see mine? Nat asked and gave me the most innocent and wide-eyed look that I had ever seen. I burst out laughing and put my arm over her shoulders. Is that an invitation to watch the next time you and Paula get together? Hell no. She's been declared a no-penis zone, thank you very much. Nat said and grinned at me. I laughed some more and then shook my head. Come on, everyone. The tunnel we're looking for is over this way. It took a bit longer to walk around the volcano and reach the spot. We had to walk down the slope a short ways before my search spell could pick up the tunnel again, then we followed it for several miles. When we reached the end, it was another lake. Damon. This makes sense. Nat said and created posters of the drawings again. Look. A crater and a waterfall. I stared at the image and had to agree. The waterfall was in the distance, though. It was a bit farther away than the picture showed. The water from a nearby river had eroded part of the crater's side out and must have filled the thing over the decades, which also filled the tunnel and stopped the lava from filling the tunnel from the other end. There's a bluff in the next one beside the water. Angel said and pointed to the next picture. The waterfall's the only source of water that I can see, so let's go and see where it leads. I said and everyone agreed. None of us had expected the landscapes to change so much over just a short period of time, so following the trail back to the first image was a little bit harder than it sounded when I first proposed it. We kept going, however. We didn't have much choice, anyway. We had to leave the lands of the bears by tonight, trail or no trail. We did not want to be around when the leader bear decided that we would never be leaving. 075 Following the Breadcrumbs Part 3. We had to take another detour to find a more appropriate place to climb to the top of the waterfall. Once there, we saw the bluff in the distance. Although, at this distance, it was probably more like a massive cliff. Those pictures are not to scale at all. Lionel grumbled. Yet. I said and we continued on after hooking the carts back up to the horse people. We made it to the spot 2 hours later and thankfully, there was actually a nice slope that took us up to the top of the bluff. Oh, wow. Nat said as she looked out over it at a scene that looked like it was from a painting. Is that the capital city? What? Lionel looked as well and he let out a curse that most men wouldn't say in front of a woman. We could have just used the map and gone right to the capital instead of traipsing around the countryside like bumpkins. Angel shook her head. Did we really just waste all this time? No, I said. Check your map. I did. Lionel said. The capital is right, wait a second. We're a long ways from the capital. I said. Almost on the other side of the country, in fact. But, Nat looked at the map and then looked back at the city. How would a city appear here? Let's look at the pictures again. I said and she created them for us. I can't see anything after the bluff picture in the background. There wasn't anything. You saw that I copied everything exactly. Nat said and I nodded. Which means that city was not there when whoever it was made those drawings. Angel volunteered. Who would build a city out in the middle of nowhere? Lionel asked. Well, since we have literally nowhere else to go right now, why don't we find out? I asked. I can go no farther. The blacksmith bear said and pointed down the slope. The bear lands end there. Of course it would. I said with a chuckle. I'm going to miss having someone so versatile in our little group. Hey. The other 3 heroes said and the bear laughed. You would have made a good bear. The blacksmith bear said and held a hand out. I took it and shook it. It was nice meeting you. The bear looked at our clasped hands and then at me. I was reaching for the severed head. Oh. I said with a laugh and untied the head from the cart and held it out to him. The bear slipped it over his neck and dropped to all fours. Safe travels, godlings. You, too. I said and the bear turned away and started walking. I had a neat thought that should appease the female bear that I had run out on and spoke loudly. Hey. Tell your mother that she left a permanent mark on my heart and it won't ever fade or heal. The bear let out a rumbling laugh. She will like that a lot, Dayman. Maybe even enough to not kill me for helping you to escape. I hope so. I said and waved to him. He took off running and was soon out of sight. That was nice of you. Nat said. I just want to make sure she doesn't try coming after us to mark me physically, since I would probably heal it before she was satisfied. Oh, yeah, okay. That would be bad. Nat said. Unbelievably so. I said waved at the city. Let's go see if anyone's at home. The others agreed and we climbed back into the carts and rode down the slope towards the city in the distance. It took another few hours to traverse the distance, because even though there was a city, there didn't seem to be any roads going towards it. That was surprising, since there had to be some way for people to get to it to build it in the first place. There were no trails, paths, or roads, faded or otherwise. It was definitely weird. It was almost like the city had just appeared or grown out of the ground one day, with no evidence of how it was built. This is so weird. Angel said as we entered the outskirts of the city. The pavement started right at the edge of the city and the beast people stared at it. George and Sugarlick clomped their hooves on it and let out happy neighs. They hadn't felt anything so nice on their hooves before. What is that writing? My favorite asked and pointed at a nearby building. It says coffee shop. I said and the beast people jerked a little. Oh, damn. It not a beast city at all. Nat whispered. It's one from our world. How? Lionel asked and ran over to the coffee shop and checked the door. It's locked. Are you a magician or what? Angel asked with an apologetic smile. Lionel opened his mouth to respond, shook his head, and cast a spell on the door. The door clicked and swung open. _______. You have gained the spell unlock. It will open most locked things, magical or otherwise. It works on everything from chains to chests to actual doors. It's completely empty. Lionel said when he looked inside. There are no tables, chairs, a counter, or anything. It's a facade. I said and the beast people jerked again. Sorry. I mean it's a false front. It looks like what it is and there's nothing behind it. I pointed to a nearby multi-story building. Give that a try. Lionel went over and unlocked it, then peered inside. You're right. There's no floors, either. Who would go to this much trouble? Nat asked, genuinely curious. I'd say someone that really misses being home. I said and then I did my best to not react as the coffee shop changed and grew a bit taller. It became a nice family restaurant and a parking lot grew beside it. Damon, I just realized that this is a modern city. Nat whispered to me and took my hand. Not from 10 years ago, or 50, or even 100. It's from today. Right now. And it's updating. I said and nodded at the pavement as it grew out another 100 feet and several more buildings sprouted up out of the ground. It's a little odd that it's just the city center, though. I was just thinking that. Nat said. What do? We go to the middle building, of course. I said and nodded forward. If my guess is right, it's going to be a completed building and won't be empty like the others. Whoever is doing this would be familiar with the contents. Angel said and I nodded. I'm thinking that if they don't have the specific knowledge, they can't recreate it by making it up. I looked at everyone. Do we walk or take the carts? Carts. Nearly everyone said, especially the 2-horse people. This must be rode upon. George said. The smooth ride alone demands this. Sugarlick let out a happy neigh. That's good enough for me. I said, and we all loaded up into the carts. Both George and Sugarlick kept neighing happily as they easily pulled us through the streets to get to the center. Not a blemish, pothole, bump, crack, or anything else was in the pavement, which only lent to the fact that it was someone's perception that created it. The ride was extremely smooth and we reached the center of the large city. "Is that a courthouse?" Angel asked, unsure. "Or something similar," I said as we all climbed out of the carts and I stored them. "I really hope the person inside is not who I think it's going to be." "Who do you think it's going to be?" Nat asked as she came over to me and took my hand. "Someone very bad, considering what we're going through right now," I said and waved at the beast people. "The worst kind of person we would ever want to meet on another world." "Who?" Angel asked. "A judge," I said, and the three heroes stared at me. "They are the most opinionated, self-righteous, and usually the most morally upstanding people you can meet," I said, and they nodded. "In a place like this, they would go crazy from just the different social structures alone." "I am not crazy," a man's voice said as he stepped out of the large double doors. "I am the law." The man looked like he had just stepped out of a painting from the 1900s. He wore a suit appropriate for the times, with a frilly undershirt that had frills at the wrist and the neck. He wore an ornate robe covered in gold brocade, as were his shoes. He also wore a long white curled wig that went down to his mid-chest. At least, I assumed it was a wig. It could have been his hair for all I knew, since he had definitely been here for a long time, if his clothes and things were any indication. I wasn't really worried about him until my auto-identifier showed me who he was and I whispered a curse. ________. Name, the law. Race, human, enhanced. Class, Lawbringer, level 99. Job, judgment. Status. Body. Strength. 999. Reflexes. 207. Recovery. Plus, 999. Agility. Plus, 15. Resilience. Plus, 999. Dexterity. Plus, 20. Mind. Intelligence. 892. Charisma. 483. Alertness. Plus, 399. Intuition. Plus, 225. Wisdom. Plus, 659. Willpower. Plus, 999. Magic. Mana. 999. Offensive. Plus, 1109. Defensive. Plus, 198. ________. Oh, shit. I whispered. "What is it?" Nat asked. "If I'm not wrong, I think we just found the source of everything that's wrong with this world," I said. "I am everything that is righteous in this world," the law said as he raised a hand and pointed at us. "I therefore judge you interlopers and trespassers on my domain. Begone from my sight, beasts of the earth." I pulled Nat behind me and felt a massive wave of mana slam into me. Nat, Angel, and Lionel let out screams as they were assaulted by it. Angel and Lionel rolled around on the ground in severe pain and Nat dropped to her knees. She would have been on the ground if she hadn't still been holding my hand. Damon, what? Why am I?" Nat said between whimpers of pain. I glanced down at her and saw her facial features bubbling and morphing, as if trying to change into something else. Fur popped out and was absorbed again. Her nose extended into a muzzle and then retreated. "Hurts so much," Nat exclaimed. I touched her and used my legendary skill Enchanted Sleep. Her eyes rolled up into her head and she fell unconscious. I touched Angel and then Lionel, and both fell asleep as their bodies kept being changed and changed back by whatever the law has cast on them. I turned to look at the beast people with us and they were gone. I checked my map and they were fleeing the city as fast as they could. I haven't had anyone resist my magic skill before, the law said. "How have you done it?" "I'm just full of surprises," I said. I didn't want to admit that my resilience and recovery were maxed and that was probably what stopped me from writhing in pain as whatever his skill was tried to make me into whatever internal beast I was supposed to be. "So, you are not a plebeian like the others," the law said and walked towards me. "I believe that a more direct attack is warranted. You don't have to attack." I said and raised my hands, as if in surrender. Oh? Are you a weak-willed pacifist? The law asked, derision in his voice. Then I will judge you as harshly as you deserve. You don't have to judge me at all. I said and he stopped 10 feet away. It is my job. The law said, a smile on his face. Who gave you that job? I asked. I did. A very familiar voice said and I looked back up to the courthouse and there stood the God that had summoned me the first time. Well, fuck. I said and he laughed. 076 The end of the trail part 1. I suspected that it was you. I said. I know. The God said and tapped his temple beside his eyes. You've been having trouble seeing things lately, haven't you? That's why I suspected you. I responded. You didn't want me finding this guy right away. Yes, that's exactly why. The God said sarcastically. I was only messing with you to see how you would handle everything. I was surprised you not only lived, you've had quite a great time. Yes, almost being killed several times was a great time. I said and he laughed. You know what I meant. The God said. You've racked up quite a number of conquests. I looked at him for a few moments without speaking. You really have been watching me since I arrived here. As soon as you came out of the portal. The God said and smiled. What did you do to Jasindaya to make her try to kill you right away? I didn't want to listen to her long speech. I said and the God laughed again. Ha. Yes. I remember you joking with my brother about that. The God said. What was it he said? That you wouldn't believe it if he gave you an inspirational speech. I nodded. It just wastes time that could be better spent actually completing the task. She had valuable information for you this time, though. Yeah, I was a bit too hasty. I said with a shrug and waved at the judge that stood there with a blank expression on his face. You've been going for the long haul on this one. 100 years. The God said. Should I even bother asking why? I asked. The God shrugged. A slight. Perceived or otherwise. I honestly can't really remember. I wasn't sure how to respond to that, so I didn't. Now what? Obviously, I want to see how you can handle someone that's been doing this for 100 years. The God said. You've been at it for only a little over a tenth of that. You want to test experience versus, what? Less experience. I asked and he laughed again. Antiquated versus modern, as you would equate it. If that's the case, I'm going to kick his ass. I said and the judge frowned. You won't have divine sight to help you. The God said. No divine interference is allowed. I didn't need the sight for the 10 years that I didn't have it. I said and he reluctantly gave me a nod. The immediate problem I had just figured out was that not getting the disease was a protection that was granted by the goddess Jasindaya. You may begin. The God said and faded away. One question before we start. I said to the judge. What's with the modern city? I judged that this area lacked the proper civilized structures. The law responded. That doesn't make sense. I said. You wouldn't have seen any of this before coming here. It didn't start this way. The law said. It was a mere normal place at first. Over the years, it has changed and become more like this. It is quite fascinating and I allowed it to be so. Oh. At least you got to keep the fancy courthouse. Yes, it seems that some things will never change. The law said and made a fist. Prepare yourself. I'm ready when you are. I said and waved for him to attack. He was only 10 feet away, so he only had to take a couple of steps to swing his fist at my face. I could see that he had a lot of fighting experience, because he put his whole body into the punch and not just his arm. I equipped my full armor set instantly and easily caught his hand. The clang of the impact was loud in the deserted city and his eyes widened at the armor's sudden appearance. Surprise. I said and activated the armor's enchantments for strength and speed. I held onto his fist and drove my armored fist into his face. His head snapped back as his face caved in. In the next instant, his nose popped out and the spray of blood cut off. He started to straighten his head to glare at me and I pretended that my arm was a jackhammer and his face was a piece of rock. Ugh, the law grumbled as I pounded his face into raw hamburger. His other hand raised to catch my fist and I moved my attacks to his chest. His face healed and he glared at me as I pounded his chest. Enough. I dodged as he swatted at my helm, I assumed to try and knock it off. I judge you unworthy to touch me. The law said, and I felt a wave of magic slam into me. I grunted and was pushed back from him as I felt my hand be forced to open and let him go. How long does your judgment last? I asked and swung at his face. My hand hit an invisible barrier an inch from his face. As long as I am alive, my judgment is absolute. The law said and backhanded my fist away and grinned at me as he pushed me away. You can no longer touch me. I don't have to touch you to hurt you. I said and held both hands out towards him. Firestorm. The law said as he was engulfed in a huge magical fire and wind combination. The orange and red flames almost went white as I funneled some overcharged mana into the spell. Having massive regeneration still hurts, doesn't it? I asked as I crisped him up really good. Judge, spell, backfires. The law whispered. The firestorm turned back on me and he dropped to the ground on his knees as he waited for his skin to regrow. How do you like your own spell? It's a bit relaxing, actually. I said and stopped adding mana to it. The fire faded and he saw that I was unharmed. In fact, my armor wasn't even glowing from the heat. Did you know you're naked? What? The law looked down at himself. I have been disrobed. It was burned away, actually. I said and he equipped a set of identical robes. I judge you to be sent into the sky at my punch. The law said and jumped up from a crouch and tried to slam his fist into my repaired chest plate. I blocked with both hands to stop him from caving it in and then I was suddenly several hundred feet into the air and above the city. That's a really annoying ability. I whispered. What the hell am I supposed to do against a you get whatever you want skill? I reached the top of the curved arc I had been sent on and then started falling back towards the ground. I used Featherfall just before hitting the top of a building and ducked down to see what he would do after sending me so far away. I have judged that you cannot hide from me. The law said and my armor glowed with a white light. Now that's just plain cheating. I said and stood up. The law was looking right at me with a smile on his face. There you are, ruffian. He said and held his hands out towards me. Prepare to be judged. Lady Justice. Come to my aid. To my surprise, something like a summoning circle appeared in front of him and a woman dressed in a thin white flowing gown appeared. She had a set of scales in one hand and a long sword in the other. Her brown hair was tied up into a bun and she was blindfolded. He dared to attack my personage. The law said and pointed to me. Dispatch him for his insolence. The woman bent down at the knees and crouched. I saw her dress had huge slits, almost up to her hips, and then she launched into the air towards me. I jumped back from the edge of the roof just in time as she smashed through where I had just stood. She arched through the air and because of the slits in her dress for ease of movement, I had the perfect view right up under it. She wasn't wearing underwear. No, don't think it, Damon. Don't. Just don't. I thought to myself as she fell towards the roof and her dress fluttered out and I did my best to ignore that I just clearly saw everything. She landed and swung her sword at me, as if in slow motion, and I easily dodged. I was going to ask her what was wrong when I noticed her dress had fallen off of one of her shoulders and constrained her sword arm. It also revealed her breast. Her very nice and firm breast. The nipple was a wonderful pink and it was also erect, and so was I. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I thought and dodged the next attack and the next, then I couldn't take it anymore. Stop for a second. Stop. I want to plead my case for justice. The woman stopped in mid-swing and stood up straight as she resumed a passive stance. I walked right over to her and touched her arm where the cloth rested. You've become undone, dear lady. I said and lifted the shoulder and covered her breast back up. It was very distracting to have such beauty flaunted so recklessly. Her blindfolded head looked down at where her breast had been exposed and then she looked at me. Plead your case. I assume your scales can tell if I lie. I asked and she nodded. Then listen to my tale. She did. I laid it all out for her, in as brief and concise a version as possible. Her scales shifted from side to side as I left out details, then went back and added those details with an apology for forgetting them, and she listened to it all. I must hear his side. She said and turned around. Wait. I exclaimed and she paused. I want to help you. I am the embodiment of justice. I do not need your help. She responded. No, I didn't mean about making a decision. That's all yours. I said. I just Can I help with your dress? It seems to have a tendency to slip off and stop you from being as effective. I can remove. No. That's not what I meant. I said and chuckled. I would be even more distracted if you did that. What do you propose? She asked. I took out a pair of underwear. Can you put these on? Her blindfolded head ducked to look at them and then at me. Please. I said, and her scales and sword disappeared as she took them. She bent over at the waist and her breasts fell out of her dress as she put the underwear on. She stood up straight again and both breasts were now fully exposed. I sighed a little and then slipped the shoulders of the dress back into place to cover her, then went around her back and used a thin piece of cloth to tie the straps together. There. Now you don't have to worry about having your breasts or your womanhood being exposed when you move. I said and smiled at her. You are a strange man. She said and then jumped off of the building. She dropped down and landed on the pavement, without leaving an imprint in it like I thought she should have, and she walked over to the judge. Her sword and scales reappeared in her hands and as far as I could tell, she asked him to tell his tale, too. I went to the edge of the roof and sat down to wait. If he was going to tell her everything that happened to him after coming here, just like I had, this was probably going to take a while. I took out a bag of chips and a bottle of pop and enjoyed a nice snack while I watched the show down below. 077 The End of the Trail Part 2. Boy, oh boy, it sure was fun watching the law try to explain to Lady Justice why he did what he did after coming here and changing the population into beasts, condemning them to a life they never should have lived. His minor gripe that I had trespassed seemed so minor now with all of that being revealed. I used the cleaning spell to get the potato chip grease off of my hands. That is such a handy spell. It took nearly an hour for the show to end and then Lady Justice turned to look at me. Damon, you may approach. Lady Justice said, her voice carrying up to me as if she was beside me. I jumped off of the building and landed with Featherfall, then walked over to her. Thank you, Lady Justice. That is not my name. Lady Justice said. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't offend you. I said and bowed my head. From where I come from, you are the physical embodiment of justice. Since you are a lady as well, my mind assigned you an appropriate name. I looked into her blindfolded eyes. I mean, I didn't want to possibly insult you by not speaking properly. Lady Justice raised her eyebrows for a moment and they disappeared behind the blindfold again. I suppose the name will do for that purpose. I nodded and stood still as I waited. Hurry up and deal with this fool. The law said. His insolence is difficult to take. I kept my mouth shut and didn't argue that you shouldn't try to rush the embodiment of justice. It takes time for evidence to be weighed and for a decision to be made. As if to prove my point, her scales appeared and a tiny version of me appeared on the right side and a tiny version of the judge appeared on the left side. I watched with a little bit of trepidation as the scales moved up and down for several minutes. I didn't try to influence it, however. Oh, no. If there was one thing you should never do, it was mess with the balance of someone deciding your future. Hurry up. The law said and waved at the three still unconscious heroes. I still have those three to deal with. The scales started to tilt down on his side and he smiled, for a second. The scales straightened out and stayed that way. I find that you are both at fault. Lady Justice said. What? The law yelled. There is no way that I am guilty as well. That's a relief. I said, and if Lady Justice didn't have the blindfold covering her eyes, I thought I might have seen a curious look on her face. Damon and the heroes were trespassing on the law's domain, as they did not have permission to be there. Lady Justice said to me and then looked at the judge. You are trespassing on a world you should not be on, as this is not within the domain of your god. The law's face changed from disbelief to anger. I summoned you to deal out my justice. Ha! I barked and he glared at me. There's no such thing as your justice. I said and looked at Lady Justice. Even relegated to only a summoned being, asking Lady Justice to decide someone's guilt or innocence, makes it her decision. Then I will dismiss her and summon one that I will command to not listen to insolence. Then how would you talk to her? I asked with a smile on my face. I saw a slight smile on Lady Justice's face, too. That is enough out of. I have ruled that both of you are guilty. Lady Justice said, flipped her sword over and jammed it into the pavement. Since you are both too powerful to have appropriate judgments given by me, I will remove the source of the guilt instead. Nuuu. The law yelled and swung his fist at her. I was there instantly and deflected it. What did I say about interfering with justice? I asked. Then I suddenly wasn't standing on smooth pavement anymore. Almost like watching a video being played backwards, the modern city shrank and ungrew from the dense forest it had replaced. The law had a very worried look on his face as the city disappeared, and then it came down to just the courthouse. No, please. It is a blight on this world that shouldn't exist. Lady Justice said, and the building that looked so solid started to crumble. I felt, more than saw, the law's strength leave him, and there was no more power in him. By the time the courthouse had crumbled into dust, the law was barely even conscious and had slumped to the ground. Lady Justice turned her head to look at me. You are no longer guilty of trespassing. I thank you, dear lady. I said and nodded to her. Please, allow me to remove the other guilty party for you. With a slight nod from her, I grinned and activated my special Devour It Whole ability. With the judge no longer fighting against me, he was quickly dissolved and absorbed in a single step. _______. Congratulations. You have defeated a God's chosen, the legendary person, the law. He had decades of experience over you, and you persevered and came out on top. Good job. Experience earned, 132,450, x1. Battle Crazy bonus, x2 264,900. Legendary kill bonus, 500,000. Grand total, 897,350 experience points. Experience overload bonus. Extra experience gained can be converted to stat points or skill points at the cost of 1,000 experience for 1 point. Unspent experience, 897,350, plus 923 previously unspent. Current point potential, plus 898. _______. I immediately converted them into stat points, since I didn't want to waste any potential losses. I did not spend them right away, however. I had a theory that I wanted to test later. Lady Justice stared at me with her mouth open in surprise. You have that ability? I nodded. Give me a minute, I said, and felt all of the judge's skills and abilities be absorbed. He had 100 years of using what he had, so his related skills that were similar to mine folded in and would take some time to assimilate, especially since most of them would push a lot of my half-filled skills to full power. The other skills, the ones I didn't have, I gained access to right away. It normally sucked that new skills were always acquired at level 1. Normally, I had a few thousand points to spend on skills, so I cranked up the summon skill to the full 99 points, as well as the create domain skill. I didn't try them, though. This was not the time to distort the laws of physics, especially with Lady Justice right there in front of me. Thank you for waiting, I said. I couldn't use my special skill before. You were right that he was too powerful. Our stats were comparable in most respects, and this could have been a long and drawn-out fight as I wore him down enough to convince him that he was beaten. I don't understand, Lady Justice said. I thought I could fight him down and make him believe that he would eventually lose. His willpower was completely full and he had 100 years to acquire skills and abilities, or so I thought. I chuckled and took her hands in mine. You removed the thing that he had devoted all of his time and power into. His domain, Lady Justice said, and I nodded. He had established it as his power base, because you were right. He was trespassing. He needed something to keep him anchored to this place. The problem was, it was a double-edged sword. He couldn't leave it once it was established. Lady Justice said. He invested too much of himself in what this place was, and it anchored him here. He claimed that he was bringing the law to this world and judging them as beasts, compared to the normal society that he had come from. I chuckled. He was trapped by his belief in his own power, and it held him too firmly to let him leave. You will not make that mistake, Lady Justice said. No, dear lady. I am not stupid enough to assume that I know what's good for everyone else. Lady Justice stared at me for several minutes. Do you now? Why am I not fading? She asked, curiosity in her voice, and her hands gripped mine harder. It's the same reason that the beast strains haven't automatically ended and reverted everyone back to normal, I said. Even though he's dead, all of his skills and abilities are still active inside me. I added the proper points into the Declare Law ability, since I didn't have that skill before. It showed me the restrictions and things it was under, and I wasn't surprised that there was a specific restriction about using it to kill, because the skill was for a lawbringer, not an executioner. None of the things he could declare could be lethal and only dealt with punishment. I thought it was neat that the beast conversion law he had declared and used the animal reversion spell to enforce had actually become a skill for him after using it so much. I filled that skill with points and unlocked all the options for it, too. There was a specific reason for that, namely that it gave me the option to reverse its effects. Clap, clap, clap. A slow clapping started and the god that had summoned me the first time slowly appeared. Well, you've done it again. The god said and pointed at the 3 still unconscious heroes. You even figured out how to have the 3 useless lumps along at the final fight. They might have contributed if, I started to say, and he laughed. They were some of the worst heroes I've ever encountered. He said. Who would even chance coming here to fight and they aren't even above level 90? I didn't have time to train them. I said. You mean quick level them? He said and I nodded. If you hadn't taken the direct route. Thanks for the advice. I said with a smile. I'll have them maxed out by the end of the month. She won't leave you here that long. He said with a smile. She's not as forgiving as I was. I actually managed to not laugh in his face. He noticed, though. You are very lucky that we are not allowed to involve ourselves directly. The god said and he glowed for a second. It seems my borrowed time is up. Tell Jasandaya I said we're even. He said and turned to walk away, then he faded away into nothing. He is guilty. Lady Justice said. I do not know of what. I chuckled. I think just knowing he is good enough for me. She looked at me, even with the blindfold on. You are still holding my hands. I'm a little afraid that if I let go, I'll lose this version of you. He lied when he said he would summon another version of me. There is only me. When justice is called, I am there. I blinked my eyes at her for a second, then chuckled. That was a brilliant trick to pull on him. It was justified. Lady Justice said with a smile and I laughed. I think I really like you, even with seeing how nonchalant you are with nudity. Naked justice is still justice. Lady Justice responded, matter-of-factly. Well, damn. I didn't think of it like that. I said. Would you like to stay around? I would, but I cannot. Lady Justice said and she turned her head to the left. Another is calling. Can I call you A&D? I will only come to serve justice. Lady Justice said and looked back at me, her face stern. I honestly could not resist making a joke. I really couldn't. What if I named my penis Justice? Lady Justice opened her mouth and froze, I assumed because she couldn't say that she wouldn't serve justice in that case. I'll take that as a maybe. I said with a grin, then lifted her hands to my mouth. Thank you for your help, dear lady. I said and kissed the backs of both before letting them go. Lady Justice tilted her head slightly, as if listening to something, then she leaned in close to whisper. My name is Iastitia. My summon spell was immediately updated with her name. You honor me, Iastitia. I whispered back. Thank you. Lady Justice nodded as the summoning circle appeared below her, then she and the circle disappeared. 078 cleaning things up. I walked over to Nat and knelt beside her. I wasn't surprised to see that her body was still trying to fight off the beast conversion. I touched her and used the beast conversion skill and cancelled the effect. She let out a sigh of relief, even though she was asleep. I used several diagnostic spells on her and her body was still adjusting itself back to normal. I pet her hair a little and walked over to Angel. I touched her and cancelled the effect. She let out a grunt of pain and then smiled. You're imagining what you would become, aren't you? I whispered to her and used the diagnostic spells on her as well. She recovered much quicker than Nat, and that was understandable, since Nat was more of a magic user than anything else. I pet her head and walked over to Lionel. I looked at his prone form and thought about asking the goddess Jasandaya to lift her protection from him, just to see if he would become a weasel. I felt the feeling of connection form and closed my eyes to allow it. Goddess Jasandaya, I was, kind of joking. I thought to her and she laughed. You are a horrible friend sometimes. Goddess Jasandaya said. Well, he's been a bit annoying for a while, and you know, a good prank is a good prank. She laughed again. Yes, you are horrible, because I am actually considering it. My charisma is not that high, is it? I asked, jokingly. No, she chuckled. It would be a good prank, just to see his face while you three are normal and he became a beast. It was just an errant thought. I smiled. So, is it too much for me to ask what the god was talking about? You mean that ass saying that we're even when he was the one that started it all? Goddess Jasandaya asked, anger in her voice. I knew it was a bit fishy when he said that he couldn't remember how it all started. I thought. Usually only guilty people do that. Yes, I heard her judgment as well. Goddess Jasandaya said. Ugh. That jerk, well. I don't need to know the details, Goddess Jasandaya. I kind of knew that you were the wronged party, especially with him involved. That was something I didn't know. Goddess Jasandaya said, and I felt the connection become stronger. You didn't ask. I thought and didn't try to block the memories on the other summoning. You didn't offer. She responded and then fell silent as she got everything, even the ending. I was too eager to get going when you summoned me, remember? I knew perfectly well that the quicker I finished, the faster I would get back home. Then cancel the law and then use your skill to undo all of the damage that Judge did to my people. No, I can't do that. Excuse me. Goddess Jasandaya asked, and the invisible light on me intensified. I can't do that. I repeated. Do you know how much chaos would be unleashed if all of the beast people were suddenly changed back to human? They will survive. That's the thing. I don't believe they would. I thought and felt her doubt. Most of them, except for the most recently infected, were born this way. There's almost no one that has been around since it happened. At least, I haven't found anyone. The closest was the mother bear, and she only knew stories. New people are being infected. Goddess Jasandaya said, her voice adamant. That part I can handle easily. I thought. I hereby declare an alteration to the existing law of beast conversion. It will no longer be communicable by fluid transfer or any other transfer, except for children being born, as they need to have it to survive the birthing process. Also, if the recipient chooses to become a beast, they can accept it, as long as they are willing. Goddess Jasandaya's intense connection to me reduced back to the normal level. You won't undo it all. I can't, not in good conscience. I said. I've met a lot of people since I've been here, and almost none of them would ever choose to become something they aren't. Goddess Jasandaya sighed. You're reversing the psychology. It's appropriate, isn't it? I asked. They've grown up in a society that raised them as beasts, of whatever flavor, and that's how they live. If they suddenly became human, all of those decades of hard work and perseverance would be wasted. She sighed again. What will you do? I need to visit every settlement and find the most recently infected, of course. I'll give them the choice to change back, then send them back to their normal homes, assuming they would be allowed back. I guess I'll have to go along and deliver them back to their families and then prove that the beast strains are no longer transferable. Do you know how long that will take? Goddess Jasandaya asked. I'm planning on my entire stay here to be 6 months in total, so, about 3 more months. My first stop will be the research station by the wall. They can send messengers out to everywhere to prep the recently infected for my arrival. My group can cover a lot of ground when we want to. You will destroy all of their research. Goddess Jasandaya said. Only their continued research into the cause. I know what it was, how it started, and how it became what it became. That was going to happen, anyway. Their work in helping beast people and investigating the changes and reversing the damage the change does, will still be needed, especially their diagnostic and healing section. That place is great. I wanted everything to go back to normal. Goddess Jasandaya said, her voice slightly defeated. Goddess Jasandaya, this is normal. It's been the normal way of things for, about 80 years, I think. I chuckled. Then again, once word gets out that the disease is no longer transferable and the beast races aren't walking plagues, I think things are going to significantly change in this country. Yes, in a few years, tensions between the still human population and the beasts will ease. It takes time for trust to be regained. I thought, then thought of another law. I hereby declare that it is no longer taboo to show your face and reveal the beast strain you have. You may still cover your face if you choose, but it will be a choice and not a law. Is there anything else you want to declare to change society on its ear? Goddess Jasandaya asked. I'm sure I'll think of something. I thought with a laugh. Wake up the others and get going. You don't have much time to waste if you are going to travel the entire country. She said, a little reluctantly. I know you are a little upset about this, and I'm sorry. I thought to her and let her feel how sorry I was. Despite there being magic, there's no such thing as a magic solution to all this mess. I know. Goddess Gisandaya said. I would have fixed it a long time ago if that was true. I'll do my best to fix it now. I thought. I really will. I know you will. Goddess Gisandaya said, and I felt the feeling of connection fade away. He's gone. My favorite said loudly as she ran over to me. I stood up and accepted her quick hug and kiss. I assume as soon as he did, his get out of my sight order was lifted. She nodded and purred. We all turned around and came right back. I chuckled. How far away did you get? Don't ask. George the horseman said. It was embarrassing to flee like that. I'm sure if Damon wasn't a hero, he would have run, too. Sugarlick said. It's a hero's job to confront things like this. The Free Martin said and looked down at the three asleep heroes. Well, some heroes. I chuckled again and took her into my arms as I kissed her. They were still in danger. Will you wake them? The Free Martin asked me as her arms went around my neck. She gave me a soft kiss, then another. It was very sensual and gave me an erection right away. I think we can rest here for a little while, I said, and the cat women let out purrs. Selene the wolf woman barked happily, and the Free Martin kissed me again. We ended up staying for the rest of the day and that night, after setting up the tent and moving everyone inside. Nat, Angel, and Lionel didn't object, since they were still in an enchanted sleep. The next morning, I made another large and ornate breakfast for everyone, then went to wake them up. Nat was the most amicable and accepted that I would tell her all about what happened. Angel was a bit more irate at being taken out of the fight so quickly and then not revived as soon as possible. Lionel yelled and hollered for almost 10 minutes as he dodged and avoided me before I could grab him and put him back to sleep. You know he's going to be even more pissed at you when he wakes up. Nat warned me as the rest of us ate a delicious breakfast. Who said I was waking him up? I asked her and she gave me a surprised look for a second, then she burst out laughing. That's not funny. Angel said, and we all could see that she was trying hard to not laugh, too. I'll give him a few days to cool down. Once we're on the road to go back to the research station, we'll leave the two of you alone and you can explain everything that happened. I said. Thank you. Angel said. We finished eating the great meal and I told them the story, while leaving out the part with the god showing up. That wasn't information they needed to know, not now. I had changed my mind and decided that I wasn't going to tell Nat about my first time being summoned. I also cautioned them to make sure to tell everyone that they had been kidnapped, since they technically were, and they fought to get free, which they did. I also told them my plan. You can't be serious. Nat said. You're going to stay all that time, just to make sure people have a choice and know that the beast strains are no longer contagious. I need to let them all know and give them the choice. I said and held a hand out to her. Nat took it without hesitation and sighed. Well, I guess I could hang around. I don't need you to stay around for the cleaning up, I said to her surprise. But I thought, Nat started to say. You can have the goddess send you back whenever you want to go, I said, and the two women stared at me. Our reason for being summoned is over. Nat's hand squeezed mine. I do want to go home, but until you decide, I'm sure that Paula would like to have you visit for a little while, I said with a smirk. Or a long while. Horses can be a little finicky about who they choose to mate with. Hey! Sugarlick exclaimed. I let Nat's hand go and held a hand out to the horsewoman, which she reluctantly took. You were still finicky, even if you weren't restrictive in who you chose, I said and looked at George. It took you a while to find the right one, didn't it? How did you know? Sugarlick asked, her face flushing red as she blushed. I know all about looking for someone to be sexually and emotionally compatible with, I said. Then I came here and realized that chemistry has a huge impact on who you can care about. Sugarlick nodded and let my hand go. George is the stallion for me. She turned to the horseman. The one and only stallion. She whispered. I want to have your colt. George let out a happy neigh and jumped up, quickly turned Sugarlick around right there, and then we all got to watch as he did his best to impregnate her on the table. I'm really glad that we finished eating already. Nat said and stared at the very happy couple. She didn't like penises as a general rule, but she liked how enthusiastic they were to make each other happy. I saw it all play out on her face and smiled. I was pretty sure that she would stick around until it was time for me to leave this world for good, just so she could get as much happiness as she could. 079 Adventures in Beastland Part 1. Not surprisingly, none of us got up or left the table until George was done and both horse people let out happy and satisfied neighs. I looked at Angel and she was looking right at me and not at the table with the two exhausted horse people on it. I nodded slightly to her and touched Nat's shoulder to get her to come along, then I waved at the others to stay and wait. The three of us left the main room and went to Lionel's room in the tent. "Are you sure about this?" I asked. "I am," Angel said. "You really get off on him being such a devoted fan, don't you?" I asked and she gave me a huge smile. Someone who has devoted themselves to me fully before they ever met me, and when they finally did meet me, didn't freak out or confessed undying love. Angel asked me and I had to laugh. "All right, that's a good point," I said. "He's only been a jerk because he thought you were competition," Nat said. "I still could be," I joked as I slowly reached for Angel with wiggling fingers. Angel laughed and smacked my hands away. "That's not going to happen." "Oh, well. At least I tried," I said with a grin, and that made her and Nat laugh. "I'm going to miss hanging out with you," Nat said and gave Angel a hug. "You're just going to miss seeing such a hot supermodel body naked," Angel said and hugged her back. Nat laughed. "Yes, it's not getting to see that pretty vagina that I'm going to miss." "I knew it," Angel said and eased her hold, then she looked into her friend's eyes. "You know, people think it's a rumor that supermodels kiss each other." Nat opened her mouth to gasp and Angel leaned down and kissed her. I stood there and watched her give a bit of tongue to Nat and I was aroused. I mean, damn. It was a sight to see a really tall and hot blonde woman hunched over and kissing a short and sexy dark-haired woman, especially since they both knew what they were doing. Angel broke the kiss and saw the surprise on Nat's face. "That was fun. JJ Jesus." Nat whispered and licked her lips. "I'm really sorry about teasing you like I have with all the sex," Angel said and let her out of the hug. "I thought if you saw that it was a natural thing to happen, you wouldn't be uncomfortable about it when you walked in on us." "Thanks. I guess," Nat said, as if it was a question. Angel laughed softly. "I'm going to miss you, too," she said. "Give me a call when you get back, all right?" "Yeah, having a supermodel who was recently kidnapped is really going to answer a strange woman's call," Nat said with a grin. Angel laughed. "Some strange things do happen." Nat nodded. "I'll do my best to leave a message, I promise." "Thank you," Angel said and looked at me. "I want you to wake him and get out of sight." I understood what she meant right away. "It really was nice meeting you," I said and held a hand out for her to shake. "Oh." Angel looked at my hand. "You don't want to hug me and try for a little grope?" I chuckled. "You really expect me to do that?" "I've been hugged a lot," Angel said, smugly. "Even women try it occasionally." "I did not," Nat said, and that made us laugh. I stepped forward and took her into my arms. "Now I can tell everyone that I got to hug a supermodel." Angel's arms went around my waist, then her hand went down and grabbed my butt. "Hey." I jumped a little. "I thought I was supposed to try and grope you." "Did I say that it would be you doing it?" Angel asked. "She got you there," Nat said. "I feel so cheap and used," I said with a sad expression, and they both laughed. "It was nice meeting you, Damon," Angel said and kissed my cheek. "Ow, that hurt," I said and looked at Nat. "Did you see that?" Nat laughed. "I did, so you better take what you can and run." She took Angel's hand for a second. "Goodbye." "Goodbye," Angel said, and Nat left the tent room. I walked over to the bed and reached for Lionel's arm. "Just a second," Angel said, and I looked at her to see what she wanted, then she stored her clothing to leave herself completely naked. Jesus," I whispered and looked at her. "All of her." "What do you think?" Angel asked and braced her hands on her hips as she moved her feet about a foot apart. "I think Nat's observation about the state of your lower half is quite accurate," I said in a professional tone of voice. Angel gave me one of her supermodel smiles. I'm glad my charm isn't lost on you. Yet. I said. Do you want me to wake him up now? Have you taken a good enough look? Angel asked. No, I said, and she looked surprised. Goodbye, Angel. Goodbye. Angel said, her professional smile now a genuine one. I smiled back, touched Lionel's arm and cancelled enchanted sleep, then slipped out of the room. I dropped a large pallet of food in front of the door to block some of the sounds of Lionel's cursing, then they cut off and we all knew what was going on. We went back to our rooms and waited for them to finish. When my favorite whispered that the sounds had stopped, I knew that Angel and Lionel were gone. I felt the feeling of connection form in my head and closed my eyes. Goddess Jasandaya. Damon. Goddess Jasandaya said. I decided to do it. You are a terrible goddess. I thought with a laugh. Like you said, it was too good of a prank. Goddess Jasandaya said, and the feeling of connection faded. Asterisk. Lionel was having the most wonderful dream, at first. He was having the best mind-blowing sex with his supermodel dream woman and she loved him, actually loved him, and then, he started to sprout fur. Fur. His body started to change and he grew short black claws and his nose extended into a muzzle. He tried to yell and scream, and all that came out were animal sounds, familiar animal sounds. He was covered from head to foot in fur and his body didn't work like it was supposed to. He ran and then suddenly, he was at a large lake. He looked down at the glossy surface and he was shocked at what looked back at him. It was a weasel. Ah! Lionel yelled and woke up. He sat up and found that he was in a small bed, sweating, and checking himself to see if he was still human. It was just a dream. Hey, you're finally awake. A very familiar voice said. Lionel slowly turned his head to look at a woman that could not possibly be there, and there she was. Angel. His angel. Angel. He asked in a whisper. Is this real? Yes. Angel said. Once we escaped and found a phone, I called my people. We're in a temporary shelter until they can get someone out here to pick us up. Lionel blinked his eyes at her. I don't understand. It's all right. Angel said and leaned forward to give him a kiss. You banged your head and the doctor said you might not remember a lot. But, Lionel looked at her. He remembered being with her and his eyes went down to her chest. You just woke up and you want to go again? Angel asked, teasingly. Again? Lionel asked and looked down at himself. He was standing at attention and he realized in that moment that they were both naked. Oh, all right. Angel purred and pushed him back and he laid down. Let me just get you ready. Lionel gasped when she went down on him and then she turned her head slightly to stare at him with her eyes. I love you. He whispered as she sucked and bobbed her head up and down on him. I always have, Angel. Always. Angel stopped what she was doing and gave him a genuine smile. I love you, too. She said and climbed on top of him and laid down to kiss him. I want you to show me how much. Lionel did and Angel felt really and truly loved. Asterisk. We had all loaded into George's cart, since we wanted to get back to the research station as soon as possible, and made it there in record time. He really was one of the fastest horse people to haul a cart. I dropped Nat, George, and Sugar Lick off at the stable, with the promise of coming back to visit before I left on the cross-country tour. After a very long and exhaustive discussion with Bonica, the gazelle that ran the research station, we brought in the rest of the researchers and we all talked about how to proceed from there. My idea of traveling and giving people the choice was adopted unanimously. I was also given lists of people recently changed and where they lived, both before and after conversion. Then I was led to several holding cells where new infections were being kept. It took a concerted effort by myself and several healers that knew all about the changes in the recently converted, since they had studied nearly all of the ones that existed, to take a newly changed cat person and to change them back. I had been right and just cancelling the effect wasn't enough on its own. The body had to heal as well, since it had changed so much to accommodate the beast strain. It was then agreed that the healers would have to come with me or everyone would need to be brought to the research station. Since they didn't have the capacity for that kind of influx of patients, we would become a mobile reversion and healing unit. Then we discovered a problem. It was during one of the normal checks going through the research station that one of the workers let out a yip of surprise and looked at my favorite. Did you know? The female muskrat asked and touched my favorite's belly. Yes. My favorite purred and looked at me. This is why I told my family that I would be a different person when I returned. Mother. I whispered and she nodded. I can't stay. My favorite's purr was interrupted with a meowing laugh. You were never going to stay, even if you stayed here. That's not, I started to say and she put a pawed hand over my mouth. You would be running around the country and helping people adjust and telling them the truth. You would not have the time to stay home and take care of our kittens. I sighed and moved her hand from my mouth and held it as I stepped close. I don't want you to think that I would be a bad father. My favorite kissed me. We have all heard your stories of Crystal and how you had so much fun with her. She said. None of us will ever think you are a bad father. Do you know? I will need to return to my clan a month before you leave, then I will give birth either just before or just after you go home. I closed my eyes and sighed, then I nodded. All right. I'll make sure you never need or want for anything. Will you do that for all of us? Furry asked and the muskrat checked her as well. You are with kittens. She exclaimed, then she checked the others. You all. Check me. Selene said and stuck out her belly, which made the cat women laugh. She was checked and sure enough, she had a bun in the oven. 3, actually. Yes. It looks like I'll be dropping you all off at your homes on the way back around. I said. The free marten let out a very low and sad bleat. I'm sorry. She said. I love you very much and the one thing that I would most want to have to remember you by, I can never have. I looked at the healers. I had an idea about that. It took me several minutes to convey what I wanted to do. You cannot do that. They said, almost unanimously. I'll do it. The free marten said. I don't care about the pain or the taboo of infection. She stared at me. Even if it only gives me a very small chance, I want to take it. It's very dangerous. You've seen the others being converted back. I said and she nodded. Please, I want you to try. The free marten said. All right. I'll try it. If at any point you want to stop, I will never ask you to stop. The free marten said, adamantly. I nodded and we went into one of the examination rooms. The healers, unable to let someone be in pain for long, reluctantly came inside as well. The reason it was going to take a long time and was going to hurt more than normal, was because she was born a sheep. It would be the very first complete reversion ever recorded, so we were making history with just the attempt. All of the researchers stared in through the observation windows, Bonica included. Even though they were repulsed at the thought of having a cured person be reinfected, they couldn't fault the free marten's choice. It would also show them how the very first one had happened. It took nearly 30 minutes for it to work. 30 minutes of agony for the free marten. She couldn't be put to sleep, because the effects needed to be observed. Bad things could happen if she was unconscious while it happened, namely that her mind wouldn't accept that her body had changed and wouldn't adjust properly. I held her hand the entire time and while she cried, whimpered, and let out shouts of pain, I told her how much I loved her, how brave she was, and that I was very tempted to stay on this world because of her. It was the last that let her push through the last stage and as the healers worked on her, the last thing to change on her was her skin, the rest of it, anyway. Her face had stayed the same black color because she was a black woman. Oh, my. I whispered at her. Her hair was still the same fluffy softness it was as a sheep, she just had naturally curly short hair. You are pleased? The free marten said. What do I look like? Almost the same. I said and leaned down to give her a kiss. I need a mirror, please. One of the healers held one up for her and she gasped as her free hand touched her face. It is the same. She said and touched her hair. I'm the same. Yes, and you're amazing. I whispered. I want you just as much now as I did when you were a sheep. I said, then I smiled. That would sound so bad if I was back where I came from. The free marten smiled back. Make me one again. Of course. I said and took out the horns of the ram that had challenged me for her mother's land. Hold these. The free marten gasped and held them with one arm as she stared at me. I kissed her and activated the beast conversion skill. The main pivotal thing with the beast conversion skill was that it made you into the beast you were inside. The free marten was a fierce warrior and she competed for as long as she could, until her lack of horns stopped her. Her skull was also weaker, since it didn't have the reinforcement it needed for horns. If my guess was right, and I sincerely hoped that it was. Then the Free Martin would become what she was supposed to be. A force to be reckoned with. 080 Adventures in Beastland Part 2. Summoned again? By Boy. Changing the Free Martin back went much quicker, even if it was just as painful. The researchers were surprised as her body expanded slightly and became much more muscular. The cottony softness grew all around her, and her face stayed the same, for the most part. It was still black and it still had the soft hair on top, but she let out a bleat of pain as something like a thick bone plate grew out from her forehead and covered her skull like a helmet. She held my hand tightly as buds appeared on the sides of her head and pushed the skin out, then the skin split and blood splattered on the bed, and the horns quickly expanded out and formed forward into a proper rounded shape and then rolled back to curl down the sides of her head. Her back arched and she bleated in pain. "Roll her onto her side," one of the healers said, and I did so. The Free Martin sighed in relief as the pressure was eased and we all watched as her spine bowed out slightly and thickened. Her breathing sped up and she grunted as her ribs and sternum thickened as well. Her shoulders seemed to puff out slightly as well, and then it was over. The healers quickly tended to her and checked her over. Her internal organs had been compressed some from the excessive bone growth and she suffered some internal bleeding because of it. It was quickly taken care of, as was the skin damage on her head around the horns. Her very large and ram-like horns. Well, to be fair, they looked large on her. She was still very much a woman, with all 6 breasts and the very tempting area between her legs. In fact, her hips were just a little bit wider and it made her even more appealing. Did it work? The Free Martin asked. I feel sexy, I asked with a hopeful voice, and she let out a bleat of laughter. Please refrain from any sexual activity until we have finished assessing her, one of the healers said. How long? I asked. Am I really that much more desirable? The Free Martin asked. I let her hand go for a moment and picked up the mirror. Why don't you tell me, Diana? The Free Martin gasped as she looked in the mirror. I have horns. And the reinforced spine to handle the impacts, as well as an expanded skull and solid bone plates, one of the healers said. Not to mention thicker bones all around, a stronger muscle structure, and I'm not sure I should tell you this part. She gave me a pointed look. Ha! I barked a laugh. I know that look. Clear the room, please. I need a bit of privacy. The healers all left and shut the door. What is it? The Free Martin asked. Something that I hoped would happen, because of the nature of the beast conversion skill's previous use of being transmitted and the new law addendum I had added to it. I said and stored my clothing. Dayman, you can't possibly, the Free Martin stared to say, then I climbed on top of her. Goddess Gisandaya, I dedicate this first time with Diana to you and I wish to impregnate her in your name, I said, and we were covered in a light glow for a second. The Free Martin felt herself tingle all over. What was that? The blessing of a goddess, I said and kissed her. She wrapped her arms around me and we made love right there on the examination table. Not only did I take my time, I made sure to touch her all over and caressed all of her new parts as well. When we were done, I thought I heard applause. We turned our heads to look and saw through the observation windows that pretty much all of the staff in the research facility were there and had watched us. I need to be sheared again, the Free Martin said with a grin. I was wondering why you felt extra soft all over. I joked and kissed her. So, what are you going to name our child? I asked and ignored our audience's reaction. What? The Free Martin looked at me in surprise. Well, as sure as the sun comes up in the daytime, you're pregnant right now, I said. And no, I can't, the Free Martin stared to say. That was the old you. You were human and then you were changed into a beast again. It's probably the very first unique beast strain, since it was designed to pass on directly to your children. There were a lot of surprised animal sounds on the other side of the observation window. And no, I can't, the Free Martin started to say again. It's all right, Diana, I said. Your mother will teach you how to raise whatever we have, assuming she doesn't take over completely and you won't have to do anything, I said with a smile. But, the Free Martin stammered, then she let out a bleat of surprise. You called me Diana. That's your name, I said. I thought it was about time you had one, don't you? She let out several bleats of pleasure, then she pulled me back on top of her. Try to give me twins. I didn't ask for the goddess blessing this time, because it was pretty much just for fun this time. After a while, the healers came in and interrupted us, took several samples from Diana, and then released us. Well, okay, they pretty much kicked us out. We had sent 3 of the healers and 1 of the researchers into a premature heat cycle and they had to leave work for several days. I didn't mind the collateral damage, because the Free Martin actually was pregnant, to her surprise and delight. We had to wait a week before the team to travel around the country was ready. One of the healers was one we affected, and when she came back to work, she was as happy as anyone had ever seen her. One of the researchers decided to come along to be an official observer. It was the rabbit woman and I suspected that what she wanted to observe was me, naked, and her riding me like a jackhammer. I was proven right the night before we left. On the plus side, she was very, very quick and was easily satisfied. I pretty much just let her have fun and she was happy. She also wrote everything down. Sugarlick and George offered to pull the carts and Nat decided to come along, as did Paula. It would be her first time traveling outside the city and they thought it was going to be a kind of vacation trip. I decided to try and give them that, except for our very first stop. I remembered the words the god had said. If we hadn't taken a direct route, the heroes would have been more prepared. I decided to take everyone there and added them to my party. When we arrived there, it was a very large settlement of, to my surprise, ants. Hundreds and hundreds of ants. They didn't bother us at all until we reached the center of town and found the queen. The queen being one of the summoned heroes. She wouldn't listen to our reason for being there and thought we were there to trick and kill her. She had all of her ants gather together and attack us. I wasn't going to let anyone hurt my people and used my armor's multiple sword attack. The armor was damaged, so it wasn't nearly as effective and only made 100 miniature copies. It took me several casts of the same spell and most of my mana to wipe them all out. No. The queen yelled as all of her mindless children died. She dropped to her knees and stared at the hundreds of corpses. They wouldn't have lived if I changed them to human. I said and she looked at me with wide eyes. Well, they were large ant eyes, so they were always wide. They were just empty drones. They were my children. She said and looked at me. Hurry up and kill me. I feel so empty now. I'm not here to kill you. I said. I'm here to. I don't care why you're here. She said loudly and stood. I'll kill you for killing my whole family. I felt her building up magic for something, and looked at the Free Martin. Go ahead. Finally. Diana said and charged. A second later, the queen ant's head was mulched from a massive headbutt and 2 large hoof prints were indented on her chest carapace as Diana trampled over her prone form. Okay, that was super effective. Nat said and looked at the cracked skull of the queen and the blood and things oozing out of it. She must have put all her points into expanding her hive skills. Probably strength, too. Ants are supposed to lift 100 times their body weight or something. I said. Wow, that would be a great skill to have. Nat said. Not if you have to look like that to do it. I said and waved to the bug-like shell. Good point. Nat said. Now what? Finish her off and we complete this encounter. I said and smiled. What do you normally do with bugs? I asked and handed her a nice-sized rock. Nat took the rock with a laugh and stored it, then a boulder fell from 50 feet up and squished the bug. Underscore. Encounter over. Congratulations. You have defeated the corrupted hero Sylvia. Her actions have been a blight on the reputation of all heroes. Good job. Experience earned. Accumulated experience from hero, 19,212,409, x1. Battle Crazy bonus, x2 38,424,818. Cleaning up the mess bonus, 1 million. Grand total, 58,637,227 experience points. You have defeated a group of Formicidi, 550. Experience earned, 130, x550, 71,500. Multiple kill bonus, 50 for 10, 500, 100 for 20, 2,000, 150 for 30, 4,500, 200 for 40, 8,000, 250 for 50, 12,500, 300 for 60, 18,000, 350 for 70, 24,500, 400 for 80, 32,000, 450 for 90, 40,500, 500 for 100, 50,000, 1,000 for 110 to 550, 145,200. Grand total, 337,700 experience points. Underscore. Experience overload bonus. Extra experience gained can be converted to stat points or skill points at the cost of 1,000 experience for 1 point. Unspent experience, 58,974,927, plus 350 previously unspent. Current point potential, plus 58,975. Underscore. I stared, quite dumbfounded, at the ridiculous total. The multiple kill bonus was not the thing that pushed me up to a ridiculous number like usual. It was the experience of the corrupted hero. Whatever experience Sylvia had gathered over her lifetime here in this world, was siphoned off onto us. Jesus Christ! Nat yelled. Damon. That can't be real. It can't. I'm seeing it, though. I said and shook myself. Will it be enough for you to max? Fuck yes. Nat said and then she frowned. What's an overload bonus? Keep reading. I said and divided the points I had and made 29,000 into stat points and 29,975 into skill points. I had previously made 898 into stat points, so that made all my new gains pretty much even. I still had a couple thousand of each that I hadn't spent previously, some of which were exclusive for strength and magic skills, so those I didn't really count. I hadn't had so many extra points before and I wasn't sure what to do with them all after I finished filling my stats up. I literally had the extra stat and skill points of 2 heroes to use and nowhere to put them, thanks to the battle crazy bonus. I checked on my skill integration progress and I was surprised that I still had another day to assimilate the judge's abilities. It really shouldn't have taken so long and I was curious as to why. I need. Nat started to waver, as if she was having trouble with the assimilation. Don't drop all the points in at once. I said, immediately catching on to what had happened. Before I could reach her, Paula grabbed her and picked her up. We are staying here for a day or two. Paula said and hugged Nat close. Good idea. I said and stored all the ant bodies and took out the huge tent. We all went in and settled down. I had a feeling that Nat was going to need Paula's tender care for a couple days. 081 Don't badger me. We ended up staying for 3 days to let Nat adjust to pumping all of her stats up at once. I started calling it power sickness and told her that she shouldn't let it go to her head, just to make her laugh and ease her guilt for delaying us. I told her not to worry about it and that we could make up the time by having Sugar Lick run in front of George, that way he was constantly chasing her. Both horse people agreed. Our first rest stop after that was interesting because of that, to say the least. Sugar Lick got off on teasing her stallion for so long and George got off, a lot, when he finally caught her. I was sure that she would be pregnant with at least one colt by the time our little trip was over. I have to say that our trip was also quite interesting. Nearly every single one of the newly or recently infected, before my alteration of the laws, decided to change back to human. They were also quite desperate to return to their homes and families. Thankfully, there were not that many, otherwise we wouldn't have had the cart capacity to take them along. We traveled in a zigzag pattern between settlements and none of the normal beasts chose to become human. None of us were surprised by that, especially the researchers. They've lived their whole lives like they have and changing into something they had no experience with was scary and unnecessary. We eventually made our way back to the settlement with the badgers and oxen. It was still odd to see 2 completely different species living together peacefully and the same female guard we had met before brought us right to the honey badger's place. I'll send my sister right over. The female guard said. She still hasn't been claimed. I can't promise we'll get along. I cautioned her and she laughed. I can still smell your excitement. She said with a huff and waved at my group. If you are keeping this many women happy, my sister will adore you. I'm not sleeping with all of them. I said and she laughed again. I'm not. The guard took us into the honey badger's building and we went up to the top floor. She was waiting for us with her human disguise in place. She walked over to us and held up the note. Is it true? You have the cure? Honey asked. Technically. I said and she frowned at me. It started out as a mix of a skill that declared it a law with a spell combination 100 years ago, then it evolved into a skill that does the same thing. Give me the skill. The honey badger said loudly. Ha, no. I said. Even if I had that ability, I wouldn't give it to you. You dare. You would convert people left and right, with or without their permission. I said. That's what got the world into this mess in the first place. She glared at me for several moments, then the anger faded. You're going to convert me back. She said, her tone defeated. No, I said, and everyone made surprised sounds. You've become too accustomed to being the new you. No, I haven't. Honey exclaimed. Do you want to be sent home after all this time? I asked, and she turned her head away. I can change you back and the goddess can whisk you away. Her eyes went to her stuff and then came back to me. I would have to leave everything behind. I nodded. All your things, all your badgers, all your oxen, and everything you've built here. She looked around again and back at me. You're right. I don't want to give this all up and go back. I know. I said and smiled at her. I just stopped by to say hi, to see if there was anyone newly infected that wanted to be changed back, and possibly have a nice date with an oxen lady. Are you serious? Honey asked. Completely. I said. The guard said she was bringing her sister over and I'll meet her outside. No, about changing the infected back. She said. They wouldn't be allowed back into the human settlements. I chuckled. It's all right. You can't spread the beast strains unless it's to your children or the new host is willing. She stared at me with an open mouth. It's going to be a whole new world when everyone realizes that the beast strains are no longer contagious like they were. How did you do this? Honey asked. Justice prevailed. I said, and she gave me a disbelieving look. I swear, it's true. I said and held a hand up as if I was swearing in court. Please excuse me, I have a supper date to get to. Honey held the disbelieving look for several more moments, then she nodded and waved me away. I'm glad you've accepted it. I said and smiled. It was nice meeting you, honey. She shook her head. Don't say my name like that. It sounds like you are calling me your honey and not saying my name. I was so easily found out. I chuckled. Get out of here. Honey said and waved in dismissal again. I nodded and everyone started to leave the room. You've made your choice, so make sure you enjoy it as much as you can. Like you have? Honey asked. Yeah. I said with a smirk and left the room. We went down the stairs and stepped out into the street. Waiting there was the guard and her runt of a sister. I looked at the dark-furred beauty and she was a foot taller than me and had bigger muscles. If she was back on Earth, she would easily qualify for the semi-professional female bodybuilder competitions. This is your sister? I asked. What do you think of her? The guard asked and turned her around and slapped her ass. Sis. She yelled. He needs to see how you look when compared to me. The guard said and pulled her tail out of the way. She's ready and her opening is too shallow for a proper male. I am going to kill you. The female oxen growled. You can see that she's funny, too. The guard said and pulled her sister's pants down slightly. Go ahead and take a sniff. Ugh. The sister turned and smacked the guard's hand away from her. I am not some common cattle that you can pawn off on anyone that passes through. We're just going to have supper and see where things go from there. I said, even though I had seen her and smelled her. It gave me an erection, only this time I wasn't overly attracted to her or had my brain shut off. She was a little wet, but not necessarily for me. She wanted to have sex and if her sister was right, she couldn't take a normal male of her species. That had to be really frustrating. You still want to? The little sister asked, surprised. Of course. I said and stepped close as I took her partially hoofed hand. Hi, I'm Damon. I'm oxen noises. She said. Where would you like to go to eat? I'm sure we can find somewhere suitable after I set up the tent for everyone. I said and we went outside the town and I put the tent up. I'll be back later. I said to the others and took the oxen woman's hand. Don't stay out too late, kids. Nat waved goodbye to us. Get your ass inside and wait patiently. I said with a laugh. I'll be back when I'll be back. Meanie. Nat said and Paula took her hand and whispered something to her. Never mind. I'll be busy. Stay out as late as you want. The two of them went into the tent and the oxen woman and I went back into the town. Is she your sister? The oxen woman asked. You seem to have the same kind of relationship that I have with my sister. I chuckled. We're just really good friends and joke with each other a lot. My sister doesn't joke. She responded. You know she cares a lot about you. I said, and she gave me a surprised look. Why would you say that? She's actively looking to find someone to make you happy. I said, and she let out a huff and nodded. I'm sorry that we don't have instant chemistry. She huffed a laugh and shook her head. I smelled you get excited after she pulled my pants down. Only because it was a nice view and I smelled you were wet. I said. It wasn't, well. Explain. She said, and I told her about how most of my other encounters had happened. If I wanted you specifically, you would react that way. I think so. I said. It doesn't happen with every woman I meet, since I've met a lot of women and there was nothing. Settlements full of women, in fact. She huffed. Then we need to go back to my place first. I want to see what the fuss is all about. I'll make supper, too. I do not eat meat. I'll make a nice garden salad. I said, and did not make a joke about going down on me. That sounds nice. She said, and she led me to her place. When we went inside, she told me to strip and to show her. I undressed normally, rather than store the clothing, and she smiled approvingly. I like your muscles. She said, and rubbed my pectorals. Not too much and not too little. Like your own. I said, and she huffed as she stepped back. I pulled off my pants and underwear and she let out a sigh. It's too tiny. She lamented. I chuckled. It's your turn to strip, so I can have some motivation. You need to see me again to deploy your bone. She asked. Human men don't have bones. I said, and motioned to her clothing. Come on, I can't be the only one naked here. She huffed and pulled off her top to reveal a fairly nice pair of breasts, bare of fur. Her pants were next, and when she stood up straight, I saw all of her. I rose to attention and her eyes widened at the change. That's not a bone. She asked, quite surprised, and she grew wet again. It is, a much more suitable size now. She whispered and licked her lips. Her smell hit me in the face and my penis almost vibrated in anticipation. She was wet for me this time, and that was enough for my sex drive to activate. I strode over to her and her eyes never left my slightly bobbing member. Bend over. She turned around and got down on her hands and knees, then she mooed loudly as I entered her without any prep work. Her sister had been right and she was pretty shallow, so as I pushed myself all the way in, I felt it bump into her ending. Amalulu. She yelled, and that got me really going. I did my best to make her come as much as possible, and she did, over and over, and then I asked her if she wanted to have a calf. Yes. So, I gave it to her and spilled myself inside. She collapsed to the floor with me still inside, and she moaned and mooed in pleasure, because I didn't stop. I need to make sure. I whispered in her ear. Yes. She yelled and then begged me to give it to her again. An hour later, we were in her bed and she kept asking me to keep making sure that she would get pregnant. I obliged for the rest of the night. We both completely forgot that I was supposed to make supper. 082 The cross-country tour continues. I made breakfast for the oxen woman, to her surprise, because I had actually stayed over and hadn't taken off, or in her words hoofed it after we had fun and she fell asleep. I thought it was telling of human behavior that even on another world, people would still do things like that, even if they were converted into beasts. I fed her breakfast in bed and it made her laugh, which made a mess, which made us wrestle a little, and then I had to do her again. She said it was the best date she had ever had when I kissed her goodbye an hour later. I asked her to come along on my cross-country trip and she declined, stating that she wasn't comfortable going off with people she barely knew, just for more great sex. That was understandable, so I left her a pile of local gold coins to help her take care of her calf. That made her laugh again, because she didn't quite believe that I had actually done it. I reminded her that I was a hero, and if I said she was pregnant, she was pregnant. Goddess knew I had tried enough times. I left the Badger in Ox City and returned to the tent with everyone. None of them were up yet, so I settled down in bed with Diana, the free marten. She was just too cuddly to resist, with her all covered in cottony softness. It made her whisper a bleat of pleasure that I would hold her like that, just because I wanted to. I dozed off and we didn't get up until about mid-morning. I made everyone breakfast and then we packed everything up. We had to get back on track and keep visiting all the settlements to give them the choice to stay normal or to become human. Not surprisingly, the first human settlement we came across didn't want any of the beast strains to enter their area, even though I brought back 2 people for them. Their families were all there to greet us, since the messengers from the research station had delivered the message a week ago. When the mayor tried to deny the 2 healed people from staying, there was an immediate uproar. Their families claimed that they couldn't turn away the miracles they were given, and the mayor tried to yell at them for trying to accept someone that carried the infection. I solved that problem by having the cutest of the beast infected, the bunny researcher, come in. I'm glad we agreed to do this demonstration beforehand, I said and waved to one of the men we had brought back. Are you sure you want to do this? You cured me, hero. The man said with a huge smile. I can't be infected unless I want to be now, and I can't pass it on to my family, like I was so worried about. He held a hand out to the bunny woman. Please, bite me and show them that you aren't a walking plague. Wow, thanks. The bunny woman said sarcastically with a roll of her eyes. This is going to hurt. I'll heal him right up, after the few minutes to prove he isn't going to fall ill. I said and she nodded, then she chomped down on the heel of his palm and everyone clearly saw her teeth enter the skin and her saliva flow out and into the wound. Ugh, blood tastes awful. The bunny woman said and spit out the little bit that had entered her mouth. I cast the cleaning spell on her and she thanked me, quite enthusiastically, and promised to go at half speed with me later. I chuckled, because she could never stop her impulses like that for very long. She grinned at me and kissed my cheek. After 10 minutes, the man she had bitten didn't start sweating or convulsing or even did anything except hold a cloth to the wound. I cast minor healing on him to fix the damage then and he nodded his thanks. You see? I didn't want to get infected, and I didn't. We can all do that now. The man said loudly. Some of my family saw me changing into a creature, and I'm very sorry for that. I never wanted to scare you, even though I was terrified myself. He walked over to his wife. I'm so glad you sent me off to the research station. It had hurt so much to do that. She said and burst out crying. It's all right, my wife. He said and hugged her. Look how it turned out. I'm healed now and I'm back with you. Why yes, it's a miracle. She said and kissed him. We all stood there for 10 minutes and waited. The woman didn't start sweating, start feeling sick, or even looked flushed. She stared back at the townspeople and dared them to tell her that she was infected. No one did, because she wasn't, and they could all see that. I looked at all of the human faces and saw the dawning realization of what they had just witnessed. It's still going to take time for everyone to adjust to the new reality. I thought and took the bunny's hand. Let's go. There are bushes right over there. The bunny woman said and hopped up and down as she pointed. I meant leave the settlement. I said and she slowly stopped hopping with a sad sigh. It was my turn to sigh and I walked over to the bushes. Her teeth tittered with excitement and pleasure, full of anticipation. Then we did it right there, pretty much in front of everyone. If the humans hadn't been convinced before that point, they were all definitely convinced afterwards. A fluid exchange didn't lie. We moved on and kept visiting different places, different beast races, and different human settlements. We gathered up all the converted and returned them to their homes and families, while also informing everyone again about the rules and how things would work from now on. People could still get infected, if they chose to be, and they would have to be sent to the research facility for adjustment and then to their proper settlements. There was going to be a long time of uncertainty as everyone learned the new way of things, and my group and I did our best to help that along. We reached the wolf settlement first of the women that had come along with me, and the patrol leader was quite surprised to see us all. He brought us right to the pack leader and not surprisingly, I did not have instant lust for Raksha. Apparently, the honeymoon was over and both time and reconsideration had tempered the moon sickness we had suffered. What was surprising was that I didn't have to petition the pack to take Selene back. Her having a name after a goddess had shocked them, as did her being pregnant with my pup. The pack leader came with us when I delivered Selene back to her family. She claimed that it was because she wanted to smooth over the transition between being exiled and acceptance back into the pack. She didn't have to worry, however. My daughter. Selene's mother yelled as soon as the front door of her house was opened, then she took her daughter into a hug. Mom. I'm with pup. Selene yelled back, so she wouldn't be crushed. Ev. Her mother growled happily. I knew sending you along was the right decision. An old wolf walked out of the back room and over to us. "Godling," he said and looked at his granddaughter. "You have done well to honor my family. I'm glad you see it that way," I said with a smile. "I see it as leaving her behind, since I don't have a choice. You warned us you were leaving, so thank you for bringing her back and not leaving her out in the world somewhere," the old wolf said. "I'd never do that," I said. "I feel bad enough that I have to leave this world already. It would kill something inside of me if I just up and left without taking care of her first," I said. "Which reminds me." I walked inside the house and put 100 stacks of 10 gold coins on the table. "I hope this is enough for her and our child to live comfortably for the rest of their lives." The three of them were left speechless. "It's not enough?" I asked and started to add more. Yes. Yes. It's enough," the mother said, and I stopped adding coins. "You are too generous." I walked over to her. "I can't be too generous," I said and looked at Selene. "I won't be able to help with your age anymore, Selene." Her mother and grandfather let out yips of surprise. "That's okay. I know you would if I wanted you to," Selene said and put her arms around my neck. "Thank you for taking care of our pup," she said and kissed me for several moments, then she broke the kiss and let me go. "You don't have to give any of that to the pack," I said and waved at the stacks of gold coins. The old wolf let out a surprised bark. "You can't be serious. It's our duty to. I already gave the pack a room full of gold. What's on that table is for your family and to raise my pup," I said, and they stared at me with wide eyes, then they looked at the pack leader, who nodded. "Goodbye, Godling," the old wolf said and held a pawed hand out to me. I shook it and left without another word. The next stop was dropping off the cat women. To my surprise, it was with little to no fanfare. Her family greeted her as if she was a new person, and she told them that she was with kittens. Her mother showed surprise and delight, her father only grunted, and her sister whispered that she was envious of her. I made a special petition to their clan for her to be a resident, as the mother of a godling's kittens, and her 3 decoys as her family. It was accepted without contest, and I gifted the clan with 10% of the dragon's treasure. That had gotten a response, namely the mother and sister fainting. The father had grunted again and accepted the gift. My favorite was quickly set up in a very large house, with her decoys, and it would become a family ancestral house for their families. I gave them the same amount of gold as Selene, each, and they hired people to take care of the house, them, and our kittens when they arrived. I kissed them goodbye, leaving my favorite for last, and she whispered her thanks in my ear as she bid it. "Remember me," she said and kissed me, then let me go. I nodded and left her there. The only one left of my original group was the free Martin, Diana. We couldn't go directly to the Tups settlement, though. There were other villages and settlements that we would need to detour to visit before we crossed the mountains to the other side. Diana didn't mind that at all, since she was the only one in my bed for several weeks. She enjoyed the extra attention just as much as I enjoyed giving it to her. We didn't find anyone out that far that had been recently converted. We had rescued all of the people on the list that the research facility had given us, and they were all back with their families, safe and sound. I was pretty sure that we wouldn't find anyone else that wanted to change back, but we had to keep checking. I gave my word that I would stop everywhere and give them the choice, so that's what I was going to do, even if I suspected that there was no one left that would accept it. 083 Shepherding. We eventually made it across the mountains, and I wasn't surprised to find a large group of rams were still mining. I had George stop and winked at the free Martin as I stepped out of the cart and walked over to the guards. "Hi, there," I said, and the guard gave my bare face an odd look. "It's all right. It's not taboo to show your face anymore," I said, and he let out a surprised noise. "I just came by to check on the miners and to give them some information, if that's all right." The guard shrugged and let me pass, since he couldn't see any weapons on me. It was so nice to be able to carry anything by any guard and not have them detect it or even try to search for it. I laughed in my head, because I could make a fortune smuggling things across the border back home. Drugs, weapons, and any kind of contraband would be undetectable. I could start a deliver to prisoners business and make a fortune there, too. I could even rob banks and businesses, just by standing there and storing what was inside their vaults and registers. I can't say that I never think of that, because that was always at the back of my mind. It could be so easy to go that route and to flagrantly break the law and take everything I wanted, except for my own morality. As I walked down the mine, I had to admit to myself that my moral compass had taken a pounding during this trip to Horny World. It really had. I had no real moral ground to judge anyone with everything I had done, and hadn't done, along the way. I could have given gold and treasure to everyone, since I didn't really need it, and I didn't. I could have offloaded hundreds of tons of metal ores at almost any point, and I hadn't. I wasn't going to do that here, either. I was going to go home, start a business, preferably an international business, and then set up offloading some of the gold I had to smelt it into bars and store it in the Federal Reserve. I knew that was a bit ambitious, especially considering the initial startup costs for a mining operation in several different countries. I wasn't worried about that, though. How much capital would I have access to if I converted 13 billion gold coins into cash? Since each was about 2 ounces and gold was about $1,500 an ounce, give or take $100, then that was about $39 trillion. $39 trillion. I actually had several hundred million more gold coins from the first world, not counting all of the new coins that I had received from the dragon's treasure. The funny thing was, I didn't get any loot from the queen ant. She didn't have any clothing, weapons, or anything else. There was no money, gold, or possessions of any kind. There wasn't even a hive for storage. It had just been the village they lived in and that was it. Of course, she might own a lot and I would have to absorb her to get her possessions. I didn't want to absorb her like that, though. I had learned my lesson with the dragon. Absorbing anything here could greatly affect me in ways that I couldn't fathom, besides all the added skills and things. In fact, when I finally finished acclimating everything I had gained from the judge, I discovered something odd. I couldn't make sense of what the unnamed skill meant until I looked back at the law's stats. One of them, his offensive magic, was above the hard cap of 999. I had completely missed it at the time and now that I thought about it, it made sense. He ensured that his magic could overpower anyone else, which was why he was so surprised that I had resisted him. I shouldn't have been able to counter his magic, and technically I didn't, since it was my resilience and regeneration that had kept me from changing. The skill with no name didn't have any info or description, no matter how long I had stared at it or asked inside my head for information about it. What I had to do was slowly add points to it. When it reached 10 points, it asked me what stat I wanted to augment. I chose the base magic stat of course, and the skill let me drop another 100 points into it. I damn near jumped for joy and maxed the skill with 99 points and it unlocked all 15 of my stat slots. I immediately dropped 100 points in each and I told everyone we were stopping for a day to adjust to it, even though I didn't believe that I had to. It wasn't that big of a power boost, or so I thought. Going over the regulated numbers for anything could sometimes lead to trouble. I was very glad that I had 2 worlds of experience with using an abundance of strength, because each point over 999 had increased the potential by the same amount as if I had dropped 100 points into it. The mental backlash was pretty bad, almost as bad as absorbing all of the dragon's possessions. The free Martin Diana held me and comforted me as I suffered through it, and that made the visit to her old settlement that much more unbearable. I was going to leave her behind and unlike the others that had been along on the journey, she was the only one that had really gotten to me. We had both changed during our adventures together and I was sure that she was going to regret being left behind just as much as I was going to regret leaving her behind. "Hello," I said to the first miner I saw. "What are you doing back in here?" The miner asked. "Ah, you were part of the first group," I said and he nodded. "I came to give you more information about the ore deposits if you want it." The ram shrugged. "There's more ore in this mountain than we'll ever need and we have no problems finding it." I opened my mouth to tell him about the huge vein they had been walking on top of for about a quarter of a mile, then shrugged. "I'm sorry for bothering you," I said with a nod. "I'll let you get back to it." I left and ran back up to the entrance of the mine and climbed onto the cart. No one commented about how quick I was and I didn't offer an explanation. We went on and stopped at the settlement entrance and after a cursory check of the healers, we were allowed inside. We were also told to wait at the Free Martin's home for someone to tell us when the tup would be ready to meet us. I was a little surprised that they didn't comment on the Free Martin's new look, which I assumed was why we needed to wait for the tup, so he could be told of her new appearance and what it was going to mean for their settlement. I would need to make a few things clear to him if he didn't understand. We came to a stop outside the small plot of land where the house was and Diana hopped off our cart and ran to the door. It opened before she reached it and her mother stood there, a shocked look on her face. What happened? Her mother asked, and her partially hoofed hands reached up and touched the nice set of horns she had. Damon fixed me, Mother. Diana said as I walked over to them. Completely. My sweet little lamb. Her mother said softly. There was nothing to fix. You're wrong. Diana said and pulled up the bottom of her top. See. Her mother looked down from the amazing horns that shouldn't be on her daughter, and her eyes bulged as she beheld a small baby bump. And no, it's not possible. The healers. They were right back then. One of the healers that were still on the cart said. She's a different person now. Diana's mother reached down and caressed the bump. How long? There's 4 months left. Diana said, quite proud. One of the healers will be staying with us to record the birth. Please, forgive the intrusion. The healer that had spoken, a pretty small mammalian-like animal woman that I would later learn was called a tree shrew on Earth, stepped off of the cart and came over to us. It's too momentous of an occasion to not bear witness. We are so envious. The other 3 healers said. She won the draw, so the rest of us need to proceed onward to the capital. You really should let me come with you. Diana said to me. Putting you in unnecessary danger by traveling for another few weeks, just so I can deliver the message to the last hero to see if he wants to go home, is a risk that I don't want to take. I gave her a quick kiss. Even if he decides to try and fight, which he shouldn't, I'll kick his ass and crush him. Diana chuckled. Those extra points and stats are really going to your head. Does that mean yours aren't? I asked with a grin. SHH. I thought you said it was supposed to be a secret. It is a secret that doesn't have to be kept anymore. I said and turned to look at the ram running towards us. I assume the tup needs to see us now. The ram came to a stop at a respectable distance, nodded, then ran away. I chuckled and looked at the others. Diana and I will be right back. The mother let out a bleat of surprise and then hugged her daughter. You have a name. I do. Diana said and hugged her back. I'll tell you all about it when I return. Of course. Her mother said and let her go. I can't wait to hear all about it. She said and then bleated happily. You need to get sheared again. I'll have it done later. Diana said and took my hand. Damon doesn't mind the extra softness. Not even a little bit. I said to her and gave her a kiss. Although, I remember that young woman getting sheared the last time I was here. Diana laughed. Yes, I remember you telling me all about it. Several times. She said and started walking. Now you won't have to hide your excitement as I am treated the same way. I'm not sure what to say to that. I said, even though I was already getting an erection from the thought of it. It's all right. I know just the sheep to do it for me. Diana whispered. I always go to her when I need it taken care of. How often? I asked. It depends. For most of our people, it's once a year. Mine didn't grow as fast, so it was every 2 or 3 years. Diane said. Now that I'm like this, it could be a yearly thing, maybe even more. My mind immediately put her into the same shearing situation that the young woman was getting off on, probably because she was getting gently caressed all over, and I was fully hard. Don't worry, my love. I'll give you one of the best memories to remember me before you leave. Diana whispered and kissed my cheek. On top of everything else. I asked with a smile and let her hand go to put my arm around her waist. I want to fill your dreams with thoughts of me. Diana said and tried to lean her head on my shoulder, then she laughed when her horn bonked me on the side of the head instead. I'm sorry, I need more practice with them. It's all right. I have a thick skull. I said to make her laugh again, then held her a little tighter as we walked to the main building that the tup stayed in. 084 The real tup. You have a name. The tup said as we entered the room. He saw my arm around her waist and then his eyes widened as he looked at her head and noticed that her horns were not just decorative. I can also defeat you. Easily. Diana the Free Martin said. Excuse me. The tup said and stood up to glare down at us. I held a hand up to stop his rant. Please, hear her out. The tup shifted his gaze to me for a moment and then looked back at her with a nod. I helped defeat one of the corrupted heroes. The Queen Ant. Diana said and the tup took in a sharp breath. He stopped before he made a noise of surprise, though. Yes, my gains from assisting were beyond anything I could ever imagine, How? Ants are surprisingly weak to being crushed by horns. I said, and the tub said several loud words that I couldn't understand, which I assumed were curses. I can tell you are a little upset. Upset? The tub roared. I could have defeated her years ago. No, you couldn't. Diana said. We all knew her army of drones would have mulched us before you could get anywhere near her. Then how? Damon removed them first. Diana said. Once she no longer had her living shield, one full charge and a giant boulder dropped on her, finished her off. The tub sat back down on his throne. He let out a sigh and looked at us. Yes, I can see how much easier it would be. You may continue. My job is still enforcer. Diana said, and the tub nodded. My tub needs to leave soon and my family is here, so I want to stay here and resume my duties until my job changes, to mother. The tub jerked as if someone had slapped him across the face. Surely, you joke. Diana pulled up her top and showed off her baby bump. 4 more months, and the healer staying with me will assist in the very first birth of a new beast strain. That is, the tub stopped talking. I'm sure she can work for another 2 months, then she will need to stay home and be taken care of. I said. I very much want to stay, but we both know that's not possible, nor is it allowed. The tub nodded and waved for me to keep talking. I also don't want her left alone, so she should be with her family. What do I get out of it? The tub asked. You get to live. Diana said, and the tub huffed angrily and stood again. Even after the way you treated me, I agreed with Damon that it would be unwise for me to challenge you now. I cannot take over the settlement, nor can I run it properly, if I am with Lamb. What's to stop you from doing it after the lamb is born? The tub asked with a snarl. I won't be who I was anymore. Diana said. My priority will be raising my lamb to be the best they could ever be. As long as you keep your word to protect me and my family, I won't ever take my revenge on you. The tub stared at her for several seconds, then he sat down. That is not nearly enough for me to agree to this arrangement. I think it would benefit your settlement a lot. I said, and his gaze shifted to me. You see, you can claim the truth. One of your enforcers, a female no less, was able to defeat a corrupted hero. I said with a smile. What would that say about the tub that gave her the enforcer job? The tub fell silent and looked like he was seriously thinking about it. He agrees. A woman's voice said as she stepped out of the room behind the throne. She carried the tub's son in her arms. As long as you agree to never challenge him or my son for leadership, I can handle this. The tub said and glared at her. She waved for him to be quiet and looked at Diana. I also want you to train my son when your own lamb is old enough to start themselves. The tub let out a surprised sound and Diana let out a bleat of laughter. I always knew that you were the one that really controlled everything. Diana said and nodded. I agree, just so our lambs are protected by everyone and can grow up together. Then it's settled. The sheep woman said and let out a bleat of satisfaction. She put her lamb down and he started running around her. May I see? She asked and motioned to Diana's stomach. Diana nodded again and she came over and touched it. You really are with Lamb, she said, a bit surprised, then she smiled. I am so glad that you can finally be what you were supposed to be. As am I. Diana said and put a hand on top of hers. Thank you. Will you tell us how this was made possible? The tub's mate asked. It's a bit of a long story. I said, and chairs were brought in for us to sit down, then I told the story of how it all came about. When I tried to leave some of the details out, either the tub or his mate would let out a huff of disapproval and I would have to explain in even more detail. It took a while for me to tell it all and they sat in silence for several minutes when I was done. Thank you. The tub's mate said and reached out to pet my hand. You could have just changed my mate and then Diana could have assumed the tub's position. I wouldn't do that. I said and turned my hand over to hold hers. We both know Diana would be very upset with me if I interfered like that. The woman bleated a laugh. She would accept help to make herself stronger and not to make her opponent weaker. She said and I nodded. She looked at Diana as she let my hand go. Will you tell us your level? Diana looked at me with a question on her face. It's your choice. I said. If you want to be as welcome here as you know you deserve. Diana nodded. I'm level 99. The tub, his mate, and the tub's son let out bleats of surprise. How did? The queen ant has been around for a long time and she was also max level. I explained. I was involved in the encounter and I have to say, even I never imagined getting the experience and bonuses taking her down gave me. You are fulfilled, too. The Tup's wife asked, surprised. Damon is much more than that. Diana said and let out a little bleat of pleasure. He has been level 99 for nearly 6 months. The others stared at me. The last time you were here, the Tup started to say and I nodded. You could have challenged and defeated me back then. That wasn't why I was brought here. I said. I've also convinced Diana that it's better to have friends to help than it is to have enemies after you all the time. The Tup's mate let out a relieved sigh. Thank the goddess. She said. The first to be removed after the Tup are his family. Removed from power. Diana corrected. I would never clean out the house like that. The Tup let out several bleats of laughter. You would make a terrible Tup. Why do you think I'm letting you keep the job? Diana asked with a smile and he laughed again. I still can't believe your horns are real, even seeing them up close. The Tup's mate said. They really hurt growing in, since they had to bust through my skin and flesh. Diana said. The healers worked hard to fix the damage. They did a wonderful job. I was very lucky to have so many at my side. Diana said and looked at me. And to meet the man to give me a second chance at life. On that note, I think we need to get back to the house. I said and stood up. Thank you for accepting Diana's new position. I didn't have much choice. The Tup said. I was talking to your mate. I said with a smile and it was her turn to let out several bleats of laughter. Now I wish you could stay, too. She said and stood up. The Tup gives his permission to hug me. Excuse me. The Tup said and that made everyone laugh, even his son. I can't refuse a request from the Tup. I said with a smile and embraced her. To my surprise, I felt each of her 6 nipples poke me and the large softness of her breasts as she pressed them into me. I stopped myself from asking how she could hide them inside her clothing without letting anyone know just how big they were. When I let her go, she had a slightly red face and a sly smile. You are as lucky of a man as I am. I said to the Tup and he let out a satisfied bleat. No one else knows that, so keep it to yourself. The Tup said and I nodded in understanding. Diana stood up and we both gave them slight bows. Tup. Tup's mate. Tup's heir. You have a week to rest from your long journey and then you need to get back to work. The Tup said. I'll only need 2 days because Damon is leaving tomorrow. Diana said. Thank you. The Tup waved in dismissal and we left the throne room. You still need to be careful. I said and she nodded. I'll give you some armor plating to wear under your uniform to absorb any shock from someone trying to attack you or make you lose our child. I didn't think of that. Diana said. Just because you're a higher level than almost everyone else, it doesn't mean someone can't get in a lucky shot. Like the scout bear and your armor. Diana said. Yes. You are still smaller than most of the Rems, so you need to be careful. Use your speed to full advantage. I will. Diana said and pulled me off of the main road. Now it's time to fulfill your dreams. I looked down the road to where the shearer was. But it's a private thing. Diana said. Too many curious Rams tried to check me out when I was younger. I opened my mouth to tell her that I would have been curious as well and she let out a bleat of laughter. Yes, I know you would have been right there with them. Diana said. You would have had a different opinion than them, though. It took me a minute to realize what she meant. Ooh. They wanted to see if you were really a girl and not a boy in disguise and I would have been wondering if we could have sex. Exactly. Diana said and leaned close to nibble on my earlobe. You would have been the only one with an erection. Only if you were old enough. I said as we walked towards a small house. Old enough in my opinion, anyways. That is, legal age from where I come from and not the age of consent, since that's different depending on where you go. Diana bleated several laughs. You have a lot of restrictions on mating, Damon. Consensual mating. I corrected and she laughed again. So strict, and yet, so satisfying. Diana said and knocked on the door. A moment later, a brownish-colored sheep woman opened the door. Fresh fleece. The woman yelled and Diana laughed. Yes, I am here to be removed of most of my softness. Come. Come. I am eager to get started. You really should greet my mate. Diana said. No time. She grabbed Diana's hand and pulled her inside, which pulled me inside, too. I haven't had a private session since the last time you were here. She slammed the door and dragged us into a back room that looked just like the shearing building we had passed on the main road. I have a few requests, Diana started to say. Yes, yes. Start stripping. The woman said and prepared the tools she would need. It looks freshly grown and not the old matted stuff I usually see, so I need it off of you as soon as possible. I took out a chair and sat down in front of the area and waited patiently as Diana took off her clothing. Be careful of the baby bump, I said, just in case the woman didn't notice. What? The woman yelled and whirled around to stare at Diana's belly. Damon fixed me and gave me a lamb, Diana said and handed me her clothes, which I stored. Then I hope he's going to enjoy this as much as I am, the woman said and rubbed Diana's belly. There's no need to worry about that, Diana said and pointed to my crotch. The woman looked and let out a bleat of surprise at my erection, then she laughed. 085 Free Martin no more. I had to admit to myself that seeing my lover being lovingly caressed all over was one of the most sensual things I had ever seen. The Sarah's hands were both deft in their movements and gentle in their touch, and my mind didn't really see the fleece being removed, only what was being revealed as it disappeared. Diana was the most human-looking of the women I had been with on this world, even with her 6 hand-sized breasts, and I actually had to keep storing my pants and underwear to clean them. Her moans and soft bleats of pleasure drove me to the brink several times. I was raring to go and my heart enraged as I watched her soaked opening beg for me to take her. The floor was covered in the fleece by the time the shearer was done and I could see on her face that she was as turned on as I was. She ran her hands over Diana's soft underskin and nodded her head. The shearer had no idea what she had just unleashed. Finally, Diana yelled and she grabbed me by my shoulders and pulled me to the floor on top of her. I shoved myself inside and she bleated very loudly as my raging manhood plowed into her. I was careful of the bump and we both let ourselves enjoy it for what it was. 2 very horny people enjoying getting off on the other's pleasure. I felt cottony softness press to my back as I had my way with Diana and the Sarah's head rested on my shoulder. Isn't she beautiful like this? The shearer whispered into my ear and nibbled on my earlobe. I am never allowed to enjoy it like this when I work in the public building. No wonder, I said and smelled her excitement. You think of having sex when you see them like this, too. I really do, she said and her hands reached around me and caressed the lower pair of Diana's breasts. I don't have the proper equipment for her, though. You still have fun, I said and my technique faltered as her fingers brushed both Diana's opening and my thrusting penis. Oh my, yes, she whispered and slid around to the front of me, then she straddled Diana's face. She let out a bleat of pleasure and looked into my eyes. She has learned, oh. We've had a lot of witnesses and participants during our trip, I said and pulled out of Diana, then stood. Open up. What are, the shearer mumbled as I slid into her mouth and gripped the sides of her head to help her. I let myself go and she stared at me, shock on her face, then I finished. For someone that had never done it before, she took it all without a problem and swallowed. She had a kind of blissful look on her face when I pulled out, and then she was suddenly on the bottom and Diana straddled her face to muffle her moans as I entered her. Just like Diana, I didn't need to prep her at all and easily slid in and out of her already slick opening. Diana and I kissed and made out as we both had our way with the very surprised shearer. We changed positions again after I released myself inside of her, then we got into having some real fun. When we were done, the shearer finally understood what she had unleashed. I carried her to her bed and laid her down on it. Thank you for making this one of the best memories that I'll have with Diana. It was my please. What did you say? The shearer asked, surprised. Her name's Diana, I said and kissed her cheek. You named the Free Martin, she whispered and her eyes fluttered closed. Heroes are truly magnificent. Diana leaned down on the bed and whispered into the Sarah's ear for a few seconds. The sheep woman nodded and she caressed her head for a moment, then Diana stood and took my hand. We left the bedroom and went out to the front room to get dressed. Thank you for this, Diana said as I handed over her clothes. I wasn't kidding, I said and gave her a brief kiss. She really did make this something that I'm going to remember for a very long time. Me, 2. Diana said, and then she let out a soft bleat of laughter. My next shearing is going to be so disappointing for her. I had to laugh at that, and we finished getting dressed. We left the small house and went back to her mother's place. The others had already made a nice place in the yard for us, and I made food for everyone. No one asked why it had taken so long for us to return, and we didn't offer. I was pretty sure everyone could smell it on us. Anyway, we spent the rest of the day there and had both Diana and the healer settled into their rooms. Then we waited for half of the next day for whatever Diana was waiting for. She hadn't pleaded or anything, just simply asked me to wait. I did, without question, and I was very glad that I had. The shearer showed up at the house, just after noon, and she carried a large bundle. I stayed up all night getting this damn thing made, she said, slightly angry, and gave it to Diana. I hope you're happy. Diana held the bundle tightly and leaned down to give the shearer a kiss. I am. Thank you. The seer's face flushed red, gave us all a glare as if daring us to say something, then she took off at a jog. I'm not even going to ask, Nat said as she grinned at me. It's a great little story, if you're into threesomes and having a penis thrown in there somewhere. I joked. Oh, okay. Hard pass. Nat waved me away and laughed. This is for you, Diana said with a soft and tender voice as she unfolded the bundle. It was a fleece blanket, just enough for one person to fit under. You will always have a part of me with you. Ah. That's so sweet. Nat gushed. I took the blanket and hugged it as I took in a breath through my nose. It smells like you. Diana nodded and caressed my hands on the blanket. I folded it up and stored it, then took her into my arms and kissed her for several minutes. I think that's our cue to leave, Sugarlick said jokingly. I ended the kissing session and nodded. Goodbye, Diana. I touched her belly. You will always have something of me with you, too. Diana gave me a knowing smile. Yes, your enchanted armor plates will be passed down for generations within our family. I chuckled and gave her another quick kiss. I'm just glad it worked, even if it is a lot weaker than it should be, I said and hugged her mother. We loaded up into George the horseman's cart after that quick goodbye. There were not a lot of places left for us to visit before we went to the capital, especially since a couple of the villages were empty. We would still need to pass through them, however. I had no idea at the time that I had been so close to the capital when I had first arrived here and had been moving away from it the entire time. Now it was time to correct that mistake. With George's fast running and only a couple of healers, 2 horsewomen, 1 tiny researcher, and Nat in the cart with me, his burden was much less than it had been the day before. Diana's brother and his maid came down the road towards his mother's house and saw us. He hopped a little when he saw his sister with horns, then he charged at her. His mother and his maid yelled at him to stop and Diana smiled. After a quick dash to the side to remove a lot of her brother's momentum and a loud sound of bone on bone as their 2 heads slammed together, her much larger brother was unconscious on the ground a second later. All right, now we can go, I said, and nearly everyone laughed. I waved to a very happy Diana and she waved back enthusiastically as her sister-in-law tried to revive her brother. We left the settlement a few minutes later and made our way back through the route I had taken to get there. It went just as I thought it would. Even knowing the language now, none of them wanted anything to do with us, not even the pigs with the nice inn. We stayed for several days, because it was too nice of a place to not enjoy it. Plus, I had promised myself I would relax and that Nat and Paula would have a vacation out of this trip. They hadn't been there before or realized how nice it was until we were there for a night. They didn't mind staying a few days, either. Of course, I didn't see much of them for most of that. I had expected it and only smiled at them when they eventually showed up to head out. The Coon village was not empty when we reached it. It was full of rats, both normal and humanoid. I met with the village leader to see what was going on and he let me know that my help clearing out 2 villages for them to populate had made their people become strong with numbers before they could do it on their own. After another brief exchange, he informed me that they would be assaulting the forces of the Beast Kingdom as soon as they finished making enough weapons for war. As a chosen of the goddess and for helping them gain a foothold on the surface, my people and I were allowed passage through their territory. Needless to say, I accepted the small wooden shield with the rat emblem on it gratefully and we left without even stopping to eat. The cat village I had cleaned out had even more rats and rat people in it and they waved us through with the shield. This could be a real problem, Nat whispered to me as we sped through the next village of Bovines, the first village I had visited. They ran at the sight of the cart and no one tried to stop us or even looked our way. We're going to the capital, so all we can do is tell them what's going on. I said. Damon, we're the goddess chosen heroes. We need to do something about this. Nat said. I am doing something about it. I said, and she raised her eyebrows at me. Even if we stopped and killed all the rats in the village, you heard what that first rat said. They've been prepping for this for years. The ones we just passed are only the scouts that are checking the area. Nat opened her mouth to argue, then she sighed. You mean there's probably thousands of them? Oh, I'd say a lot more than that. They are only half our size and you and I are a normal height. What are they going to be like fighting against people like George? Or the Rams? Or the Bears? Nat stared at me and didn't know what to say. Yeah, now you're getting it. I said, and it was my turn to sigh. Even if my armor wasn't damaged and was at full power, I would still be swarmed before I killed several hundred, maybe 1,000 or 2. It's the scale. Nat said, and I nodded. A very powerful person can handle a lot, but sheer numbers, even at low levels, can overwhelm you. Let's get to the capital. The least we can do is warn them. Nat said. I chuckled. Ahoy. Do you really think they don't know this is brewing? I asked. You haven't noticed that they aren't establishing colonies farther away from the capital? Nat took in a sharp breath. The rats are going to lay siege to it. You got it. I said and reached out to pat George on the shoulder. We need to go really fast. I said as he came to a stop to turn and look at me. I slipped off 2 of my earth-enchanted rings and handed them to him. Have fun. George neighed happily as he received a double boost to his strength and vitality. You will need to hold on. He cautioned us as he gave a wicked grin to Sugar Lick, which let her know that she was going to get it good from him later, and she drooled a little. We all hunkered down into the cart and held on, heard George snort and huff as he hoofed at the ground in preparation, then he took off. My hair whipped around my face and I suddenly regretted not getting my own hair cut by the shearer to have something made for Diana. 086 The Kingdom of Beasts. I wasn't surprised when we arrived at the capital city much sooner than I thought possible. What did surprise me were the massive guards stationed outside the castle. I could see that they were like rhinoceros, except they were missing the telltale horn, only they weren't. As we were being checked for weapons, I got an up-close look at one and the horn had been cut off and added to a thick metal pole. I did not ask why they would maim themselves like that and removed a lot of their fighting capabilities, because I had to assume that was actually why. It removed a lot of their fighting capabilities. The best way to stop anyone from rebelling or taking over was to take away their ability to fight effectively. We were allowed entry and assigned a lion woman as a guide. I was not turned on by her at all. She had an air of superiority that only royalty gave off and I could tell that she thought she was beneath her station by having to play host for outsiders. Her tail didn't swish from side to side, letting us know that she was completely on guard and was ready to react to anything that happened. It's a lion pride. Nat said and didn't bother whispering as we passed several more female lions. She knew it was pointless to whisper around animal hearing and I nodded to her. We were led to the throne room and brought inside without an announcement or even a proper greeting. I thought that was odd for only a few seconds, then saw that the room was pretty much filled with lions, male and female alike. They all knew who we were and that we were coming. There was no point in announcing our arrival, royal meeting protocols be damned. So, you are the latest chosen heroes of the goddess. A man's voice said and several of the female lions moved out of the way to reveal a lion man. It was not the king, however. No, this was the last male hero that I had been looking for. I'm surprised you are still human. I'm surprised you were changed so quickly. I responded and he let out a bark of a laugh. One of the first beings I met when I came here. He said and reached back and pulled out a very handsome lion woman. I fell in love with her at first sight and I was changed soon after. Ah. You chose to. I said and he nodded. I hope you've been happy. The lion woman smiled demurely and nodded. It's been the best life I have ever had. The old hero said. Don't get me wrong, though. I spent years looking for the source anyway. It took me a moment to realize why. You wanted to honor your promise to the goddess and to thank her for bringing you here. You're pretty bright. He said with a growling laugh. The other heroes when they found me just accused me of giving up too soon and living a comfortable life. I chuckled. To be fair, you looked a lot longer than the others did. I know. He said. The trail dried up a long time ago, and after another year of fruitlessly wandering around the wilderness with my wives, I came back to the capital and settled down. Did you have any cubs? I asked, and he, the woman next to him, and two others gave me happy smiles. A nice big family. He nodded. I made myself useful to the reigning king and trained his troops, in exchange for letting me stay here with his pride, and with his daughter. I blinked my eyes for a second, then nodded back. Why are you here? A growling voice cut through the throne room like a knife, and the lions split right down the middle. A lion man with a mane that went down to his abs stood up and was a foot taller than every other lion person in the room. We encountered 2 villages of rat scouts on the way here to meet the hero that lives here. I said, not bothering to lie. They are preparing for war. There was a mix of growling laughter from everyone in the room, the women included. We can handle a few rats. The lion hero said. Can you handle 1,000? I asked, and he gave me wide eyes. What about 10,000? The growling laughter died out. You lie. The king lion said. Once I found out, I rushed here to inform you. I knew you knew about the rats being close, since any good king would. I said, and he preened a little. However, I didn't see any gathered troops, except around the castle. We need to increase the defenses. The lion hero said. As far as I can tell, the rats are going to lay siege to the capital. If you don't have the proper supplies for everyone inside the city, having a good defense won't make any difference. I said, and there were several dissenting voices in the crowd. What do you suggest? The king lion asked. I'm not here to help you. I said, and he let out an angry growl, which was quickly taken up by everyone, including the lion hero. I was sent to this world for a specific mission, and I completed it. I only came here to talk to the hero before I left. You won't be leaving. The king lion said, and we were quickly surrounded by slightly growling lion men. You have brought the rats to our doorstep, and you are refusing to help defend the people. Actually, you brought them to your doorstep. I just killed a clan of cats in a gathering of coons. It's not my fault the rats filled those villages, and none of your people did anything to stop them. You dare. I only came here to ask the hero if he wanted to leave. I said, and the hero's wives let out barks and growls. Don't worry. I won't ask him if he does, since he's happy here. You would leave him and his family, and the rest of us, to die. The king lion said. This isn't a fight where one person can make a difference. This is going to be a long and drawn-out war that's been building for years. Regiments, battalions, formations, and battlefield tactics are going to be needed, none of which I know of and I can't help you with. You cannot leave to warn the rats that we know of their impending attack. The king lion said. I wasn't planning on leaving this castle anyway. I said to their surprise. However, the researchers need to return to the wall to warn everyone of the rats and to send out messengers. A female lion let out a surprised sound and stepped around the king. You mean a call to arms? I nodded. A single person like myself might not make much difference, but 100,000 other people? That will. She waved her hand, and the lion stopped growling and moved back to appear less threatening. You antagonized my husband on purpose. I nodded again. I needed to measure his dedication to his people and to see if the hero was going to abandon the life he built here. I smiled. I'm glad I was wrong on both counts. I am no coward. The king lion said, and then roared. It was joined in by all the males, and it was fairly loud in the room and echoed off the walls. We will rip the little vermin to shreds. The lions roared again, and the females joined in this time. The killing intent was pretty high, and I was glad that despair wasn't setting in. We better send the researchers off, so they can get those messages out. I said. I will have a missive prepared. The queen lion said. If I may suggest prioritizing the wolf packs. I said as if it was a question, and she took in a sharp breath. They do love to fight. We will need to find out their emblems. She said, her voice barely above a whisper, and I could tell that she regretted not getting to know them before now. I can definitely help with that. I said with a smile. I just happened to pass through one of the settlements when they were having a pack leader gathering. Her face broke into a huge smile. Follow me to the document room. I nodded, and we all went with her, just to make sure that none of us were left alone. Go with them. The king lion said to the lion hero, and he came with us. I quickly had Nat draw out the emblems I described, and the lion queen added individual notes to them to ask for their aid in helping to defend their nation from being overrun by vermin. They were all bundled up into a package and given to the bunny researcher. "George, you know how important this is," I said, and he nodded. "You can keep the rings." George let out a neigh of agreement and we left the document room. The lion hero followed us out to the front of the castle and I took out the card and attached it to George. It already had the rat shield on it, so they still had safe passage through the rat front lines. The bunny researcher and the healers climbed onto the cart and then it was time for Nat and Paula to say goodbye. "I'll love you," Nat said, her voice cracking with emotion. "I love you, my little hero," Paula said, and have her a kiss. "These past few weeks of vacation have been the best time of my life, but now we both must go back to our lives." Nat couldn't stop the tears from flowing. "I miss you already." Paula let out a neigh of happiness and then she kissed Nat as if she was the only thing in the world that mattered. It went on for several minutes and no one, not even Sugar Lick, said anything to interrupt them. Paula broke the kiss and her eyes had tears in them, too. "I wish I could stay," Nat said and ran her fingers through Paula's hair. "I wish you hadn't told me that," Paula said jokingly, and Nat laughed through her tears. "My dream. My love. My heart," Nat whispered and gave her one more kiss. "I'll never forget you." "Nor I, you," Paula said and climbed onto the cart with Sugar Lick. "Goodbye, little hero." "Goodbye," Nat said and held her sobs back until the cart disappeared from sight. I held her in my arms and whispered sweet lies to her. She held onto me tightly and didn't calm down for quite some time. When she recovered enough, I brought her back inside the castle. I ignored the surprise on the lion hero's face, because I knew he thought I was going to try to run or something. I had told the truth, though. I never intended to leave the castle by normal means. They set us up in guest rooms and Nat ignored hers and stayed in mine. I had 2 more days left for the 6-month anniversary of when I had been summoned here and I spent it all with Nat and comforted her. "You know you could have stayed with her," I said the morning we were going to leave. "No, I couldn't. I don't really have any kind of life here. It was great finding the love of my life," Nat said and then sighed. Besides her, there's nothing here for me. Even if you went back over the wall." I asked for confirmation and she gave me a glare. I laughed and raised my hands in surrender. "I'm just asking." Nat's glare changed to a smile. "I've had enough of this place." "Then let's give our regards to the king and his queen before we leave," I said. "You don't want to just pop away?" Nat asked with a grin. "I don't want to be vilified any more than you do," I said and put an arm around her and we left the guest room. We went to the throne room, which in reality was just where the lions stayed during the day when they weren't busy. We were let in without so much as a second glance and saw some very happy people. "I assume the mobilization is going well?" I asked and the queen nodded. "Like you, I don't know much about fighting with an army," she said and pet her husband. "We do have a few people that do and it's going splendidly." "I'm glad," I said and gave them a regal bow. "It's time we take our leave." "I thought you said you weren't going to leave the castle," the lion hero said. "Technically, I'm not," I said and closed my eyes. "Goddess Jasandaya," I prayed. "My self-imposed work is done and I am ready to leave." There was a soft laugh and I opened my eyes to see a portal open in front of me. "Good luck," I said to the lions and led Nat through the portal, which closed behind us. 087 Goddess Jasandaya. "That went a lot better than I thought it was going to," Goddess Jasandaya said when the portal closed and Nat and I stepped into the white space of non-space. "How much energy does it take to create a space like this, or is it like a little pocket dimension that all the gods use?" I asked as I let Nat go and looked around. My upgraded auto-identifier didn't give me any information and neither did the map and search spells. In fact, all of the previous information they had given me was now gone. Goddess Jasandaya gave me a slightly concerned look. "It's like a waiting room, to use a term that you would understand." "Ah, I see," I said and nodded. "That would definitely let you set up travel from one place to another much easier, since we're just waiting to go to the next place." Goddess Jasandaya smiled. "That's right. I'm glad," I said and turned back to Nat. "I'm very happy to have met someone like you, Nat." "What? Gay?" Nat asked with a laugh. "Yes, that's exactly why I enjoyed your company so much," I said with my own laugh and gave her a hug. I had a quick flash of divine sight and stopped my sigh from escaping. I hugged her a little tighter and whispered in her ear. I'll keep my promise, even if you don't remember me. What? Nat whispered back. I let her go and gave her a sad smile, then walked over to the goddess. Go ahead and send her home. Goddess Jasandaya gave me another concerned look. I had planned on sending you both home at the same time. You and I have a few things to discuss. I said, quite pointedly, and she nodded slightly. Thank you for your help, Natalie. Goddess Jasandaya said and her hands glowed. I'm sorry that I can't let you remember any of this. No. Nat yelled and then she was frozen and couldn't move. The shocked look on her face disappeared and then her eyes glazed over. Her body glowed for several minutes as she was word, then the summoning circle appeared below her. _________. You have learned the power absorption spell. This spell allows you to absorb all foreign energy in another being. Addendum, Devour It Whole has been upgraded. While you could absorb the physical stats and abilities of the things you consume, you can now also absorb their power and potential. You have learned the memory modification spell. With this spell, you can see and edit the memories of anyone that you had previously used your magic on. It does not create new memories. You have learned the memory creation spell. You can create false memories and believe they are actually real, unless you add too many odd and fantastic details. Memories then become dream memories. Memories can be inserted into other people with the memory modification spell. You have learned half of the summon spell. This part undoes the binding to another world that allows a being to remain, despite not being from that world and/or reality. Warning, summon spell is incomplete and cannot be cast or uncast. _________. Nat's body faded away and the summoning circle disappeared. You didn't let her keep her love for Paula. I said. Goddess Jasandaya sighed. I couldn't. She would regret it for the rest of her life. I chuckled. Yet, you gods and goddesses have no idea what we can handle. I reached out and grabbed her arm. Hey. Let me, Guhu. Her words slurred as I used the power absorption spell on her. I was going to. I whispered to her. Until you hurt my friend. What are you doing to me? I am absorbing some of that wonderful foreign energy you have so much of. I said and gave her a smile. Thank you for giving me the spell. And no. How? I gained a lot more from the dragon than I thought I did. I said. Don't worry, I'm not going to use my class ability on you. Goddess Jasandaya let out a relieved sigh. I think I have enough now. I said as my stats peaked at 9,999. I was a little surprised that I wasn't reeling from the massive boost, until my own enhanced mind told me that once I had surpassed a certain threshold of power, it was just numbers. Also, this waiting room didn't have the same physical properties of reality and I could do things here that couldn't be done anywhere else. I'm going to regret leaving here, since I can't keep this power when I do. SS safety measure. Goddess Jasandaya whispered as she slumped. Stop, someone from, fleeing with, stolen power. I nodded and took her into my arms. I believe I made a promise to you. She looked at me in confusion for a moment, then she gasped. Millennia of not feeling good must be very frustrating. I said and tried to cast the memory modification spell on her. Ha, you can't, my mind. It's too strong right now. I agreed. How about when I do this? I asked and then activated my beast conversion skill. What are, Goddess Jasandaya moaned as her body started to change. Her stylish boots popped apart as her feet became talons and bright white feathers sprouted out all over. Her hands partially morphed into talons and her hair started to grow plumes of white feathers intermixed with the strands of hair, which also changed to white. She writhed and struggled, so I tore open her dress and she let out a relieved sigh as the cloth fell to the floor that wasn't a floor and left her naked. Large feathered wings grew out from her body and along her arms, then extended out past her wrists to end in huge wingtips. My hands were on her lower back and I felt feathers sprout out there and glanced down to see large tail feathers grow out. I looked back at her face and it had distorted slightly and became wider as her nose took on a distinct hooked beak shape. Feathers accented her cheeks and when she was fully changed, she had become an eagle. A completely white eagle. Beautiful. I whispered, quite truthfully, and she looked shocked as she felt me grow hard against her. A mirror appeared behind me and Goddess Jasandaya stared into it and at her beast self. underscore 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 underscore. You have gained the mirrored surface spell. This spell creates a surface like a mirror of any size and shape you desire. The more mana added, the longer it lasts. Underscore 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 underscore. I'm Goddess Jasandaya couldn't put it into words, so I helped her. The embodiment of the most beautiful and majestic bird to ever grace the skies of my world. I whispered to her and moved out of the way, while still holding on to her. I wondered why there were no avian beast strains on that world, and now I know. I kissed her cheek. Look at your magnificence. I whispered and kissed her cheek again. No mortal could ever become like this. Why would you? Because of the millennia of boredom you've had. I whispered. What better way to alleviate that than to enhance and change your body to give you an entirely new experience? She looked surprised again and then I smelled her grow wet for me. I'm going to make love to you now. I whispered to her and stepped back in front of her. I can't see, Goddess Jasandaya said, her face slightly red. Allow me. I said and waved my hand. Hundreds of mirrored surfaces completely surrounded us. Above, below, and all around, in a perfect sphere. She gasped at the display and then she stared at me. Slow the passage of time, please. I whispered and she cast the spell. I gained it and gave her the same professional supermodel smile that Angel used. You are not going to be ready for this. I said and cast the spell again. I know. Goddess Jasandaya whispered, then I was inside of her and she screeched her pleasure. 4 weeks. I hadn't intended to go that long, but her mind was extraordinarily resilient until she came for the millionth time. Yes, really. It was then that her body finally relented and all of the tension left it as she fell asleep. Her mind was an open book for me now and I easily retrieved the memories that she had taken from Nat. I also retrieved the memory of her summoning us. Or rather, me. She could cast the spell as a group or individually, and could also undo it as a group or individually. It was quite the versatile spell. I gained the first part of the summon spell and felt it settle into my mind. I also felt the goddess start to come back to her senses, which meant I couldn't rummage around for more memories of spells. I quickly added in the memories of her devouring me and taking my own memories, then changed her back from her eagle form and stored all the down and feathers she had shed during our fun time together. I ended the mirror surface spell and then used stillness on myself as I put the same blank expression on my face that Nat had. I suppressed all power output as if I was hiding my class and waited patiently as the goddess slowly recovered. Ugh. Goddess Jasandaya groaned and sat up. She rubbed herself between her legs and moaned a little, then she sighed sadly. I could clearly tell that she was disappointed that she was back to normal. Damn it, I didn't save the beast conversion skill first before taking the memory of it from you. Goddess Jasandaya said as she stood up and her clothing formed around her again. She smiled at me and touched my face. It's too bad that you'll never remember making love to a magnificent goddess. I didn't respond or react and she didn't expect me to, since I looked like I was in the same state that Nat had been in. I must admit that you were right, Damon. Goddess Jasandaya whispered as she looked down at my still naked body and erect penis. Being changed first did give me new feelings and experiences. She looked back at my face and gave me a kiss. Perhaps I will call upon you again when I have need of you. The summoning circle appeared below me and she stepped away. I may even give you some of your memory back the next time I see you. Goddess Jasandaya said with a wicked smile and completed the spell to send me home. I disappeared from there and reappeared in the exact spot that I had disappeared from 6 months ago, only this time there was a heavy shadow of a completed building to cover me. I was also feeling quite diminished with all of the goddess' stolen power having been left behind. I sighed as I equipped a set of normal earth clothing, shirt, jeans, socks, and work boots, then walked away from the building. It was very early in the morning and no one was around, so there was no evidence that I had just mysteriously popped up from nowhere. I used a detect spell and no cameras were pointed towards me, so I walked normally down the street. I wasn't in a rush, even though I was gone for 6 months. It was a hell of a lot shorter than it had been the first time I had been summoned and yet it was still a long time. I knew my friends and family were going to be upset that I had gone traveling without warning and didn't come back until now, and I would have to deal with that when the time came. Right now, I had a very late appointment with a particularly pretty woman that I had missed very much, and I also had a lot of apologizing to do. 088 Home Sweet Home. I equipped 2 more enchanted rings to give myself access to the spells I had given to George, Then I wondered if he would ever try to use them or even identify the rings themselves. I chuckled and kept walking as I changed out the ring with the detect spell on it for a fresh one. I was a little sad that I didn't have access to my magic spells directly, and I had to attribute it to my own choice to suppress my power before being sent back. I wonder if your current state affects the summoning spell? I asked myself. If I had let go just before the spell completed, would I have my full abilities or would I still have lost access to them, even though they aren't locked like the last time? I used the identify spell on myself and was extremely surprised by the results. _______. Name, Damon, Dayman, Smith. Last name applicable only on home world. Race, human, enhanced, God-modified experiment, stable series 89,324,362. Class, Devourer, suspended, not applicable on home world, level 0, 99 to 99. Job, pawn, of the gods. Summon status, 2, suspended, frequency, once every 2 years or until needed. ______. Personal status. Body. Strength. 999, minus 999. Reflexes. 999, minus 999. Recovery. 999, minus 999. Agility. 999, minus 999. Resilience. 999, minus 999. Dexterity. 999, minus 999. Mind. Intelligence. 999, minus 999. Charisma. 999, minus 999. Alertness. 999, minus 999. Intuition. 999, minus 999. Wisdom. 999, minus 999. Willpower. 999, minus 999. Magic. Mana. 999, minus 999. Offensive. 999, minus 999. Defensive. 999, minus 999. _______. I stopped walking, because I couldn't have been more wrong about it being my choice to suppress my power this time. I stared at the pop-up for the 3 minutes it stayed in front of me and then it disappeared. I switched rings and cast the identify spell again, which seemed to have automatically used the upgraded version, and I checked myself over again. It's still not showing the boosts from my enchanted rings. I thought and looked down at them. I wore 8 of them, which was 160 points in both strength and vitality. If I was on Anther World, that would be pretty pathetic in comparison to people that have had access to a level system their whole lives. I didn't bother switching the ring again when the pop-up disappeared, since I had seen enough. No skill list popped up when I asked for it and I had to assume that it was like my stats. I had them and didn't have them at the same time. They must have been all zeroed out. I checked my inventory and nodded. All of the major magical things I had access to, like my damaged armor and my sword, were grayed out like the last time. I took a deep breath and let it out. Well, there's nothing I can do with this information right now. I thought and started walking again. I was tempted to run and realized that I wasn't that far away from where I lived. I equipped my watch to check the time and looked at the face and laughed, because it had stopped working the moment it had been stored. I changed the date to the right one and then took out my cell phone and turned it on. It vibrated in my hand for nearly 10 minutes as hundreds upon hundreds of notifications of missed messages and calls popped up. I checked them over and nearly all of them were from my sister, Jenny. About 10% were from Diane, and a couple percent were from Jenny's friends Susan and Kathy. Exactly 6 notices were from my mother, which was pretty much once a month to check up on me, like clockwork. It was nice that she did that, even though I wasn't able to answer. The phone updated with the proper time, just after 6 in the morning, and I checked my watch. It was only a few minutes off and I didn't bother trying to change it. I was about to put the phone away into my pocket when it rang. I felt a little nervous to see who it was, then smiled when I saw the name and answered. "Good morning, darling," I said. "Damon." Diane yelled into my ear and I had to hold the phone away slightly. Oh God. Oh God. You answered. You actually answered. I only just got cell phone service back. I said, truthfully. I also got several hundred notifications of missed messages and calls. Diane let out a relieved laugh. I definitely added to that, calling you twice a day. I quickly did the math in my head. Twice a day for 6 months was 60 calls a month, so that was 360 calls. If that was only about 10% of Jenny's messages and calls. I sighed. Jenny was apparently relentless, because she had sent me over 3,600 messages and calls in 6 months. Everyone is going to be so happy that you are back. Diane said. I'm happy that you are back. Me, too. I said. Do you mind if I pop in to see you? What? Right now? Diane asked, worry clear in her voice. I stepped into the building where I lived and walked over to the elevator. You don't want me to? Diane was quiet for a moment. I do, but... I sighed, understanding immediately. You have someone over? Yes. Diane said, her voice flat. I had a flash of divine sight and it was me confronting her husband, right in front of Crystal, and telling him that I loved her more than he did and she wasn't even my daughter, and that I wanted her to be. A verbal fight was next, then a brief physical one, and I was arrested for assault and charged with domestic violence. I received a year in prison, because the judge wanted me to be an example of what not to do when confronting a married couple in order to steal the wife and child from another man. How long have you been sleeping with your husband this time? I asked, even though that was a really stupid way to word that question. Diane didn't say anything in response, which meant that she knew what I was asking. Wow. That long? I said as I rode the elevator up to my apartment. Can you at least tell me that he's not living there with you? Diane stayed quiet and I had to sigh this time. You're not wearing the ring anymore. I said and she didn't respond. Did you give Crystal the other ring? She cried when I told her that you were going away for a while. Diane said. That's a no, then. I said, slightly angry. The ring was supposed to reassure her, Diane. That's what it was for. I didn't want her to think I abandoned her. She's a child. She doesn't understand that. What? That I love her? That I regret that I had to leave and left her a special ring to keep for me until I came back, to prove that I was. I asked as I opened my apartment door. I gave you a ring, too. I know, but what? You missed me and took your awful husband back to your bed? How was that a good thing? For either of us? I asked and I heard a soft sob on the phone. I was really looking forward to seeing you when I got back. I worked hard to get back this quickly. I've even done some questionable things, and I wanted to tell you all about it and then ask for? No, I was going to beg for your forgiveness. Damon. Yeah, this homecoming isn't anything like I had hoped. I shut my door and locked it again. I guess you won't be staying over anymore for date nights or stopping by with dinner when you used to always make extra for me, since you have someone there that eats it now. Damon, I'm sorry. I have to deal with some things. Yeah, I know. I said. Are you at least going to tell Crystal that I'm back? I don't know. Diane said and cried. She won't understand that. You kept my promise to come back a secret from her. I get it. If she knew you did. I paused and waited for a few moments as I had another flash of divine sight. You're going to make me out to be the bad guy. Diane took in a sharp breath. And no, I just... Yeah, you are. It's better if it's me, right? I'm the easily explainable excuse for everything you've done since I left. Damon, don't do this. Diane said, half-heartedly. You're doing it already and we haven't even finished talking yet. I said with a chuckle. What do you want me to do, Diane? Do you want me to bust into your apartment and declare my desire to have you as my wife and Crystal as my daughter, even though you're already married and she already has a father? Diane let out another few sobs. And no, it would be bad for you if you do. Oh, I know. I said. You don't think I haven't thought of doing exactly that since we met and I found out what your life was like? What? I've got the classic run in and be the hero complex when it comes to you. I always have, I said. I've only ever wanted to help you. I love you and I only want what's best for you. Damon. All you needed to do was make a decision, one way or the other. I thought you had chosen to pick me and that made me really happy. Unfortunately, all you did was drag me along all this time until I had to leave, to protect you and everyone I care about, and you took your husband back as soon as I left. No, not right away. How long? A week? 2. I asked. The first time he came for visitation rights. Diane sobbed harder. Yeah. I guess that would do it. I said. I'm sorry. Diane said, through her crying. So am I. More than I can ever tell you. I said, and then I remembered my flash of divine sight about us only ever sleeping together once, and I let out a long and drawn-out sigh. I really hate that I didn't change that, even after all this time. I thought. I want you to put the rings into an envelope and drop them into my mailbox. No. Diane exclaimed. Why? They apparently didn't mean anything to you. I said, and she didn't speak. I want them back. No, they mean a lot. Diane tried to say. I had another flash of divine sight and saw where the rings were. Jesus Christ, Diane. I said in exasperation. You let your husband pawn them, didn't you? He needed money for. I don't give a fuck what he needed the money for. I said loudly. That was my ring. Do you know how much something like that was worth? He got $2,000 for it. Diane said. It was worth 15 times that, god damn it. I exclaimed and she started crying again. You're not getting it back out, are you? I can only afford the fees to keep it from being sold. Diane said, sadly. You can afford the fees? What about your ass of a husband? I asked and she didn't say anything. Yeah, that figures. I said and sighed. Give me the pawn slip and. He has it. Diane said. Where is he now? I asked. In bed. Diane said. You snuck away to the spare bedroom to call me. I said and she didn't say anything. He doesn't ask where you go every morning. I go to the bathroom every morning. Diane took a quick breath and let it out. Morning sickness. Well, fuck. I cursed and she started crying again. 089 Sister Dearest. Diane was quietly sobbing on the phone as I stayed quiet and thought about things. I realized something about what she said earlier about only being able to afford the payments on the ring. You spent the money I gave you, didn't you? She let out a particularly loud sob. No, my husband had some great investments. Ahoy. That's a classic lie to milk people for money, Diane. I said. He didn't give you receipts for the payments or for the stock purchases, did he? No, Diane said. Now I'm really glad that you can't touch Crystal's account until she's 18. I said and she was quiet. Diane. She's a child and her parents have power of attorney over her assets. Diane said. You stupid bee. I stopped myself before I let my anger curse my head off at her. You know what? I hope you forget everything I ever meant to you, since you've made it clear that you don't care about anything, not even your own daughter. That's not fair. Diane said. Of course it's not fair. I said loudly back. Look what you did to your own daughter. You've stolen her future. You've relegated her to the same poor and pathetic life you have, and it's all because of your ass of a husband that you refuse to get rid of, no matter how many times he ruins your life. I don't have to listen to this. Diane said. No, you don't. I said. You also won't be suffering in luxury for much longer, either. What does that mean? Diane asked. You didn't read the clauses I added to your condo lease, did you? I asked and she was quiet. I didn't think so. I suggest you read them over. You either have to get rid of the ass and the attitude, or find a new place to live. You can't evict us. You don't own the building. Diane said. Haha. You're the one breaking the clauses, not me. I don't have to own the building at all. Don't do this, Damon. Please. Diane said. Don't make us homeless. I would have called the building management already if I didn't love Crystal so much. I said. I'll give you a week to fix your life, Diane. A week. If you can't get those payments or stock receipts to prove where the money went and get that deadbeat out of your life for good, you will be out of the building by the end of the month. Diane was quiet for several moments. It's going to take more than a week to. No, it won't. If it does, you know what happens. You will have to take that little girl, a girl that deserves my love, and you're going to have to rely on your irresponsible husband to take care of you from now on. I said. Do you understand? Diane took a deep breath and let it out. Yes, I understand. I hope so, because you're killing me with this crap. I said and made a fist. It hurts so much. I yelled and stopped myself from punching the wall. Barely. I hate that you've done this, Diane. I really hate that you've done this. Diane didn't say anything in response. You've ruined more than your own life and Crystal's, you know. I said softly. You've ruined mine, too. Damon. Goodbye, Diane. I said and hung up. I stood there, seething in anger and a rage that I couldn't unleash, all because it wouldn't make any difference. I looked at my phone and I wasn't surprised that it didn't ring again. I checked the time and an hour had passed since I had been back home. I opened my contacts and found Jenny's name, then typed up a quick message and sent it. My phone beeped right away and I looked at it. Fucking asshole. Where have you been? Didn't Diane tell you? I typed back. I haven't talked to that bitch in over 5 months. Jenny typed back. She just said you were going traveling. I was actually kidnapped again and just got back. I typed and sent. There was no response for almost 10 minutes. Meet me at the coffee shop down the street from the condo. Jenny sent. I'll be right there. I said and left my apartment. I rode the elevator down to the ground floor and went to the parking garage, and my economical car wasn't there. I sighed and shook my head, then went back out to the street and started running. 10 minutes later, I arrived at the coffee shop and went inside. I was breathing a little heavily, since I had sprinted the whole way. Extra strength and vitality didn't do much for enhanced endurance, apparently. Or stopped me from sweating. I quickly looked around and saw her. She looked terrible. There were lines on her face, even though she was only young, her hair was unkempt, and she looked thin. I walked over to her and she looked up at me, a lost look on her face. Jenny. Damon. Jenny said and didn't stand up to give me a hug, which hurt me a lot more than what Diane had done to me. I ordered for you. I started to walk around the table and she shook her head. She pointed to the chair on the other side of the table and I sighed as I sat down across from her. 2 coffees arrived and we just stared at each other. Well? Out with it. I don't have all day, you know. Jenny said and took a drink of coffee. I took in a deep breath and let it out. 6 months ago I had an indication that the ones that kidnapped me 10 years ago were coming for me again. Why? Jenny asked. I didn't find out until I got there. They had a problem that no one else seemed able to solve. I said. You did. Jenny said. Yeah. I said and took a drink. Why only 6 months this time? Jenny asked. I worked my ass off and did my best to get back here as soon as I could. I said and then sighed. I have to admit that I was lucky. A lot luckier than a few other people. Jenny gave me a squinted look. That sounds ominous. It does and it was. I said and glanced around before looking in her eyes. Some had been there for decades. Jenny didn't react and took another drink. Did you kill anyone? I sat back and took a big drink of coffee. It tasted a little funny when I got halfway down. I blinked my eyes at her. Jenny, why do you look like that? Like what? Jenny asked and looked down at her coffee. Like you're as old as I am. I said and she huffed. Being scared and worried does that to a person. Jenny said. I reached across the table for her hand and she pulled it away. Jenny, what's going on? What's going on is you ruined my life. Jenny said. What? I asked, surprised. Can you guess what happened to me when I suddenly owned 2 large and very expensive properties? Jenny asked. Financial stability. I asked and she laughed. Yeah, at first. Jenny said. Did you know that the government investigates all large purchases and traces the money to make sure that it wasn't bought illegally? Well, yeah. It's to stop money laundering. So. Can you guess what happened when you suddenly disappeared without a trace, Again. Jenny asked. Who was going to corroborate the money spent? I. Who had all of their financial assets liquefied and then fucking disappeared? Jenny asked and a few people looked over at us. Stop looking, assholes. She yelled at them and they all turned away. Jenny, I. All of my assets have been frozen, as have yours. Jenny said. It's been 6 fucking months, Damon. Jesus Christ. I whispered. Jenny, I'm so sorry. Yeah, you're going to be. Jenny said. What do you mean? How are you going to pay the taxes on the buildings with no assets? Jenny asked. The pooled money from selling everything was supposed to be handled by our accountant. I said. Jenny laughed. He's dead, you idiot. He had a heart attack right after he was served papers freezing your assets and requesting all of the info about you and everything you bought and sold. I opened my mouth to respond and then sighed. The necklace enchantment. I thought, sadly. Well, now I know it works. I looked at my sister. Where are you living? Still at the condo. It's a fucking mess, too. Jenny said. Did you know I'm not allowed to make any money from it, since it's a contested and frozen asset, even though I have roommates? I closed my eyes and braced my elbows on the table. Jenny, I'm sorry. You said that already. Jenny said and pushed her empty coffee cup away. Why don't you drink the rest of that and I can get out of here? Hey. I looked at her and she was slightly blurry. Drink. Jenny said and I did. It tasted awful. You told that bitch Diane that you were being kidnapped and didn't tell me. She said, her face angry. I thought you loved me. I do. I said, slightly slurred. I tried to that night, your room, you were. I saw. One of my elbows slipped and I caught myself before my head hit the table. Sex. I lifted my head and blinked my eyes to try and clear them. I ran. Couldn't take seeing you like that. Jenny looked shocked and she had her mouth covered with a hand and had tears in her eyes. My sweet little sister. I lost my heart that night. I said and then everything went black. Asterisk. It's not supposed to take that long to work, is it? The waitress asked as she came over to the table with 3 other people. No, he must have a high metabolism. He should have been out right after that first big gulp. One of the 3 men said and put handcuffs on the slumped over suspect. No, don't. Jenny said and stood. Thanks a lot for your help, Miss Smith. The second man said. We couldn't have apprehended him this quickly if it wasn't for you. Jenny's tears increased. No, please, let him go. I'm sure he can explain. Don't worry, miss. He's going to. The third man said and passed her an envelope. Here's the reward for catching him. Jenny took it and her tears increased again and were now a steady stream. Good job on almost getting him to confess to murder. The waitress said and took off the apron. We'll be sure to ask him all about his illegal activities, now that we have the fugitive in custody. Can I come? Jenny asked. We'll call you if we need any more statements. The woman said as 2 of the men picked Damon up and carried him out of the coffee shop. Thanks again for your help. Jenny was left speechless as they took her brother, the man she had despised for ruining her life, and it had all started because of a mistake. A stupid mistake that was actually her fault, because she hadn't told him that she slept in his old room and not her own. She clutched the envelope that was filled with her ill-gotten gains and her heart was filled with regret. 090 investigations. Ugh. I groaned as I woke up with a splitting headache. He's waking up. Handcuff him to the desk. A woman's voice exclaimed and I felt my arms be pulled forward and then there were several clicking sounds. Hey? Wha? I blinked my eyes and lifted my head. Jenny? I asked and looked around. What? Where? I shook my head and the pain seemed to intensify. Minor healing. I thought and it didn't work. I equipped a ring and cast it again and the pain disappeared as my brain stopped throbbing. I equipped a clarity amulet and my mind snapped into sharp focus as I saw a woman and 2 men in the gray room. Who are you people? How the hell did he do that? One of the men asked. He was half asleep a second ago. You look like federal agents and she looks like a police officer. Maybe detective. I said and looked down at my handcuffed hands and saw that all of my rings were gone except for the single ring I had equipped. Is it proper procedure to rob suspects of all their jewelry? It is when all of your assets are being seized. The woman said. Jenny said that you froze my assets. What for? I asked. Oh, nothing serious, I assure you. Just illegal money laundering, minting illegal coins, and selling them for massive profits. Wow, you're barking up the wrong tree. I said and saw that her hands were bare and there was a slightly wider mark on her ring finger. Are you going to try and appeal to me with your feminine charms to get me to talk? I asked and nodded at her finger. You should buy a little bottle of that instant tanner cream if you want to pull that off. The woman looked at her bare hand and sighed. How did you see that? With my eyes. I said. Now tell me what's going on. I already told you. No, you only told me conjecture and lies. The coins I've sold, officially and with government approval, were real and verified. What about the 100 million worth of them in your security deposit box? One of the men asked. Obviously, I haven't sold those yet. I said and looked at the second man. Your turn to ask a stupid question. What's your relationship with Declan? The man asked and it took me a second to make the connection. Oh, that fucking son of a bitch. I said and made my hands into fists. This is about the $2 million he stole from my friend, my ex-friend and her daughter. He didn't steal it. You gave it to him to launder. The woman said. For what? I asked and looked at her like she was an idiot. I'm fucking rich. Did you even look at the total amount of money in my accounts? Did you? I yelled at her as I stood up and pulled on the chains. Why the fuck would I need that scumbag to steal my fucking money, spend it at whatever stupid business you assholes are watching for illegal activity, and rob a beautiful little girl of her fucking future? Sit down, Mr. Smith. One of the men said. Make me. I said. Under the home security statute, we can hold you, the other started to say. I haven't committed any act of terrorism, domestic or otherwise, nor am I from a foreign country. I am a legal U.S. citizen and I know my rights. The two agents looked at the woman. You are under arrest. The woman said. No, I'm not. You're only holding me for questioning. I said and she widened her eyes at me. I really didn't want to do it this way. The woman replied. I wanted you to be reasonable. After drugging me, making my sister betray me, and then putting me in handcuffs without even informing me of what was going on. I asked and she winced a little. Fuck being reasonable. You read me my rights right now and charge me with something, or I'm walking out that door. The woman sighed and started to speak. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say. I understand my rights. I want my lawyer, and you better hope that the police and the local federal branch of the government have good lawyers, because I'm suing you for kidnapping, excessive force and harassment, unlawful confinement, and anything else my very highly paid lawyer can come up with. The three of them looked surprised, especially the woman. You even destroyed what little family I have left. I spat at her. I know that last one isn't actually a crime, but intense emotional distress and pain is. I said. By the end of the week, I'm going to own this fucking department and you can kiss your jobs goodbye. We don't work here. The two men said. I meant what I said. I looked at them with disdain. Why would you pull me in, knowing I was innocent and had nothing to do with that pig, since I've never actually met him in person? We're going to the big fish. The man said. You're jerking on the wrong end of the line, you idiot. I said. You're supposed to follow the money. We did. To you. The other man said. The other way, stupid. I said with a sigh and looked at the woman. What's the charge? Obstruction. She said without even having to think about it. I'll be out of here as soon as my lawyer gets here. I said and checked my pockets. You took my phone. It's evidence. The woman said. Of what? That I really was out of contact for 6 months. I asked and she didn't say anything. I smiled and sat down. You know what? Go ahead. I want you to check my phone thoroughly. Comb through everything. You'll see that not only don't I have that guy's number, I've never had any kind of contact with him, not even through Diane. The woman and the two agents stared at me. You should pay particular attention to the service records and the times the battery charged and when it last sinking to the local cell tower 6 months ago and then again this morning. I said, quite smugly. Go ahead. I'll sit right here and wait. I leaned back in the chair and crossed my legs. Well? What are you waiting for? Go on and get to work. The two men just stood there and the woman didn't move from her seat. Hey, just because you will be out of a job next week, doesn't mean you can slack off now. I said and made shooing motions with my hands. You can call my lawyer when you're done. The three of them exited the room and left me alone. Fucking idiots. I said, without even bothering to whisper. Yes, I know you are listening. I said and kicked the metal table hard with my steel-toed boots to make it ring. It left a nice dent in the table leg and I smiled. Asterisk. Kluhung. OWWW. The guy listening to the hidden microphone ripped off the headphones. Motherfu. Language. The woman in the room said as the door opened and the detective and the two agents came in. That hurt. The guy said and rubbed his ears. I'm sure it was meant to. The woman said. He bought it. He thinks we're normal FBI agents and she's a detective. One of the men said. How long are we holding him for, Stacy? At least 24 hours. Stacy said. We need to try and figure out how he did what he did with the cell phone. Wait, he wasn't kidding about that. The fake detective asked. No, and we're stumped. The guy that used to have the earphones on said and nodded to one of the men. Hey, take over. I can't hear very well right now. The man chuckled and took his seat and slipped only one earphone on and left one ear exposed. Whatever happened? That cell phone ceased to work exactly 6 months ago. Everything frozen, and then it was back to normal this morning as if no time had passed at all. What about the contract with the service provider? The other man asked. Paid up for 3 years with the full bells and whistles. The guy said. After we subpoenaed access to his cell records, we had the tech guys purge all saved messages and texts every few days to keep him from discovering that we've been checking them. Let me guess, it's all just friends and family. Stacy said. Yep. No connections to anything even remotely illegal or underhanded. Then where is he getting all those gold coins? The fake detective asked. Clink 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 clink. Jesus, look at that. The man with the earphone said and pointed to the little screen that showed the interrogation room. Their suspect was doing magic tricks with gold coins. Making them appear and disappear, in stacks, singles, in his hands, slapping the table, and spreading them out like cards and then making them disappear with the same sweeping motion. That's not possible. The fake detective said. We checked him. All of him. All he had on him were his rings, the cell phone, and his clothes. That's it. They watched as he made 10 stacks of coins, then he wrapped his arms around them and pulled them towards himself, and not a single one dropped to the floor. The reports of him being a children's magician have been severely downplayed. One of the men said and the others nodded. They all watched as Damon did his best to work out new tricks. They saw a few failures and then he shrugged. He was in the middle of throwing a handful of coins to bounce them off of the wall, when he suddenly stopped and had a sad look on his face. His handcuffed hands dropped to the table and he had tears in his eyes as the coins dropped to the floor, forgotten. Why did he stop? Stacy asked, then they all saw his face turn to anger and his hands became fists. Arrgh! The suspect yelled loudly as he stood up and then he proceeded to beat the holy hell out of the solid metal table. Clang 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 clang. The people in the room winced every single time his clasped fists hit the table and deformed the surface. The man on the earphones took them off, because he could still clearly hear the impacts. After several minutes of what looked like a severe anger attack and the center of the table had a significant depression in it, their suspect flopped down onto the chair. He was out of breath and his hands were bloody. You can add destruction of police property to the obstruction charge. An exhausted voice said from the headphones. Get a nurse in there to take care of him. One of the fake agents said. Do we really want to send someone in there right now? The fake detective said. I think he's fine, now. The man said. If he was going to hurt anyone, he would have done it when the three of us were in there and wouldn't have waited for us to leave. I'll do it. Stacy said. I have the field first aid course. The other fake agent laughed. We've all had that. Do you want to do it? Stacy asked as she stood up. Hell, no. I knew he was dangerous as soon as I helped carry him and felt all those muscles under his clothes. Stacy smiled and left the observation room to tend to their guest. She went down the hall and grabbed a first aid kit from the supply closet and went back down to the observation room. She knocked on the door and heard a masculine laugh inside. Come on in. It's open. The man's voice said, clearly amused. Stacy opened the door and stepped inside as she shut it. For some reason, she thought that the video camera and screen didn't do him justice. He needed to be seen in person to have the proper measure of him. That was a bit of an odd thought for her, since she prided herself on judging people from their behavior and their personalities, not on their looks or physical presences. I'm Stacy and I'm here to tend your wounds. Stacy said and held up the first aid kit. It seems the table has made you a little angry. It's more like it was the safest way to get my frustrations out. Damon said as his smile disappeared. He shook his head. I wanted to come back so badly, and when I did after only 6 months this time, my life. It's in shambles. Stacy said and pulled one of the chairs over to his side of the table and sat down. She put the kit on the table and it slid down into the very large dent that they couldn't quite see the full measure of from the angle that the camera could see. You can use my lap. Damon said and lifted his hands out of the way. Thank you, but no. I won't be able to reach the supplies to. Stacy stopped talking when she glanced down and saw that his pants were tent-pulled. It's the pants, I swear. Damon said, his face slightly red. Work pants get like that when they ride up. Stacy looked up at his face and she saw something there that touched her heart. Deep hurt, his world being torn apart, and sadness. A sadness that looked so profound that all she wanted to do was kiss him to try and make it go away, even if it receded for only that moment. Her lower body reacted to her desire to fix his need, and she was slightly surprised when he took in a deep breath through his nose. You smell incredible. Damon whispered and the need to be comforted look on his face seemed to intensify, almost into pain. Stacy glanced away, because it almost hurt her to keep looking at his face like that, so full of need. She looked down and caught her breath, because now his pants were tent-pulled. Really tent-pulled. She looked back up at his face and she blushed. I need to tend to your hands. Stacy whispered, because she didn't trust her voice not to crack if she spoke normally. Please. Damon said and in the blink of an eye, the handcuffs disappeared and then reappeared on the chain as it fell, which left his hands free. The cuffs and chain clattered onto the middle of the damaged table and he picked up the first aid kit as he turned in the chair to face her. He put the kit on his lap and held his damaged hands out to her with a smile. Stacy's eyes went to the table, the now empty cuffs, and then at his hands. You need to stay cuffed. Okay. Damon said and turned back to the table, slapped his hands onto the chain, and the cuffs were around his wrists again. He turned back to her and held his hands out. Stacy was surprised only slightly by the display and she wasn't worried about how easily he could escape if he wanted to. No, it was the happy smile on his face that had her worried, because his eyes were still those deep pools of sadness. They almost drew her in and made her forget what she was there to do. She opened the first aid kit and started to tend to the multiple cuts and scratches he had sustained as he pummeled the table into submission. He didn't wince, or cry out, or even hiss as she applied the cleaning solutions and wiped at the wounds. Doesn't this hurt? Stacy asked as she worked. I felt much worse than cuts and scratches, dear lady. Damon said and she looked at his face. I have a thing for dark-haired beautiful women. Oh. Stacy chuckled. Does that really work as a pickup line? She asked. What thing do you have for me? My penis. Damon said with a completely straight face. I'm thinking of calling it justice. Stacy laughed and then she gasped. That's sexual harassment. They can add it to my charges. Damon said and sat there while she worked. When Stacy applied the final bit of gauze and taped his hand up, she sat back. There, all better. Thank you. Damon said and shoved the table out of the way. The leg snapped off and the top of the table flipped over. He walked over to the door and crushed the handle, then punched the lock to break it. What are you doing? Stacy asked, slightly nervous but unafraid. Getting some privacy. Damon said and walked back over to her. You can't do this. Stacy said. You'll go to prison for rape. I'm not going to do anything, Damon said, and Stacy gasped when a nice bed appeared in the middle of the room. What? Damon stored his clothes and laid down, completely naked. I want you to make love to me. And no. Stacy's eyes went to the camera. They can see. They can watch all they want. I only broke the door so they wouldn't interrupt, Damon said and let out a sigh. Please, I need you. I need you to love me. Stacy looked at his face and walked over to the bed. She looked down at his ready state and she wanted to. Oh, she really wanted to. In fact, she was so wet right now that her underwear was not containing her at all. She looked back at his face and saw that deep-seated need there. She sighed as she reached down with her hand, and just before she was about to stroke his face, she hauled her hand back and slapped him hard. I'll add sexual assault, indecent exposure, and lewd behavior to the list of charges, Stacy said and walked over to stand by the door. You have 10 seconds to get dressed before they come in here with the shackles. Damon sighed and stood up, stored the bed and picked up the tabletop and pushed it back onto the metal legs with a creak sound. Then Stacy was surprised when his clothing magically appeared around him and he sat down in the chair like nothing had happened. There were 2 loud bangs on the door and the security team busted in with the door knocker, a device designed to smash doors in. In the next moment, Damon was tackled to the floor and it was his turn to get pummeled like the table. Stacy winced as he was beaten, practically to a pulp. Guys, she yelled. That's enough. The security team stopped the assault and stood up. Some of them were breathing heavily from the exertion. Thanks, guys, Damon said through lips that were already swollen. I nearly crossed the line. Nearly, one of them said and kicked him in the gut. Damon coughed up blood. I could have lost myself and not asked, he said and looked at Stacy. I'm sorry. I did that, he said and closed his eyes. When I meet a sexually compatible woman, I can't control. Stacy stared at the now unconscious man on the floor and she didn't know what to think. The whole thing had been surreal and now he was a bloody mess on the floor. She looked at the table, the door, and then at Damon. She knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that he could have escaped at any moment, could have taken her at any moment, and he didn't. Take him to the medical wing, Stacy ordered, and 2 of the security men grabbed a wrist each, then they literally dragged him out of the room. They didn't bother getting a stretcher or even lifted him up. She stepped out of the room and watched their suspect be dragged down the long hall by angry security men. Stacy's heart went pitter-patter, because now she really needed to fix his need. What the hell was that? The others in the observation room asked as they came out. I don't know, Stacy said and put a determined look on her face. But I'm going to find out. 091 interrogations. Are you sure we want to do this? The fake detective asked as she hooked up the 4 to the suspect's arm. Yes. He's chained up and Stacy started to say. He can escape them whenever he wants. The fake detective interrupted. Giving him this stuff to lower his inhibitions and to make him more cooperative is not a good idea. She gave the other woman a glare. You do remember what happened yesterday? Stacy took a deep breath and let it out as she nodded. Yes, I remember, she thought, and then her mind went to her finishing her shift and rushing home. She had never spent so much time under her massaging shower head in her life or masturbated in bed so much that even with lube, artificial and natural, she had rubbed herself for hours and was both raw and tender. She was also completely unsatisfied. You shouldn't be here, one of the fake agents said to her. We need to know how he's making new things appear, Stacy said and waved at the ring, a pendant, and necklace they knew he didn't have before, and a handful of gold coins that had not been anywhere on his person when they had strip searched him. They were in separate evidence bags, just to show him as a sign of good faith, that he would get them back. Has anyone figured out what they do? The other agent asked. All anyone can feel is either a little rush when they put on the ring or a clearer mind when they put on the necklace, the fake detective said. It's a neat trick, especially putting it on first thing in the morning. I woke right up, as if I wasn't groggy from sleep at all. That tells us how he did the same thing yesterday, Stacy said. How long for the solution to work? 10 minutes, the fake detective said and put a small syringe into the 4 tubes needle access. She injected the clear liquid and then squeezed the 4 bag slightly to force it in. You really shouldn't be here, Stacy closed her eyes for a moment and then looked at the only other woman of their group. I think he'll actually talk to me, thanks to his little stunt yesterday. Even though he said to call for a lawyer. The fake detective asked. If you read the transcript, he actually said call my lawyer when you're done. Stacy said. The fake detective opened her mouth to respond, then she chuckled instead. That's just evil. Is it? Stacy asked and walked around the hospital bed to look at the severely bruised man that lay there. Personally, I think he specifically worded it that way. What? Why? One of the fake agents asked. So we could keep him. Stacy thought and she stopped her hand before she reached out to touch his swollen face. He knows he's in trouble and there's no one for him to turn to for help. His highly paid lawyer, the other fake agent started to say. He doesn't have anyone on retainer. The tech guy said. I finished going through all of his contacts last night. There's not even a search for a lawyer firm in his browser history. Good lord. The fake detective said with a smile. He bluffed. He actually had me believing that he would own our department by the end of the week, even though that's technically not possible. Stacy nodded. He sounded so confident, didn't he? Like he was always right. I believe that's called arrogance. The tech guy said. No, it's not arrogance. Stacy said and looked at Damon. Maybe it's a belief in something. Something he's so sure of that he can speak with complete assurance that it's going to happen. So, he's crazy. The fake detective joked and that made the others chuckle and laugh. Not Stacy, though. Her hand reached out and touched the man's long black hair and she felt her desire rise up again. Asterisk. Oh, there's that incredible smell again. I thought as I started to wake up. I took in a deep breath and my body reacted immediately and grew hard, even though I felt something more than grogginess was fogging my mind. I opened my eyes a little, since they were partially swollen shut, and there she was. Sta sigh. I mumbled and she smiled at me. At least you remembered my name. Stacy said. Never, forget. I said and looked around. The other people were here, too. Not alone. We can't leave you alone with her, not after yesterday. One of the agents said. Understand. I said and closed my eyes. My mind is like. Just go with that feeling. We gave you a little something to help with the pain. Let it help you. Stacy said. I nodded slightly and opened my eyes to look at her. You made a ring in a pendant appear that you didn't have before. The detective said. I ignored her and looked at Stacy. Your eyes are like deep pools of clear ocean. Her smile grew wider and she leaned in close as she picked something up. You made a ring in a pendant appear that you didn't have before. She said and showed me them. Magic. I said. I can make anything close, disappear, and reappear. How? Stacy asked. Don't know how. I said. Take a guess. Stacy said. Interference dimensional, tunneling. I said. Researched, changing, quantum states and it's similar. Good lord. The detective whispered. Can you show me, with this? Stacy said and held up the bag with the ring in it. Just the ring? I asked and she nodded. I stored the ring and put it in my hand and held it up as far as the cuffs would allow me. Put back, too. I said and the ring popped back into the bag. That's not possible. One of the agents said. I just saw it and I don't believe it. The other agent said. Thirsty. I said. Stacy smiled at me again. Just a second and I'll get you. I took a bottle of soda pop from inventory and held it up to her. Open, please. Everyone was quiet as she did so and then helped me take a drink. Thanks. I said and closed my eyes. Don't sleep. Stacy said and I opened my eyes. Please, can you tell me what happened? About what? Where are you getting all those gold coins? Stacy asked. Same way. I said and made a handful appear in my hand and then stored them. I stored the ones in the evidence bags, too. You should put those back. Stacy advised me. Evidence. I put the coins back and she let out a sigh. Good God, what are we going to do with you? Stacy asked. Fix me. I said and she looked surprised. Need help, can't, all alone. Damon. Please, undo, damage. Unfreeze, money. Will do, whatever. SHH Stacy said and touched my lips with her fingertips. You can't. I kissed her fingers, even though my lips didn't quite work right. Stop. Stacy said and pulled her hand away. Sorry. Can't resist. I said. No one spoke for several minutes and I watched Stacy as she moved across the room. She was whispering and talking to the detective, which meant she was more important than just a nurse or whatever she was. I didn't care, though. I wanted her bad and I drooled a little as she turned back to look at me. Her striking features drew my eyes to them and I memorized the angle of her nose, the shapes of her manicured eyebrows, and the subtle curves of her cheeks that made her mouth so kissable that. Damn. One of the men near the bed said and backed up. I think we need new sheets here. What? Stacy asked and started to walk over. Her eyes fell on me, or more specifically the bump in the sheet that had a growing wet spot on it. No, you. You smell incredible. I said as her smell hit me in the face again. So horny for you. You need to leave. The detective said and grabbed Stacy's arm. No. I said and stored the 4 sets of handcuffs holding me down and hopped out of the bed, then I plopped right down onto the floor and smashed my face into the ceramic tile. None of my body seemed to work and I gurgled as I tried to breathe through my swollen lips that were now pressed to the floor. Get him up. A woman's voice exclaimed. I was suddenly up off of the floor and back on the bed, my face bloody. Don't leave. I managed to say as blood dribbled out of my mouth. No one stepped forward to clean me up. Stacy walked into my now even more limited view. Put the cuffs back. She said and I did. I'll stay right here, all right. I nodded and relaxed. Stacy's eyes went to my hospital gown and seemed to hover there. Stacy. The detective said and she jumped a little. Yes. Right. Stacy said and started to come closer. No, from here. The female detective said and held her arm. But, he needs me. Stacy said. So do we. The detective said. Now ask him. Stacy took a deep breath and looked at me. Damon, how many gold coins can you make appear like magic? Can you keep secret? I asked. Yes. Stacy said. 13, I started to say and was interrupted. It must be wearing off, because he's lying. He made more than that appear in the interrogation room. One of the agents said. 13 billion. Stacy and the detective gasped, shock on their faces. 600 million. That's enough, Damon. Stacy whispered and I stopped talking. Oh, shit. The other agent said. Shit. What do we do now? The tech guy asked. Even conservatively, using last month's price of gold. Don't say it. The fake female detective exclaimed. He could pay off the country's national debt and still have about $20 trillion left over. The tech guy said and they all looked at me. Told you, out of a job, next week. I said with as big of a smile I could manage with my damaged face. Fucking idiots. I felt really horny and really tired. Since I couldn't do anything about the horny part, I closed my eyes and tried to let sleep take me. I just hoped that Stacy kept her promise and stayed. No one tried to keep me awake this time. Asterisk. We are so fucked. One of the fake agents said and rubbed his face. No, we didn't do anything wrong. The fake detective said. We were legitimately investigating a suspected criminal. That can buy our entire country. The tech guy said. Almost twice. You're wrong. Stacy said and looked at the sleeping man in the hospital bed. I only asked him how many coins he can produce. The others stared at her, as if to urge her to keep speaking. I think he has a lot more gold than just coins. Stacy said. I'll ask again. What do we do now? The tech guy asked. This was all approved by management. Once those coins were sold commercially with no official history, it sent up red flags all over the place. One of the fake agents said. I don't know if there's anything we can do. We can start by undoing the financial mess he's in. Stacy said. I know we can't make up for 6 months of interest on his accounts. He doesn't need reparations. The other fake agent said. It's not the need, It's the requirement. Stacy said. We made his sister so desperate for money that she turned him in as soon as he contacted her. Not to mention souring her opinion of him by driving home that he had left her without talking to her first. The fake detective said. That's not really something we can undo. Stacy looked at the rest of her team and sighed. We need to salvage as much of this operation as we can. You want that Declan Thweeb? The tech guy asked. And his contacts and his pushers. Stacy said. The least we can do now is to make them and the businesses they frequented suffer like Damon has. Total asset freeze. The tech guy asked and she nodded. I'll get right on it. I think we can let the local police handle bringing them in. One of the agents said. We don't have the resources to set up stings for them all. All right. Let's get to work. The fake detective said and the others left the room. She hadn't let Stacy's arm go and pulled her out of the room and into the hallway. She walked to the observation room and pulled her friend inside. Okay, spill it. What's going on? I don't know. Stacy said. You're dripping on the goddamn floor, Stacy. What? Stacy looked down and saw the drips. I wore a thick pad today. How can you be turned on by him? He needs me. Stacy said. I can't explain it more than that. You want to sleep with him. The female detective said. More than anything. Stacy admitted. The longer I'm around him, the more I can't imagine not being around him. That's wrong on so many levels. I know, but, Stacy stopped talking and took a deep breath. He definitely crossed a lot of lines doing what he did and I really was serious about having him charged. You're going to let it go, just because he's rich. The fake detective said. No, Stacy said. He could be rich enough to buy the country 3 times over for all I care. Then why? Did you see the look in his eyes? The lost and sad look. Stacy asked and her friend nodded. He's as much of a victim to whatever this is as I am. He's fighting to control it and he's genuinely apologetic about it. Stacy, you can't seriously think. You saw what he did to that table. Stacy said. He knew he was wrong for what he did to me and he let the security team beat him. They beat him so badly and he didn't raise a hand in defense or even struck back. Not once. The fake detective let out a sigh. You're right. Yes, and that man has suffered because of us and what we did. We took everything from him. Stacy said. I'm going to do my best to not sleep with him until we get all of this mess sorted out. Your best, huh? The female detective said with a smile. You'll have to help keep me on track, just like you did today. Stacy said. That's what friends are for. The fake detective said with a smile. Let's go. Stacy said and the 2 women left the room with a purpose. 092 Stuff Happens Part 1. An actual attendant nurse was called for to tend to the single patient in the wing. She didn't mind being paid a full-time salary for pretty much doing nothing for most of the time. Tending to minor cuts and scrapes was boring, but it was a government job and she had lots of free time. The few incidents where her skills were actually needed made it worth the effort of being on call. She opened the door to the room and walked over to the beaten man in the bed. She sighed when she saw that his face was even more damaged than it had been that morning when she had attached the 4. Do they have to keep beating the hell out of you to get you to talk? The nurse asked. He didn't answer and she didn't expect him to. She went to the supplies closet to get the things she needed to work on his face and came back and did her best to apply proper first aid to it. She shook her head the entire time, especially when blood seeped out of the poor man's mouth, which meant he had bitten his lip or his cheeks on the inside, or worse, loosened several teeth. She did her best to check and saw the split in the inside of his lower lip. She looked down at the floor and saw a smudged blood stain and sighed again. They dropped you on the floor, didn't they? She asked and shook her head. She would have to call the janitor to have them come and clean the floor. She wasn't allowed to do it herself, for insurance reasons, even though it was blood. The nurse looked the rest of him over and saw the wet stain on his hospital gown. Damn it, I hate it when they pee themselves and no one bothered to give them a bedpan. She said and lifted the hospital gown to see how badly he had wet himself in the bed, then caught her breath at the white stickiness. What did they do to you? She stood there and stared at the amount, that to her mind seemed to be a little more than it should have been, then she started to clean him up. It was definitely not something she was used to doing, since it usually had time to dry up a little. The seeping wetness soaked into the soft towel, as if it was invading it, and she chuckled as she imagined all those little mindless sperm swimming endlessly to their deaths in search of an egg that they would never find. The nurse saw a bit more start to drip out of the man's penis, so she folded the towel up and held it under the tip. "I'm glad I always wear rubber gloves," she whispered and carefully gripped his soft member and stroked him exactly twice as she applied appropriate pressure to squeeze out any remaining ejaculate. Then she took a bedpan and slid it onto the man's belly and taped it into place. She knew a man's body would need the bathroom not long after that bodily function, because it clears the urethra tube. They usually had to be conscious for it to happen, but it was better to be safe than sorry. When he wakes up, he is going to need the bathroom like nobody's business, the nurse thought with a chuckle. She took off his hospital gown and put another one on him. Then she checked the bed. None had gotten on it and she sighed in relief. The blanket wasn't so lucky, so she pulled it off the side of the bed and tossed it into the hamper in the corner of the room, then placed a new blanket at the foot of the bed. She checked the floor and saw that it had been pulled off center and side. She prepped the area and retrieved the proper supplies to remove it and reapply it. Her work done, she gave the man's bruised and battered face a last look to make sure he wasn't hemorrhaging. She also wondered if he looked even more handsome with a normal face, because his body was definitely a lady killer. The nurse chuckled again as she left the room and propped the door open, in case she needed to come back quickly to check on her only patient, because some days she really liked her job. Asterisk. I've got the request sent in to lift the court-ordered freeze of his assets, the tech guy said. Why are we doing this again? One of the fake agents asked. Because we screwed up, the tech guy asked. No, I mean, why are we trying to fix it? Just let him go and forget about it, the fake agent said. When we don't file charges in relation to the assets, the court order should lapse and release the money anyway. Do you really want to leave him in this situation for another 6 months? The tech guy asked. You saw what he can do. I doubt he can actually make all that gold appear, the agent said, now that the shock of what the suspect said was wearing off. 100 million in coins in a safety deposit box, the tech guy said. From nowhere. No shipping manifest, no deliveries, nothing. He just went in there one day without any bags, bought the box, and never went back. You can't be serious, the agent said. They were in professional-grade coin containers, those he bought, the tech guy said. I have copies of the receipts. Then how? He must have made them disappear and then reappear, the tech guy said. I also have the footage of him entering and leaving the bank. He did not have enough time to put all those coins into those sleeves, the agent sighed. Do you believe him? He isn't a source of illegal funds coming into the country. Why do you care what I think about that? The tech guy asked with a smile. I'm just the tech guy. Just answer the question. Honestly? I can't think of a way that it would be illegal to just make gold appear. He's not like taking something and turning it into gold, or faking it, the tech guy said. The mint's certification proves that it's real gold. The agent sat there and was pretty sure that he didn't want to tell him the real reason that this investigation had been launched in the first place. It was true that the coins were real gold, there was just one specific problem that was wrong with it. Ignoring the fact that the writing and pictures on them were completely foreign, the gold itself, the mineral, did not have the same radiological signature as gold from this planet. The atomic structure was the same, because it was gold, but it was not from Earth. That was the problem that the government had and why they had torn apart a man's life to try and discover the reason why. The president himself had ordered his secret service to investigate when he was informed of the discrepancy with the pendant he wore. With the help of the NSA and a discreet nod from the FBI that they would turn a blind eye to it, since it really was a foreign currency being funneled into the US economy, it had to be investigated thoroughly. Damon Smith had been scrutinized under a microscope and everything he had done, everyone he had met, had been examined. The friend's husband stealing the money was just a convenient excuse for them to freeze everything and it made their jobs that much easier. The problem they had now was that they had discovered the source. It was Damon Smith himself, and no one was going to believe them. Even with the footage they had, no one was going to believe it. It was just too fantastic to imagine that any man could just create gold coins out of nothing. He sat there and thought about how best to fix things. A bullet from a clean gun and a John Doe showing up in a morgue in a small out-of-the-way town would solve nearly all of the problems they had. Except for the fact that they would lose access to said gold coins. How do you seize something that doesn't exist until it appears at the will of a man that you made so angry that he beat a solid metal table into scrap? I need to make a few more calls. The agent said and stood up. Hey, make sure to tell your boss to call the IRS for us. The tech guy said. When Mr. Smith comes back to his senses and starts ranting and raving at us to fix everything, the least we can do is tell him that the building and condo aren't going to be seized for tax evasion. It was a valid strategy. The agent said and walked over to the door. It brought him out of hiding, didn't it? No, I don't think it did. The tech guy said and went back to his screen. He was genuinely shocked when his sister told him about the mess he had left behind. The agent left the room and the tech guy started typing again and sent more requests for court orders to freeze the assets of the people Stacy had told him to. He was glad that it was a long list and he felt a little bit less guilty about doing the same thing to someone he should never have messed with. Asterisk. I am so goddamn horny. Stacy thought for the 100th time as she tried, desperately, to keep her mind on her work. She was trying to undo the mess she had helped create for man that was so delicious that she wanted to eat him all up and then spit him out, just so she could eat him all up again. Stop that. The fake detective said and slapped her friend's hand that was trying to rub herself through her skirt. I'm sorry. Stacy said and moved her hand away. I don't know what's wrong with me. You're getting off on having a guy be so turned on by you that he came from just looking at you. The fake detective said. That was the drugs. Stacy said, half-heartedly. Lowered inhibitions, remember. I don't think he really needed his inhibitions lowered anymore, because he didn't pay the rest of us any attention at all. Just you. The fake detective said. Stacy's hand reached down again and her fiend grabbed it. Sorry. If you don't get this paperwork done, you're not going to be able to tell him that you are trying to fix things. All right. Stacy said and used her free hand to hold onto the paper she was writing on. She made the hand into a fist and then released it as she kept writing. She made a fist again and then her hand slid off the desk and lowered to her waist. Do you want me to handcuff you to the desk? The fake detective asked. Stacy took in a sharp breath and she felt even more dampness between her legs. Oh, for fuck's sake. The fake detective said and sighed. I'm sorry. Stacy responded, her face red. Asterisk. I opened my eyes and I was completely alone. My swollen eyes could barely open and my face felt like it was covered in bandages, so I equipped 8 minor healing rings. I cast each spell, one at a time, and waited for each one to do its work. By the time I had used all 8, I could see normally. I really need the bathroom. I thought and looked down to see a bedpan taped to my belly. That's a relief. I let my bladder go and felt relief for the first time in a while. I was pretty sure that I wasn't going to get away with storing the cuffs again and going to the bathroom on my own, because I just knew that if I did that, someone would walk in and find me. I equipped a clarity necklace and my mind snapped into focus as I went over my slightly foggy memories. I was sure that they gave me something to make me talk, not that I needed it, and I sighed at myself when I remembered getting off from just staring at that woman. I really needed to get a handle on my libido, except that I had no clue how I was going to do that. I looked around the room and didn't see the evidence bags or my clothes. Damn it, that was my only set I had stored. I thought and stored the minor healing rings and equipped a detect ring. My clothes weren't in the room or within the range of the spell. Double damn. I looked down at my hands and saw a call button, so I picked up the little plunger and tapped it. I only had to wait 2 minutes for a nurse to come in. When she approached the bed and saw me awake, she smiled. I'm glad you're awake so soon. The nurse said and looked at the bedpan. I knew you were going to need that. She slipped on rubber gloves, opened a small clean wipe package and tapped my penis with her fingers to jiggle it a little and then wiped it off with the wipe. She carefully pulled up the tape on the bedpan and moved it aside, flipped my hospital gown down to cover me, then she went into the bathroom. The nurse came back out with bare hands and gave me an inquisitive look. Do you need to have a bowel movement? No. She smiled and pointed to the call button. If you need anything else. My clothes? I asked and she shook her head. Then no, there's nothing. I paused as my eyes caught sight of the soda pop on the nightstand. Perhaps a drink. Of course. She said and came over, opened it, and helped me take several sips. Does this exemplary service include breakfast in bed? I asked. The nurse laughed softly as she put the cork back on the bottle. I'll bring something that even you can eat with those damaged lips, she said as her eyes fell upon my mouth. She reached out and pulled off one of the bandages that I assumed she had previously applied. She caught her breath and took off another one, then another and another. When my face was fully revealed, she was panting slightly as if she had been jogging. Surprise, I said. The nurse let out a soft gasp, then her still bare hands reached out and touched my cheeks. She rubbed her hands all over my face, tracing the imaginary lines where I assumed the damage had been before I healed it all. Her hands were gentle and quite thorough. Can I at least know your name if you are going to keep caressing my face? I asked, jokingly. The nurse blinked her eyes for a second and then she let my face go. I didn't say stop, I said with a smile. The nurse gave me a smile for an instant, then she turned right around and quickly walked out the door. 2 seconds later, she was back and stared at me. I waved at her with my cuffed hand and she took in a deep breath, reached for the propped open door, and pulled it closed. 093 Stuff Happens Part 2. Diane was pretending to have a nice relaxing morning. She was sipping a cup of tea across from her previously estranged husband, a man she had thought she had segregated from her life just enough to keep him in her daughter's life and out of hers. She had met a new man and had slept with him immediately, something she had never done before, and she had made it clear that she wasn't that kind of woman. Damon had accepted her word and the two of them had become good friends, great friends, and things had developed between them, despite them not having sex again in her need to take care of her daughter. She had been depending more and more on Damon as time went on and both her emotions and her mind liked that he never pushed her or tried to do more than a little cuddle on the couch. Diane refused to admit that they were actually secretly her version of dates when she visited in the evenings, because she didn't want to admit that he had been the perfect man for her. Despite being insanely rich, he wasn't arrogant. He was just a normal guy that had money. He almost never showed off. He didn't buy out a restaurant for them to have a date there, or rented out an entire amusement park for her and Crystal to enjoy all the rides without lines. No, he was reasonable and smart with his money. Unlike her. When Damon had come to her that night and woke her up, then told her a fantastic story about being kidnapped again, she didn't quite believe him. She had honestly thought that he was making an excuse to abandon her, and Crystal, and that had broken her heart. When he turned around and gave her a promise ring, a ring that glowed when you said ray of light, she was too shocked to question it. She was still married and should never have accepted it. The next day when she woke up, she had the ring on her finger and the doubts started. She questioned everything they had done together. Was he always manipulating her, or was it just recently, to try and get her to endanger her sole custody of Crystal? Damon knew her husband wouldn't approve of her dating another man, let alone accepting a future proposal from him. She took off the ring to make dinner that night and took the food up to Damon's place, like she always did, completely forgetting that Damon had said that he had to leave the night before. It wasn't until Damon didn't answer his door that she remembered, and it was much too late to tell Crystal the truth. She just said that he probably wasn't home and had forgotten to tell them. Crystal was very unhappy and really disappointed that she couldn't see Uncle Damon as she cried. She was young and explaining what had really happened wouldn't make sense to her. That was when the doubts really started for Diane. When they went back to their apartment, she looked at the huge diamond ring and thought about it. Was it a hollow promise? Would he be gone again for another 10 years? Diane asked herself these questions, over and over for the next few days, then she decided that she couldn't keep wearing such a ridiculous ring. It always got in the way and she was constantly taking it off, anyway. She left it in her jewelry box, along with the extra thick wedding band that she had forgotten to give to Crystal. It was much too late to give it to her daughter, even though it had a ridiculous name that made Diane laugh whenever she thought about it. That weekend was the court-ordered visitation with her husband, and after a week without Damon's constant and reassuring presence to keep her grounded, she had eventually succumbed to her husband's mostly unwanted advances. The sex was as bad as she remembered and she regretted it after that first time, and then another week passed without Damon, and her doubts, her intense need to have Damon cuddle her, made her more susceptible and gullible. Her husband had practically moved in that weekend and Crystal was happy to have him around. So, she accepted it and things seemed to spiral down from there. She had fallen into the same trap that she had fallen in the first time with her husband, and now all of the money Damon had given her was gone, as was Crystal's. That part she regretted, being sucked into handing over so much money that it didn't seem real. It had all happened so fast that Diane was now so deep into their old dynamic that she couldn't fight her way back out of it. She had cut off all contact with her friends, both old and new, like her husband had wanted. He said that it was so that they could spend more time together, when in reality, he wanted her relying solely on him for personal contact and interactions. She had fallen for his schemes again. Diane took another sip of tea and wondered if Damon was sitting at his breakfast table and enjoying a cup of coffee, when her world was suddenly shattered. Bang bang bang. This is the police. We have a warrant. Open up. Diane was too shocked to react in any capacity. Her husband, however, jumped up and ran from the kitchen. He didn't get far. The door burst open and several police officers rushed in, saw him trying to run and tackled him to the ground, and had him handcuffed before he could crawl more than a couple of feet on the floor. 2 more police officers came in and walked over to her. Miss, put the cup down. WH what? Diane looked at him like he was crazy. You're under arrest. What? Diane yelled. Securities fraud, tax evasion, money laundering, drug running. The police officer told her all of the charges she was being arrested for. But, I never, Diane sputtered. That'll be decided in court. The officer said and took the cup from her hand and had her stand up. He put handcuffs on her and she gasped. My daughter. She's still in bed. Don't worry. We'll take care of her. The other officer said. No. Don't take my daughter. Diane said loudly and started to struggle. She tasted carpet a moment later and didn't know how she got there. She started to cry. No. She's all I have. You should have thought of that before funneling all that cash to your husband. The officer said and picked her up. No. Diane continuously muttered as she and her husband were hauled out of the apartment. She was too stunned by everything that she had forgotten to curse and swear at him for doing this to her. After everything that had happened between them, it was now his fault that she was not there for her daughter. Her husband getting arrested, she understood. That made sense. Her being charged, too? No, that shouldn't happen. She wasn't involved at all. She also didn't know what was going to happen to her daughter. She had no one to call to take care of Crystal, because she hadn't talked to her friends in over 5 months and she didn't have any family. Damon. Call Damon Smith. He'll take care of my daughter. Diane managed to say as they waited for the elevator. Ahoy. The cop holding her said. Anyone else? What? Diane turned her head to look at him in shock. Damon would always take Crystal. He loved her. He's been in federal custody for 2 days. The cop said and smiled. Can you guess why? No, why would you? He gave you the money. The cop said. Follow the money, we always say. Diane closed her eyes and her emotional state devolved into fits of sobs, terror for her daughter, and hatred for her husband, and herself. Bitterness and despair filled her and she didn't try to fight the tears as they came. Her life was ruined. She had nothing. No home, no family, and she had no one to help her. She was lost. Utterly lost. She was so distraught that she hadn't noticed that the door hadn't been broken. It had been unlocked. Asterisk. Jenny watched as the elevator closed and sighed in relief. She hadn't thought that her still being listed as the owner had granted her the same rights she always had of getting the master key from the building manager to let the police into Diane's apartment. Ma'am. A police officer said to her. Yes. We need to search the rest of the apartment. Could you take the child out? We don't want to scare her, now that she's awake. Jenny gave him an incredulous look, then sighed. I haven't seen her for over 5 months, but I'll give it a try. Thank you. He said and waved for her to enter the apartment. Jenny knew where Crystal's bedroom was and went right there. She could hear intense crying and sped up her walk. Hi, Crystal. She said and tried to make her voice sound happy. I haven't seen you in so long. Crystal wiped at her eyes with her small hands and looked at her in confusion. Aunt JJ Jenny? She asked, her voice cracking from crying so hard. Where's Mommy? She had to go out and play with these nice police officers for a while. Jenny said. Do you want to come with me for a bit? Crystal looked at her, still confused. Let's grab a few things, like a change of clothes, and we can go upstairs to my brother's place. Jenny said. Damon. Crystal yelled and hopped out of bed. Is he there? He's there, right? I want to see him. She said and grabbed a backpack, shoved 2 teddy bears into it and then went to her dresser. She put a top and pants into it and then came right over to Jenny. He's a little busy right now, but I'm sure as soon as he's done, he will most definitely want to see you. Jenny said. We can wait at his place, okay? Okay. Crystal yelled excitedly and practically ran out of her room. Jenny jogged to keep up with her and they went to the elevator. They rode it up to the top floor and she used the spare key and not the master key as she opened the door. She never thought she would ever use the thing and she had used it several times over the last 6 months. She searched through everything, looking for any sign of where her brother had disappeared to without warning. She didn't believe Diane when she said that he was gone traveling, since that was as lame of an excuse as anyone could make up. Something had happened and he had left without a word and she had tried to find him. She called everyone he knew, even the guys on his old work crew, and found out that he had sold them the construction business. That had shocked her, because he had worked so hard to get that going. He had set it up to be a breakout business that made millions of dollars every year, that also paid more than their fair share of taxes. He honored the deal that Jenny had made with that first loan, to help the government as much as possible, and he refused to take any of the tax incentives that were available to him in the business. Now Jenny was back in his penthouse apartment with a little girl that was excited to be back in one of her favorite places. Crystal still had toys here and she went right to them and started playing with them. Jenny turned on the television as background noise and went to the kitchen. She made up a quick breakfast of toast and strawberry jam for her and Crystal, then went to the living room and sat down to eat. Crystal would run over and take a few bites of a piece of toast, as if that was a natural thing to do, and would go back to playing with her toys and half watched the television. Jenny watched her and wished that she could be that carefree again. No real worries, no understanding about what was going on, and not caring too much about the mess that the people around her were in. The last 6 months for her had been hell. Absolute hell. She was forced to live on handouts from friends and family, while also trying her best to not get them involved in the same mess that she was in. She was thankful that her parents and her friends hadn't been forced into a similar situation. That would have been too much for her to bear. She couldn't imagine her mother being in a similar state and she was very relieved that they had refused all financial help from her brother. Damon. Her brother. Jenny's hand clenched on the remote and she gripped it hard as she thought about everything that had happened. It was all his fault and she had despised him for disappearing on her, again, and it wrecked her life. The thing was, she could accept that and move on, since it was her fault for relying on him too much and never questioning where he got all that money. Even though she knew he wasn't a criminal, could never be a criminal, in the back of her mind she thought that he had gotten the money illegally. She could accept that, even if he was the world's biggest mafia boss. He was her brother and she could accept almost anything about him. What she couldn't stand, what had really irked her so much, was that he had left and hadn't said anything to her. That had hurt. It hurt so badly that everything else was almost meaningless in comparison. Jenny let the remote go and leaned back on the couch to close her eyes. She went over the scene in the coffee shop, how she had treated him with disdain the whole time. He was her brother, someone she loved, and she had tricked him and given him to the authorities as soon as she possibly could. She stopped her tears, so that Crystal wouldn't see them. She remembered the very last moment when Damon explained to her why he hadn't told her that he was leaving. He had tried to tell her, except that he had walked into her room and saw her having sex. He also said that he had lost his heart that night because of it. He thought, he had lost me. Jenny thought, her anguish over it not actually being her that he saw, filled her mind. It had been such a simple mistake and it had wrecked everything. Her finances, her relationship with her brother, and her whole life had changed so much, all because of that one little detail of her staying in his room instead. Her cell phone rang and she thought about ignoring it, then realized it might be Damon calling for help or for a lawyer. She pulled it out and looked at the odd number. It wasn't one that she recognized and she debated it for only a few seconds. It could be Damon using another phone. Jenny thought and answered. Hello. Miss Smith? Jenny Smith? A woman's voice asked. Yes. I'm not sure if you remember me or not. I work at the bank you and your brother have accounts with. The woman said. I helped secure that first loan. Oh. Yes, I remember you. Jenny said. It's been a while. It has, and since I was involved in that initial contact, it has fallen to me to inform you that the court injunctions that have frozen your accounts have been lifted. What? Jenny asked, confused. Why? I'm not privy to that information. The woman said. I just know that the paperwork came across the bank manager's desk this morning and he handed me the task of telling you the good news. The good news? Jenny said loudly. Are you fucking kidding me? Crystal giggled from not far away. Jenny covered the mouth hole on the cell phone. I'm sorry for cursing, Crystal. It's okay. Daddy curses all the time. That doesn't make it right. Jenny said and spoke into the phone. After all the notices of everything being seized, the accounts being frozen, and federal penalties and fines for not maintaining the contract's provisions, and you have the gall to tell me that it's good news for me, now that you can take it all and I won't see a dime of any of that money anyway. The woman was quiet on the phone. I sure hope your bank is ready to be sued into bankruptcy and to lose several multi-million-dollar clients. Jenny said and refrained from calling her a stupid bitch, even though she really wanted to vent and rage at her. My life is in a shambles and I've had to borrow and beg for goddamn food for the last 6 months. How dare you think that you are giving me good news right now? Go ahead and tell me again. The woman stayed quiet. I want you to tell me that there's still some actual money left in those accounts. Jenny said. Come on. Make me believe you haven't already taken tons of money out of them, even though they were just unfrozen. Government fees and fines are automatically deducted, the woman started to say. Well, you better talk to your bank manager about getting all that back, because if they unfroze the accounts now, then there was nothing wrong and they shouldn't have been frozen in the first place. Jenny said. Unless you fix this up as soon as possible, you are going to regret it. Threatening me isn't necessary. The woman said. Why? Your financial institution ruined my life for no reason. How is that not worth a threat or two? Jenny asked and she didn't answer. Oh, and you better give us all of the interest that money should have gained during the last 6 months. The accounts were frozen and no money has accumulated in interest. Jenny laughed. Whose fault is that? It's not mine. So, you get right on fixing up all this mess and call me back when you have some actual good news to tell me and not to just relieve your guilty conscience. Jenny hung up the phone and stared at it, because she had ended up ranting at the poor woman anyway. It wasn't her fault that all of it happened, either. She was just a convenient target for Jenny's anger and hostility at herself. Her own guilty conscience weighed heavily on her and she sighed as she thought about what she had done to her brother. She had betrayed her only brother because she was angry at him. She knew that betraying him was pretty much unforgivable, even if you loved that someone very much. Jenny put the phone down and closed her eyes, because she wanted to call him immediately to ask for forgiveness, even though she didn't deserve it. She knew she didn't. She had been too quick to judge, too quick to anger, and definitely too quick to accept the reward money for turning him in. Come play. Crystal said and Jenny opened her eyes to look at the happy little girl. I really wish I was your age again and didn't have to deal with all of this. Jenny thought and went across the room to play with her. When's Uncle Damon coming home? Crystal asked and handed her a teddy bear. Soon. Jenny said. I hope. 094 reverse interrogation. The nurse came back 20 minutes later with scrambled eggs and toast, without the crust, and she stared at me as soon as the door opened. She had pushed it open with her back, so as not to disturb the food tray and stand she had in her hands. She came over to the bed and placed it over my lap, then she realized that she had another problem. Here comes the food train. Choo-choo. I said and opened my mouth. The nurse looked surprised for a second, then she laughed. Unless you have the keys for the cuffs, I am at your mercy. I reminded her. Even if I had the keys, I wouldn't be allowed to unlock them. The nurse said and pulled over a chair. It was much too short to work, though. I'll be right back. As soon as she left, I stored the bottle of soda pop on the nightstand and put it on the tray, just to see if she would notice and say something about it. She came back with a stool that would let her sit beside the bed and feed me, and she propped herself up on it. She wore traditional nurse scrubs and had her hair covered, so I didn't know what color hair she had. I also didn't see any rings on her hands, diamond or otherwise. Are you married? I asked. Don't go there. The nurse said and gave me a look. I don't have the keys to the cuffs. I chuckled. I'm just gauging how much flirting I can do without crossing the line. The look on her face changed to one of concern. Did they beat you up so badly that you lost your common sense? You're in federal custody right now. I'm not worried about that, I said, and her concerned look seemed to intensify. I'll handle them as soon as they fix all the crap they did to my life to get at the gold I have access to. The nurse blinked her eyes at me several times. Excuse me. It's a classic money grab. I'm pretty sure one of the men are from the Secret Service, one is from the Treasury, since that would be the only way they would know about the coins, and maybe the tech guy and the detective might be from the NSA. I nodded at breakfast. The nurse used a fork to pick up some of the eggs and fed them to me. I chewed them up. Stacy might be NSA or an actual FBI agent, now that I'm thinking clearly. The nurse just stared at me and I nodded at the plate again. She fed me more eggs. They must have thought I was funneling illegally obtained currency into the economy and are trying to seize it, I said, and took a bite of toast that she held up for me. Drink. The nurse nodded and turned towards the nightstand and stopped. It's over here, I said, and she turned back and finally noticed the bottle on the tray. It's warm, but I don't want to waste it. She opened the bottle and gave me a drink. Thank you, I said, and she put it down, then fed me more eggs. If you're wondering, I'm a self-styled children's magician. The nurse gave me a skeptical look and I smiled. I know I don't look the part. It kind of just happened when I was taking care of an ex-friend's young daughter, I explained. I swore her to secrecy, which meant that she told everyone, the nurse said with a smile. Everyone and their parents, I said, and she chuckled. Instead of being the construction man at her school's show and tell, I ended up doing a whole magic show. I bet the other kids loved that, the nurse said, and fed me more toast and gave me a drink. Unbelievably so, I said. Of course, I swore them all to secrecy. The nurse laughed. How many calls to do parties did you get after that? Too many to count, I said. I even changed my message to say I'm sorry, I am not doing parties. The nurse kept laughing. Oh, that's funny. You thought you might get a construction job out of it and all they wanted you to do was entertain their kids. Haha. I laughed, too. The nurse fed me the rest of my breakfast and I finished off the soda pop. Thanks for giving me breakfast in bed, Brenda, I said a little suggestively, after reading her name tag. I'm still not getting you the keys, Brenda said. What about my clothes? Any idea where they are? I asked. Blue shirt, work pants, boots. Brenda shook her head. I haven't seen anything like them. I sighed. I guess I'm still at their mercy for now. Is a hospital gown so bad? Brenda asked with a grin. My butt is sticking to the sheet, I said. I think there's a crease right along my right butt cheek. Brenda barked a laugh. All right, lift up and I'll check for you. I pushed with my hands and back to lift my butt up and the sheet came with it. Well, you were right, Brenda said, and pulled the sheet off and smoothed it out. I saw a red indent across that rounded butt. Oh, no, I fake gasped, and she chuckled. I'll see if I can find your clothes when I go on break. Thanks, I said. She checked the bag and decided to change it out. I guess you can't remove that until they say, I said, and she nodded as she added a new one and changed the drip feeds. If you need anything else, push the button, Brenda said, and picked up the tray and stand. She could handle it with one hand, now that the tray didn't have food on it anymore. I doubt I'll need you again before they come calling, unless you changed your mind about the whole flirting thing, I said with a sly smile. Brenda chuckled and shook her head, then she opened the door and left. My smile disappeared and I looked at the high stool. That wasn't standard issue for a hospital, so I stored it and put it up on the bed. I couldn't find any distinctive markings or anything, so it was probably bought in a basic furniture store or even one of the larger store chains. I put the stool back where it had been and looked around. My room didn't have a window, so I couldn't even look out to see where I was. I must have been unconscious for a while, considering I woke up and I was already here. I had to assume that they didn't take my rings off until I entered the building, wherever it was, which meant that it had to be either an official building or one they were borrowing for this occasion. I went over my options and what I could do, being half naked like I was, and I smiled. I didn't have to be the only one half naked, I thought, and chuckled as I contemplated storing everyone's clothing that came into the room. That would give away some of the range of my ability, though. I couldn't see anything else around that had any kind of name or marking on it to tell me where I was, which meant I was either going to have to ask directly or be really sneaky about it. I equipped 8 detect rings and used them to search for various things. Nothing appeared in my perception, not even a camera, which meant that they either had one on them or had taken it with them. One of them was wearing it. They had to be. I thought with a smile, then took out all the rings that I had used up the spells, to let them take the time to recharge on their own. Once I had them set out, I sat there in bed and waited as I thought about how I was going to handle it when Stacy came back into the room. It took them almost 4 hours before they came back to visit with me. I had stored all the rings long ago, except for the ones on my fingers, which I had changed out for 2 detect and 6 wind rings. The low-powered wind spell would only last for 3 minutes each, so I had a maximum of 18 minutes before her smell overwhelmed the reasoning part of my brain. I was not going to succumb to it. "How are you feel? Oh, my God," Stacy said as she entered the room and saw me. "I guess the nurse didn't tell you about my miraculous recovery," I said and activated the first spell. She shivered a little when the light breeze flowed over her and she must have assumed it was from her opening the door, because she didn't mention it. The others came in behind her and I used the first detect spell to look for recording devices. I found 2 of them. One was on one of the agents and the other was on the tech guy. I used the next detect spell and looked for guns. I found 5. 2 on each of the male agents and 1 on the female fake detective. I waited until they were all pretty close to the bed before I stored the cameras and guns I had detected and then I spoke. "I hope you're here to tell me who you people really are." "We'd rather not say," the fake detective said. I switched out the 2 detect rings and looked for identification. I found 8 of them, 1 each on the tech guy and Stacy, and 2 each on the 2 agents and the fake detective. I stored them all. "Then what are you here for?" I asked. "We're here to apologize," Stacy said. "It doesn't look like any of you are," I said and looked at all their faces. "Especially those 2. I nodded at the 2 agents. "It was a legal investigation," the 2 of them said, as if they had rehearsed it. "So, now what?" I asked and shook my hands to rattle the cuffs. "It doesn't look like you're apologizing if you're not releasing me right away," Stacy sighed. "We're waiting for word from higher up the chain of command." "For what?" "I should be free to go, since I didn't do anything wrong, right?" I asked and looked at her. The spell ended and I started another one right away. "It's not that easy," Stacy said. "How's it going with fixing my finances?" I asked. "We've made some progress on that front," the tech guy said. "They finally lifted the court order that froze your assets." "Only some progress?" I asked and gave him a particularly stern glare. "What aren't you telling me?" "And nothing," the tech guy said and backed up a little. "It sounds like there's something wrong with all the money I had," I said and looked at Stacy. "What do you have to say?" "I've already filled the paperwork to reverse the fines and tax penalties," Stacy started to say. "Oh, for fuck's sake," I said angrily. "It's all gone, isn't it? As soon as you unfroze it, they took it all." Stacy took a deep breath and let it out. "Unfortunately." "Taxes for the buildings?" I asked and cast the next spell. "As far as we can tell, they were taken first, then the penalties were applied and you better get every goddamn cent back that you caused me to lose," I said. "I'll even give you the same time limit as Diane, just because I want to be the nice guy here. You have a week to fix it all, then you're all fucked. You are in no position to threaten us," one of the agents said. "No? What are you going to do?" "Put a bullet in my head, Mr. Secret Service agent." The female fake detective and Stacy took in quick breaths and exchanged concerned looks. "How are you going to explain that, hey?" "Mr. President, sir." He had his arms and legs shackled to the bed and he was trying to escape. I had to shoot him in the head, just to make sure he didn't get away. The agent looked pretty angry and his hand made a fist. "Go ahead and try to shoot me, jerk face." I smiled. "I don't want to know what kind of paperwork you would have to file to cover up the murder of an innocent civilian with witnesses from 3 different agencies." They all looked surprised this time at my words. "Damon, please," Stacy said. "Don't overreact." "I am far from overreacting, my dear lady," I said and gave her Angel's professional supermodel smile. You all would have been dead the moment I woke up the first time if I had overreacted. That's enough out of you. The angry agent said. Everybody out. Now. No, Stacy said. No, we stay and we explain. Stacy. The fake detective exclaimed and grabbed her arm to shake her. He just threatened to murder federal officers. No, he didn't. Stacy said. Did you, Damon? No, I didn't threaten anyone. I said. I need you to fix all the damage you've done. You know I have to report this. The fake detective said to her. Make sure to tell your boss at the NSA that Damon Smith will be paying him a visit next week to discuss his policy on public kidnappings and excessive force. I said, and she gasped. You can't just show up A&D. She started to say. I'm going to own it, so I can show up if I want to. I said, completely confident. You can't buy the National Security Agency. The angry agent said. I'm not buying the agency, I'm buying the whole goddamn country. I said, and the five of them stared at me. What? Did you think because I was drugged up and ignored what you said, that I wasn't listening to you talk? I chuckled. I was horny, not deaf. None of them said anything in response, I assumed because they thought exactly that. Well? Go ahead and explain. I said to Stacy and cast another wind spell. You have 9 minutes before I lose my composure and beg for you to let me ravage you. Stacy caught her breath, and even with the wind spell, I smelled it a little and started to get an erection. I cast another spell to try and dissipate the excess. Make that 6 minutes. I said, and she shivered, then she started to talk. 095 Damon the Deceiver. Finding out that the president himself ordered an investigation into your activities, sure was a shock to me, let me tell you. Unbelievably amazing, actually. The coins by themselves were enough to throw up red flags in their computers for some reason. Combined with the pendants that I was quite stupidly melting those same gold coins to cover the enchantment engravings, made me a very interesting person to be looked into. It also pissed me off. What the hell does freezing my assets have to do with any of this? You were cashing in coins, far beyond what you had shown already. Stacy said. Then you disappeared without a trace. No plane or bus tickets and no one matching your description had left the area. One of the agents said. We wanted to try and flush you out. By ruining my life? My sister's life? I asked. What the hell did that accomplish except hurting me? Damon. Stacy let out a sad sigh. Once the Department of the Treasury got involved, $9 million in gold wasn't enough for them. I asked. How much more did they want? Stacy's face flushed red and stayed quiet. I understood what she didn't say, though. You better not tell me that they took my safety deposit box with $100 million in gold coins inside. I said, and she turned her head away. I agree with the Secret Service agent. You all better leave right now and get my money back. I yelled at them. Go. Fucking goo. Damon, please. It's just being held in trust, Stacy started to say. Get out of my sight before I do something you'll regret. I said through gritted teeth. And I don't mean making you scream in pleasure. Stacy, let's go. You can't tell me that wasn't a threat. The fake detective said and pulled her out of the room. The others soon followed and left me all alone. It was just in time, because the last wind spell ended just as the door shut. I used the last detect spell I had equipped and there were no listening devices left in the room. I deposited the spent rings on the nightstand and equipped more rings with detect spells. I checked for cameras again and relaxed. I stored the handcuffs holding my wrists and I took out the IDs of my captors next. I lucked out and also had their official badges for the agencies they worked for, and 2 fake IDs. My guesses had been right on the money, too. Secret Service, NSA, and FBI were the 3 agencies. They had all ganged up on me, or worse, had cooperated and not stopped each other from stomping all over my inalienable rights, all because they wanted my gold. I'll give them my gold all right. I thought as I started to memorize the real names and personal details of the 5 people that had come together to apprehend me. I'll shove it right down their goddamn throats. I was surprised that Stacy was the FBI agent's actual name and it wasn't a pseudonym. Stacy Miller was 29 years old and had a normal address, which meant that it was a house or a condo. I didn't recognize the street, but it was within the same city as mine, so I wasn't that far away. Hopefully. As far as I knew, They could have taken me here in a helicopter, wherever here was. I shook my head at that. No, they would have had a car or van take me here for ease of transport. I thought as I read the other addresses, and the 2 Secret Service agents were from Washington, D.C. Surprise, surprise. The fake detective and the tech guy were locals, just like Stacy was. I would be sure to visit them and see how much they liked having someone mess up their lives for no reason. The DC assholes would have to wait for my revenge since they lived so far away. I wonder how long it'll take them to realize all of their stuff is gone? I asked myself with a smile and stored the IDs and badges, then put the cuffs back on. Good luck proving that I took them. The room door opened and the nurse came in. Is someone ready for lunch? More than ready. I'm famished, I said. I think it's time for an airplane to land in the hangar to make a delivery. I made an airplane sound and opened my mouth. Brenda smiled and put the tray and stand over my lap. No wonder you're so good with kids. It's not because of my personality. It's because I'm super rich and I paid them all off with $5 each to buy ice cream. Brenda laughed and sat down on the stool and started to feed me the white rice and chicken dish. She didn't even look at the pile of gold rings on the nightstand. I hope you don't mind that I brought fresh soda pop for you, she said and opened the bottle. You didn't have to do that, I said, and she gave me a drink. Nice and cold. Thank you. You're welcome, Brenda said and fed me a bit more. I see that they didn't release you yet. They said they're waiting for word from the head office or something, I said with a shrug. Personally, I think they made a huge mistake and they are trying their best to stop it from blowing up in their faces, before they let their superiors know. Brenda gave me a stern look. I hope you don't mean an actual bomb. I chuckled. Hell, no. I wouldn't know the first thing about making one or buying one. I don't think you can actually buy bombs, Brenda said. What? I'm sure there's some underhanded and enterprising criminal out there somewhere, I started to say, and she chuckled as she slapped the back of my hand lightly. You know what I meant, Brenda said. I nodded and ate some more. Say, isn't it hot wearing that thing on your head? What did I say about flirting? Brenda asked and gave me a drink of pop. Be really sneaky about it, I asked, and she laughed. I'll have you know that I am happily married and my husband is also happily married. Wow, that's pretty rare, I said. Is it with each other? Brenda laughed again. Yes, surprisingly. I smiled and let her feed me until everything was gone. Say, any word on getting the 4 removed? It's not like I need the fluids or the nutrients. No, and I can't remove it on my own initiative, either, Brenda said. I'm sorry. It's all right. I'll put up with it for a bit longer before I complain again, I said. What about my clothes? They are in one of the labs and are being tested on, Brenda said. I can't get them for you. Thanks for not trying to be an unsung hero to rescue my poor denim from being experimented on, I said to make her smile. What's for supper? That depends. Do you have any requests? Brenda asked. Twice as much food and an extra spoon for you, I asked, and she shook her head with a slight blush. Well, that's the extent of my flirting knowledge, I sighed. I can't believe you didn't fall for it. That made her laugh and she picked up the tray. I'll be back to check on you later. I nodded and she left. I waited for several minutes before I stored the handcuffs and thought about the 2 recording devices and if I should bother taking them out. I had no way to check them or how to watch their contents, so I didn't bother. It was the same with the guns. I didn't want to touch the things, let alone examine them or use them. I had never used one before and I wasn't sure if I wanted to start now. I did have a brilliant idea, though. I equipped a minor healing ring and then stored the discarded 4 bag in the trash. I looked at the tube and needle in my arm and carefully pulled up the tape. I positioned the discarded bag close by and then pulled the little needle out, used minor healing to seal the wound, and shoved the end into the discarded bag and taped it in place. I put the new receptacle for the 4 at my side and put the handcuff on that side back on my wrist. I fluffed out my blanket to cover my arm on that side and then laid down and put the other cuff back, too. As far as anyone could tell, I still had the 4 in. I wasn't normally suspicious by nature, but keeping me hooked up to a very convenient drug delivery system was too good of an opportunity to pass up for someone that wanted to get rid of me. I lowered the bed and leaned back as I closed my eyes and pretended to sleep. I didn't really need to do that, since I didn't expect them back for hours. It was good to stay in character, though. Asterisk. What are we going to do? The tech guy asked. There's no way we can get the treasury to hand over $100 million in gold that they've had in custody for nearly 6 months. It's only being held in trust. Stacy said, fully believing that they hadn't used it for investments. Let's ask Mr. Secret Service Man. The tech guy said. What do you think? Will they hand over gold that they probably don't have anymore? I don't care about what other parts of the treasury do. The agent said. What I do care about is what my partner and I are missing. What's that? Our service pistols. Both of them. The other agent said. Is anyone else missing a gun? I am. The female fake detective said. I didn't notice right away, since it's so light. Is that why you got so angry over Damon asking you about shooting him? Because you couldn't. Stacy asked. Yes. The agent said. He was taunting me and dared me to draw the gun that he knew I no longer had. Would you really have shot him? Stacy asked. Even with witnesses. He is a national security risk. The fake detective said. Do you realize what he could do with that interdimensional tunneling thing? He took our guns from 10 feet away. 10 feet. I didn't even notice until I moved and didn't feel the familiar weight. Nothing is safe if he can just be near it to make it disappear and then reappear. The first agent said. Is he making copies or are they originals? How many guns can he produce now using that quantum state thing if they are copies? That's not the problem, I don't think. The tech guy said. What is? Stacy asked, curious. We've seen him playing around with small things, but we also saw him produce a whole bed out of nothing. The tech guy said. Is that the limit on what he can do that with, or can he do it to something bigger? Everyone fell silent and thought about that. If a bed size is the limit, then it was a bit mind-boggling the number of things that were smaller than a bed that he could take. If he could make larger things disappear, then he was a much bigger danger than they assumed he was. We definitely need to make more calls. The other agent said. We are not equipped to handle this. I do not want to let my supervisor know that we found someone with these kinds of abilities. The fake detective said. I'll be relieved of duty and probably committed. The footage we have might be able to convince, the tech guy started to say and then cursed. What is it? Stacy asked. My recording device is gone. The tech guy said and looked at the first agent, who checked his pocket and then shook his head. How do I make that claim? Lost in service, somehow, to a guy that's handcuffed to a hospital bed. He cursed again and sat back in his chair. Now what? We have to keep trying to get his things back. Stacy said. That's your libido talking. The fake detective said. No, it's my brain talking. Stacy said. Didn't you notice that he didn't react to me this time? The others gave her slightly surprised looks. He did say there was a time limit to how long he could talk to you before he lost his mind. The first agent said. What if we? No, you are not using me as bait to keep him under control. Stacy said. Do you really want someone like him to own the country? The tech guy said. The two Secret Service agents laughed. What? The tech guy asked. He can't buy the country. The first one said. The most he could do is buy the debt from the credit holders and then we would owe him trillions of dollars and not them. It doesn't give you ownership of the country. You? That's a relief. The tech guy said. I doubt any of us would have a job anymore if he owned the whole country and he told everyone that it was our fault. Can't credit holders demand the loans be paid off? Stacy asked. If it's in the terms of the original agreement and if we miss any payments. The first agent said. Won't it become a new agreement if he buys the debt? Can he change the agreement if it's him the country has to pay? Stacy asked. How does any of that work, anyway? What do we pay with? Printed money. They all fell silent at her questions, because they were good questions. After a few minutes, the tech guy stood up. He dug into his pocket and pulled out his wallet. Well, I'm starving. I'm heading to the cafeteria too. He stopped talking when he opened his wallet and saw that his driver's license was missing. Oh, shit. What is it? The fake detective asked and he turned his wallet to show her the empty spot. No. She gasped and dug into her pocket and saw that her little folio was missing. It's gone. The two Secret Service agents checked and theirs were missing, even the fake ones that they had used for this mission. Stacy didn't even bother checking, because she knew that her ID and her badge were gone, too. What do we do? He knows who we are. Where we live. The tech guy asked, a little panicked. He also knows who we work for. The fake detective said, her face sad. Stacy stood up and took a deep breath, then walked over to the door. Where are you going? The fake detective asked. I'm going to ask for our things back. Stacy said. Do you really think that's going to work? No, but I have to try. Stacy said and opened the door. How much do you want to bet that he won't give them back until we give him his things back? No one answered her and no one tried to stop her when she left the room. Alone. She was going to be all alone with a man that had her motor running for 2 straight days without relief, no matter what she did. Her nerves were frayed and her mind was frantically searching for something, anything, to give her relief. She knew what could, had known since he'd asked that very first time, and she wouldn't admit that just having sex with him could be the answer. It didn't make rational sense. There was no such thing as fatal chemistry, was there? It shouldn't be possible. There's no way that two people could meet, almost randomly, and be so attracted to each other that they ignored everything else in their lives, just to be with that person. It could ruin marriages, it could wreck lives, it could even destroy people's reputations, like hers. She had devolved into a big bundle of nerve endings, had become a nervous wreck, and all because a handsome man had told her that he wanted her so badly that he would commit federal crimes just to have her. In her opinion, that was as flattering of a compliment than anyone could have ever given her. Stacy grew wet in anticipation of going into his room, to finally be alone with him, and to perhaps give in to the seemingly insatiable need she had gained for him. She knew her mind wasn't prepared to handle it. She knew it like she knew the back of her hand, and she went anyway. 096 proof is in the pudding. Stacy paused for a moment outside Damon's room and took a deep breath. She gathered her composure, frayed though it was, and pushed open the door. Damon, I need to talk to. No. She yelled. A woman she didn't know wore a nurse uniform and was injecting something into his foretube. Don't mind me. I'm just taking care of a little problem. The woman said and removed the needle from the small receptacle and put a cap on it. He won't feel a thing. Stacy was immediately incensed and ran over to the fake nurse and promptly forgot all of her fight training. She tackled the very surprised woman and they bounced off of the side of the bed and onto the floor. How dare you? Stacy rolled her over and gained the upper hand, now that she was on top, and started to rain punches down on the fake nurse. After the third punch, the fake nurse grabbed her hand and twisted it to the side, then hit her forearm with an elbow. Stacy recoiled and then she had a punch to the chest that took some of her breath away. The fake nurse flipped her legs up and hooked an ankle under Stacy's chin and straightened both legs. Stacy grunted as she was easily pulled off of the fake nurse by the unconventional move and fell to the floor. Luckily, she didn't bang her head, because the woman's other leg had ended up under her head. Stacy rolled to the side and then felt a flat shoe heel on the side of her face. She rolled with the kick as her training started to come back to her and she barely felt the impact. It gave her a bit of distance and as she got to her feet, so did the fake nurse. What did you do to Brenda? Stacy asked. She's locked in a supply closet. The fake nurse smiled. Why do you care about her? Your person of interest is dying right behind me. Stacy's mind kicked into high gear and she immediately assessed her options. There was a clatter on the floor by her feet and she glanced down to see a small pistol. The fake nurse saw this as well and dove for it. Stacy was smart and didn't try to fight over the gun. When the fake nurse was near her, she drove a knee into the side of her face and heard a nice crunch. Ugh. The woman grunted and fell to the floor as she rolled onto her back, a hand over her bleeding nose. You lost, she said and lifted the pistol. Stacy faced it and didn't try to dodge, not at up-close range like this. She didn't regret her attempt to save him, either. Click. What? The fake nurse looked at the gun and pulled the trigger again and again. Click click click. That's why you never go for the weapon. Stacy said and kicked the gun out of the fake nurse's hand and dropped down to put a forearm across the woman's face. Blood gushed out of her nose and then Stacy quickly rolled her over and put an arm around the woman's neck and jammed her hand into the large artery in the woman's neck. After a few minutes of the woman struggling fruitlessly, she started to go limp. A few minutes after that, a man's voice spoke. I think you can stop now. She looks unconscious. Damon. Stacy gasped and stood up. Her arm slightly bloody and one of her knuckles was broken. The fake nurse had hard teeth and Stacy had dislodged at least one of them at the beginning of the assault and two with the forearm. She wouldn't feel proud of that until later, though. It's good to know you can take care of yourself. Damon said. Stacy walked over to him. Damon, I'm sorry. We should have left someone on the door to guard you. She looked at the four and at his face. I don't know what she injected you with, but I'm pretty sure it's now too late to do anything about it. At least I'm going to die for a good reason and around friends and family that love me. Damon said. Stacy caught her breath at that. Damon, I'm sorry. You just said that. Damon said. Did it make everything better? Stacy sighed and shook her head. You might want to check her ID, assuming she doesn't die from choking on her own blood. Stacy jumped slightly and knelt to check the woman. When she found the ID, she was only a little surprised that it was fake. I assume you can trace it. Stacy stood up and nodded. Do you want a pair of handcuffs for her? Damon asked and a pair appeared in his hand. Thanks. Stacy said and handcuffed the woman behind her back. Wait, how? It's from my ankle, so relax. Damon said. What about the gun? Can it be traced? Stacy went over to it and picked it up by the barrel. She saw the serial number on it and nodded. What if it comes back to an actual agent and not a fake? Damon asked. Then we'll have to investigate who ordered her to come here and dispose of a witness. Damon said and Stacy sighed. I'm so sorry. I hope this doesn't mean that you're going to stop getting my things back and fixing my life. Damon said and closed his eyes. And no. Stacy said and went over to the bed. I'll do my best to, well, actually. If I'm dead, it all just goes away, right? Damon asked in a whisper. It'll all be covered up. Stacy admitted. Your sister won't see any of that money returned. Convenient, isn't it? Damon said, barely above a breath, then he stopped breathing. No. Stacy said and rushed over to the bed. She reached for him to start CPR and then realized that trying to revive him would be pointless if he was loaded up with whatever poison the fake nurse had injected him with. She put the gun on the nightstand and stared at his peaceful face. I'm so sorry that we did this to you. Stacy said and sat down on the stool. It was only supposed to be a quick investigation and then we were to bring you in for questioning. When you disappeared, they pulled out all the stops and did everything they could to get your attention. My agency, the FBI, didn't try to stop them. She touched his arm above the blanket and sighed. Weeks dragged on into months and we investigated everyone, with most of our concentration on your sister. Stacy said. I mean, if anyone knew where you had gone, it would be your sister, right? Damon didn't answer her and she felt sad that he couldn't. After that, we used her degrading financial situation against her and turned her pretty quick. She was happy to have an excuse to hurt you and we fanned that flame as much as we could. Stacy said. I never imagined that her love for you would change so quickly to hate, though. You must have hurt her so much when you left without a word. She stared at his impassive face and sighed. You were gone for 6 months and no one could explain it. Your phone is the prime example. It just ceased to work 6 months ago, as if time had stopped for it, then started again the other day. There's no discernible break between then and now. None. Stacy rubbed his arm above the blanket. The tech guy was fascinated by it being able to skip over that time and he even thought about pulling it apart. She sat there and waited for Damon's body to ask if that would destroy it. He didn't say anything. He didn't, because we didn't want to break your things. We never did. This whole thing it spiraled out of control. Before I knew it, we were tapping phones, tracing every single purchase, and putting pressure on everyone you had contact with before you disappeared. Stacy stopped rubbing his arm. Then you showed up out of nowhere and we scrambled to get our hands on you. One of the most elusive suspects we ever had. It was a thrill to catch you, even though it had been so easy. She laughed a little, then she laughed a little more, then she closed her eyes for a moment. Now all of this happened. Stacy said. I have so many questions about you. What happened? How did you get like this? Why has no one found out what you can do? Why did you have to be killed so easily and in our custody? She stood up and looked down at his face. For some reason, she still felt desire for him, even though he was dead. There's going to be a lot of relieved people and a lot of sad people when they find out you're dead, and I can't decide if I'm one or the other. Stacy said. You were right. You dying is going to be convenient for nearly everyone that wronged you, because they don't have to worry about you retaliating against them. She reached out and touched his hair and petted for several seconds. I'll still try and get what I can back for your sister, even though you probably hated her for doing what she did as much as you hated us for doing what we did. Stacy said. She looked at his face for several seconds, then walked over to the door of the room. She remembered the unconscious woman and went back over to her, grabbed her by the collar, and dragged her across the room to the door. She opened it and propped the still unconscious woman against it to hold it open. I'm really going to miss you, even though we never got together. Stacy said and chuckled a little. Good God, that makes it sound like we've been trying for a while and never got around to it, and not had 2 sexual assaults in as many days, and making me so horny about it that I can't pleasure myself to fix it. She stared at the bed for another few moments and did her best to memorize his features, even this far away. It was kind of pointless, since she would never see him again. She knew he would be carted off and would be deposited into a small town as a John Doe, which meant he would become an official missing person again. It was such a simple solution, especially since he had already gone missing twice already. Jesus, how is a guy supposed to get any sleep around here? Damon asked without opening his eyes. With the attacks, the multiple murder attempts, and a woman that talks too much, it's impossible for a guy to take a nap. You're alive. Stacy gasped and covered her mouth. You're alive. I'm so happy. You shouldn't be. Damon said and opened his eyes, then pointed at the 2 cameras that he had positioned to record the assassination attempt. Can you guess what they just recorded? Stacy looked at them and then looked at him. Oh God. What a story this is going to make. National news, I'd say. Damon said with a smile. No, international news. Yes, I'd say the whole world is going to enjoy hearing all about how you railroaded and destroyed an innocent man's life and the lives of his friends and family, all because you wanted to question me. Damon, Stacy started to say. That's Mr. Smith, FBI agent Stacy Miller. Damon said. Give the cameras a wave. Your soon-to-be adoring audience will want to see that fake happy smile one last time. I'd wave myself, but your penchant to drug and handcuff innocent people prevents me from using more than a hand. Stacy watched as he waved with just a hand at the 2 cameras. She didn't wave or say anything as she reached down for the fake nurse's collar to pull her from the room. Don't forget her gun. Damon said and nodded at the nightstand. I'm sure that you'll find she is the owner and not one of your associates that called her. He said. You can easily check their cell phones to find out which of the 2 Secret Service agents called her, even though we both know which one it was. Stacy sighed this time and dragged the fake nurse out of the room and the door shut behind her. 097 Damon punished. Stacy walked all the way down the hallway and opened the observation room that was their meeting room. She dragged in the fake nurse and dropped her in the middle of the floor. She sat down on a chair and crossed her legs, as a woman should when wearing a skirt, and she waited for someone to speak. The other 4 people in the room only stared at her and no one said anything. Craig, check everyone's cell phones for any activity since the last time we were all in the room with the man we've kidnapped and tortured. Stacy said, and that got a reaction out of them. He threatened to kill us all. One of the agents said. Only after we destroyed his life. Stacy said. By the way, I'm only getting Craig to look so I don't have to ask you directly why you called in for a cleanup. The man closed his mouth and didn't respond. Oh, for God's sake. The fake detective said. How could you be that stupid? She succeeded in injecting him. Stacy said, and the man relaxed. Then there's nothing to worry about. The agent said. We can all go home and relax. None of this ever happened, A&D. He didn't die, you fool. Stacy said, her face angry. Although, he pretended very well. What? How? The agent started to ask how he could survive a lethal injection. I didn't stay and ask, not after he showed me the cameras that recorded everything. Stacy exclaimed. No one said anything, because they didn't know what to say. Her ID is fake and she still got into the building. Stacy said and looked right at the agent that spoke. Craig, Pull up the security footage for the lobby. Let's see if one of our team members walked in an assassin to make all of our lives a living hell. She's not an assassin, the agent said with a sigh. I'm pretty sure that when you infiltrate a federal building and kill a man being held in federal custody, that's an assassination, Stacy said. Or do you have a different interpretation of what assassinate means? Let me guess, she was just doing you a favor, right? The fake detective asked and he didn't respond. Didn't you think things were bad enough before? He can't be allowed to leave. All of our lives are in danger, the agent said. If they weren't before, they definitely are now, the tech guy said. Yep, it was you. I have the security footage and the phone text. He chuckled when he saw it. You even used the secured encryption codes we gave you for the temporary cell phone. He turned around and looked at the agent. You really didn't even bother trying to sneak around. That's pretty funny. I didn't think I had to, the agent said. I was ordered to take care of it. By who? An idiot, Stacy asked. I sincerely doubt it would be the president, because if he did, then you didn't tell him everything. The agent closed his mouth and turned his head slightly away. You better call him back and tell him exactly what's going on, Stacy said, and the agent started to move towards the door. No, right here, she said, and everyone turned to look at him. If it really is the president that ordered it, then you have made a huge mistake and biased him against the man that gave him and his family those pendants. They didn't do anything, the Secret Service agent said. If I recall correctly, he officiated an 18-hour conference in Europe about a week after he started wearing it, without taking any breaks, Stacy said. I'd say that it did a lot, wouldn't you? There's no discernible proof that. What? He had a clear mind without having to sleep for almost 2 days, Stacy asked, and he didn't respond. He had to travel to get there, remember? He held meetings on the plane and briefed everyone on what was going to happen, and stayed awake the entire time because he was too busy to sleep. What are you saying? The fake detective asked. You don't think it was odd that a set of mysterious pendants showed up 2 months before the event, had to go through tight screening and testing, and then were approved with only a week left? Stacy asked. Isn't that a bit too much of a coincidence? Not really. Everything that's sent to the president goes through the same process. You're missing the point. Someone knew that it took that long and sent those as gifts to the president to use, just in time, Stacy said. He even wore them on the news, for God's sake. I think you're reading too much into this, the agent said. If I am, then you are reading much too little, Stacy countered. Haven't any of you thought about what else that man can do? She looked at their faces and saw doubt there. If he is showing us this fantastic ability, something that Craig says bends the laws of physics into a pretzel, what do you think he isn't showing us? I warned you that we weren't qualified for this, the other Secret Service agent said. I don't think anyone on this planet is qualified to handle this, Stacy said, and she saw the two Secret Service agents exchange knowing looks. What do we do with this thing? She asked and lightly kicked the unconscious woman's foot. I'll take care of her, the agent said, and came over to her. Stop, Stacy said, and he kept coming. Stop, she yelled, and the man stopped walking with an angry face. You are not doing anything except making that phone call. I am not jeopardizing this mission by. You've already done that, Stacy said, and waved at the woman on the floor. The proof is right here. I made a call. The wrong one, apparently, Stacy said. Your partner agrees with me, too. What? He turned and looked to see the other agent dialing his cell phone. You can't. They'll never believe it, he exclaimed, and tried to run at his partner. The fake detective stuck out her foot and tripped him. It was almost comical the way he flailed his arms and hit the floor and then slid a short ways. We'll all be declared insane and locked up, the frantic agent said, and the fake detective sat on him. A second later, he was cuffed behind his back and stared up at his partner with a pleading face. Please. You can't do this. We have to get rid of the threat. Stacy barked, a laugh at the sight. You know, I think I've felt a little insane ever since I met the suspect and started having this completely surreal experience. I don't know why it's only you having it, the fake detective said. Is it because I'm married? Brenda's married too, isn't she? Brenda, Stacy yelled. The assassin said she was locked in a supply closet. I'll check. The tech guy said and ran through the footage. It looks like he helped with that, too. He stood up and went for the door. I'll go get her out. Thanks, Craig. Stacy said and looked at the other agent. You need to tell your supervisor. He's listening. The agent said and spoke several keywords and phrases that didn't make sense to anyone, since he was using code. After a few minutes, he nodded. Yes, sir. I know, sir. He paused and looked at the others. Yes, sir. We'll wait for your call. You've killed us all. The agent on the floor said, his head turned away from everyone. Stacy waited for Craig to come back with Brenda, who was fine, and she asked the question she wanted to ask. What did your supervisor say? This is the first he's heard about any of this. The agent said, and a chilling silence filled the room as he put his phone away. He didn't even know we apprehended the suspect. You set us up. Stacy said to the agent on the floor. Complete deniability. The agent said without lifting his head. I told you. I was given orders to deal with it. From who? His partner asked. It wasn't from the normal chain of command. The agent on the floor didn't respond. Now what? Craig the tech guy asked. Is that your favorite phrase or something? The fake detective asked. It is now. Craig said. I should tend to that woman. Brenda the nurse said and motioned to the handcuffed woman on the floor. She tried to kill Damon with an injection. Stacy said and Brenda gasped. No, why? Everyone pointed to the agent on the floor. Then I think I'm a little busy right now. Brenda said and sat down. It's one thing to rough him up to get him to talk, it's another to murder him in cold blood to erase your mistakes. It's not a mistake. The agent said. He's an imminent threat to this nation. He was only supposed to be a suspect wanted for questioning. Stacy said loudly as she uncrossed her legs to lean towards the agent on the floor. He was. Now that we know what he can do, he needs to be disposed of. The agent said. That's going a bit too far. His partner said. No, it's not far enough. The agent said. Even if he can only take small things, what's to stop him from walking into any bank and just taking everything? I would have said the higher moral ground, considering he hasn't done that, despite being inside a federal bank, with his own coins that he handed over without complaint, and didn't take them back. They were counted again, just to be sure, and then they were shipped out. Stacy said. God, how could you think he would do it now, unless... She stopped talking and squinted her eyes. You aren't holding the gold coins from his safety security box in trust, are you? They're already gone and smelted down into bars, aren't they? Yes. His partner said. Almost as soon as they were all tested to prove they were real, they were incorporated into the treasury. To use Damon's words, you are fucking idiots. Stacy sighed. I can't believe that he was right. You've been doing this to him just to get his gold. We have been doing this. The agent on the floor corrected her. You. Me them. All of us. No wonder people hate it when our agencies cooperate and don't keep each other in check. The fake detective said. Look how much we can screw up in only a couple of days. We've been working this case a lot longer than that. Stacy said and looked at Craig. I agree. Now what do? We wait for my phone call. The other agent said. My supervisor's going to the man himself. This is not going to end well. I just know it. Craig the tech guy said. The phone rang and the agent answered it. He stood there and listened for several minutes and they all waited with anxiousness. He didn't say anything and then hung up the phone. We're busted. The agent said. Fuck. Stacy said, cursing for the very first time in her life. Wipe everything. The agent said to the tech guy. Clean house. Nothing left. Slash and burn. Craig asked and he nodded. You got it. Hard wiping hard drives. He said and typed up several passcodes and commands, then everyone heard physical whirring as the hard drive and memory of the computers he was working on ate themselves. The computers shut off a minute later and he took out the cell phone from his desk. I really liked this phone. He said and smashed it on the corner of the desk. Let's go, people. The agent said and picked up his partner. Let me out of the cuffs. I can help. His partner said. You have other problems right now. His partner said and punched him in the gut to knock the wind out of him. The man choked and sputtered as his partner lifted him into a fireman's carry. The boss doesn't approve of loose cannons that compromise security systems, he said and grabbed the fake nurse by the collar and dragged her out of the room. The others in the room just stared as the agent that had brought them all to this point was carried out of the room and disappeared. Well, you heard the man, the fake detective said. Clean sweep. But Damon, Stacy said. When we wipe everything clean, you can poke your head into his room and tell him he can go. But, he can release the footage all he wants and it won't make any difference, the fake detective said. They'll never find the one who tried to kill him. It's us I'm worried about, Craig the tech guy said. He knows our names and where we live. Just set up police protection from a stalker, the fake detective said. As soon as he shows up, he'll be arrested and that's that. He can't go around you anymore. That's not a bad idea, Craig said and yanked the wires from the computer. I'll get the van loaded and set it up for us when I get back to my place. Leave me out of it, Stacy said and they looked at her. I won't have him arrested again. Not again. You just want him to come to you, the fake detective said. Yes, and no, Stacy said. Do you know how angry he's going to be that we can't undo everything, now that the operation's a bust? It doesn't matter now, the fake detective said. Let's get everything cleaned. Stacy gave her a sad look, nodded, and she helped them erase every trace that anyone had ever been in the building. 098 Damon Unleashed. Summoned again? By Boy. As soon as Stacy left and didn't take the gun, I knew something was going to go wrong. It wasn't divine sight that told me that, just intuition. I stored the other 3 sets of handcuffs and hopped out of bed. I quickly popped the little needle and tube out of the discarded 4 bag I had used as a decoy and I was pretty sure that the barely quarter-filled bag had all of whatever that woman had tried to inject me with. I stored it, the gun, and the 2 cameras. I walked over to the door, my bare feet making no sound on the floor, and equipped several detect spell rings. I used one and found 2 security cameras and stored them. I pulled the door open slightly and peeked my head out. I watched the fake nurse's legs disappear into a room down the hallway and quickly followed. I checked for cameras again and didn't find any in the hallway or inside that room. I stood there and listened to everything they talked about and I was pretty surprised by the dissension between them. There was a clear divide, which meant at least one or more of them didn't approve of what was going on. It impressed me that Stacy was the one that was pretty much running the conversation, even though I didn't think she was in charge. It looks like he helped with that, too, a male's voice said. I'll go and get her. I dashed to the next room and ducked behind the open door. It was the room I had been in during their interrogation and I stored the camera. I heard his footsteps retreat down the hallway and peeked out. Unfortunately, I was a bit too far away to hear what was going on in the room and had to wait for several minutes before I heard 2 sets of shoes come back down the hallway. The door didn't shut and that was both good and bad for me. Good that I didn't have to strain to listen and bad that I was too far away to do anything without them seeing me. What did your supervisor say? Stacy asked. This is the first he's heard about any of this, a man's voice said. He didn't even know we apprehended the suspect. You set us up, Stacy said. Complete deniability. I told you. I was given orders to deal with it. A man's voice responded, that I recognized as the angry agent. From who? It wasn't the normal chain of command. The other man asked. There was a brief silence. Now what? The tech guy said. Is that your favorite saying or something? A woman asked and I was pretty sure she was the fake detective. It is now. I should tend to that woman, Brenda said. She tried to kill Damon with an injection, Stacy said. No, why, Brenda said. Then I think I'm a little busy right now. It's one thing to rough him up to get him to talk, it's another to murder him in cold blood to erase your mistakes. I didn't know you were so tough on the inside, Brenda. I thought with a smile. It's not a mistake. He's an imminent threat to this nation, the angry agent said. He was only supposed to be a suspect wanted for questioning, Stacy said. He was. Now that we know what he can do, he needs to be disposed of, the angry agent argued. That's going a bit too far, a man's voice responded. No, it's not far enough. Even if he can only take small things, what's to stop him from walking into any bank and just taking everything? I would have said the higher moral ground, considering he hasn't done that, despite being inside a federal bank, with his own coins that he handed over without complaint, and didn't take them back. They were counted again, just to be sure, and then they were shipped out. Stacy said. God, how could you think he would do it now? Unless you aren't holding the gold coins from his safety security box in trust, are you? They're already gone and smelted down into bars, aren't they? Yes. Almost as soon as they were all tested to prove they were real, they were incorporated into the treasury. To use Damon's words, you are fucking idiots. Stacy sighed. I can't believe that he was right. You've been doing this to him just to get his gold. We have been doing this. The angry agent said. You. Me them. All of us. No wonder people hate it when our agencies cooperate and don't keep each other in check. Look how much we can screw up in only a couple of days. A woman's voice said. We've been working this case a lot longer than that. Stacy said. I agree. Now what do? We wait for my phone call. A man's voice said. My supervisor's going to the man himself. This is not going to end well. I just know it. The tech guy said. The phone rang and I couldn't hear anything, which meant no one was talking on this side of the conversation. I stood there and listened for several minutes to just silence and breathing. We're busted. The man's voice said. Fuck. Stacy said, and that surprised me. It sounded kind of odd and cute. Wipe everything. The man said. Clean house. Nothing left. Slash and burn? You got it. Hard wiping hard drives. The tech guy said, and there was loud whirring for a minute. I really like this phone. He said, and I heard him smash it on something. Let's go, people. The man said. Let me out of the cuffs. I can help. The angry agent said. You have other problems right now. The man said, and I heard someone choke and sputter. The boss doesn't approve of loose cannons that compromise security systems. I heard footsteps get closer and got ready. I saw the second agent carrying the angry agent and reached out to chop the side of my hand into the throat of the second agent. I grabbed his collar and pulled him into the room, stored his cell phone that he didn't have on him before, and covered his mouth to stop him from mumbling as he died. A crushed windpipe wasn't a pleasant way to go. Well, you heard the man. A woman's voice said. Clean sweep. But. Damon, Stacy said. When we wipe everything clean, you can poke your head into his room and tell him he can go. But. He can release the footage all he wants and it won't make any difference. They'll never find the one who tried to kill him. It's us I'm worried about. The tech guy said. He knows our names and where we live. Just set up police protection from a stalker. As soon as he shows up, he'll be arrested and that's that. He can't go around you anymore. I almost laughed at how easily that could be circumvented and applied pressure to the angry agent's neck to put him to sleep like the fake nurse. That's not a bad idea. I'll get the van loaded and set it up for us when I get back to my place. Leave me out of it. Stacy said. I won't have him arrested again. Not again. You just want him to come to you. Yes, and no. Stacy said. Do you know how angry he's going to be that we can't undo everything, now that the operation's a bust? It doesn't matter now. A woman's voice said. Let's get everything cleaned. Oh, don't worry. I'm going to do just that. I thought and checked the agent's clothing. The second one was a pretty close match for me, so I closed the door almost all the way and unbuttoned his shirt. I stored the suit and then equipped it. I wasn't going to chance using his underwear, though. Going commando was going to be a little rough on me until I found a clean pair of underwear. That's what I get for thinking one pair was enough, just because I can clean them in inventory. I thought and stored the second agent's body. I pushed the angry agent and the woman behind the door and opened it enough to listen to the others. As far as I could tell, there were only 4 people left. Stacy, the fake detective, the tech guy, and the nurse. I'll go start cleaning the nurse's station. Brenda said, and I heard footsteps. I thought this was my opportunity to pass by the observation room without being seen, so I equipped a simple face covering and stepped out of the room and started walking as Brenda stepped out of the next room. She barely looked at me, I think because she recognized the suit. I grabbed her arm and put a hand over her mouth and ran. Hmm. Brenda mumbled loudly as I dragged her quickly down the hallway and ducked into the nurse's station. No one came out to look, so I was in the clear. So far. You seemed like such a nice person, I said and stored the face covering. Damon. How did you get out of the cuffs? Magic. I said. Tell me what happens now. It's a wash. The operation never happened. We go back to our regular posts and wait for the next job. Brenda said. I thought you were a nurse. I said. I am a nurse. I handle things like this all the time. I sighed. I really liked you, though. What? How many other people have you helped them kidnap and ruined their lives? I asked and she didn't say anything. That many. I shook my head. I hope they give your husband a nice settlement. Wait. I can help, Brenda started to say as I grabbed her head and then twisted it. The crunch was pretty loud as her head turned all the way around. I held onto her as she died and then stored the body. I went to the nurse's computer and tried to look through it, then sighed. I had no clue how to check it and I also didn't want to shut it off, because I was pretty sure it would need a password to get back into it. I was also sure that it might only be a terminal connected to the main computer, wherever that was. I saw papers scattered around and lucked out when I saw an envelope. I read it and it told me an address. So, this is a federal building and it's near the outskirts of the city. I thought and looked around some more. There were file folders and things, paperwork for other things, and a filing cabinet. I quickly gathered up what I could see, put it in the filing cabinet, and stored it. I could go over everything later. I held in my chuckle as I turned off the monitor to perhaps trick someone into thinking the computer was off, then started helping the people that kidnapped me by cleaning the place out. I stopped at the storage closet and after a brief glance to make sure there wasn't anything toxic, I stored everything inside and shut the door. I checked all the other doors and only found empty rooms with hospital beds in them. Just for fun, I stored them, too. I quickly discovered that the only real office was the one they were in and currently cleaning. I did find a kind of locker room and easily broke the locks to check them all. I found the personal items of the agents and the tech guy, so I stored everything. I remembered Brenda saying something about a lab, which must be on another floor, and I was pretty sure that if I tried to go down there and they had already been warned to evacuate, they could set off all sorts of alarms when they saw me, an unfamiliar face. That meant I only had one choice now, so I walked down the hallway and stepped into the office. Hello, Stacy. I said and she gasped as she dropped another document into the shredder. I stored it before it was barely cut on the blades. The tech guy and the female fake detective whipped around from the filing cabinet to stare at me. I stored the files in their hands and then stored the filing cabinet. Oh, my God. The fake detective gasped. How did you? You're across the room. Don't worry about it. You won't be alive long enough to tell anyone how far away I can do that. Damon. No. Stacy yelled and stepped forward. Stop. I said and took out some gauze and shoved it up my nose. There we go. I can't smell you as much now. Damon, please. You're not a murderer. Stacy said in a calm voice. What made you come to that conclusion? I asked and her eyes widened slightly. After everything we've found out about you, I know you're not an evil man. Stacy said. All the good you've done, the people in your life. That you've taken from me and turned against me by undoing the good I've done. I said. I'll agree that I'm not evil. Vindictive, revengeful, and a strong believer in retribution? Yes. I am definitely those. Please, don't do this. Stacy said and took a step forward. One more step and I'll shoot you with her gun. I said and pointed at the fake detective. Just to wound, though. I don't want you dead until you've suffered like I have. What do you mean? Stacy asked. Branded criminals, money stolen and left penniless, no friends or family to care what happens to you. I said. You know, exactly what you've done to me. No, we tried to undo, Stacy started to say. Don't you recognize this suit? I asked with a smile and all of them looked at it. Oh, fuck. The tech guy said. You, only stripped, Stacy started to say, so I took the second agent's body out of storage. The fake detective yelped. Now you know what else I can store. I said and made it disappear again. Damon, no, you don't, you can't. You've driven me to this. I said and she caught her breath. Lying about my money and my gold, telling me you can fix things and then abandoning me without a second thought. Stacy's eyes filled with tears. No, I was still. What? I heard you say you can't undo everything and I warned you that was the only reason I let you all live. I said and 2 tears rolled down her cheeks. I just came here to get Craig there to inform the lab downstairs that I was coming. It's just too bad he broke his phone, just like I am going to break his fingers. No. Craig yelled, then he really yelled when I lunged at him, grabbed him by the neck, and walked back over to the middle of the room to stop the other 2 from leaving. Your fingers are dangerous weapons. I said and he tried to struggle and punch at me. Keep struggling and we'll see how long you can live with a broken neck. Craig stopped and his arms dropped to his sides. By the way, this is really going to hurt. I said. Don't. Stacy yelled and gave a look to the fake detective, then she pulled open her blouse. Please. I want you, Damon. I'm going crazy. I can't even feel myself anymore because I've rubbed it so much. She dropped her blouse to the floor and then opened her skirt and dropped that, too. Look, I'm soaked for you. I took in a breath through my nose and caught her scent. Thanks to the gauze, it wasn't overwhelming. She saw my erection grow, since I wasn't wearing underwear and the cloth of the suit pants wasn't very thick. I want you to have sex with me right now. Stacy said and touched herself over her wet panties. I need you to ram me as hard as you can and make me feel how powerful you are. I opened my mouth to speak and the fake detective pulled out a can of pepper spray. She pushed the plunger and I moved Craig in front of my face and he took it from me. No. Both women yelled. Craig coughed and cried and tried to wipe at his eyes as I stepped back and out of the settling cloud. Nice shot. I said and stored the pepper spray. Do you want to use a taser next? I think Craig might want the relief of pain right now. Stop this, please. Stacy said. Damon, I really do need you. You don't think I know that? I asked and let Craig go. He dropped to his knees and rubbed at his face, making it worse. I took out a pair of rubber gloves and grabbed his hands, then squeezed. Craig yelled and completely forgot about his sore eyes and itchy face and he crumpled to the floor with 2 mangled hands. No. The fake detective yelled and went to him. Craig, I'm so sorry. She said and cradled him on her lap. I never should have brought you in. No, you never should have crossed me. I said and she looked up at me with hatred on her face. I'm going to kill you. When you get out of jail, you mean? I asked and she widened her eyes. I'm pretty sure it's a minimum of 25 years for murder, isn't it? I asked and took out the second agent's body and shot him in the head and chest with her gun. Oh, no. You killed him. I said and stored the body and gun again. Stacy and the fake detective just stared at me. I'm going to leave him at your place, write out a note about how he couldn't stand you not being with him. I said. A nice little love tryst, right? Won't your friends and family just hate you for it? No, they'll believe me. The female detective whispered. They will. I thought so, too. I said and looked at Stacy. As for you, I think a nice fitting punishment is having to keep suffering like you are. No. Stacy exclaimed. It's been driving me crazy, too. I said. It's funny how you wouldn't volunteer to do it until you could have someone else attack me, though. I was just trying to save your friends. I know. I said and backed up. Unlike you, I can go and find any other woman to screw to relieve myself. No. Stacy yelled and tried to run towards me. I made a bed appear on its end and she hit it and bounced off to land on the floor. I wonder what the local federal bank is going to say when they get up in the morning and their vault is empty. I asked and stored the bed. Maybe I'll leave a certain tech guy's ID there to show how they got by the security systems. And no. Craig said through the pain and tears. I expect 2 of you will be getting visited by the police tomorrow. I said and stepped backwards into the hallway. Or maybe federal agents. Who knows? I shrugged. Don't worry about that, because I'll be right nearby to make sure you don't weasel out of it. Damon. Stacy reached out towards me from the floor. She knew better than to try and run at me. I'm sorry, Stacy. I won't be giving you a week to fix the things you broke. I'm going to have to take matters into my own hands now, I said and closed the door. Damon. Stacy yelled and I crushed the door handle to slow her down. I went to the next room and picked up the angry agent and the fake nurse, since I had plans for them, and ran down the hallway to the stairs. I used Detect to look for gold and it was on the floor below me in a couple of spots, so I used Detect and looked for people as I went down the stairs. I found several moving around and wished I had my map. Arg. I yelled as a sharp pain seemed to slice sideways through my head from temple to temple. I tripped on the stairs and rolled down several feet to land on the landing between floors with the agent and fake nurse on top of me. We had hit the wall pretty hard and I laid there for several minutes as the pain pierced my brain. I barely managed to switch the spent Detect rings for minor healing and used one. It didn't work, which meant I was going through a major injury. I stayed there, in a bundle of 3 people against the wall, and suffered. 099 going with the flow. Summoned again? By Boy. After an agonizingly long 10 minutes that I did not have, the pain lessened. It was then that I noticed something. Off to the side of my vision was a grayed out map of the entire United States of America. Jesus fucking Christ. I thought and rubbed my face. Ugh. I groaned and pushed the angry agent off of me. I had forgotten that the goddess-given map gave me the entire country I was in and not just the local area. It was the search spell that did that. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I thought and didn't even question why it had worked. I had it and that's all I cared about at the moment. When I looked at the fake nurse, I saw that her neck was at an odd angle and she wasn't breathing. Damn it. I stored her body and looked at the angry agent. He was still unconscious, so I slowly stood up. Despite the pain, my mind was clear and I pat the pendant I wore. I was a little surprised I had gained the map at all, actually. When I concentrated on it, it zoomed into the state and then into the city. It wouldn't go any closer, because I didn't have the search spell to give me the proper details. I really need to try and enchant some rings with it. I thought and used Detect again for people. No one was on the next floor and I sighed. I had missed an opportunity to take out even more members of this strange cooperative operation, so I hoped that the paperwork I had taken from the office would give me the information I needed. I darted back up to the floor where I had left the others and the 3 of them were still in the room. I relaxed and went back down the stairs to the landing. I stuffed gauze into the angry agent's mouth and taped it shut, in case he woke up. Then I picked him up and went down another flight of stairs. I opened the door and carried him inside. I used Detect again and found the gold I had been looking for. My 8 rings were inside a lab, as were my construction clothes. Unfortunately, they were in various states of deconstruction. Apparently, you could do a lot to destroy a ring in 2 days. All 8 of them were in pieces, partially melted, and completely ruined. I went inside and looked at the scattered papers that remained and they were only about the composition and metallurgy. I examined the ring pieces closely and they hadn't uncovered the enchantment engravings that I had hidden under the different gold. I gathered it up, crushed it together, and stored it. I stored my old clothing and would have to discard them later, the same with all of the papers and things that were left behind. I went down the hallway to the security station, turned off everything, and broke open the small safe there to get the coins and my cell phone. There were also papers and things inside, so I stored those, too. I left the building and it seemed to be a deserted street. The parking lot was empty, except for half a dozen vehicles. I put the agent down and checked the locker contents. I found 4 sets of keys. After a quick check, I found the cars belonged to Stacy, the fake detective, the agent I had killed, and Brenda. That meant one of the other 2 cars belonged to the fake nurse and the last might be the tech guys or the angry agents. I stored them all, except for the second agents and tossed the angry agent into the trunk. As an afterthought, I used a pair of handcuffs on his ankles and then another pair to hook them and the one on his wrists together, essentially hog-tying him. I closed the trunk and drove the car away from the building. I had been tempted to set it on fire, then realized Stacy and the others might not get out. I'll call it in when I get everything set up, I thought and smiled. I stopped at a clothing store and bought new clothes, several pairs of underwear included, and left. I then stopped at a laundry business and ran the agent's clothing through a quick wash and dry to remove my own DNA from the fabric. After storing them and equipping my new clothes, my first stop on my mission was the fake detective's place. I wasn't sure where her husband was and it didn't matter. I parked discreetly on the next street and switched my rings out to what I would need. Move silently, open spells, and detect for security cameras and electronic sensors that I stored. I easily entered her house and set everything up. I even pumped the dead agent's chest a few times to get blood to spurt out the bullet hole in his chest. I quickly wrote the love letter, discard it on the floor and in sight, then I discard the agent's suit as if he was really going to have sex on the bed. I left his keys on the nightstand and his shoes by the front door where others were positioned, as if he had been there for a while. Stupid me had forgotten to buy shoes. I left the house and put the sensors and cameras back, even though it didn't restore the connections, and went back to the agent's car wearing my new clothes and just socks. I used the open spell on the trunk and was surprised that the agent was looking at me. "Good morning, sunshine," I said and pressed the artery on the side of his neck. He mumbled and struggled a little, then he was asleep again. I realized then that I had no way to bring him with me like he was. I popped his shoes off and checked them with my feet. They were loose and they were better than nothing. I slipped them on and stored the handcuffs and his suit coat, lifted him out of the trunk and shut it. I propped his arm over my shoulders and held him, as if he was drunk and I was supporting his weight. I started walking, partially dragging his feet on the ground, since he was taller than me. "Boy, you really drank too much, hey?" I asked when we were passing someone walking the other way. The guy didn't even look at us and I almost laughed, because I was about to say that my friend's mouth was taped up to stop him from throwing up. That was not information the passing guy needed. At all. I walked on until I saw an opportunity. A gas station. I walked over to the pay phones and dialed the taxi number on the sticker on the telephone. 10 minutes later, I was relaxing in the back of a taxi and enjoying a ride across the city. I had him drop us off at an address that was down the street from one of the buildings that had been for sale when I was looking to buy one. It was still empty and I smiled at it. It would be perfect to store my captive for a little while. I waited until there was a lull in the foot traffic nearby and used the open spell to get inside. There was no power, which meant the owner was trying to save as much money as possible, if they couldn't even keep the lights on. I wasn't sure how that would make the building sell, either. People needed light to see. I'm glad that I didn't buy this building, I thought, and brought the agent up the stairs to the 3rd floor. I picked a room at random and opened it, went inside, and saw that it was pretty run down, just like it had been when I had seen it the first time. I brought the guy into the bedroom and thought that leaving him on the bed would be good enough, then sighed. He could probably figure out a way to get someone's attention. I looked around and there were no rooms that didn't have a window, except for one. The bathroom. I chuckled and hog-tied him again with handcuffs and brought him in and set him into the tub, face down. I wasn't sure when he ate last, so I turned his head and put an open bag of potato chips in front of his face. I didn't want to leave him without water either, so I tried the tap. Crunk rattle rattle crunk. Damn it, no running water. I thought as the air pressure in the empty pipes shook and made lots of noise. I looked around for a pot or bowl or something. I found one in the old kitchen and used a water ring to wash it off and fill it. I put it in the tub next to the potato chips and hoped that he didn't spill it. "I'll be back tomorrow to check on you and give you some actual food. I've got to go and take care of a couple other things." I pat his back and closed the bathroom door, cast the same sealing spell and concealing spell that I had put on the fake wall in my apartment. All traces that a door was there slowly disappeared. Of course, I wondered if it was the same on the other side, and laughed. I imagined the look on the agent's face when he woke up and saw that he was in a bathroom with no doors or windows. I marked the room's door with a scratch and closed it, locked it, and left. I needed to get home and do a bit of enchanting work before going to the bank to cause a little bit of trouble. That made me smile, because I was actually going to cause a lot of trouble. Asterisk. "Where's my daughter?" Diane asked, almost frantically. "In the same place she was a minute ago when you asked," the detective said and held in his sigh as he filled in paperwork. He really hated the annoying criminals that just wouldn't shut up about their lot in life and how they didn't meant to do what they did. He was also a little disgusted by that, too. They all had these sob stories about why they had to turn to crime and they just didn't get it that everyone had a sob story. Everyone. It was just that most people moved past that and lived normal lives, letting their problems and situations give them strength, not excuses to commit crimes. "Don't take her from me. I'm a good mother," Diane said, tears in her eyes. "Everyone says that, lady," the detective said and kept writing. "Please, I'll do anything to keep her safe. Diane said. Anything? Where was that attitude when you and your husband were committing all those crimes? The detective asked, his annoyance overriding his patience. I didn't. Documents, security footage, and witness testimony places you at the bank and handing the money right over to him. The detective said. You. Not some doppelganger or someone dressed like you. It was you. You took all that money and handed it over. He shook his head. I've seen some pieces of work in my day, and you are right up there with the dumbest ones I've ever met. W.H. what? Diane asked, shocked. You had access to $2 million. $1 million was even in a high interest and no movement account. You could have lived on the interest alone for the rest of your life and still had the million in the bank. Diane stared at him and didn't know what to say. Yeah, dumb as a brick. The detective said. Your daughter would be better off having someone who cares about her future looking after her. No, I'm her mother. Diane managed to say. It's too bad you haven't been acting like a proper one. The detective said and lifted a piece of paper. The building manager evicted you for committing crimes on the premises and for breaking the lease. He said your stuff will be put into a storage locker in the basement and you can pick it up at your convenience. No. Damon said. Damon. The detective said and ruffled through his papers. Ah. Damon Smith. The guy the FBI took in for questioning for tax evasion and money laundering, through you. He chuckled. You sure have some great friends, lady. Diane opened her mouth to say that she did, then remembered that she hadn't seen or even talked to them in months. She sighed and closed her eyes as she leaned back in the chair. Her handcuffed hands behind her back ached and she didn't care. Her life was falling apart and she couldn't do anything about it. She sat there for nearly half an hour until the detective was done with whatever he was doing. All right. Come on. The detective said and picked up a thick folder. Let's get your official interview over with and I can go grab a bite to eat. He led Diane into the small interrogation room and sat her down, then sat down himself. He pulled out a digital recorder and said the case number, her name, his name, and the date and time. He looked at her with absolutely no expectation on his face. All right. Tell me all about what happened. The detective said. I don't know what happened. Diane said. Her tears had stopped a while ago. The detective sighed. Look lady, I've got 6 other cases on the go and this one is pretty much open and shut for me. I'm just going through the motions to make sure everything is nice and legal for the district attorney to throw the book at you officially. You can't. I didn't do anything wrong. Diane exclaimed. The detective spread a bunch of papers and photos across the desk. That's you. You again. Your signature's there and there and there. All you, lady. Your husband wouldn't have had anything, or even knew you had anything, unless you told him and then helped him get his hands on it all. I didn't know what he was going to do with it. Diane said. No. The detective asked and spread more sheets and photos out. Someone had a nice and varied criminal background before separating from her husband. Diane looked at the evidence and sighed. If it makes this any easier on you, you can rat the son of a bitch out and cop a plea. You make sure he pays and the dough will go easier on you. The detective said. Diane looked at his face. My daughter. I can't make any promises. The detective said and she started to duck her head. But what? Diane snapped her head up to stare at him. I can tell you that, as of right now, your daughter is not with Child Protection Services. Diane let out a shaky and relieved sigh. So, talk. Tell me everything. The detective said. She did. Chapter 100, Culmination. I stored the rubber gloves I had been wearing since I broke the tech guy's hands back at the holding facility and walked down the street. I was starting to get hungry and I was still wearing the agent's shoes, so I took a quick detour and stopped at a nice footwear store and bought new sneakers and stored the agent's shoes. I left the store and walked down another street to a pizza place. I ordered 2 large pizzas with the works and 2 with just cheese and pepperoni. They were done 30 minutes later and I paid for them. Once I was outside, I ducked around a corner and stored them. They would stay hot like that and I stepped to the side of the street and hailed a taxi. He pulled over and I climbed in and told him the address of a building on the next block from mine. I wasn't sure why I did that. I guess I was just acting more paranoid than I thought I needed to be. Well, better safe than sorry. I thought about calling Jenny and yelling at her for turning me in like that, without even letting me explain, then decided that I didn't want to hear her voice right now. Just remembering how she tricked me into being captured like that made my blood boil, especially since they weren't even police. The rights they read me were nothing but hogwash and didn't apply, since they were holding me against my will anyway. The taxi dropped me off and I walked to the next block and past the large parking structure. I sighed at the loss of my car and I wasn't sure how I would even track something like that down. Do I call tow companies or something? Did the FBI have it stashed somewhere? Was it impounded and accruing fees every day? I sighed and went into my building. I would have to call someone and see what the situation was with the damn thing, then realized it was Jenny's building and I would have to talk to her about it. I cursed in my head, since I didn't want to say stuff like that out loud, and stepped into the elevator. I rode it up to the top floor and went to put my key into the lock. Hee hee hee. A young girl's loud laughter reached my ears, even through the thick door. I cursed in my head again, several times, because Diane had the sheer gall, to break into my place to use Crystal as a weapon against me. Well, I wasn't having it. I loved that little girl and I wasn't going to let that stop me from calling the building manager to have her evicted at the end of the week. I took a deep breath and let it out, turned the door handle that wasn't locked, and stepped into my apartment. Uncle Damon. Crystal yelled from across the room as she was caught by the arms of a black-haired woman that had tossed her into the air. Crystal, I've been trying to tell you for the last 2 hours that I don't know when he's coming home. Jenny said with a sigh. I waited for a second before I spoke. I'm home. Jenny jerked and almost dropped her. She hugged Crystal close and turned to stare at me. Damon. Down. Down. Crystal yelled in Jenny's ear and struggled to be free. Jenny gave up trying to retrain her and bent down to let her go. I matched her movements, because 2 seconds later Crystal was hugging my neck tightly and crying her little eyes out. Hey, it's all right, sweetie. You can stop crying. I'm here now. They took Mommy. Crystal yelled. I looked up from her to see Jenny's sad face. Tell me. Jenny informed me all about the warrants, the crimes she was charged with, and that her husband had tried to flee. It wasn't pretty and I doubted the place would even be fit to live in after the police tore it apart to gather evidence. The problem was, I had a feeling they had a lot of evidence anyway and gathering it here was like icing on a cake. It was already baked and they were just decorating it. Well, that saves me a little trouble. I said with a crooked smile and Jenny gave me a look. It's because of Diane's husband that they took me in for money laundering. Or so they said. What? Jenny yelled. Yeah, it set the whole thing off. I said and stood up with Crystal in my arms. I was already flagged because of the untraceable gold coins and they were keeping a close watch on me and what I was doing with them. Oh, no. Jenny whispered. Almost right after I was kidnapped again, Diane started handing over that money I gave her to her husband and everything snowballed. Jenny opened her mouth and I covered Crystal's ears as my sister cursed her head off for nearly 30 seconds straight. Crystal was laughing pretty hard when she finished, because my hands apparently didn't block as much sound as they used to. When I looked closer, her ears were a little bigger and so was she. You've grown a lot since the last time I saw you. I said and hugged her. Mommy said she would save up to buy me new clothes. Crystal said. I held in my sigh and looked at Jenny. I know. Jenny said. She stopped answering my calls a couple weeks after. She stopped talking and turned away. You really hurt me when you left without saying anything. Crystal, why don't you watch television for a few minutes? Cable's cut off. You haven't paid the bill in 6 months. It was supposed to be automatic and part of the building fees. I said. Which you haven't paid. Same answer. I said. Put a movie on. After we have a talk, we can all have pizza. Okay. Crystal yelled and ran over to the player and handed a movie to Jenny. She put one on and Crystal pulled several toys over to herself and sat down on the floor, right in front of the television. I led Jenny from the room into my bedroom. Did your closet throw up? Jenny asked. Yes. I said and pushed the clothes aside to have her sit down. What was it you were saying about being hurt? Jenny gave me an intense look. I said you really hurt me when you left without a word. Apparently, it was enough to have you betray me to the police as soon as I showed up again. That's not fair. Jenny said with a frown. No? You lasted 10 years the last time I disappeared without a trace. This time it was what? A month. I might have lasted longer if you had said something. Anything. I told Diane that I was telling you, too. I said and did my best to not get angry over that. She didn't tell me anything except that you were gone traveling. Jenny responded. I frowned myself. They told me how you reacted. You were practically begging them to let you help them capture me. Who wouldn't? It was 10 grand. Jenny said. I needed that money. For what? Rent? You owned the condo, this building, and the parking garage. It was all frozen, Damon. I told you that I couldn't earn money from frozen assets. What did you spend the reward money on, then? I asked. I paid back everyone that loaned me money, okay? 6 months of borrowing and begging for food. I couldn't even find a job. No one would hire me because the bank wouldn't let me open my own personal account. I had too much debt pending from the taxes and fines that no one wanted to help me. Do you understand what that feels like? I know exactly what that feels like. I exclaimed. My sister. A woman I love. Someone that I would wreck the whole fucking world for. She betrayed me as soon as she could instead of trusting me. It's you that didn't trust me, Damon. You could have called, texted, or sent an email. Anything. I wanted to see you face to face. I wanted you to be the last thing I saw before I was taken. I said loudly and her face paled slightly. I told Diane first because that was easy. I didn't have to tell her, but I didn't want Crystal to think I abandoned her. I found out just before you turned me in that she never told that beautiful little girl that I was coming back for her as soon as I could. Damon. I went to your place to tell you, to apologize that I had to leave again, and to ask for forgiveness. I said and sat down on the side of the bed. Your door was open slightly, so I thought you were just reading or something. I took a shaky breath and let it out. I never thought, what I saw. You made a mistake. Jenny said. I know. After I escaped from that scene, I realized I should have texted to see if I could come over instead of just showing up. I sighed. I'm going to regret what I saw for the rest of my life. You said you lost your heart that night. Jenny whispered. I did. I said. I mean, I have no right to judge you. I've had girlfriends, lovers, lots of lovers. Jenny took in a sharp breath and stared at me. I'm kidding. I said. When I saw you like that, my heart stopped. I can't explain it. After that, I think I went a little crazy. You tore up the hardwood floor in the condo. Jenny said. What? I blinked my eyes at her. You left footprints in the floor and you broke the front door. It took a week to get it all fixed. Jenny said. Can you guess where the money to pay for that came from? I shook my head. It doesn't matter now, because I paid it back yesterday. Finally. Jenny said. Good God, what a fucking mess you left behind. Did you know freezing my assets was all a ploy to get me to come out of hiding? I asked and she gave me a surprised look. They put a little bit of financial pressure on you. I think one of the agents said that you sang like a canary in a coal mine. Jenny opened her mouth to refute that, then closed her mouth and turned her head away. I did. She said. I know you think I had a choice. I didn't and you know they made sure of that. I also know that you think it was wrong of me. She turned her head back to face me. There's just something you are forgetting in all of this. What's that? I asked. What if you hadn't come home until next month? Or next year? Or 10 years from now? Jenny asked. Assuming I was still around, would I still have been wrong if I turned you in then? I can't answer that. I said with a sigh. I was just getting my life into a nice normal state and I did not plan on being kidnapped again. I did take precautions, just in case. I left you 100 million in gold coins in the bank's safety deposit box for an emergency. The buildings were in your name, so I knew you were safe and would have income. I even prearranged the sale of the construction company to the foreman and work crews so that they wouldn't have to declare bankruptcy. But, if you didn't know, I told you. Just in case. I said. Earlier that night, I found out it was going to happen and I did my best to prepare. I messaged the accountant to sell off my assets so that no one was left without a job and then went to Diane, since she was in the same building. I went to you next. If I hadn't seen That. Damon. Jenny gave me a stern look. I'm sorry. That image was burned into my mind. The more I tried to get rid of it, the more it cemented and the more my heart broke. I looked away from her. I know that's not fair, especially since I don't want to do those kinds of things with you. You don't? Jenny asked. No, of course not. I told you that it could never happen. I said. You're my sister. What if you're adopted? Jenny asked. Huh. That old trick won't work. I said. I had all of our DNA tested. We all match as close family members. Jenny looked really sad. Jenny. I said and she sighed. I will always love you. Jenny smiled slightly and shook her head. No, you can't really love me. Why? You left me and then I did betray you. I did it willingly and out of spite and hatred. Jenny said as tears came to her eyes. It was my heart that broke when you disappeared. It shattered into tiny little pieces, just like my life. Jenny. I moved out of our parents' place to live my life with you. My brother. The man that I loved above all others, and who had abandoned me without a word. For the second time. Jenny said and wiped at her face. I thought I could handle it. I really thought I could. Then all that nice and comforting money was just gone. Poof. It didn't exist. The hole it left, though? It was massive. I sighed. I know. I didn't think that love could turn to hate so quickly. Jenny said. I was shocked at first, because it was so easy, you know. I nodded. I had felt the exact same way when Diane told me that she was back with her ass of a husband and pregnant. The bank called earlier, too. Everything's unfrozen and there's nothing left. They took it all. Yet, they told me back at the holding facility that isn't a holding facility because it doesn't exist. I said and Jenny raised her eyebrows at me. They emptied it when they let me go. They let you go. Jenny said. They said the operation was busted and they cleaned the place out. I said and she widened her eyes. I'm totally serious. They are washing their hands of the whole thing and only did a little bit of work to get the mess sorted. How much work? Jenny asked. The taxes were taken from the accounts before the fines, penalties, and fees. I said. Oh, and they confiscated the 100 million in gold coins. Why didn't you tell me about that? Jenny asked, a bit angrily. I really could have used it. The accountant was supposed to. It was in the message I sent him. Unfortunately, he had a heart attack as soon as he was told to hand over all of the paperwork about me over to them and the freeze order went through. That sucks. Yet. I need to try and get a hold of his family or something to get all those records back. I said. I also can't find my car. You left it at the construction site. After 2 weeks it was towed. When you didn't come back to handle it and I definitely didn't have the money to pay, a month later it was sold at auction for the towing and storage fees. I sighed. I really liked that car. After everything that's happened, you're worried about a goddamn car? Jenny asked, surprised. Buy a better one this time. You're kidding, right? As soon as I get an expensive car, it'll be damaged or stolen. I said, half jokingly. Plus, it had great gas mileage. Damon. Jenny said and her face looked angry. Don't marginalize what happened. I fell silent and stared at her. It took her nearly 10 seconds to lose the angry face. At least now I know you weren't exaggerating. I said and stood up. What do you mean? You really do hate me now. I said. What? No, I mean, I'm angry and Jenny started to say. No, you said your love for me quickly turned to hatred. I just thought you didn't really mean it. I said. At least I don't have to feel guilty now. Excuse me. Jenny asked and the angry face was back. Unlike you, I still love you. I said. I just don't like you very much as a person right now. Me. Jenny yelled. Yes, you. If you had just talked to me and told me what was going on when I came back this time, I would have handled it. Instead, you let them drug and kidnap me. I said and she winced a little. My beloved sister let more people whisk me away from her, for a third time, and completely ignored that it was because of her this time. Jenny stared at me with wide eyes. Hey. You completely missed that fact, did you? I asked and she didn't say anything. Well, thanks for adding to my trauma over all of this. My psyche and I didn't appreciate it. I stood up and went to the bedroom door. Like seeing you having sex wasn't bad enough. Now I have to deal with you being full of hatred and okay with some people taking me away from you for an unknown amount of time. Jenny took a breath and let it out. Damon, she started to say. I don't want to hear it, whatever it is. I said and opened the door. I can't take even more pain, all right? I've had enough. I stepped out of the room and saw that Crystal sat by the wall. Hi, there. I said and picked her up. I'm sorry if we were too loud. My sister and I were arguing about the bad things that have kept me away from you. Crystal blinked her eyes at me. You didn't lie about yelling. I chuckled and hugged her. Why would I lie about that? I'm sure you could hear us from the living room and came down here to make sure that we were okay. Crystal nodded. Mommy and Daddy lie about it all the time. The only reason I went to another room was so that you wouldn't think we were arguing about you. I said and walked up the hallway. If there's one thing on this planet that I would never deny, it's wanting you in my life. Mommy said you didn't like me very much anymore. Crystal said. That's because I love you very much. I said and kissed her cheek to make her giggle. I love my sister, too. She was my whole world. When she threw me away recently, I was very sad. I did not. Jenny exclaimed. Letting them take me is the same thing. You had no clue if they were ever going to give me back, did you? I asked and she didn't say anything. See? She didn't know and I could have been away from you for another long time. You came home. Crystal said. I did and I'm starving. I think it's time for pizza. I said. Yay. Crystal yelled and I put her down on a chair at the kitchen table and turned to the oven. What are you doing? Jenny asked. Have a seat and let me perform my magic. I said and she gave me a look. I'd ask you to trust me, but we both know that you don't. Jenny had an angry face for a second and then she sighed and sat down. I pulled the oven door open slightly and put one of each kind of pizza inside from inventory and closed it. Let me just flick the buttons a bit and abracadabra the heat. I did that and even turned the light on and off. And just like that. Bammo. Magic pizza. I opened the oven door and both Jenny and Crystal gasped as I pulled two large pizza boxes out and put them on the table. I opened the boxes to show them they were real, one pepperoni and cheese and the other with the works. Then I grabbed a knife and cut up a smaller piece for Crystal and put it on a plate. Careful, it's hot. I said and took my own piece to blow on it and put it on a plate, then handed a plate to Jenny. She could get her own pizza. How did you do that? Jenny asked in a whisper. Magic. Crystal yelled and blew on her piece of pizza. She took a small bite and chewed on it before she swallowed. I checked the whole place looking for food. Jenny said. Did you look in the oven? I asked and took a bite of pizza. No, but... Then how do you know it wasn't there? I asked. Because it's hot like it just came out of the oven. Jenny said. It did. Crystal said loudly and I chuckled. Jenny looked at me and at Crystal, then sighed and started eating. We ate our food for about 20 minutes. I ate really slowly, just so Crystal wasn't sitting by herself as she finished off her piece. Oh, no. We have greasy hands. I exclaimed and held up my hands. EWWW. Crystal yelled and then giggled. We better go get washed up. I said. You know where the bathroom is? Crystal nodded and hopped off the chair and ran across the living room. No fair. You didn't say we were racing. I said and she laughed. I win. I win. Crystal yelled and then I heard the water running. Use soap, too. I said. Ah. Crystal said back. Jenny sat there and looked at me. You have to leave again. Yes, but not like that. I'm going down to the bank to inform them that they broke the contract for the first loan. What? It was given with the condition that the money would be used to benefit the government. I said. When they froze the asset bought with that money, it stopped the taxes being paid on it. But, they got the fines and penalties. Only after it was unfrozen. I said. They also let the people that you helped kidnap me, take the contents of my safe deposit box, which is against the law. But, they are the law. Jenny said. They told me that they don't exist. I said with a smile. The operation was a bust and they removed all of their involvement. Jenny sat there and stared at me. Yes, it means they only just started the ball rolling to undo what they caused, then packed up before they did much more than what you've already heard about. Those bastards. Jenny whispered. Let's go wash our hands and I want you to take care of Crystal for me until I come back. I'm not sure what else I can do. I've already gone through everything you have here for her. I chuckled. Take her downstairs to Diane's and see what the place is like. There's a suitcase in the closet and I want you to fill it with Crystal's clothes. You might want to bring a garbage bag to gather her toys and things, too. You're really going to take her, even after what Diane did to you. I won't let her be taken by the child care system. You know the kids that make it out of that unscathed are the exception and not the rule. Jenny sighed. All right. It might be a while. I won't leave to go to the bank until the two of you get back. You promise? Crystal said from across the room. I promise. I said. It's Jenny's turn to wash her hands. Jenny did so and was back a few moments later. I went in and washed my hands next, used the soap dispenser with Crystal's favorite soap in it, and came back out. Jenny's going to take you to your place to get some things, then you will be staying here with me for a little while, okay? Yay. Crystal yelled and jumped a little. I picked her up and hugged her for a brief moment and put her down. I'll see you in a little while. 'Kay. Crystal said and opened the door. Don't you dare leave. Jenny whispered. I have some things to do before going to the bank, so don't worry about that. I said. She pushed the elevator button. Damn it. Jenny said and ran out the door. You little sneak. Crystal giggled when the elevator dinged and the doors opened. Raced you. I won. She said and stepped inside. I want to push the floor button. Jenny stepped in right behind her and sighed. She boosted her up and Crystal pushed the button for her floor, then used both hands and pushed as many buttons as she could, as if she was using a typewriter. Crystal. Jenny exclaimed. Crystal laughed and laughed as the elevator doors shut. I waited for a few seconds to see if the doors would open again, then shut my door and locked it. Now that they were out of the way, I had some specialized work to do.